Atop Yujing Mountain within the Zishu Palace, Hongyu opened his eyes, his gaze deep and vast like the starry heavens. Damn me. He was actually Hongjun, that so-called strongest villain, the decrepit old man of the Great Desolation. It turned out that after Hongjun proved the Tao and ascended to the Hunyuan realm, he used the creation Jade Disc to deduce the fate of the Great Desolation. In doing so, he voluntarily merged into the long river of destiny itself and remained there until the age of dwindling spiritual laws, when he incarnated as an ordinary mortal. Upon this awakening, Hongjun no longer continued his deductions. With the end of spiritual laws approaching, he had already glimpsed the ultimate destiny of the Great Desolation. If nothing unexpected occurred, then even with his body fused with Heaven's Tao, he still would not be able to alter that outcome. Heaven's Tao of the Great Desolation was flawed, as sooner or later a great calamity would erupt. He had merged with Heaven's Tao precisely to mend it, yet from the looks of it he had still failed. A trace of helplessness surfaced in Hongjun's heart. Was this truly the inescapable fate of the Great Desolation? Just then, however, a streak of spiritual radiance descended from beyond the heavens and plunged straight into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a cold, synthetic mechanical voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strongest Great Tao system has been activated. Binding in progress. 0. 100. Hongjun fell silent. Was this system really doing something so outrageous? He had not even agreed to it yet. He was the mighty top powerhouse of the Great Desolation. Did he not have any dignity left? With the creation Jade Disc in his grasp, Hongjun could faintly sense an indescribable mode of spiritual light flickering in and out of existence within his mind beyond his ability to peer into. Possessing memories of the age of waning laws, he naturally knew what a system was. Drawing in a deep breath, Hongjun asked, "System, what functions do you possess? Can you assist me in cultivating to become a great Tao saint?" The system replied, "The host may consume corresponding points to directly exchange for relevant rewards. So long as your points are sufficient, even a transcendent great Tao can be redeemed." Hongjun asked, "How are points obtained?" The system answered, "The host may submit origin essence treasures, cultivation methods, and the like in exchange for corresponding points." Hearing this, Hongjun grew pensive and, following the system's instructions, opened the exchange page. At present, the items available for redemption were not many. The finest among them were merely top-grade innate spirit treasures. Hongjun asked directly, "Why is there no option to exchange for a great Tao?" The system responded, "Given that the host currently lacks sufficient points, the great Tao exchange options are temporarily hidden. Once the host possesses 10 trillion points, they will naturally appear." So that was it. Hongjun mused for a moment, then casually plucked a wild blade of grass and exchanged it for points. Of course, although it was but wild grass in an ordinary great world, it would be a top-tier immortal herb capable of extending life by 1,000 years. Yet that single herb was actually exchanged for only 1 point. Seeing this, Hongjun was furious. This was far too extortionate. By this logic, to redeem a complete Great Tao, the qualification alone would consume an immeasurable amount of the Great Desolation's origin. By the time he could afford to exchange for a full Tao, the Great Desolation would likely already be riddled with wounds. The withering of the Great Desolation's spiritual era might very well have been due to such systems. For the sake of the Great Desolation, he had been willing to merge with Heaven's Tao itself. How could he possibly allow it to be shattered? His eyes rolled slightly as a thought flashed by, and Hongjun said, "System, in fact, I have already thought of a method to obtain a great Tao in the fastest way possible." The system asked, "What does the host mean?" It assumed Hongjun intended to directly refine the Great Desolation, yet such an attempt would inevitably be obstructed by Heaven's Tao. Instead, Hongjun directly communicated with Heaven's Tao, saying, "Heaven's Tao, I wish to report that an outer realm evil entity is attempting to steal the Great Desolation's origin. Eradicate it at once." In any case, his primordial spirit was already anchored within Heaven's Tao. So long as Heaven's Tao did not perish, then even the system would be unable to erase him. If the system truly possessed such ability, it would simply devour Heaven's Tao directly. Would that not be far easier? Why then would it bother to slowly siphon the Great Desolation's origin through him? Hongjun's words immediately enraged the system, which had always been cold and emotionless until now. How dared Hongjun do such a thing? Before it could think further, Heaven's Tao had already locked onto the system's true body. Torrents of vast heavenly Tao power descended, sealing all time and space, intent on annihilating this so-called strongest Great Tao system. Yet since the system could directly target Hongjun, it was naturally no soft persimmon. Still, the Great Desolation had been evolved from the origin Great Daos left after Panga slew 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods. How boundless and mighty must it be? Heaven's Tao represented the will of all beings within the Great Desolation and could mobilize the full might of the world. How terrifying was that? If the system truly had the power to destroy the Great Desolation, it would not have needed to sneak in. The system clashed heat-in with Heaven's Tao, yet it was forced into retreat again, and again its radiance constantly ground away. Aside from Hongjun, no sentient being in the Great Desolation could sense the terrifying war raging within this isolated span of time and space. This battle raged on for a full 18,000 years. Though the system was powerful when facing Heaven's Tao of the Great Desolation, even burning its origin could not prevent it from being slowly worn down and erased. Heaven's Tao, however, did not escape unscathed. It was a case of harming the enemy 1,000 at the cost of 800 to itself. Seeing this, Hongjun immediately revealed a smile befitting a crafty old fox. As he had expected, the system, though seemingly formidable, was still subdued by Heaven's Tao. Next, Hongjun directly inherited all of the system's remaining legacy. Heaven's Tao, having been heavily wounded by this powerful system, would thereafter be the side suppressed when he fused with it. As the saying went, Heaven's Tao was Hongjun, yet Hongjun would not be Heaven's Tao. Marvelous indeed. Once Heaven's Tao withdrew, Hongjun also left that fragment of time and space and returned to Yujing Mountain in the main timeline. Grasping the system's lifeless remnants, he began carefully tallying his gains. Not long after, the smile on his face grew ever more radiant. As for treasures, there were not many. There was not even a single innate supreme treasure, likely because the system had not yet managed to evolve them. Aside from that, however, there was a motley assortment of strange items: Pangu's essence blood, Pangu's heart blood, Pangu's primordial spirit, Pangu's bone marrow, and the like. Hongjun felt a cold sweat in his heart. Could it be that Pangu's failure to open the heavens in the distant past was due to a sneak attack from a system like this? Yet what satisfied Hongjun most were the myriad laws and daos brought by the system. After attaining the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, one needed to comprehend laws. Upon proving the Tao and reaching the Hunyuan Realm, one then had to cultivate the Great Tao itself. Previously, he had cultivated the laws of the Immortal Tao, yet those laws were obscure and arcane. Even after arduously cultivating for countless kalpas, he had never been able to condense even a rudimentary Immortal Great Tao, and thus could not advance to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Precisely because of this, he had relied on the creation Jade Disc to devise the method of severing 3 corpses to become a saint. Most of these laws from the system were incomplete, yet a few among them were already perfected. In other words, as long as he bestowed one of these complete laws upon someone for comprehension, that person could achieve a half-step Hunyuan realm. With sufficient fortune, they might even comprehend the embryonic form of a great Tao. As for the great Taos themselves, they were likewise incomplete, and not a single one was whole. That damned system had indeed been trying to hoodwink him. Had he truly believed the system, the final outcome would likely have been the Great Desolation's origin completely stolen dry, while he himself was also squeezed of everything and killed. Perhaps in the future there would even appear things like Hongjuan's essence blood, Hongjuan's bone marrow, and Hongjuan's heart blood. On second thought, it made sense. Once a complete Great Tao existed, it would confer the power of a half-step Hunyuan Wuji Deluo Golden Immortal comparable to Pangu. With such strength, one could directly seize the Great Desolation's origin, and even Heaven's Tao would be furious, yet not dare speak out. Hongjun sank into contemplation and in the end chose to first comprehend the law of time. The law of time left behind by the system was not yet perfected, but for Hongjun it was already more than sufficient. Over 3,000 years, he completely comprehended the law of time left by the system. By now his grasp of the law of time had reached great completion. His hands slid through one seal after another as currents of temporal power circulated, forming a grand time array in this place. Here, one day outside equaled an entire Yuanhui within. Afterward, Hongjun turned his gaze to the many great Daos left behind by the system. Among them, the one closest to perfection was the Tao of Order, lacking only half a step to reach true completion. Hongjun secretly speculated that the system's previous host must have had his Tao harvested just before it could be. After all, once perfection was achieved, there would be a chance to attain the realm of Tao Saint, and even a system would likely find it hard to control such an existence. Within the time array, Hongjun quietly immersed himself in comprehending this Tao of Order. After 33 Yuan Hui, he finally emerged from seclusion, his eyes seemingly filled with endless rules of order rising and surging. Had he merely comprehended the Tao of Order left by the system, Hongjun would have emerged long ago, but in order to mend all of its flaws, he forcibly spent a full 33 Yuan Hui. The aura around Hongjun was completely restrained, yet he knew that by now he had perfected the Tao of Order and already had one foot stepped into the realm of Hunyuan Wuji De Luo True Immortal. In the past, Pangu had been at precisely this realm. Later, in attempting to comprehend mysteries and open the heavens to prove the Tao as a Tao Saint, he unfortunately failed at the final step. A Tao Saint is equivalent to a Hunyuan Wuji De Luo Golden Immortal and is similar to a heavenly Tao Saint, yet only the primordial spirit is entrusted to the Tao without truly transcending one's own Tao to achieve Hunyuan Wuji. Now, to become a Tao Saint, one could only open the heavens. But the chaos had already been split into the Honghuang by Pangu. Even if he succeeded in opening a second Honghuang, he still could not become a Tao Saint. To open the heavens and prove the Tao, that was Pangu's path. That Pangu could walk it did not mean Hongjun could. Aside from this, to achieve Hunyuan Wuji De Luo Golden Immortal, he could only surpass the Tao of Order and cultivate the Tao of Wuji. The so-called Tao of Wuji does not refer to any single specific Tao, but to transcending one's original Tao. Every Tao is finite, its end being the perfection of that Tao. To attain Hunyuan Wuji De Luo Golden Immortal, one must render one's Tao infinite and without end, transcending all limits. Yet this path seemed even harder than Pangu's way of opening the heavens to become a Tao Saint. Hongjun's gaze grew deep as, relying on the creation Jade Disc, he secretly pondered the hidden mysteries, seeking a path of transcendence belonging solely to himself. Suddenly he recalled that something had been off during his great battle with Lu Ho. Luo had never once summoned the God-slaying spear, and one of the Five Elements ancestors' Five Elements banners had also been missing, which had directly led to their downfall. This differed from what he knew. In a life-and-death struggle, no one would hold back such trump cards. Recalling the Five Elements ancestors' expression of grief and Luoho's look of shocked fury, a vague suspicion rose in Hongjun's heart. Could it be that this Hongwang world harbored more than one system? Summoning the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun directly had it scan the Hongwang world. If Hongwang were a computer, then the Heavenly Dao would be akin to a Windows operating system. Yet this Heavenly Dao system was riddled with vulnerabilities and required him to merge with it. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Dao system malfunctioned, at best all living beings would perish, and at worst the Hongwang itself would collapse. I Hongjun truly am doing this for all beings of Hongwang, he thought. These transmigrators, these invaders, were like viruses to the Hongwang world. Those not deeply hidden were swiftly detected. As he read the streams of information sent back by the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun fell silent. There were simply far too many. With so many transmigrators invading Hongwang, no wonder it was destined to collapse sooner or later. With its origin constantly stolen by systems, how could it not fall apart? On the sun star, a faint phantom that even a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal could not perceive quietly appeared. This phantom was called Qin Di, and he too was a transmigrator who had secretly slipped into Hongwang. After his initial panic, Qin Di quickly calmed down, for he had activated the essential tool of all transmigrators, the Dao. Brimming with grand ambition, Qin Di immediately opened his novice gift pack. He obtained a heavenly tome, ancient enlightenment tea, and 72 drops of Pangu's blood essence. Such a generous gift pack left Qin Di so exhilarated he could almost not close his mouth, grinning like a fool. But he soon sensed something amiss. Where was his body? Qin Di angrily questioned system. Why does everyone else transmigrate as an innate divine being while I do not even have a body? The Dao choice system replied, rest assured, the system will make you soar and dominate. Lacking a body is for your own good, the system continued. With so many innate divine beings in Hongwang, how could you possibly fail to find a suitable body? Qin Di hesitated. Do I need to see someone's body? The Dao choice system chimed, ding. Will the host please choose? Choice 1, devour the Golden Crow, origins of Tai and Dijuan, reward Chaos Golden Crow, Great Sun, sacred body. Choice 2, forego devouring and be rewarded with the identity of elder brother to Tai and Dijuan, responsible for raising the 2 Golden Crows. Looking at these 2 options, Qin Di smirked. There was no real choice at all. What good was it to drag along 2 burdensome children? As the dignified Qin Di, future Heavenly Emperor, he would naturally choose to devour Tai and Dijuan's origins. Unaware of this, at that very moment a trace of consciousness within 1 Golden Crow egg suddenly awakened below. It was Dijuan. His mind was dazed, but he quickly reacted. Utterly astonished, he realized he had transmigrated. Not only that he had become Dijuan, the future ruler of the demon clan in the Hongwang era. Feeling the sun true fire enveloping him and the kindred aura beside him, Dijuan was overwhelmed with excitement. In his previous life, he had been lonely and destitute, and never had he imagined that in this life, he would gain a younger brother. Thinking of this, a gentle smile surfaced on Dijuan's face. Having a younger brother for company was not bad at all. At that moment, his system also activated. It was a god-tier choice system. Naturally, Dijuan was overjoyed. With the system's assistance, how could he not easily ascend to the peak of life? After claiming his novice gift pack, Dijuan's joy only grew. The Chaos Pearl. This was a chaos spiritual treasure. He could already picture himself roaming freely across Hongwang with his brother Tai thrashing even Hongjun. Yet just then a wave of mortal danger swept over him. He could vaguely sense some terrifying existence outside, attempting to devour his very origin. Dijuan was horrified. Hongwang truly was perilous. He had only just transmigrated and was already facing such a great calamity. But he had not even taken human form yet. How could he possibly resist? Dijuan hurriedly asked his system, what do I do? Why is there a powerful being trying to devour me? The god-tier choice system replied, the host is facing an unknown danger. Please resist at once or your life and death will be unpredictable. Hearing this, Dijuan could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Of course life and death were unpredictable. That was precisely why he was asking. The god-tier choice system advised it is recommended that the host immediately abandon most of his origin. This system will then act to help the host escape into the Chaos Pearl. Dijuan naturally had no objections and agreed at once. Thinking of the nearby Tai, he hurriedly added, system, my younger brother is here as well, help him too. Hearing this, the god-tier choice system did not refuse. Helping one or helping two made little difference. Thus carrying portions of the origins of Dijuan and Tai, the god-tier choice system vanished without a trace. With no resistance left, the Qin Emperor effortlessly refined the remaining essence of the Golden Crow. Soon after, the Qin Emperor emerged, having fused the majority of the origins of Tai and Dijuan, arriving as a midstage de Luo Jin Xian. He looked at his body with satisfaction, laughing heartily, his laughter nearly echoing throughout the solar star. However, he soon grew puzzled and said, strange, where are the river diagram and Lo Shu of Dijuan and Tai's chaos spell? He looked at his body with satisfaction, laughing heartily, his laughter nearly echoing throughout the solar star. However, he soon grew puzzled and said, strange, where are the river diagram? Uncontrollably, the Qin Emperor looked up at the sky. His expression darkened. Could it be that the heavenly Dao had taken away? Indeed, only the heavenly Tao could silently take away his treasures right under his nose in the primordial world. Damn the heavenly Tao, he would eventually pierce through this cursed heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao was unaware of the Qin Emperor's thoughts, otherwise it would surely jump out and angrily shout, "You are talking nonsense." Meanwhile, on the other side of the solar star, within a mysterious barrier, Dijuan, clad in a golden crow robe, had already taken form. However, at this moment Dijuan appeared short and weak, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. He quickly inquired of the system, "What should I do now? My body is inherently lacking in origin. I currently only have the cultivation of a golden immortal, which is far too dangerous in the primordial world." The Divine Choice system responded, "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection task. Choice 1, devour Tai's origin, reward the method to sever 3 corpses, and a superb innate spirit treasure, the Heavenly Emperor sword. A choice 2, give up devouring Tai's origin, reward 2 portions of golden crow origin." Upon hearing this, Dijuan couldn't help but look at the egg of Tai beside him, his expression conflicted. A superb innate spirit treasure, and he could also obtain Tai's chaos spell. What an unimaginable opportunity. However, after hesitating for a long time, Dijuan finally gritted his teeth and chose option 2. After all, Tai was his brother, how could he as the elder brother devour his own younger brother? As for innate supreme treasures, with the system, he would eventually acquire them. Moreover, he already possessed the Chaos Pearl, which was a chaos spirit treasure. Thus, Dijuan used the 2 portions of golden crow origin rewarded by the system to make up for the previous deficiencies in himself and Tai. Several thousand years later, due to the golden crow origin sent by Dijuan, Tai also took form. Compared to Dijuan, Tai emerged as a beginner de Luo Jin Xian. However, as soon as Tai took form, before he could even take a breath of the solar true fire, he was interrupted by a Transmigrator. Seeing the scene, Hongjun's corner of his mouth twitched. This situation was ridiculous. The Golden Crow brothers were truly unfortunate. Before they even left their home, they encountered 3 Transmigrators. Indeed, Tai was also transmigrated, and like his elder brother Dijuan, he was also assigned a Divine Choice system. Tai closed his eyes, sensing his own condition, his heart heavy with uncertainty. From the memories of his previous life, he learned that he had seemingly encountered a life-and-death crisis, with more than half of his origin being plundered. Although he didn't know why his origin had returned later, the previous crisis was undoubtedly real. More importantly, where was his bell? His companion's spirit treasure, such a large chaos spell, where did it go? Opening his eyes and looking at Dijuan, who was meditating, Tai couldn't help but speculate inwardly. On this solar star, only his cheap elder brother had the opportunity to take away his chaos spell. Did he previously take away his golden crow origin just to devour him, but later was warned by the heavenly Tao and had to stop? Tai's heart was filled with speculation, and he harbored murderous intent towards his cheap elder brother Dijuan. The primordial texts truly cannot be fully trusted. This is the real primordial world where human hearts are treacherous, each one more cunning than the last. How could there be a bond of brotherhood like Dijuan and Tai never doubting each other? If they were truly as close as brothers, why was Dijuan the heavenly emperor while he was the eastern sovereign? Why did Dijuan marry 2 wives while he could only remain single? Thinking of this, Tai was furious. Meanwhile, the system's prompt sounded just in time. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection task. Choice 1, devour Dijuan, completely fused with the solar origin, reward the method to sever 3 corpses and a manifestation. Choice 2, acknowledge Dijuan as an elder brother, reward the position of eastern sovereign and 100,000 years of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Tai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did he even need to think about this? In the primordial world, a single golden crow was sufficient. Changxi and Shiha only needed him as their husband. Moreover, for some reason, Dijuan's cultivation was only at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he directly devoured Dijuan, who was still peacefully cultivating. Dijuan never expected that Tai would turn against him. He had no opportunity to react and was heavily injured, losing a large portion of his origin. Dijuan was filled with shock and anger, never imagining that Tai would strike against him. This was impossible. Could it be the Heavenly Tao scheme? Thus the Heavenly Tao began to take the blame. Poor Heavenly Tao, merely a program. If it had a spirit, it would probably immediately strike Dijuan with the divine thunder of the purple clouds. Damn it, can you stop your wild speculations? At this moment, Dijuan was also at a loss, hurriedly contacting his system. "System, what should I do? Tai has gone mad. He must be controlled by the Heavenly Tao. Has the Heavenly Tao discovered my identity as a Transmigrator?" The system replied, "That shouldn't be the case. First, abandon the majority of your origin and escape this calamity." At this moment, Dijuan's system was also somewhat flustered. What was going on? Since the host arrived in the primordial world, he had faced consecutive crises of being devoured before even stepping outside. While the plot of the primordial world couldn't be entirely consistent, this was too far off. Dijuan was filled with grief and indignation, but had no option. He could only follow the system's advice, secretly hiding half of his divine soul and a small amount of origin deep within the Chaos Pearl. He believed that with the system's assistance, even a sage wouldn't be able to detect the presence of the Chaos Pearl. After Tai gleefully devoured Dijuan's origin, his cultivation surged once more, advancing to the midstage de Luo Jin Xian. However, Tai's expression soon darkened. He had not found any trace of the chaos spell, nor had he seen the river diagram. Could it be that the heavenly Dao knew he had devoured Dijuan and thus took away the chaos spell and river diagram? Tai's heart was filled with anger as he glared at the heavens, muttering, the things belonging to this seat will be reclaimed one day. If it were the original Tai, he would have to concede. But he was a transmigrator, not only familiar with the plot, but also possessing a system. What heavenly Dao, what great Dao would one day be trampled beneath his feet? For a moment Tai's expression was filled with disdain, as if he could already envision himself dominating the primordial world. However, thinking of Hongjun and the witch clan, Tai quickly calmed down. During the war between the witches and the demons, he was the protagonist and could not be careless. At the midstage de Luo Jin Xian, it seemed far from enough. Without the protection of the chaos spell, once he encountered those barbaric witch clan members, he would be in danger. In the primordial world, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang are but a microcosm of the numerous traversers. Hongjun gazed at the lively traversers, feeling overwhelmed. It is not the traversers causing chaos that worries him, but those with systems. Even as he has become a half-step Dao Saint, a half-step Hongyuan Wujidian Golden Immortal, he still cannot create a system. He even feels that even becoming a Dao Saint would not enable him to create a system. This is because the core of a system is the ability to traverse to other universes to plunder their origins. Although the primordial world is vast and boundless, it is merely a corner of chaos, and its origins are limited. These systems have brought not only various Dao laws, but also an inexhaustible source of heaven and earth. However, before that he needs to merge with the Dao, fully becoming the Dao of the primordial world, controlling everything. The Dao has already been severely wounded by his system, making it the best time for merging. However, before that he needs to merge with the Dao, fully becoming the Dao of the primordial world, controlling everything. The Dao has already been severely wounded by his system, making it the best time for merging. Moreover, the Dao has flaws and many loopholes, urgently requiring someone to merge with it. With this thought, Hongjun did not wait to preach further and directly began the merging. Originally, he needed to preach to gather the fortunes of heaven and earth to merge with the Dao so as to suppress the Dao and preserve humanity. But now with the Dao severely wounded, he has made great progress in his cultivation, easily able to suppress the Dao. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun has already started merging with the Dao. Time flows slowly like a shuttle through the years. Hongjun, using his half-step Hongyuan Wujidian Golden Immortal cultivation, forcibly merges with the Dao, suppressing the Dao and filling the loopholes of the primordial world. The primordial world does not keep track of years, as time flows like water. During Hongjun's merging, the traversers of the primordial world also began to stir. At this time, it was the era of the decline of the three clans, with the birth of the witch and demon races, where many innate great beings were being born. At Buzhou Mountain, three individuals, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man, were traveling together. Suddenly, in a canyon of Buzhou Mountain, radiant light burst forth, heralding an opportunity. The three exchanged glances, and their hearts soared with joy. Such brilliance undoubtedly signaled the emergence of an extraordinary treasure. Soon the three beheld the so-called treasure, a green lotus flower, the 24th grade, with myriad manifestations revealing its heavenly essence. However, due to not having the merit of opening the heavens, it had been abandoned by the Dao and was gradually withering. Seeing this, Yuanshi understood and excitedly said, "Elder brother and third brother, this item is a seed born from the transformative green lotus that nurtured the great deity Pengu. Its grade is comparable to an innate supreme treasure. It rightly belongs to the three of us." Tong Tian also laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, we three are the true orthodoxy of Pengu, with astonishing fortunes. We must thank the Dao for this gift." Laozi, with a beaming smile, reached out to draw it and causing the lotus to transform into a coiling dragon crutch. Yuanshi followed, acquiring a three-treasured jade rui formed from the lotus root. As for Tong Tian, he obtained the green blade sword fashioned from the lotus leaves. All three treasures were top-tier innate spirit treasures. In an instant, the three Qing were laughing heartily, their joy evident. Indeed, those who came were the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan, along with the strategist, the Wu God. Though the Wu God was merely a great witch, with the help of "You thieving scoundrels, dare to steal treasures from my witch clan, hand them over at once, or I will kill you." A burly man from the witch clan roared, his crimson hair flaring up, clearly not to be trifled with. Indeed, those who came were the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan, along with the strategist, the Wu God. Though the Wu God was merely a great witch, with the help of the system, he had power and influence within the witch clan. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the top-tier innate spirit treasures in the hands of the three Qing. He had come to seize the treasure as per the system's instructions, but unexpectedly arrived too late, only to find the three Qing had already seized it. Hearing this, Tong Tian immediately became furious, saying, "Nonsense, how can the treasures of Buzhou Mountain belong to you?" Zhou Rong, upon hearing this, instead of getting angry, laughed, and said, "This primordial world and its heavens were all transformed by our father deity Pengu. How can Buzhou Mountain not belong to our witch clan?" The Wu God also teased, "Indeed, considering this is your first offense, just hand over the treasure and compensate us with a little more treasure." Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches each unleashed their auras like prisons and abysses. Seeing this, the faces of the three Qing changed drastically, filled with both fear and anger. These 12 brutes all possessed the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak. Among the three of them, only the elder brother Laozi was at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yuan Shi's face turned ashen as he rebutted, "We three Qing are also the true orthodoxy of Pengu. This 24th grade lotus flower resonates with our aura, and it is heaven's will that it belongs to us three. Do not bully us too much." Hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances filled with mockery. The Wu god sneered, saying, "True orthodoxy of Pengu. You are not worthy. Our witch clan are the true descendants of the father deity. Hand over the treasures, or we will kill you." As they spoke, the 12 ancestral witches all stepped forward, cackling ominously, their eyes fixed on the three Qing with malicious intent. Tong Tian felt a surge of fury and released his aura, ready to fight. Laozi quickly held Tong Tian back, transmitting his voice, "Third brother, do not act rashly. Let us leave here first." The 12 ancestral witches were all great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak, incredibly savage. Even if they attacked together, they could not defeat one. Although Laozi felt extremely unwilling, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you can have the treasures, just let us go." Zhu Ron's eyes flickered, wanting to kill the three Qing to eliminate future troubles. But the Wu god shook his head and stopped him, saying, "Spare them for now. These three Qing are the incarnations of the father deity's primordial spirit, possessing the merit of opening the heavens. They cannot be killed yet." Hearing this, Zhu Rong coldly snorted, saying, "Hand over the treasures and you can leave." This posture was truly... At this moment, the three Qing felt helpless. They had just obtained the top-tier innate spirit treasures, yet before they could worm them, they were snatched away. The three Qing harbored a deep desire to slay these brutes. Yet unfortunately, the situation was against them, and they could only concede. The Wu god had taken the 3 top-tier innate spirit treasures, but did not allow the three Qing to leave. His attention had turned to the Xian Huang Tower. Since they had already offended the three Qing, why not offend them thoroughly? In his view, the three Qing were not good people, thinking themselves the true orthodoxy of Pengu, yet they did not worship Pengu. Moreover, during the subsequent battle between witches and demons, the three Qing did not help their witch clan. They deserved to die. The Wu god directly said, "Laozi, hand over the Linglong Xianhuang treasure tower. This is a treasure left to us by the father deity, not something you can steal." Upon hearing this, Laozi was filled with both shock and anger, unable to endure any longer. He roared, "You are robbing us. The Xianhuang tower is my companion's spirit treasure. How can it belong to your witch clan?" The Wu god remained unmoved, sneering, "Just because you say it is yours, it is yours. I say it belongs to our witch clan. If you don't believe it, hand over the Xianhuang tower and see if it will recognize me as its master." He said this because he had obtained a method from the system. As long as he had a treasure in hand, he could directly recognize. Laozi, unaware of this, believed that the Linglong Xianhuang treasure tower was a treasure of merit, which only they three Qing could possess. Anyone else who took it would undoubtedly face backlash. Thus Laozi, filled with rage and grief, threw out the Linglong Xianhuang treasure tower. If anyone else dared to take the tower, they would surely be punished by the boundless merit contained within. However, the Wu god, having the system's means, easily received the Linglong Xianhuang treasure tower and directly severed the connection with Laozi. Laozi felt the countless years of refining suddenly severed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You are too much." Not only had he lost the previous treasures, but he had also lost his companion's spirit treasure. At this moment, Laozi felt dazed, unable to suppress his existential doubts. Could it be that they were not the true orthodoxy of Pengu, but these brutes were? Of course, the three Qing's experience was not an isolated case. The current witch clan under the leadership of the Wu god was utterly unreasonable and unrestrained. In any case, any treasure born in the primordial world belonged to their witch clan. The witch clan, led by the 12 ancestral witches, moved through the primordial world following the Dragon Han catastrophe, essentially ruling with an iron fist. The Buzhou Mountain, vast and boundless, stretches over countless light years. Here, countless powerful beings and exquisite spiritual treasures have been nurtured. It can be said that this place is the very core of the primordial world. However, this time, even Buzhou Mountain has been pierced. Although it is merely the main vein of the mountain's core area, such a massive disturbance naturally alarmed the heavenly Tao. While others traverse secretly, you, on the other hand, are not only open about it, but also specifically target the most significant areas. What are you planning? Are you intending to take Buzhou Mountain with you when you leave? Hongjun is busy merging with the Tao and has no time to care. However, the rules of the heavenly Tao manifest and automatically eliminate threats, naturally giving rise to the 9 heavens' divine thunder. At the peak of Buzhou Mountain, the thunder converges, creating a terrifying pressure. This astonishing scene directly terrified countless powerful beings on Buzhou Mountain. The thunder tore through the void, stretching endlessly. If this thunder strikes down, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would likely have their soul obliterated. The traveler who pierced through Buzhou Mountain was just an ordinary otaku in their past life, and they had never witnessed such a spectacle, nearly soiling themselves in fear. However, their system dared to directly allow them to soul traverse Buzhou Mountain, so it naturally had some confidence. The system directly issued a beginner's gift pack, generating a mysterious purple mist that isolated the heavenly Tao's perception. Above the heavens, the boundless thunder tribulation dissipated, and the traveler of Buzhou Mountain let out a sigh of relief. That was close. They almost met their end. However, the traveler who became Buzhou Mountain has now begun to harbor resentment towards the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Striking at oneself for no reason is simply villainous. The Heavenly Tao and Hongjun truly deserve to be called. Looking up at the 9 heavens, he secretly vowed, having traversed to Buzhou Mountain in this life, I shall become the Buzhou Emperor, determined to cleanse the primordial world and slay the 2 calamities of the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun. In his eyes, both the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun were villains, while he saw himself as the side of justice. However, thinking of his current situation, the Buzhou Emperor directly asked the system, how can I enhance my cultivation? The system replied, the host can open treasure chests, attract primordial powerful beings to compete for the treasures, and then devour their bodies. The system will naturally reward the host. Hearing this, the Buzhou Emperor's eyes lit up. Is it really that simple? However, without starting funds, how can he exchange for treasure chests? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a corpse of a beast at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm fall from the sky perfectly within his sensing range. Immediately, the Buzhou Emperor devoured the essence of this beast's corpse, exchanging it for a treasure chest. The chest opened and dazzling rosy light shot up into the clouds. It was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. An innate spiritual treasure is something that even a Deluo Golden Immortal may not possess. Countless powerful beings watched this scene, unable to resist the temptation and rushing into the purple mist. A brutal battle ensued, leaving behind numerous corpses of primordial powerful beings. Naturally, the Buzhou Emperor reaped incredible rewards, his cultivation skyrocketing. Having devoured so many strong beings' corpses, he directly achieved the immortal Golden Immortal Realm. The Buzhou Emperor was overjoyed, his strength was increasing too rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could contend with the Heavenly Tao and overpower Hongjun. He continuously exchanged treasure chests, constantly luring primordial powerful beings, even specifically capturing the souls of fallen strong ones and turning them into Yin spirits. Although the primordial powerful beings knew that the master of the purple mist had ill intentions, they could not resist the temptation, all wanting to be the ultimate victor. Under normal circumstances, the master of the purple mist, the Buzhou Emperor, would naturally progress smoothly, with his cultivation rising step by step. But this primordial world is not normal. There is more than one traveler. Just then, the Qin Emperor arrived at Buzhou Mountain in search of opportunities. The Qin Emperor made his way relying on the system. Not only did he have innate supreme treasures to protect him, but his cultivation also rose to the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. He gazed at the rolling purple mist of Buzhou Mountain, astonished within. From a Golden Immortal, he learned that deeper within the purple mist, innate spiritual treasures and other treasures would appear periodically. Initially, there were no dangers, but now not only were there the Yin spirits of the deceased, but also a fierce white tiger beast in the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal guarding it. Hearing this, the Qin Emperor was surprised. Buzhou Mountain, indeed transformed from panda spine, continuously produces innate spiritual treasures. Such a mysterious place, could it possess treasures at the level of innate supreme treasures? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why so many innate spiritual treasures appeared. Thinking of this, the Qin Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he licked his lips. This place must be fated to him. As for the guarding white tiger, a mere early Deluo Golden Immortal is nothing but a sickly cat. With his current strength, who below the Quasi Saint could rival him? The Qin Emperor was full of confidence, calmly stepping into the purple mist amidst the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings. The first challenge was an area where the flow of time accelerated. Any living being entering this area would have their lifespan and vitality drained. Golden Immortals are already immortal, yet they cannot stop the flow of vitality. For a regular Deluo Golden Immortal, even if they could pass this challenge, it would be a near-death experience. However, the Qin Emperor had a system. Such a minor time acceleration was easily broken. As for the subsequent Yin spirits facing the Qin Emperor, who had transformed into a golden crow, they were merely moths to a flame. In fact, the Qin Emperor didn't even need to make a move with the solar true fire on him, turned countless Yin spirits to ashes. At that moment, a fierce white tiger pounced. The terrifying murderous aura was unparalleled, capable of causing even a Golden Immortal to lose their composure and turn into a machine that only knows slaughter. This was not the white tiger of later generations, but a fierce beast inheriting the chaotic demonic energy. Yet the Qin Emperor's expression was mocking. Facing the charging beast, he merely pointed. In an instant, a terrifying golden light pierced through the fierce beast's brow, annihilating it. With a single strike, he obliterated a powerful fierce beast at the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. The Qin Emperor didn't care at all. He believed that as long as Hongjun did not intervene, no one could rival him. The opportunities here were his for the taking. Deep within the purple mist, the Buzhou Emperor was immediately dismayed. A powerful being at the Deluo Golden Immortal realm had arrived. Even the fierce beast white tiger had been obliterated with a single finger. It was feared that this was no ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal, but at least a later-stage one. Could it be those 2 mixed-feathered birds from the Sun Star? If it were before, he might have been worried, but now what does it matter if it's a Deluo Golden Immortal? He had just opened a treasure chest that contained a peak Deluo Golden Immortal magic vine. In the current primordial world, aside from Hongjun, there should be no peak Deluo Golden Immortal. The Buzhou Emperor was full of anticipation, not knowing how he would proceed with the calamity of the witch and demon if he devoured the essence of this golden crow. The Qin Emperor, having slain the white tiger fierce beast, looked on disdainfully. But at that moment, a terrifying demonic energy surged up, attacking the Qin Emperor. It was indeed the Buzhou Emperor's trump card, a Pique de Luo golden immortal magic vine said to have once been a subordinate of the slaughtered demon god. The Qin Emperor sensed the aura of the demon vine and was taken aback, his expression grave. It was actually at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, surpassing him by one minor level. At this moment, it was quite unusual for such a powerful demon to exist in the primordial world. Could it be that the changes he made to the situation in the primordial world had caused this? However, at this point the Qin Emperor had no time to think further and directly summoned the innate treasure, the Demon Slayer sword, rewarded by the system. Each slash of the Demon Slayer sword could distort space. One must understand that this was the primordial world where space was incredibly solid, yet it was still forcibly twisted. Such a method could not be resisted by an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. In an instant, a battle broke out between the lone figure and the beast in this area, the terrifying aura causing the powerhouses beyond the purple mist to change their expression slightly. Such overwhelming power could easily annihilate them. Could it be that the so-called Lord of the Purple Mist had appeared? The Qin Emperor was unaware of the speculations of other powerhouses. Even though he was at a lower minor level than the Demon Vine, he still pressed forward against it. In just a moment, the Demon Vine had sustained severe injuries to its essence. It understood that if this continued, it would inevitably perish. Though the Demon Vine had been released from the treasure box by the unyielding Emperor, it had not truly recognized him as its master and would not fight to the death. It immediately sought help from the unyielding Emperor, but received no response at all. Seeing this, the Demon Vine was filled with a mix of shock and anger, giving rise to resentment. Was it possible that it was merely a disposable pawn like those souls? However, this time it was mistaken. It was not that the unyielding Emperor did not want to save it, but rather that he was truly incapable of doing so. The unyielding Emperor's current cultivation was only at the early stage of Great Luo. Without an innate treasure, how could he dare intervene? He was filled with doubt. How could this golden crow possess an innate treasure? Wasn't it said that only Tai had an innate treasure, and it was the Chaos Clock? Could it be that the heavenly Tao had bestowed this innate treasure upon the golden crow to specifically test him? The unyielding Emperor hurriedly inquired of the system, what is going on? Why does that guy have an innate treasure sword? Unknown situation detected. It may be due to the host altering the storyline of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the Demon Vine, who had not received a response for so long, was filled with hidden resentment. Could it be that the unyielding Emperor merely regarded it as a disposable servant? Its eyes gleamed with malice as a tendril of the Demon Vine self-destructed, forcing the Qin Emperor back, then transforming into a wisp of black mist, escaping swiftly. Indeed, it had directly fled the purple mist region, vanishing without a trace. With the obstruction of the Demon Vine gone, the Qin Emperor easily obtained this treasure, a top-tier spiritual herb capable of replenishing innate essence. However, after acquiring the spiritual herb, the Qin Emperor did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked around with keen interest, his spiritual sense meticulously scanning the area. There must be something special about a place that could nurture so many spiritual items. He searched without the slightest impatience. At first, the unyielding Emperor hadn't taken it seriously, but after 100 years, the Qin Emperor had still not given up. Moreover, the Qin Emperor was getting closer to his vicinity. If that happened, he would naturally uncover the anomaly, and then he would be in trouble. There was no choice but to consult the system. This was an unchanging truth through the ages. The unyielding Emperor hurriedly asked system, what should I do? It seems that this guy has set his sights on me. He, a dignified Transmigrator, could he really be pressured to death by a mere native? For a moment, the unyielding Emperor cursed the Qin Emperor countless times in his heart. System, please exchange for a treasure chest, or perhaps you can obtain something useful. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained a ginseng fruit. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ding. Congratulations, you. Watching his essence points being consumed little by little, the unyielding Emperor's expression grew increasingly bleak. It was not that there were no good items, but rather that there were none that he needed. However, just as his essence points were about to be exhausted, a treasure chest finally opened to reveal something extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained a Quasi-Saint experience card valid for 1 minute. Upon hearing this, the unyielding Emperor was overjoyed. 1 minute was already enough. Even without an innate treasure, he was confident in being able to subdue this three-legged golden crow. Without the slightest hesitation, the unyielding Emperor activated the Quasi-Saint experience card. In an instant, a vast pressure spread throughout the area, and the unyielding Emperor directly conjured an avatar. However, even an avatar was not something an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal could contend with. With limited time, the unyielding Emperor charged toward the Qin Emperor, intent not only on slaying him, but also on seizing his innate treasure. The Qin Emperor, who had been meticulously searching, had already considered giving up. At this moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area. A Quasi-Saint. The Qin Emperor was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. How could there be a Quasi-Saint at this time? Hongjun had not yet begun his teachings, so there should not be a Quasi-Saint at this moment. Could it be an ancient primordial golden immortal left behind? Before he could ponder further, the Quasi-Saint had already arrived, filled with murderous intent, clearly intent on killing him. The Qin Emperor gazed at the youth before him, his expression darkening. He summoned the Demon Slayer sword, unleashing his strongest power. Each attack of his could twist space. However, the Quasi-Saint was terrifyingly powerful, and each of his attacks directly tore through space. If not for the fact that the unyielding emperor was unable to fully wield the power of a Quasi-Saint, the Qin Emperor would have likely been slain on the spot. The Qin Emperor's face soured, and he began to feel the urge to retreat. His current strength was still somewhat inadequate against a Quasi-Saint, making it difficult for him to protect himself. At the same time, the unyielding emperor was also anxious. He had not expected this golden crow, who was merely at the late stage of Great Luo, to be so difficult to kill. Indeed, as the future leader of the demon race, its strength was terrifyingly formidable. However, his experience card was only valid for 1 minute. After 1 minute, he would revert to his original form. Thinking of this, the unyielding emperor deliberately revealed a flaw. Seeing this, the Qin Emperor was overjoyed and immediately took the opportunity to escape. He had already realized that this youth was undoubtedly the so-called Lord of the Purple Mist, whose power was shockingly formidable. However, he had never heard of this person, clearly having perished before he could gain fame. Perhaps after Hongjun's teachings, a powerful figure would come to slay this person. He harbored hidden resentment. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. Once he raised his cultivation to Quasi-Saint, he would return to kill this person and seize the opportunities here. The unyielding emperor, seeing the Qin Emperor flee, also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. However, once he advanced to Quasi-Saint, he would send out an avatar to slay this mixed-feathered bird. With Hongjun yet to begin his teachings, he was confident of advancing to Quasi-Saint before the teachings concluded. With this in mind, the unyielding emperor prepared to release the treasures he had drawn earlier to attract powerful figures to compete for them. The best treasure he had drawn previously was an ancient tea of enlightenment made from chaotic spiritual roots. After placing the tea in the center of the purple mist, the unyielding emperor set up lava thorns around the area. These lava thorns were perilous even for a Great Luo golden immortal. Crossing them would be a near-death experience. Moreover, each person could only pick 1 leaf at a time. With this in place, he believed he would soon acquire a vast amount of essence. Once the ancient tea of enlightenment was planted, it immediately erupted with brilliant divine light, attracting the attention of countless powerhouses. Countless powerhouses were eager to try their spirits lifted. It was evident this was a top-tier divine item released by the Lord of the Purple Mist, far exceeding previous offerings. The divine light emitted by the treasure was enough to clear their minds just by gazing at it from a distance. The unyielding emperor's expression was also filled with confidence. He believed no one could resist the allure of the ancient tea of enlightenment. However, while countless powerful beings were eager to try, a series of overwhelming auras descended upon the location. One by one, burly men with imposing auras appeared. Countless powerful beings changed their expressions at the sight. The Wu Clan. The Wu Clan was notoriously aggressive. Anything they set their sights on would be taken without regard for its origin. If one dared to speak back, they would be killed and roasted for a meal. In an instant, many powerful beings that had previously been eager to try halted their steps. The Wu Clan was not to be trifled with. Each of the 12 ancestors of Wu was at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, terrifyingly powerful and utterly unreasonable. The Pollution God and the 12 ancestor witches entered the purple mist, truly unstoppable and invincible. The scheme set by the unperishable emperor had been largely unraveled by the Qin Emperor, allowing the Wu Clan to traverse almost unimpeded. In the center of the purple mist, the unperishable emperor looked at the Tao awakening ancient tea he had just planted, his face turning ashen. Damn it, just scared off a wolf, and now a pack of tigers has arrived. The 12 ancestor witches, each a pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, approached with overwhelming momentum. How could he contend with them? Moreover, he had exhausted all his points, leaving him with no chance to open treasure chests. System, what should I do? The 12 ancestor witches are coming in full force, and it's clear they're not to be trifled with. The unperishable emperor spoke with a constrained expression, harboring resentment. The plot of the Primordial Era seemed entirely altered by him, leaving him at a loss. Yet, he was unwilling to part with the Tao awakening ancient tea for nothing. This was a chaos spiritual root, not an ordinary spiritual root. Given the strength of the Wu Clan, they would likely come and directly uproot his spiritual root. System, what should I do? The unperishable emperor hurriedly asked his system. The system replied, the host could try to persuade the Wu Clan, perhaps you could gain their favor. Hearing this, the unperishable emperor's eyes lit up. Right, I am a traveler, could I not manage a group of natives? In the novels I've read, those travelers easily astonished these savages. With this thought, the unperishable emperor calmed down and quietly awaited the arrival of the Wu Clan. Soon the members of the Wu Clan arrived at the center of the purple mist. When they saw the avatar of the unperishable emperor, they were puzzled, wondering if this person was the master of the purple. Jerome, known for his fiery temper, charged forward and shouted, "You master of the purple mist have the audacity to slaughter the Qilin clan, not knowing they are Wu Clan's younger brothers." Due to the presence of the pollution god, the Qilin clan, once a dominant force in the Primordial Era, had now allied with the Wu Clan. The 12 ancestor witches had come together because the Qilin clan's experts had reported to them. At this moment, an old Qilin who had been following the Wu clan hurriedly said, Lord Zhirong, this is indeed the master of the purple mist. He has released various treasures to entice many powerful beings to fight harboring malice, and even refining members of our Qilin clan into ean spirits. Upon hearing this, the unperishable emperor's eyes flashed coldly, but recalling his plans, he shook his head and smiled. If I released treasures, you could entirely ignore them. If not for your own greed, how would you have perished here? Moreover, my lord merely set up barriers and never obstructed you from claiming treasures. How can this be deemed malicious? Emperor Jiang and the other ancestor witches exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating this reasoning. Though the master of the purple mist harbored ill intentions, it was indeed the Qilin clan that brought this upon themselves. Seeing the expressions of the Wu clan, the unperishable emperor immediately adopted a mysterious demeanor and said, All I do is for the sake of all beings in the Primordial Era. You Wu clan, though powerful, do not know that a great calamity is approaching you. Zhirong immediately retorted with fury, Shut your mouth. My Wu clan is invincible, who could destroy us? The other ancestor witches also wore grim expressions. Unless the unperishable emperor provided a reasonable explanation, they would tear him apart. The unperishable emperor remained unfazed, having long anticipated the reactions of the ancestor witches. He slowly said, Though the Wu clan is formidable, it is precisely because of your overwhelming strength that you attract the jealousy of heaven, and your clan will inevitably face extinction. He did not elaborate, subtly hinting to keep the 12 ancestor witches in suspense. Only in this way could he make the Wu clan revere him as a deity, allowing him to control them, and even make them. Under normal circumstances, this could indeed be achieved. However, at this moment, the Wu clan also had a traveler impervious to the unperishable emperor's aura. The pollution god had noticed the Tao awakening ancient tea tree behind the unperishable emperor as soon as he entered. Though he lacked a nascent soul, his instincts told him this object was extraordinary. The system's prompt further shocked him, making it difficult to calm his heart. Host, this item is a chaos spiritual root. You must definitely acquire it. System, how could there be chaos spiritual roots in the Primordial Era? The pollution god hurriedly inquired. The system replied, It could be a remnant of the chaos demon god, which fell into the Primordial Era after Panga killed it. Most chaos demon gods possessed chaos spiritual treasures, so it's not surprising they would have chaos spiritual roots. Understanding this, the pollution god suddenly realized. Since it was left by the chaos demon god slain by Pangu, it was naturally a legacy of their Wu clan. Immediately the pollution god spoke up, Esteemed ancestor witches, this item is a chaos spiritual root left to us by the father god. How could this person lay his hands on it? Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestor witches grinned. Was this not a legacy of their Wu clan? Instantly their fierce gazes locked onto the unperishable emperor. The unperishable emperor's expression changed slightly. Why was this not developing as he had anticipated? He hurriedly asked, Don't you want to know how the Wu clan can avoid this killing tribulation? Don't you want to know who aims to annihilate your Wu clan? The pollution god coldly laughed. Isn't it the heavenly Tao? My Wu clan fears no challenge. We will eventually destroy that heavenly Tao. He spoke directly, unafraid of the heavenly Tao's awareness, as he had the system shielding him. Upon hearing this, the Wu clan members were immediately influenced by the pollution god, charging fiercely towards the unperishable emperor. The unperishable emperor's face turned ashen. How could the Wu clan behave this way? Recklessly and without restraint, they dared to disregard even the heavenly Tao. Although the lava thorns were terrifying, each of the 12 ancestor witches was comparable to the great Luo golden immortal, and under the influence of the pollution god, had astonishing defensive power. The lava thorns, which could cause the downfall of a great Luo golden immortal, merely left superficial wounds on the 12 ancestor witches. Seeing this, the unperishable emperor hurriedly inquired of the system, What should I do? What should I do? He panicked completely. Given the momentum of the Wu clan, they were clearly intent on killing him. The unperishable emperor's system was also somewhat bewildered at this moment. Has the Wu clan gone abnormal? It immediately suggested, I advise the host to temporarily abandon this purple mist forbidden zone, establish a forbidden zone elsewhere, and gather essence. Alright. The unperishable emperor hurriedly replied. The treasure chest system said, establishing a new forbidden zone requires 100 million points. This system can lend you credit, but you must repay it quickly. 100 million points. Even with all his efforts, he had never reached that number. After all, collecting a great Luo golden immortal only yielded 1,000,000 points. At this moment, the unperishable emperor had no other choice but to rely on the system. Looking at the aggressive Wu clan members, he said with a fierce expression, Wait for me, I will return. After speaking, his form dissipated along with the Tao awakening ancient tea tree. Of course, the unperishable emperor's true body remained here. He believed these savages would not discover his true form since they did not cultivate a nascent soul. As long as he gathered enough essence in the new forbidden zone, he would eventually cultivate to the quasi-saint level. At that time, he would ensure that these savages would have no place to bury their dead. The Wu clan members gnashed their teeth in anger as they watched the unperishable emperor disappear. The chaos spiritual root might be the most precious treasure in the Primordial Era. Even if they couldn't use it, they couldn't just let this master of the purple mist have it for free. The pollution god issued a command: anyone who could provide information about the master of the purple mist would be a friend of the Wu clan and receive a top-grade innate spiritual treasure for free. Meanwhile, in the far west, the unperishable emperor, who had just established a new forbidden zone, was so enraged upon hearing the news that he spat blood. The Wu clan is being too overbearing. However, this time he would not easily reveal himself again. The current forbidden zone was a chaotic sea of thunder, home to countless thunder beasts. As time passed, once his essence was sufficient, there would be a chance to nurture a thunder lord within this chaotic sea of thunder, comparable to a quasi-saint existence. After a Yuan meeting in the Zishu Palace, the figure of Hongjun reappeared. His aura was even more ethereal. At this moment, he was not only in harmony with the Tao, but had completely refined it. He was the Tao, and the Tao was him. A deep and unfathomable smile appeared on Hongjun's face. During the time of a Yuan meeting, the number of traversers in the primordial world increased significantly. Hongjun was not angry, but pleased. The more traversers there were, the stronger his primordial source would become. However, he still needed to be cautious to prevent these traversers from escaping with the primordial source. Although he was confident in destroying the systems that would also severely injure him, so it was better to first exhaust the sources. Then he had a thought, and a series of Tao rules were set up as firewalls in the primordial barrier, allowing entry but forbidding exit. This was naturally to intercept the systems attempting to escape. After completing all this, Hongjun's voice echoed throughout the entire primordial world. High above the 9 clouds, the map bears the true path. Beyond the cosmic mysteries, I shall be the esteemed teacher. Panga gave birth to the Taiji, the 2E, and 4 symbols follow. Leader of the Xuanmen, 1 Qi transforms, and I am Hongjun, now a saint. Feeling the suffering of all beings seeking the Tao 1,000 years later in the Zishu Palace, beyond the 33 heavens, I shall expound the great Tao. Those with fate may come to listen. This indifferent voice instantly spread to every corner of the primordial world. At the same time, a flash of pressure belonging to the saints fleetingly appeared. Although the saints' pressure was brief, it left countless beings in the primordial world pale with fear. They seemed to feel as if they were as weak as ants. The faces of the 3 pure ones were shocked. A saint? Could it be the realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal? Tongtian, with a yearning expression, said, such powerful pressure, Hongjun ancestor. Could it be the one who exterminated the demon ancestor Luo Hu? Yuanshur nodded, saying that should be correct. The saint is preaching, we must go. Indeed, as long as we can worship under the saint, that small Wu clan will surely be dealt with. Losing the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth was an eternal pain in his heart. A clear and beautiful mountain stream. The Qin Emperor slowly opened his eyes. After a year of hard cultivation during the Yuan meeting, his cultivation was still at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Too slow a progressing step by step, he feared that by the end of the calamity of the Wu and Yao he would not be able to break through to the quasi-saint level and needed to seek opportunities. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure directly bore down on the Qin Emperor, who had just stood up. He fell back onto the ground, his face pale. It was the saint's pressure released by Hongjun, and these traversers were naturally the objects of his special care. Recovering his composure, the Qin Emperor's face turned red with anger. How dare you, Hongjun, release such terrifying pressure just to deliver a message? It's simply outrageous. Fortunately, no one saw that scene just now, or I would have been humiliated. As a traverser of great standing, being oppressed by a native like Hongjun was intolerable. However, after calming down, the Qin Emperor felt a lingering fear. Is this the power of a saint? It's simply terrifying. Just a trace of pressure left him unable to resist. But thinking that he was only a latest-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, the Qin Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had a system, and sooner or later, he would attain the Tao of Hunyuan. By that time, even Hongjun would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Of course, the Qin Emperor's reaction was similar to that of most traversers. On the Sun Star, Tai wore a similar expression. Hongjun was merely a puppet of the Tao. When the primordial world was destroyed, Hongjun would not escape death. It's a pity that I was born too late, otherwise whether Hongjun could become a saint would be questionable. However, with the system in hand, one day, I will defeat Hongjun and restore clarity to the primordial world. In another corner of the Sun Star, Emperor Jun also heard Hongjun's voice. At this moment, he had once again repaired the essence of the Golden Crow with the help of the system and advanced to the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, just thinking about Tai's betrayal made Emperor Jun unable to feel joy. Hearing Hongjun's voice, he couldn't help but roar in his heart, heaven's Tao and Hongjun will eventually be overthrown. Of course, those listening to the Tao were all eager, soaring directly into the chaos. In the chaos, chaotic energies raged, and even a great Luo Golden Immortal pulled into it would be in great danger. But this did not stop the beings seeking the Tao. Some Tai Golden Immortals even forcibly entered the chaos, relying on powerful spiritual treasures. This scene further delighted many beings. However, if a Tai Golden Immortal enters the chaos without high-quality spiritual treasures, being caught in the chaotic currents would mean certain death. Even with high-quality spiritual treasures, if targeted by a great Luo, it would also be a dead end. In the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestor witches gathered together. However, their gazes were directed toward a great witch. This great witch was naturally the Traverser, the pollution god. Relying on the system, he was in command of the Wu clan, able to summon wind and rain. The pollution god spoke confidently that Hongjun's preaching is merely a scheme. It is of no use to our Wu clan. Now with all the powerful beings in the primordial world going to the chaos to seek the Zishu Palace, it is a great opportunity for our Wu clan. What great opportunity? Zhu Meng asked curiously. Hongjun's teachings will surely elevate the cultivation of those primordial beings, which is greatly unfavorable to our Wu clan. The other ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Seeing the many ancestor witches looking at him with curiosity, the pollution god proudly said, "Dear ancestors, if all the powerful beings of the primordial world have gone to the Zishu Palace to listen to the Tao, isn't their cave empty?" The ancestor witches quickly nodded in agreement. The pollution god continued, "Isn't this just right? Their territories are unguarded and we can take their treasures back." After the Earth Mother heard this, her expression changed slightly. "Isn't this stealing?" The pollution god rebutted immediately, "This argument is flawed. The primordial world was opened up by Father Pangu. Everything in the primordial world belongs to us, the descendants of Pangu. How can it be considered stealing? At most it is merely taking back what belongs to us." The Earth Mother still felt it was somewhat inappropriate. However, upon hearing this, Yu Rong and the other ancestor witches' eyes lit up and they slapped the table. "Wonderful. The pollution god is indeed the sage of our Wu clan. That's right, we must take back all the treasures that Father Panga left for us." As they spoke, the many ancestor witches were already eager to try. Meanwhile, the Earth Mother was unwilling, as she was inherently kind and upright, always feeling that this was not quite right. Unfortunately, the other ancestor witches completely ignored the Earth Mother's advice, wearing expressions of righteousness, which made the Earth Mother feel a headache. In the end, only the Earth Mother went to the Zishu Palace alone, while the other ancestor witches of the Wu clan sharpened their knives, planning to raid the nests of the primordial powerful beings. Of course, the reason the Earth Mother was not influenced by the pollution god system was not that she was the strongest, but as Ho-Tu entered the chaos, he immediately noticed a figure. Sensing the faint aura of the Wu clan, Ho-Tu understood that this was a fellow clansman. However, this Wu clansman was merely an ordinary battle Wu equivalent to the strength of a golden immortal. Such strength in the chaos was akin to seeking death. Seeing this, Ho-Tu quickly approached the battle Wu, enveloping him with pure earthen Wu power to prevent him from being eroded by the chaotic energy. The battle Wu immediately recognized Ho-Tu as a primordial Wu. Being a member of the Ho-Tu tribe, he certainly wouldn't. At once the battle Wu bowed and said, "Qinlang pays respects to ancestor Ho-Tu." Hearing this, Ho-Tu frowned and replied, "You a mere battle Wu dare to enter the chaos. Do you not know how perilous it is?" Qinlang smiled and said, "The sages speak of the Tao, and as a junior, I naturally do not wish to miss it. We the seekers of the Tao must forge ahead through hardships, even if it means facing death." After hearing the Tao, of course, he did not genuinely wish to court death, rather it was because the system had issued a task that required him to break the door of the Zishu Palace. Moreover, he also possessed protective means granted by the system, otherwise he would not dare to enter the chaos. If it weren't for the influence of the system of the filthy god, Ho-Tu would not have doubted Qinlang's words and would have regarded him with newfound respect. However, due to the influence of the filthy god system, which countered Qinlang's own system, Ho-Tu directly inquired, "Our Wu clan does not possess a nascent soul. What Tao do you seek? You a battle Wu entering the chaos, are you not courting death?" Seeking the Tao refers to cultivators with a nascent soul comprehending the great Tao, while their Wu clan has no nascent soul. To increase strength, wouldn't it suffice to consume powerful beasts? Upon hearing this, Qinlang was momentarily taken aback. Could he tell Ho-Tu that he was actually a transmigrator with a nascent soul? Fortunately, Ho-Tu did not dwell on it further and led Qinlang to search for the Zishu Palace. Without mentioning the myriad beings of the Primordial Era, after Hongjun transmitted the message to them, he left the Zishu Palace and arrived at the peak of Yujing Mountain. He remembered that there were 2 chaotic stubborn stones here, which would later become the Haotian Yaoqi. Haotian was also one of the best candidates for transmigration. Fortunately, at this time no transmigrator had yet become the Haotian Yaoqi. After all, it was unlikely that any transmigrator would be willing to serve as his attendant. Hongjun extended his hand and 2 streams of light swirled before merging into the chaotic stubborn stones. The next moment 2 small figures materialized. They were 2 exquisitely carved boys with big twinkling eyes appearing quite adorable. Upon taking form, they possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, having a solid foundation. The 2 quickly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, honored one, for your guidance." Hongjun nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well. You shall be named Haotian, and you shall be named Yaoqi. From today onward you are the attendants of my Zishu Palace." Seeing this, Haotian and Yaoqi quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for bestowing names, honored one." Hongjun thought for a moment, waved his hand, and bestowed the Haotian Tower, Haotian Mirror, and Haotian Sword to Haotian, while giving the 8 scenic carriage gathering immortals flag and destroying god hairpin to Yaoqi. These treasures were merely top-grade innate spiritual treasures, but they were sufficient for the 2 of them. After receiving the treasures, they naturally expressed their gratitude repeatedly, their hearts filled with joy. As innate beings, they were born with knowledge. Although they were enlightened by Hongjun, they understood the concept of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Generally, a great Luo golden immortal would be considered exceptionally fortunate to possess even one inferior innate spiritual treasure. Yet these 2 small attendants, upon just taking form, possessed 3 treasures. Who knows how many powerful beings would envy them if this were to spread. Subsequently, Hongjun used his great powers to lift the Zishu Palace and moved it into the chaos. The chaos was vast and boundless. He placed the Zishu Palace in a space within the chaos not far from the primordial world. Of course, not far was relative to the saints. To ordinary beings, that distance was countless light-years, an insurmountable gap. Upon the Zishu Palace, mysterious Tao rhythms flowed, ensuring that the primordial powerhouses would have no trouble finding it. In the span of a millennium, countless powerful beings entered the chaos, yet only about 3,000 could safely locate the Zishu Palace. These would later be known as the 3,000 Great Powers of the Zishu Palace. However, at this moment the doors of the Zishu Palace were tightly closed, and the 3,000 Great Powers dared not disrupt it, patiently waiting. The Qin Emperor was the first to find the Zishu Palace. Although he held contempt for Hongjun, he also bore an expression of anticipation. He knew that Hongjun spoke of the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the aid of the system, he believed that after hearing the teachings, he would be able to break through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Following closely were Minghe and Kuan-Peng. Minghe, an old recluse for countless years, rushed over without hesitation upon hearing that a saint was giving a lecture. As for Kuan-Peng, he happened to encounter them on the way. Then Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun, and other great powers of the great Luo Golden Immortal arrived one after another. The three pure ones, however, were a bit late. They had lost several excellent innate spiritual treasures, and the heaven and earth Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda to the Wu clan, requiring quite a bit of effort to find this place. Upon seeing so many great powers had arrived before them at the Zishu Palace, the hearts of the three pure ones filled with even more resentment towards the Wu clan. Tong Tian secretly transmitted a message saying, "Elder brother, do not be too angry. The Wu clan, a bunch of barbarians who do not cultivate the nascent soul, cannot amount to much. We will settle that score sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Laozi's expression calmed down a bit, and he greeted everyone. Just at that moment, a young man clad in a golden crow robe stepped forward. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, looking towards the Qin Emperor. After all, the Qin Emperor was also in a golden crow robe. Did these two great Luo Golden Immortals have some connection? Their auras seemed to originate from the same source. The newcomer was naturally Tai. Tai looked at the Qin Emperor, and his expression changed, filled with suspicion. What the hell is this? Dijun was devoured by me, so how could another golden crow suddenly appear? Could it be a scheme of the Heavenly Tao? Tai's heart darkened. Was the Heavenly Tao attempting to put things back on track? He calculated inwardly, since he had never seen this golden crow, why not recruit him as a subordinate? To be honest, when he learned that all 12 ancestors of the Wu clan were great Luo Golden Immortal perfected, he felt a bit uneasy. At this start, the Wu clan was dominant, and a single ancestor could sweep through them. It was rumored that the Lord of the Purple Mist, who seemed to be a quasi-saint, had also been driven away by the Wu clan. Although he thought it impossible for it to be a quasi-saint, it still indicated the might of the Wu clan. If he could recruit this newly emerged golden crow, it would be quite beneficial. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Qin Emperor's thoughts were quite similar to his own, but the Qin Emperor intended to devour him. In the eyes of the Qin Emperor, friends and brothers were all unreliable. Only by being powerful could one face any challenge without fear. Just as Tai was about to step forward to acknowledge kinship, another figure stepped into the void. This figure was also clad in a golden crow robe, exuding unmatched dominance. The moment Dijun saw Tai, his expression changed in an instant, a killing intent pervading the air without concealment. He could never forget the moment he was betrayed by his own brother. And the Qin Emperor further enraged him as he immediately guessed that this person had seized the origin of both himself and Tai, becoming the third golden crow. The other two golden crows were both his enemies. Considering his current cultivation, Dijun felt a bit more at ease. With the system's assistance, he had already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal in just a short period of a Yuan meeting. Moreover, he could already unleash a trace of the Chaos Pearl's power, and he was confident he could eliminate the two of them. Looking at Tai, a cold gleam flickered in Dijun's eyes as he directly charged at Tai. Tai was still puzzled whether this sudden appearance of Dijun was a resurrection by the Heavenly Tao or an accidental birth when he saw Dijun charging straight at him. He quickly understood that Dijun had been resurrected by the Heavenly Tao. But so what? Even if resurrected Dijun was merely delivering the Golden Crow origin to himself. Tai smirked, cruelly mocking, "You overestimate yourself." Although they were both at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Qiankuan sword. What right did Dijun have to compete with him? In an instant the two clashed together, stirring up boundless chaotic turbulence. Countless powerful beings hurriedly avoided the area, fearing to be caught in the aftermath of their battle. Their expressions were serious. The strength of these two golden crows was formidable, and any one of them seemed capable of overpowering them. The only consolation was that for some reason these two golden crows held deep animosity towards each other. Meanwhile, the Qin Emperor, witnessing the scene, was also astonished. What the hell was going on? He had thought these two golden crows were resurrected by the Heavenly Tao specifically to deal with him, only to find out they were fighting among themselves. Could it be that his protagonist aura was so powerful? The Qin Emperor maliciously speculated about these two fools. As long as they both suffered great losses, it would be his opportunity to devour them. With a sneer in his heart, the Qin Emperor watched from the sidelines, waiting for Tai and Dijun to settle their score. At this moment, Dijun was increasingly astonished. How could Tai's strength be so formidable? Moreover, Tai's treasure was not the chaos bell, but a divine sword of innate supreme treasure level. What on earth was this primal chaos? Where was the bell? Where did such a large bell go? Holding the innate supreme treasure Qianquan sword, Tai's every attack could disrupt the chaotic turbulence. Although Dijun was protected by the chaos pearl, he dared not take it hidden. After several futile attempts at attacks, he realized that without unleashing the true power of the chaos pearl, victory was unattainable. However, once he activated the true power of the chaos pearl, he feared that other powerful beings would set their sights on him. A chaos spiritual treasure could easily catch even Hongjun's attention. With a mocking look, Tai said, "Trash, do you think you can take revenge? Just because you achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal, do you think you can escape your fate?" As he spoke, the Qianquan sword in Tai's hand gleamed astonishingly, tearing through the chaos. Dijun's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. But how could a mere top-grade innate spiritual treasure compete with his innate supreme treasure? Hearing this, Dijun's expression turned cold. He made up his mind to use the chaos pearl. He was a transmigrator, and with the system at his disposal, how could he be defeated by a mere native? Looking at the increasingly threatening Tai, Dijun coldly snorted, "You don't know when to give up." As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent white pearl above his head emitted chaotic spiritual light, stabilizing the chaotic turbulence. Countless powerful beings were shocked at this sight. Oh, what kind of treasure was this? To be able to stabilize even the chaotic turbulence, it was at least of innate supreme treasure level. The three clear ones and others widened their eyes, exchanging incredulous glances. Could it be the legendary Chaos Pearl? The Chaos Pearl. The one that the Heavenly Tao escaped. What merit does this person have to possess the Chaos Pearl? Countless powerful beings were astonished, while Tai and the Qin Emperor were filled with mixed emotions. They never expected that the Heavenly Tao would grant such a treasure to Dijun. Indeed, in their view, only the Heavenly Tao could locate the Chaos Pearl, and Dijun's possession of it must be because he was a transmigrator, with the Heavenly Tao giving it to him to suppress himself. Tai had no time to react before he was drawn into the chaotic space inside the Chaos Pearl. This chaotic space, while not comparable to true chaos, was still boundless. Under Dijun's control, boundless chaotic power suppressed Tai. Even though he possessed an innate supreme treasure, he was almost completely unable to resist at this moment. Seeing this, Dijun's face showed a look of fury as he said, "Tai, why did you try to assassinate me back then?" Tai. At this moment, Tai was busy communicating with the system, having no time to pay attention to Dijun. He understood that if things went wrong today, he might meet his end. Dijun, seeing this, thought Tai had no face to respond and resentfully said, "I treated you like a brother, even supplementing my origin to you. Unexpectedly, you wanted to kill me the moment you were born. Do you have a wolf's heart? Is your heart black?" Dijun looked manic, clearly shocked by Tai's actions. Upon hearing this, Tai coldly replied, "Did you not think of that when you devoured my origin back then? Don't think just because I hadn't been born that I couldn't sense my origin being taken away for a while. Devouring your origin." Dijun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. He hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me, it was another who devoured our origins. Right, it was the other golden crow outside. At that time both of us hadn't been born yet and were devoured by a powerful being. If it weren't for my extraordinary means, we would have perished back then." Hearing this, Tai raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Dijun's words were somewhat absurd, he thought of the golden crow outside that shared their origin. He felt that Dijun probably wasn't deceiving him. Could it be that the golden crow was created by the Heavenly Tao to suppress him, the Transmigrator? In other words, the one who devoured his origin back then was that golden crow, and he had wronged his elder brother Dijun. Even his chaos spell might have been taken away by that person. Immediately, Tai hurriedly said, "Elder brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I thought you were going to harm me, which is why I had to strike first." As he spoke, Tai squeezed out 2 lines of clear tears, wearing a look of regret. Of course, he hadn't truly realized his mistake. He only wanted to escape temporarily. Once inside the Chaos Pearl, he could not escape unless Dijun allowed it. Dijun saw this, his expression complex. Watching Tai's performance, he shook his head and said, "Do you think I can still trust you?" Tai cursed inwardly at the foolishness, but put on a very regretful expression, saying, "Elder brother, I truly know I was wrong. It's all that thief's fault for stealing our golden crow origin, which led us to harm each other." Dijun sighed internally and ultimately decided to spare Tai's life. After all, he was his own brother, and hadn't truly betrayed him, he could understand. However, he did not intend to let Tai off easily and coldly stated, "You nearly killed me last time, how could I dare to I want you to swear to the Tao as soon as you go out. If you betray me, your soul shall scatter and you shall never be reborn." Upon hearing this, Tai was not surprised, but rather delighted. This oath was indeed quite poisonous. But he was a transmigrator with a system, how could such an oath bind him? At once Tai swore to the Tao right in front of Dijun. Hearing this, Dijun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, the two discussed how to deal with the Qin Emperor before leaving the Chaos Pearl. As Tai and Dijun left the Chaos Pearl world, they returned to the front of the Zishu Palace. At this moment, the two appeared utterly wretched, their breaths faint, resembling two who had suffered a grievous battle on the verge of collapse. Of course, this was all an act meant to draw the attention of the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor had previously devoured their essence, and if they were to appear gravely injured, he would surely not miss this opportunity. Indeed, it was not just the Qin Emperor, other powerful beings also itched to make a move. These two golden crows possessed not only innate supreme treasures, but also chaos spiritual treasures. Such temptation who could resist? Even the three pure ones exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. They had lost many treasures last time, making it nearly impossible to hold their heads high before the many powerful beings of the primordial world. However, before the three had made up their minds, they saw the Qin Emperor's cruel expression as he attacked Dijuan. The Qin Emperor had intended to devour the two. Now that they appeared gravely injured, he would surely not hesitate. What of the heavenly Tao? Even if he were to revive these two, it would only be to provide him with experience points. The onlookers were astonished at this turn of events. Why would the Qin Emperor, who shared a source with the two golden crows, seek to profit from their misfortune? Did they inherently possess cold hearts, preferring to harm their own kin? At this thought, many powerful beings regarded the three golden crows with wariness. The speed of the Qin Emperor was akin to teleportation, making it impossible for even a great Luo golden immortal to react in time. He was confident he could extinguish Dijuan with a single strike. Yet what he did not know was that Dijuan was waiting for this very moment. At the moment the Qin Emperor attacked, a mocking expression appeared on his face as he activated the Chaos Pearl. When the Qin Emperor saw the mocking expression on Dijuan's face, he sensed something was amiss. However, there was no time to react, and suddenly everything went dark as he was pulled inside the Chaos Pearl. Dijuan and Tai were staring at the Qin Emperor with sinister smiles, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. The Qin Emperor realized he had fallen into a trap. These two had definitely set a trap, just waiting for him to fall into it. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Good scheme to be able to lure me in. But do you think this is enough to control me?" Of course, despite his bravado, the Qin Emperor quickly inquired of the system. The innate supreme treasure, the slaughter, which sword continuously slashed, cutting through the incoming chaos turbulence. Yet he understood that continuing in this manner was not a solution. He needed to counter the chaos turbulence, while Dijuan and Tai rested, making time increasingly unfavorable for him. Fortunately, the system's response granted the Qin Emperor some leverage. The system said, "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, confront Dijuan and Tai Hiden with rewards of fully refining the slaughter, which sword, and 1 escape talisman. A choice 2, kneel and beg for mercy with rewards of a set of purple crystal coffins." Upon hearing this, the Qin Emperor's heart surged with joy. Fully refining the slaughter, which sword would allow him to battle even against a quasi-saint. The slaughter witch sword was an innate supreme treasure, and with his current cultivation, he could only unleash a fraction of its power. As for Dijuan, although he possessed the Chaos Pearl, he struggled to utilize the power of the Chaos spiritual treasure. Moreover, with the system's reward of the escape talisman, he could easily flee this chaotic space without any worries. Dijuan watched the Qin Emperor struggle with amusement, but suddenly the slaughter witch sword in the Qin Emperor's hand erupted with astonishing might, tearing through the chaos and striking at him. Dijuan, caught off guard, was split in two by the slaughter witch sword. Fortunately, a great Luo golden immortal was not so easily defeated, and the sword's power was diminished by the chaos turbulence, insufficient to annihilate Dijuan. Even so, Dijuan sustained severe injuries. His expression changed as he quickly retreated, simultaneously commanding the chaos turbulence to suppress the Qin Emperor. However, by this time the Qin Emperor's slaughter witch sword had been fully refined, and even the chaos turbulence could not completely suppress him. Seeing that he could unleash such terrifying power, the Qin Emperor had no intention of fleeing. He aimed to kill these two heavenly Tao puppets and seized the Chaos Pearl. "Tai, stop him!" Dijuan shouted urgently. Tai, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, he also possessed an innate supreme treasure, and although it was not fully refined, he could still manage to defend against 1 or 2 attacks. With Tai's restraint and Dijuan's Chaos Pearl, they managed to momentarily trap the Qin Emperor. The chaos turbulence was boundless, while the Qin Emperor's own essence was limited. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably perish. Dijuan could see this as well. He intended to exhaust the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor's face darkened. He never expected to be outmaneuvered by 2 heavenly Tao puppets. Thinking that prolonging the encounter was pointless, he forced Tai back with a single strike and coldly huffed, "Next time we meet will be your end." With that, he activated the escape talisman and vanished from the Chaos Pearl. Dijuan's expression soured at this sight. It was clear that the heavenly Tao had intervened, otherwise how could this person escape his Chaos Pearl's space? In front of the Zishu Palace, many powerful beings of the primordial world looked at the 3 golden crows that had reappeared, their faces filled with confusion. At this moment, Dijuan and Tai appeared as brothers, while the Qin Emperor seemed like a stranger. These 3 golden crows shared a lineage, yet their relationship felt overly complicated. Beside Hood of the previously unremarkable war, which Qinlang felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, this situation in the primordial world felt a bit absurd. He could understand the emergence of an additional golden crow, but why were these 3 golden crows at odds with each other? Had his crossing caused such a significant impact? Should he still break down the door of the Zishu Palace? He feared that before he could claim the system's rewards, he would be turned to ashes by Hongjun. At that moment, a melodious bell echoed through the chaos. Accompanied by the sound, the door of the Zishu Palace Two exquisitely carved golden boys and girls emerged from the Zishu Palace, looking at the myriad powerful beings and saying the saints will soon commence their teachings. All fellow Taoists, please enter. The crowd looked towards the Yaoqi Haotian, their hearts filled with astonishment. Great Luo Golden Immortal. They did not expect that the two attendants before the saints possessed the cultivation of great Luo Golden Immortals. The might of the saints was truly terrifying. One by one the travelers' eyes flickered as they secretly calculated. These small attendants would become the future heavenly emperors. With a cold laugh, the Qin Emperor thought to himself, how Tianyu should forever remain an attendant. The heavenly emperor that is mine. Once I return to the primordial world, I will establish the heavenly court and seize the fortune. At that time, what could Dijuan and Tai use to contend with him? Without a second thought, the Qin Emperor rushed directly into the Zishu Palace. He knew that the Zishu Palace had 6 mats representing the 6 paths of primordial purple energy. Even if he could not use them, he would not allow others to benefit. Others with similar intentions to the Qin Emperor also rushed into the palace. As for the 3 pure ones, they had already dashed into the Zishu Palace the moment the door opened. They sensed that the saints' teachings were certainly extraordinary. Yet as soon as they entered the Zishu Palace, everyone felt a sudden halt in their movements, unable to sense any magical power. They immediately understood that this was a forbidden law area. At this moment, their formidable magical powers felt almost non-existent. The strength of the saints was indeed unfathomable. Even the other travelers wore grave expressions, realizing they too could not summon a trace of magical power. However, everyone soon noticed the several mats at the front of the palace. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 7. While others did not think much of it, the travelers were filled with suspicion. Wasn't it said that there were only 6 mats? Why were there suddenly 7? Did the heavenly Tao anticipate this and add one for himself? In an instant, aside from Qinling, the other travelers who had not intended to contend were filled with bold aspirations. Heavenly gifts not taken will yield misfortune. Even if they did not desire the primordial purple energy, they could bestow it upon their subordinates. The 3,000 powerful beings had lived for countless ages, and naturally they could see at a glance that the 7 mats were of great significance. In an instant, almost all the mighty beings unleashed their techniques and rushed towards those 7 mats. Get out of the way, this seat is mine. Whoever blocks me shall die. Old dog, get lost. In a moment, the hall was filled with chaotic energy as the mighty beings vied for position. Even if they could not use their magical powers, who among them was not physically strong and had a resilient spirit? Among them, the fastest was not the Qin Emperor or Dong Wangtai, but a stranger among the powerful. This person, named Lu Renjia, was the first deer in the world to take human form. If it were just that, he would not qualify to compete for a seat. But coincidentally, just moments ago, Lu Renjia had crossed over. Upon crossing over, he exclaimed with delight and immediately decided to seize a mat first. From his starter pack, Lu Renjia activated a divine ability called One Thought to the Horizon. Most importantly, this ability did not consume magical power, but only spiritual energy. Moreover, he was well prepared, so his speed was astonishing, and he directly snatched the first mat and sat upon it. Meanwhile, the Qin Emperor, just a moment slower, sat with a grim expression on the second mat. Dijun and Tai joined forces to occupy the 3rd and 4th positions. Seeing this, the 3 pure ones went mad, roaring in a reckless manner. The former demeanor of Pangu had long been cast aside. The 3 of them united their strengths and after much difficulty secured the last 3 positions. As for Nuwa Kuanping and the others, seeing the positions taken, they could only sigh in their hearts, lamenting their ill fate. Nuwa wore a face of grievance, thinking these guys were too ruthless. It was just a position, yet they were fighting for their lives. Beside him, the iron-eating beast looked on in confusion. What was going on? How could the 3 pure ones only manage to grab the last 3 positions? Where did Dijun Tai and those 2 unfamiliar beings come from? Could it be that he had crossed over into the primordial world and directly altered the trajectory of the primordial universe? Thinking of this, the iron-eating beast quickly shrank back, fearing to draw the attention of others. He felt that if Hongjun knew he had changed the trajectory of the primordial world, he might jump out and turn him to ashes. Meanwhile, Fushi looked at the iron-eating beast beside him, instantly filled with rage. He had said that there should be 6 mats in the Purple Cloud's palace and his sister would surely get one. It turned out to be a big lie. The secrets of the Purple Cloud's palace, not even he could deduce, let alone a mere golden immortal. Beside Fushi, Nuwa also sighed inwardly. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud's palace, Nuwa was influenced by the other systems and suddenly realized that her previous state was somewhat off. She had truly lost her mind to trust the heart of an iron-eating beast. At this moment, she suddenly had an epiphany. Usually she was in tranquil meditation, so how could she suddenly hear the heart of this iron-eating beast? The problem surely did not lie with her, but rather some powerful being was plotting against her. Or was this iron-eating beast not simple? With her cultivation level, who in the primordial world could scheme against her except for Hongjun? In other words, this iron-eating beast was not simple at all. She became alert yet remained composed, secretly observing. As she examined the iron-eating beast, Nuwa constantly deduced, but could not find anything amiss. At most, she would only discover that this fellow was a lecher, always trying to take advantage of her. Meanwhile, the several crossers who had secured their positions were equally astonished, wearing dazed expressions. The reason they could grab a position was entirely due to their systems, but what about the other three? There were 6 predetermined saints, yet there were no others at all. Could it be that, because of their arrival, they changed the trajectory of the primordial world, forcing the heavenly Tao to alter its strategy to counter them? Or was it that with a mere flap of their wings they stirred up immense waves in the primordial world? As everyone speculated, there were no further disputes for the time being. At the entrance of the Purple Cloud's palace, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were about to close the door. But just then 2 disheveled figures hurried out from the chaos. Wait. The 2 figures rushed into the Purple Cloud's palace in a flurry. It was none other than the Western figures of Zhuanti and Jian. As soon as Zhuanti and Jian entered, they spotted the 7 mats at the front, and their hearts trembled, their eyes shining. They had a feeling that these mats were definitely extraordinary, hinting at a great opportunity. At that moment, the 2 exchanged glances and began to weep in unison. My elder brother, how miserable we are. We've finally made it to the Purple Cloud's palace, yet we can't even secure a single seat. Woo, yes, junior brother, we are too pitiful. Can you show us some pity? We brothers hail from the West, where resources are scarce, yet we can't even secure a seat to listen to the teachings of the saints. It's too tragic. In an instant, the 2 were sobbing and holding each other, causing those who witnessed it to feel sorrowful and those who heard it to shed tears. However, the 3,000 powerful beings in the Purple Cloud's palace were all resolute individuals, so how could they be moved by them? Some even scoffed and mocked, saying the West is indeed lacking in resources, but it seems they have merely exchanged it for some people's shamelessness. The several crossers also sneered, having no intention of acknowledging them. The 2 from the West were utterly shameless, and they had heard much about it. A dignified great Luo Golden Immortal could be so brazen. That was truly rare in the primordial world. As for Hongjun, although he sighed inwardly, he had no position to give up, so he couldn't yield. He had arrived relatively early and naturally knew that those on the mats were not to be trifled with. Zhuanti and Jian cried for a while, noticing that no one paid them any heed, causing them to sob even harder. Zhuanti's eyes darted, knowing he had to take the initiative. Those 3 golden crows were of the same lineage and seemed untouchable. The 3 pure ones joined forces, and they too were not to be provoked. Unable to help it, Zhuanti and Jian turned their gaze to the young Taoist on the first mat. That's right, it's you. A mere early-stage great Luo Golden Immortal is the perfect target. Thus Zhuanti approached Lu Renjia, wearing a face of sorrow, and said, Esteemed Tao friend, we brothers have traveled a long way to find the Purple Cloud's palace. We wonder if you could spare a seat for us to listen to the teachings of the saints. Lu Renjia's expression darkened upon hearing this, not expecting that Zhuanti would set his sights on him. Was he really that easy to bully? He coldly replied, I too have come from afar to listen to the saints' teachings. You should find another place to sit. However, Zhuanti was not one to give up easily, especially since it seemed that Lu Renjia was the only one easy to bully. He immediately threatened with ill intent, Tao friend, while a seat is indeed nice, it is not so easily attained. My brother and I have traveled a long way, and if you do not even offer us a seat, do you look down on us? If you look down on us, you are making an enemy of my brother and me, and leaving the Purple Cloud's palace may lead to a confrontation. If this were directed at other powerful beings, they would have no choice but to yield. After all, while the 2 from the West were shameless, their strength was not weak. But coincidentally, Lu Renjia had just been possessed and was feeling more arrogant than ever. How could he be threatened by a native like Zhuanti? At the same time, Lu Renjia's system immediately prompted, Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice task. Choose 1, yield the seat, and receive the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Choose 2, refuse to yield the seat, and receive the supreme acquired treasure, the binding immortal lock. Choose 3, refuse to yield the seat, and beat Zhuanti, and receive midstage great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia smirked, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. His choice was naturally to refuse to yield and to beat Zhuanti. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from Lu Renjia as he slapped directly at Zhuanti. The blow was swift and fierce, as if the very essence of the Tao was trembling. This was the hall of the Tao ancestor. How could Zhuanti have anticipated that someone would make a move here? Moreover, the 2 were far too close, and he was caught off guard, directly slapped into the door of the Purple Cloud's palace embedded in it. Lu Renjia mocked, Get lost, don't you see what you are? How dare you threaten me? Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked and quickly regarded Lu Renjia with newfound respect. To directly slap a great Luo Golden Immortal away and embed him in the Purple Cloud's palace, what kind of strength did that require? Zhuanti was suddenly embedded in the main gate of the Purple Cloud Palace, instantly enraged, his face turning red. It was not shame he felt, but anger. He charged once more at the dear man armor, shouting angrily, You thief! Not only do you refuse to give up your seat, but you also dare to resort to violence. Today I, a humble Taoist, shall teach you, this arrogant fool, a lesson in place of the sage. He felt that he had been careless just now, not dodging in time, which led to being ambushed by this dear man armor. Raising the 7 treasures, mysterious tree, Zhuanti sensed that he could easily overpower this ordinary Deluo. After all, one could not use magical powers here. Whoever possessed the stronger spiritual treasures would gain the advantage. How could an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal have a supreme innate spiritual treasure? At the same time, Jiain's eyes sparkled as he summoned the Jiain Divine Banner to suppress the Deer Man armor. Having cultivated alongside his junior brother Juan for many years, he understood Juan's intention to forcibly seize this position. The many powerful figures in the Purple Cloud Palace exchanged glances, but did not intervene, eager to watch the spectacle. Seeing Jiain and Juan join forces, the Deer Man armor felt a heaviness in his heart. Besides possessing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, he truly had no other protective treasures. As for the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, he did not dare to summon it, as doing so would provoke the Minghe into a frenzy. Fortunately, at that moment, the system of the Deer Man armor finally spoke up. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection task. Option 1, face the challenge hidden and beat Juan and Jiain, reward the innate supreme treasure Kunlun staff. Option 2, kneel and beg for mercy, reward divine ability of humble submission guaranteed to save your life. Option 3, slay Juan and Jiain, reward a portion of the Panga Dao technique. The Deer Man armor's expression brightened at these words. Indeed, the system was generous. Looking at the approaching Juan and Jiain, the Deer Man armor directly chose option 1. Instantly, the Deer Man armor's expression turned arrogant, looking down on everyone as he faced the rushing Juan and raised the Kunlun staff to strike. Although he could not unleash his magical powers, the might of the innate supreme treasure was terrifying. As the Kunlun staff swung, it carried countless Dao shadows. Bang! After a muffled sound, a visibly dark bump appeared on Juan's forehead. Juan was struck to the point of dizziness, stars dancing before his eyes, crying out in pain. This was a Dao injury, not something that could be easily healed. Even as a Deluo Golden Immortal, he found it somewhat unbearable. Seeing this, the Deer Man armor revealed a cruel smile, continuously swinging his staff. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Juan's head was covered with uneven dark bumps. Jiain roared, rushing over to provide support. However, his Jiain Divine Banner was still weaker than the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, and naturally could not withstand the Deer Man armor. The Deer Man armor easily handled 2 opponents. In no time, dark shiny bumps appeared on Jiain's head as well. Seeing this, the onlookers' expressions changed slightly, their vigilance rising. Goodness, the duo from the west had encountered a tough nut to crack, suffering such severe beatings. Had it not been for the fact that they were in the Purple Cloud Palace, they would have doubted whether these two would be beaten to death. Looking at the Deer Man armor, the crowd couldn't help but harbor a hint of wariness. Indeed, anyone who could seize a mat was not an ordinary person. This individual, who had previously kept a low profile, turned out to be a ruthless character. The Deer Man armor, with a proud expression, looked disdainfully at the dizzy Juan and Jiain, thinking to himself, what kind of thing dares to provoke me? His eyes gleamed as he planned to seize Juan and Jiain's treasures as well. But at that moment, an astonishing aura of killing intent rose from beside him, making him feel as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell. It was the Qin Emperor, whose gaze flickered as he directly ambushed the Deer Man armor. Of course, he did not strike with lethal force. He merely emanated a chilling, killing intent, intending to force this individual to leave the position. What is this Deer Man armor? Previously ordinary, but suddenly erupting at the moment of contention for the seat, must be a backup plan by the Heavenly Dao. How could he let the Heavenly Dao have its way? Just as well, he intended to capture the Kunping, and this position was quite suitable. The Deer Man armor, having just reversed into the Hong Huang, sensed the crisis and without hesitation quickly retreated while summoning the Xian Yuan water controlling flag. At this moment, Ming-He widened his eyes in disbelief. That flag. Why does it feel somewhat familiar? And in that moment of distraction, the Kunping suddenly flashed and landed directly on that mat. Having received the Qin Emperor's transmission, the Kunping had long been waiting for this opportunity. Seeing his position seized, the Deer Man armor was instantly filled with rage and fury. You dare to snatch my mat, you little feathered creature, are you tired of living? And those 3 golden crows, what the hell? This Hong Huang seems somewhat different from what I knew in my past life. Realizing that this was the true Hong Huang, it certainly could not be as simple as described in novels. The Deer Man armor finally felt relieved. However, at this moment, it was Ming-He who was even more enraged, because Ming-He suddenly realized that his Xian Yuan water controlling flag had disappeared without a trace. His flag had always been nurtured within his primordial spirit. How could it suddenly vanish and end up in the hands of this Deer Man armor? Damn it, this person stole my treasure. Gazing at the Deer Man armor, Ming-He's heart was filled with killing intent, wishing he could turn this Deluo into ashes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Purple Cloud Palace became tense, almost on the brink of explosion. But just then, a mysterious aura suddenly emerged, startling the 3,000 powerful beings of the Purple Cloud Palace. They looked over to see a handsome young man suddenly stand up from the crowd, stepping gracefully towards the highest point of the Purple Cloud Palace. As he walked, his figure slowly transformed, ultimately becoming a silver-haired old Taoist. An obscure and profound aura surrounded him as if he stood at the pinnacle of the Tao. A thought arose in everyone's mind: a sage. Could this be Sage Hongjun? The Qin Emperor and the other time travelers' expressions stiffened. How could Hongjun be among the crowd? However, others did not think so much and quickly bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to the sage," wishing the sage One powerful figure expressed gratitude. The sage dedicates himself to the people, spreading the Tao in the Hong Huang, truly embodying high moral integrity and selflessness, which makes me admire him greatly. Indeed, the sage once killed Luo Ho, restoring clarity to the Hong Huang, an immeasurable merit. Now with the broad dissemination of the great Tao, it is indeed a blessing for our Hong Huang. Exactly, the grace of the sage in spreading the Tao is something we will never forget. Upon hearing this, others also echoed, and for a moment the hall was filled with praises. Clearly in the face of the sage, these powerful beings of the Hong Huang had lost their usual restraint and integrity. Juan Ti felt anxious. How could he leave a good impression on the sage like this? His eyes flickered as he suddenly shouted, "I believe the sage's spreading of the Tao in the Hong Huang should be regarded as the Tao ancestor." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately scolded him, denouncing his shamelessness for so brazenly flattering the sage, and so loudly. All of this was Hongjun's scheme, otherwise, why was he the only one to survive during the battle between the Tao and the demon? Why could he attain the status of a sage? The time travelers, however, scoffed, calling them a bunch of foolish sycophants, not realizing that this was a pact between Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, otherwise how could he pass on the Tao to them? All of this was Hongjun's scheme, otherwise, why was he the only one to survive during the battle between the Tao and the demon? Why could he attain the status of a sage while they could not even reach the level of a quasi-sage? This was all Hongjun's scheme. You fools are still in the dark. The group of time travelers silently vowed to expose Hongjun's conspiracy, destroy the heavenly Tao, and restore clarity to the Hong Huang. Unfortunately, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. They still did not have the courage to stand up against Hongjun. Hongjun slowly sat down in a meditative position at the lectern, his gaze deep as it swept over everyone, and he said lightly, "All right, quiet down. From now on the seating arrangement will be confirmed as such and cannot be changed." Upon hearing this, everyone's heart stirred, feeling somewhat forlorn. Since the sage had said so, these 7 positions were undoubtedly significant and had nothing to do with them. At this moment, the dear man armor's expression turned as dark as water. This Hongjun, why did he choose to appear right after he lost his position? It must have been intentional. And those 3 golden crows must be a scheme of the heavenly Tao aiming to target him. His heart filled with killing intent, but considering his current cultivation, he had to reluctantly say yes. The other time travelers also wore obedient expressions, not daring to make any rash moves. This Hongjun was too terrifying, merely his gaze filled them with fear, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Just then the system of the Qin Emperor chimed in. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection task. Option 1, expose Hongjun's conspiracy and lecturing, reward an innate supreme treasure Pangu banner. Option 2, slam the door and confront Hongjun, reward the indestructible body of Pangu." Upon hearing this, the Qin Emperor secretly glanced at the cold, indifferent Hongjun. His face turned green. "System, are you asking me to seek death?" The Great Tao selection system replied, "Choosing or not is up to you, host." The Qin Emperor. If possible, he wanted to say, "I want both." However, the Qin Emperor was not blinded by the prospect of rewards. He knew what to choose and what not to choose. Only by facing Hongjun directly could he truly grasp Hongjun's terrifying nature. Even though he had already reached the late stage of Luo Golden Immortal, he felt that Hongjun could extinguish him with just a glance. However, the Qin Emperor's hesitance did not mean the other time travelers would also be so cautious. At this moment, the Dear Man armor also received the system's prompt. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selection task. Option 1, expose Hongjun's conspiracy in lecturing, reward a drop of Pangus bone marrow. Option 2, interrupt Hongjun's lecture, reward the 4 swords of extermination." The Dear Man armor was somewhat apprehensive of Hongjun, but seeing the system's rewards, he was greatly tempted. Pangus bone marrow, one could tell at a glance that it was related to the Great Pangu. The 4 swords of extermination were renowned for being unbreakable except by the 4 sages, their power rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. The Dear Man armor's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly awaiting Hongjun to begin his lecture. Hongjun looked deeply at the several traversers until they felt their scalps tingle. Then he slowly said, "I will preach 3 times. At this time I will speak of the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly perked up their ears, listening attentively, unwilling to miss a single word. Hongjun did not hold back, striving to make his teachings as clear and comprehensible as possible. Although it was the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it also encompassed other realms from true immortal to great Luo. In an instant, even the 3 pure ones felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Listening to the sage's discourse felt like a revelation to them, clarifying many previously half-understood concepts. However, at that moment, a light cough echoed through the purple cloud palace, startling everyone awake. It was Dear Man A who spoke up, his expression awkward as he directly asked, "May I inquire, Tao Ancestor, what is the realm after the great Luo Golden Immortal?" This question perfectly interrupted Hongjun's lecture and raised a concern that all the powerful beings were curious about. Thus he couldn't believe that Hongjun would blame him. Having witnessed Hongjun's might, Dear Man A hesitated, but ultimately chose the second option, interrupting Hongjun's lecture. As for the first option, he feared that angering Hongjun would leave him stranded in the purple cloud palace. Although Hongjun knew that Dear Man A was a traverser, he did not hold it against him. After all, in his eyes, all beings were equal regardless of status. At that moment, a subtle aura flashed onto him, attempting to seize his 4 swords of immortal execution. Hongjun's heart stirred, and he immediately reacted. Which damn system dared to come and fleece him? Coupled with dear man as earlier question, Hongjun had already realized what was happening. With a cold smile in his heart, Hongjun swiftly dissipated this aura while simultaneously marking it with a heavenly Tao imprint. This imprint would prevent the system from further stealing the primordial essence or other treasures. It was like a thief marked with a thief's imprint. Constantly monitored, a stealing would be impossible. This meant that from then on the system would have to pay out of its own pocket to cultivate a host. Some system. It had actually failed. How could this be possible? It naturally understood the meaning of the heavenly Tao mark, which was that as long as it dared to steal the primordial essence, it would surely face the heavenly Tao's furious suppression even with a host. What it did not know is that it was not alone. Any system discovered by Hongjun was marked with the heavenly Tao imprint at that moment. Hongjun allowed them to enter to obtain their essence and treasures, not to let them come here to steal the primordial essence. At this moment, dear man A saw that the system had not responded for a long time and hurriedly said, "System, where is my reward?" Divine level choice system. Looking at its dwindling essence, the divine level choice system fell into silence. The 4 swords of immortal execution required a substantial amount of essence. It was pitiful that it had just arrived in the primordial world and hadn't managed to steal any primordial essence before being. Hongjun, unaware of dear man A system's current dilemma, looked at the expectant crowd and slowly said, "After the great Luo Golden Immortal there is the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, or it can be said to be a quasi saint. May I ask, Master, what is the difference between the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and a quasi saint?" Hongjun replied, "The Hunyuan Golden Immortal comprehends the principles of the Tao, while a quasi saint does not need to comprehend the principles. I will elaborate on this in my next lecture." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt enlightened. Hongjun then resumed his teachings on the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the Witch Clan began to take action. They did not seek out the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, but began to sweep through the primordial world searching for the abodes of great powers. According to the Witch God's words, any treasure that appeared in the primordial world was left for their Witch Clan by the Panga God. Thus these witches were ruthless in their actions. They would not miss any opportunity. Upon reaching the west, they were even more relentless, leaving no trace behind. Even the Bodhi tree of the quasi-saints was uprooted. If it were just this, Hongjun had no intention of intervening. However, the Witch God was reckless, no longer satisfied with merely plundering treasures, but had begun to excavate the spiritual veins of the west directly. Was this traverser too ruthless? After the spiritual veins of the west were blasted apart by Luo, who they had already become pockmarked and severely damaged. Although in recent years Jian and Puti had made efforts to repair them, it was merely a drop in the bucket. If even this last spiritual vein were to be excavated, there was no doubt that within 10,000 years the entire West would become a dead land. Hongjun glanced at the crowd absorbed in listening to the teachings and continued his discourse. However, just as the Witch God led the 12 ancestors to excavate the spiritual veins of the West, terrifying tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Thunder ripped across millions of miles, exerting an overwhelming pressure that left the Witch Clan unable to breathe. The Witch God's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. How could the heavenly Tao suddenly bring down a thunder tribulation? Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, immediately roared, "What do you mean by this heavenly Tao? We are reclaiming the heritage left by our Pangu father god. Does the heavenly Tao created by Pangu intend to become enemies with my Witch Clan?" Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down directly. Seeing this, Zhurong became furious, believing it was a provocation from the heavenly Tao. He charged into the sky, his body engulfed in flames, as if to burn through the heavens and destroy the thunder tribulation above. But in the next moment, a heavenly thunder struck Zhurong directly. At this time, Zhurong's power was comparable to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak, with defenses on par with a quasi-saint. However, when this lightning struck down, Zhurong was directly wounded, his flesh sizzling with the scent of cooked meat wafting through the heavens and earth. His massive body fell heavily from the sky, severely injured and on the verge of death. The Witch Clan members witnessing this changed their expressions drastically. This was merely the first bolt of tribulation lightning, and it had already nearly incapacitated their ancestor Zhurong. Their expressions turned to shock and anger as they hurriedly protected Zhurong in the center. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged above the 9 heavens with a cold gaze fixed on the members of the Witch Clan. It was Hongjun. If he did not take action, there was no doubt that these savage members of the Witch Clan could tear the West apart. Di Jiang growled, "Hongjun, what do you mean by this?" Hongjun replied coldly, "Witch Clan, you disrespect heaven and earth, born in the primordial, but destroying the primordial realm. Considering your initial offense, I shall give you a warning." As soon as his voice fell, Hongjun's figure slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, the members of the Witch Clan turned pale with anger. Despicable, utterly despicable. This vile Hongjun had stolen the primordial essence left by the Father God and colluded with the heavenly Tao. It was lamentable that they were powerless to stop him, daring to be angry, but not speaking out. Initially thinking that Hongjun had not yet attained the Tao and was not to be feared, it now seemed that this was not the case. Hongjun was likely able to wield a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority. He hurriedly called the members of the Witch Clan to leave the West, not daring to cause further destruction. Initially thinking that Hongjun had not yet attained the Tao and was not to be feared, it now seemed that this was not the case. Hongjun was likely able to wield a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority. Zhu Meng looked at the miserable Zhurong and bitterly said, "Are we just going to let it end like this? Gong Gong sighed deeply. It's a pity that after so many years we still cannot touch the laws and advance to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Let's discuss this later to avoid being overheard by that Hongjun. The Panga Palace cloaked all heavenly secrets, even saints could not pry into them. If Hongjun were to learn that they could break through to Hunyuan, he would undoubtedly annihilate them to prevent future troubles. From the words of the witch god, they already knew that Hongjun was not a good thing. In the Purple Cloud Palace, flowers fell from the heavens and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The faces of those listening to the teachings varied. At times they clapped and laughed, seemingly gaining insights, while at other times they pounded their chests and stomped their feet, perhaps regretting their past cultivation. At this moment, the disparity in their foundational understanding became evident. Those with profound foundations listened intently as if awakening from a dream, suddenly enlightened. Conversely, those with shallow foundations showed expressions of distress, their hearts clouded with confusion. As for the group of Transmigrators, they continuously experienced epiphanies. With the aid of their systems, listening to the teachings felt akin to having a cheat code as simple as Einstein learning 11. In that moment, all the powerful beings felt that they had truly come to the right place. The sage's discourse was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Some even broke through their bottlenecks and advanced directly during the teachings. In the grand hall, there was one individual who, despite striving to listen, felt as though they were reading a heavenly book lost in a dream. The more she earnestly listened, the sleepier she became. She was Hutu, the ancestral witch. Without cultivating her primordial spirit, it was naturally challenging for her to comprehend the Tao. The grand principles expounded by Hongjun transformed into a lullaby in her ears. Thinking about how the 3,000 powerful beings would further enhance their strength while her witch clan could only remain stagnant, Hutu felt deep concern. Had their witch clan's path come to an end? Glancing at Qinlang beside her, Hutu slightly furrowed her brow. She noticed that Qinlang's aura was steadily growing stronger, clearly immersed in profound enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Hongjun quietly mused that he was indeed suited to be a At this time in the Purple Cloud Palace, the three Pure Ones and Yua had all reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Those Tai Golden Immortals who had fortuitously arrived also advanced to the Great Luo. Moreover, several other Transmigrators, including Laozi, had stepped into the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. With their qualifications, as long as they returned to seclude themselves for a little while they could fully attain perfection in the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, many of the 3,000 powerful beings wore expressions of distress. They sensed that something ominous was among them. The faces of Juanti and Jia-in looked particularly grim as they felt as though they were beset by some great calamity. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with suspicion. Could something have happened in the west? Yet their west was destitute and barren. Even fierce beasts were reluctant to visit what major events could possibly occur. Though they were suspicious, they dared not leave hastily lest they incur the displeasure of the sage. At this moment, Hutu inquired, "May I ask the sage, how can our witch clan cultivate the great Tao?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun shook his head and replied, "Since you have already listened for 3,000 years, you should understand that without a primordial spirit, how can one comprehend the Tao? Without comprehending the Tao, how can one attain the Tao?" Hutu's expression changed upon hearing this, and she quickly asked, "Is there any way to resolve this?" Hongjun replied, "If you possess a vast amount of merit, it may be possible to condense a primordial spirit. Moreover, the great Tao's 50 heavens transform into 14, and everything has a sliver of hope. If your witch clan can grasp this, anything is possible." In the past, during the Primordial Era, the witch clan could only comprehend the Tao by obtaining a primordial spirit, but now with the advent of the system, that was no longer the case. Hutu, upon hearing this, quickly expressed her gratitude. Hongjun nodded and said, "All right, you may leave now. The next discourse will be in 1,000 years." Before his voice faded, Hongjun's figure had already vanished. His departure allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, but also left them with flickering gazes. Minghe remained expressionless, yet he had secretly colluded with the Qin Emperor. The theft of his treasures by Dear Man A was intolerable. Although this individual was not particularly strong, that innate treasure was somewhat troublesome. Naturally, the Qin Emperor had no objections. This Dear Man A was undoubtedly a pawn arranged by the Heavenly Tao specifically to deal with him as a transmigrator. Unfortunately, how could Heavenly Tao comprehend the marvels of his system? That innate treasure was merely delivering. In fact, it was not only the Qin Emperor and Ming He who had their eyes on Dear Man A, whether it was Di Jun or Juanti and Jia-in, none intended to let Dear Man A escape. After Hao Tian and Yao Qi closed the Purple Cloud Palace, they went off to play. Meanwhile, Hongjun quietly concealed his aura, following behind Dear Man A, intending to watch the excitement. Until he had fully drained the essence of this system, he would not allow this transmigrator to easily perish. As the crowd left the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun and others took their leave in succession, returning to the primordial realm. Since they already knew the location of the Purple Cloud Palace, with their speed they could reach it from the primordial realm in at most 100 years. The remaining time would be just right to consolidate their cultivation. After Hongyun and the others departed, Dear Man A also planned to leave. He remembered that at this time the uninterrupted mountain should have an innate gourd maturing, which was a great opportunity. As for the Qin Emperor and the others, once he attained the status of a quasi-saint, it would be the death knell for these individuals. However, shortly after he left the Purple Cloud Palace, he was surrounded by 3 shadowy figures. It was none other than the Qin Emperor Minghe and Kuanping. Minghe, filled with murderous intent, declared, "Thief, you dare to steal my treasures. Return them at once." Seeing this, dear man A's expression changed slightly and his heart sank. He hurriedly asked System, "Is that Xian Yuan water controlling banner truly Minghe's?" System. What else could it say? Wasn't that quite obvious? Seeing the System's silence, dear man A was nearly infuriated. Wasn't this System setting him up? Could it be that the 4 swords of extermination awarded to him earlier also belonged to Hongjun? He simply couldn't imagine what would happen if Hongjun discovered that he had obtained the 4 swords of extermination. Fortunately, the System seemed to understand his thoughts and quickly defended the 4 swords of extermination were created by this system, unrelated to Hongjun's. Upon hearing this, dear man finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was unrelated, that was good. The mere thought of Hongjun's gaze sent shivers down his spine, truly the greatest antagonist of the Primordial Era. Looking at Minghe, dear man A sneered, "You say it's yours, so it is yours." Now he was already at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal and held an innate treasure. The 4 swords of extermination could only be broken by 4 beings of the same level, so why fear these mere 3? The one wearing the embroidered robe of the 3 clans, the Ming Emperor, had seized a cushion. But he was not Dijuna. What was there to fear? It was obvious they were nameless individuals and likely not very strong. Unfortunately, he had not received the memories from the chaotic pearl of Dijun, or else he might have fled immediately. Seeing this, Minghe was instantly enraged, as if a Buddha had descended and another had ascended to heaven. He had seen arrogance, but never such arrogance. With a swift motion, Minghe summoned the Yuan-Tu Abi, stepping onto the fiery lotus of the underworld, and charged at dear man A. Among the 3,000 powerful beings, Minghe indeed possessed a considerable number of supreme treasures. Dear man A, upon witnessing this, naturally felt unafraid, summoning the innate treasure and stirring the boundless chaos, creating an impressive momentum. The might of the innate treasure was formidable. Even if he could not unleash its full power, it was still terrifying. Although Minghe was powerful and possessed 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, he was still struck back by dear man's staff. Had it not been for the protection of the fiery lotus of the underworld, he would have suffered severe injuries in an instant. Meanwhile, the Qin Emperor and Kuanping did not remain idle. As soon as Minghe made his move, they also charged at dear man A. Dear man A, seeing this, remained completely unfazed, directly summoning the Xian Yuan water controlling banner to protect himself, while 4 streams of sword light swiftly sliced through the chaos, locking onto the void and enveloping everyone within. It was none other than the 4 swords of extermination. Unaware of your impending doom, today shall be your end. He thought, confidently believing that this time these individuals would undoubtedly perish within his extermination sword array. Thinking about how he could obtain several supreme spiritual treasures, dear man A couldn't help but exclaim that he was indeed the child of destiny. The expression of the dear man A was confident, but before the smile on his face could fully emerge, he abruptly froze. The sword of the Qi Emperor in his hand directly tore through the chaotic turbulence and the sword energy of the extermination of immortals, breaking through the defenses of the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, and instantly slashed across his body. The speed was too great, he didn't even have time to evade. A scream erupted as the dear man A was split into, the true blood of De Luo splattering across the void, a shocking sight. Fortunately, the dear man A was also a De Luo golden immortal and did not truly perish. Using his original essence to transform, he quickly recovered and fled to the central area of the extermination of immortals sword formation. He was filled with shock and anger, staring in disbelief at the blood-colored longsword in the Qi Emperor's hand. A single strike had broken through the defenses of the Xian Yuan water controlling banner. It was at least a congenital supreme treasure. When did such a congenital supreme treasure appear in the primordial chaos? Could it be granted by the heavenly Tao to this person? Yes, he was an anomaly, certainly a thorn in the side of the heavenly Tao, making it normal to be targeted. What he didn't know was that the Qi Emperor was equally astonished. When he saw the 4 swords of extermination of immortals, he was also taken aback. Wasn't this thing from Hongjun? However, upon thinking that this was surely a conspiracy between Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, he breathed a sigh of relief. This person must be eliminated. The 4 swords of extermination of immortals also belonged to him. Hongjun bestowed the 4 swords of extermination of immortals to this person, but how could he have predicted that this sword would end up in his hands? Wielding the sword of the Qi Emperor, endless sword light continuously slashed towards the dear man A. The sharp edges sliced through the chaos, their power terrifying. Although the dear man A stood within the extermination of immortals sword formation and had the Xian Yuan water controlling banner for protection, after a long time it was still utterly miserable. The Xian Yuan water controlling banner could not withstand the full might of a completely refined congenital supreme treasure. As waves of weakness spread through his body, the dear man A was thoroughly panicked. At this rate he would die. He hurriedly sought help from the system. What should I do? The heavenly Tao is trying to kill me. You cannot stand by and do nothing. In his view, these people ambushing him must be arranged by the heavenly Tao or Hongjun. Hongjun, hiding in the shadows, saw the expression of the dear man A and understood his thoughts, even wanting to jump out and shout, "Nonsense, I haven't done anything." At this moment, the dear man A's system was also feeling a bit of a headache. Although the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos was exclusionary, this was too obvious, wasn't it? It was silent for a moment before saying the host can abandon the 4 swords of extermination of immortals, escape from this place, and seek opportunities in the primordial chaos. Hearing this, the Dearman A couldn't help but curse. What kind of suggestion is this? Seeing that the system was also at a loss, the Dearman A let out a low shout, directly pushing back the Chi Emperor, and then immediately fled from the 4 swords of extermination of immortals, escaping towards the primordial chaos. Without his control, the 4 swords of extermination of immortals would likely not last long. Seeing the Dearman A fleeing, the Chi Emperor was immediately enraged. How could he let the duck that was about to be cooked fly away? But the 3 of them were trapped within the extermination of immortals sword formation. Even he would need half an hour to break it. After half an hour, who knows where that Dearman A would have fled. As for the Dearman A, he had escaped the extermination of immortals sword formation, and hadn't had time to catch his breath when he was blocked by 2 figures. It was indeed Dijun and Tai. In their view, this person was definitely created by the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos to balance them, and they could not let him go. Moreover, this person was weaker in cultivation, who wouldn't covet the congenital supreme treasure in his hand. Tai grinned maliciously. Old ghost, hand over the congenital supreme treasure, and I will spare your life. Dijun. The demon emperor Dijun. Seeing this, the Dearman A's face instantly drained of color. The heavenly Tao was trying to kill him. He saw Dijun directly summon the Chaos Pearl, and in an instant the Dearman A was taken inside. The Dearman A was momentarily dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of treasure was this? Dijun, holding the wisdom jewel, said leisurely, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the heavenly Tao. What he meant was that the Dearman A was a puppet of the heavenly Tao. But to the Dearman A it sounded like Dijun was coming to kill him, as if fulfilling the orders of the heavenly Tao. In an instant the Dearman A was filled with rage. He had just arrived in the primordial chaos. Why was he being treated like this? Was it just because he took a treasure from the Mingi? Was it really necessary? The heavenly Tao was unjust. He wanted to defy it. With a roar, the Dearman A once again summoned the supreme treasure in his hand and charged at Dijun. But Dijun flickered away while Tai, with a cold smile, charged towards the Dearman A. He could see at a glance that the Dearman A was already at the end of his rope. Moreover, with Dijun controlling the chaotic turbulence, exterminating this person would be an effortless task. Tai thought this way, and the reality indeed confirmed it. Even if the Dearman A possessed a congenital supreme treasure, he was far from being Tai's opponent at this moment. The consecutive battles left him feeling a bit desperate. This primordial chaos was far too dangerous. He hadn't had time to do anything before being continuously thwarted by the heavenly Tao. System, what should I do? The Dearman A now had no choice but to seek help from the system. System, what can I do? Who knew you were so useless? If you had been a bit more Loki from the start, would you have attracted so many powerful pursuers? But having infiltrated the primordial chaos and invested so much yet still not reaping any rewards, this was not acceptable. It thought that it would first help him overcome this tribulation and enter the primordial chaos world. Once in the primordial chaos world with his assistance, the host should be able to seize many opportunities. Resolutely, it responded, congratulations, host, for triggering a selection mission. Choice 1, fight to the death, reward 1 million merits of the Tao. A choice 2, retreat as the best strategy, reward 1 escape talisman. A choice 3, kneel and beg for mercy, reward a coffin made of purple gold. Upon hearing this, the Dearman A was overjoyed. The system was indeed the most reliable. He quickly inquired, system, could the 1 million merits of the Tao raise my strength to that of a saint? System, host, don't think too highly of yourself. These merits will at most elevate your cultivation to the perfection of De Luo Golden Immortal. Dearman A. Perfection of De Luo Golden Immortal. The Dearman A hesitated for a moment, but still didn't dare to take the risk. This broken space with turbulent chaos, he found it impossible to escape. Even if he killed these 2 golden crows, he might not be able to get out. To be on the safe side, he dared not choose the first option. The Dearman A glared fiercely at Dijun and Tai, shouting angrily, just wait and see. Before his voice fell, he directly summoned the escape talisman, rewarded by the system disappearing in an instant, leaving the Chaos Pearl. And Dijun, sensing something amiss as the Dearman A activated the escape talisman, hurried to exit the Chaos Pearl. But in the vast chaos, where could the Dearman A's trace be found? The heavenly Tao, another scheme of the heavenly Tao. Dijun harbored deep resentment in his heart, directly attributing this incident to the heavenly Tao. In his view, all irrationalities in the primordial chaos were caused by the heavenly Tao's rejection of him. Meanwhile, Tai was also pondering silently in his heart. This Chaos Pearl was too powerful. When would he be able to obtain a chaotic spiritual treasure? To escape Dijun's control, he would certainly need a chaotic spiritual treasure. Thinking about the development of the primordial chaos narrative, Tai secretly vowed that he would surely take revenge on Dijun before he married Shihi. Hongjun watched as the dear man escaped, harboring some suspicions about his system. Since that is the case, such a system is no longer worth keeping. The Qin Emperor, who was initially focused on attacking the Juxian sword formation, was momentarily stunned as the 4 Juxian swords vanished without a trace. Could it be that the guy couldn't bear to part with the 4 Juxian swords and withdrew them remotely? With this thought, a cold glint flashed across the Qin Emperor's face as he ordered, chase him, he can't get far. However, just then several figures appeared outside the Juxian sword formation. Who else could it be but Dijun? And Without saying a word, Jun immediately summoned the Chaos Pearl, gathering all the strong beings within it. He couldn't believe that the Heavenly Tao would help the Qin Emperor escape every single time. The Qin Emperor was powerful, but Ming He and Kuan Peng were not much of a threat. He needed to suppress and subdue these individuals to establish the Heavenly Court. Yet the Qin Emperor remained unperturbed. This time he had teamed up with Ming He and Kuan Peng. Was it really impossible to eliminate Jun and Tai? In an instant, the three golden crows clashed once more. Meanwhile, Hongjun silently observed everything with a shake of his head, then left. He followed the dear man, having already made a decision in his heart. However, before that he needed to test the waters. Juan-Ti and Jia-in were filled with resentment, struggling in the endless chaos. They never expected to have lost track of that thief. This left Juan-Ti and Jia-in in a rather unpleasant mood, looking like two clowns with the bumps on their heads. Senior brother, if we go back to the Hongwang like this, we might be ridiculed by countless people. Damn it, that old ghost ran faster than a rabbit. Otherwise I would make him pay, Jia-in retorted. We should think about how to explain this to our disciples when we return. Although there weren't many strong beings in the West, Juan-Ti and Jia-in had still transformed some beings as they traveled. If these beings saw them coming back from the Zishu Palace only to be beaten up and covered in bumps, wouldn't their image be utterly ruined? Jia-in's expression seemed to grow increasingly pained. The bump was a wound left by a congenital treasure. Although it wasn't severe, it couldn't be healed without thousands of years of cultivation. However, they felt that something significant was happening in Honghuang, something that concerned the West. The two of them wore troubled expressions, growing increasingly resentful towards the dear man. Looking at the bump on Jia-in's head, Juan-Ti suddenly had an idea and said, how about, senior brother, we go back and say this is the crystallization of wisdom we obtained from listening to the Tao ancestor, which can only be condensed through great willpower, wisdom, and fortune. Wonderful. Brilliant. Jia-in exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. This way not only would they resolve the issue of the wound on his head, but it would also enhance the cohesion among their followers, a win-win situation. While they were discussing, a figure suddenly manifested in front of them, shimmering with spiritual light. Juan-Ti and Jia-in were taken aback and hurriedly bowed, saying, we Juan-Ti and Jia-in pay our respects to the Tao ancestor, wishing the Tao ancestor eternal longevity. The newcomer was none other than Hongjun. He decided to let these two fools test the depth of the dear man. Looking at the two, who seemed to be in a difficult situation, Hongjun smiled and asked, are you two looking to trouble the dear man? Juan-Ti's expression changed slightly, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, no. We merely wished to apologize to the dear man for our rudeness in the Zishu Palace. He thought that Hongjun had some connection with the dear man and had come to warn them. However, Hongjun shook his head and said, what a pity. This person is transformed from an evil demon from beyond the realm. If you eliminate him, there would be great merit to be gained. Upon hearing this, Juan-Ti and Jia-in exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Jia-in quickly asked, Tao ancestor, what brings you here? Hongjun smiled and said, initially when Luo Ho self-destructed the western spiritual veins, causing great damage to the western source, as the strongest beings in the West, you have spent many years repairing the western spiritual veins. Naturally, I will provide you with some compensation. Upon hearing this, Jia-in and Juan-Ti's eyes lit up, their faces filled with anticipation. Hongjun continued, if you can eliminate that evil demon from beyond the realm, not only will you receive a substantial amount of heavenly Tao merit, but after the sermon concludes, I will also grant you a great fortuitous encounter. Hearing this, Juan-Ti's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, Tao ancestor, may I ask where that evil demon from beyond the realm? Hongjun smiled and said, head northwest. With your speed, you should be able to see the figure of that evil demon in less. Before his voice faded, Hongjun's figure had already vanished. In the chaotic void, Juan-Ti and Jia-in exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The Tao ancestor has taken a liking to them and has sent them an opportunity. Following the direction pointed by Hongjun, they quickly found the evil demon, the dear man. At this moment, the dear man had intended to escape into Honghuang, but was ensnared by a chaotic vortex. There was no doubt that this chaotic vortex was the handiwork of Hongjun. He didn't personally intervene, fearing that the system might take drastic actions and self-destruct its origin. Although he could suppress or even obliterate these systems with the power of Honghuang, he could not prevent them from self-destructing their origins. His own system had not chosen to self-destruct back then, but that didn't mean other systems wouldn't. When a rabbit is cornered, it can still bite, let alone a system. Moreover, he did not have the ability to create congenital treasures. He had to rely on these systems for assistance. The dear man, trapped in the chaotic vortex, wore an anxious expression. He had fled too hastily and inadvertently entered this place, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. I hope the Jusan sword formation can hold those three guys for a while longer. But just as he was thinking this, before he could escape the chaotic vortex, he saw two Taoists emerging from the endless. It was none other than Juan-Ti and Jia-in. With Hongjun's guidance, they easily tracked down the dear man's whereabouts. Looking at the pitiful state of the dear man, Jia-in and Juan-Ti couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. How miserable. With such severe injuries, one wonders how he managed to survive. Especially upon seeing the congenital treasure in the dear man's hand, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a word, the two charged at the dear man. Under normal circumstances, even combined, they would only be leading a lamb to the tiger's den. Upon hearing this, Dearman once again found himself in a moment of miraculous survival excitement surging within him. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. With the aid of the merits of the Great Tao, a terrifying aura began to rise from Dearman. At the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal. At the same time, without a second thought, he directly swallowed the blood from Panda's heart. The speed was so fast that even the system couldn't stop it in time. Then came. Dearman let out a scream, feeling as if his very soul was being set ablaze. Under normal circumstances, he would have had time to refine this heart's blood. But at this moment he was severely injured, his body weakened, and with Juan-Ti and Jia-in watching him like a hawk, how could he possibly refine Panga's heart's blood? Seeing this, Dearman's system was completely shocked, wondering if he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Juan-Ti and Jia-in were shaken by the aura emanating from Dearman, their faces displaying disbelief. Perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal, could it be that he had been pretending all along? But if he was faking, why would he end up in such a miserable state? Although fear gripped his heart looking at Dearman's current situation, Juan-Ti gritted his teeth and summoned the 7 treasures mysterious tree to strike at Dearman. After all, they were already in a perilous situation, and Dearman's condition seemed dire. The 7 treasures' divine light continuously slammed into Dearman. At this moment, although he possessed the cultivation of a perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal due to having swallowed Panda's heart's blood, he could not unleash his full strength. Moreover, his current state was extremely tragic. In just a moment his soul was already on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Dearman's system completely abandoned this host. This host was beyond saving, it was time to find a new one. It directly used the last bit of its essence to wrap around Dearman and attempted to escape this universe. Of course, just before leaving, it did not forget to take Juan-Ti and Jia-in along. After all, even a mosquito is meat. Here in the chaos, even the heavenly Tao of the Primordial Era could not reach them. Juan-Ti and Jia-in had no chance to react. Everything went black before their eyes, and they lost consciousness. Even a trash system was not something 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals could withstand. However, just as Dearman's system was about to flee this universe, it felt a gaze pierce through the endless chaos, locking onto its very essence. Not only that, but it also severed its connection to the outside world. Heavenly Tao. Hongjun. The system was shocked, displaying an expression of disbelief. How could the Heavenly Tao extend its power into the chaos? If it were Hongjun himself, he hadn't even merged with the Tao at this time. Feeling the incredible power emanating from Hongjun, the system was somewhat dazed. This was unreasonable. Hongjun chuckled and said, "Dear system, you just arrived in the Primordial Era and already want to leave. Why not stay a while longer?" The Divine Choice system replied with hesitation. "Hongjun, do you wish to free yourself from the shackles of the Heavenly Tao? I can help you." Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, "I feel you likely lack that capability." With a thought, the vast aura of Hongjun surged as he directly began to obliterate the Divine Choice system with the power of a half-step Tao Saint. The Divine Choice system naturally would not surrender easily. However, it was already impoverished, and with its essence depleted, it was hardly capable of resisting Hongjun's power. In just a brief moment, it was completely obliterated. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun released Juan-Ti and Jia-in. Upon awakening, Juan-Ti was startled, immediately realizing he had been schemed against by Dearman. Seeing Hongjun, both of them hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Hongjun said flatly, "You may leave. It seems your strength is too weak. Even receiving my merits, you cannot hold on to them. I am quite disappointed." Juan-Ti and Jia-in, upon hearing this, wanted to cry without tears. Who knew that Dearman was a perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal? Could they be blamed for this? However, they did not dare to say much more and quickly made their way back to the Primordial Era. Hongjun's figure flickered, and he returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. He summoned the true spirit of Dearman and looked at it with mild interest. As soon as Dearman appeared, he was immediately filled with shock and anger, looking at Hongjun in disbelief. He exclaimed in anger, "Hongjun, how could you be here? What? What happened to my physical body and soul? System, where are you? Come out quickly, I've been captured by Hongjun." Hongjun looked at the panicked Dearman and said with a smile, "Stop shouting, this is the Purple Cloud Palace. As for your system, it has naturally been dismantled by me." Upon hearing this, Dearman's face changed drastically, unable to believe it. Wasn't the system all-powerful? How could it be destroyed by Hongjun, a puppet of the Heavenly Tao? Impossible. He must have been subjected to some illusion. Hongjun looked at Dearman's unwillingness to believe and shook his head helplessly. This Transmigrator was somewhat lacking. After all, he had been an ordinary person in his previous life and had no significant growth experience after arriving here. Looking at the Transmigrator before him, Hongjun shook his head in regret and said, "You are too weak, you can't even be a laborer. What a waste." As he spoke, Hongjun disregarded Dearman's terror and directly obliterated his true spirit. If Dearman had the strength of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, he might have considered letting him explore the chaos at the edge of the Primordial Era. But unfortunately, his system was lacking, far too useless. Hongjun found not a single complete law within Dearman. That innate treasure could even be said to be the most precious item on him. To come to the Primordial Era to fleece resources with such a foundation was simply courting death. Meanwhile, the 3,000 powerful beings who had listened to the Tao returned to the Primordial Era, their lungs nearly exploding with rage. Where were their abodes? How could their huge residences just vanish? After inquiring, they found out that it was the Wu clan's doing. The Wu clan had taken advantage of their absence to raid their homes while they went to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. This was intolerable. The Wu clan was simply too arrogant. Did they truly believe the Primordial Era belonged solely to them? To speak of it, many powerful beings in the Primordial Era were descendants of the Panga deity. Among them, Juanti and Jia were in the most miserable situation in the West. Almost all valuable items in the entire West had been completely looted. An old turtle crawled in front of Juanti, whimpering, "Tao brother, you wouldn't know, the Wu clan is too brutal." 11 ancestral witches came and not only took all the treasures from the West, but also wanted to take away our spiritual veins. It's abominable. If it weren't for the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, you would have come back to find nothing but ruins. Upon hearing this, Juanti was filled with rage, nearly spitting blood. No wonder he had felt so uneasy while listening to the Tao. The Wu clan aimed to uproot their foundations in the West. They had spent years trying to repair the spiritual veins in the West, enduring countless grievances. It hadn't been easy for them. Wu clan, I will not rest until I see you destroyed. Juanti howled to the heavens, wishing he could directly kill the Wu clan at their stronghold, but was quickly stopped by Jia. Jia's face was pained, saying helplessly, "Junior brother, calm down. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan are all at the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Even if all 3,000 powerful beings join forces, they might not stand a chance against them. You must know that at the conclusion of the Tao listening session, the highest cultivation among them was only at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Don't be fooled by the difference between a peak and a perfected state. Under normal circumstances, a perfected state utterly crushes a peak." Upon hearing this, Juanti felt indignant, but did not dare to truly seek trouble with the Wu clan. He was not foolish. If he went there, he would likely be sending himself into a tiger's den. Then we will diligently cultivate until we reach the level of a perfected saint, and then go to the Panga Hall to reclaim our own. Jia nodded and said, "What you say is very true. However, our Western origin is insufficient. How about taking this opportunity to seek some fortune in the East?" To this, Juanti naturally had no objections, responding, "What you say is very true." Not just Juanti and Jia, but also other powerful beings from the Purple Cloud Palace, upon seeing their abodes raided, were filled with rage, but did not dare to act impulsively. The Wu clan was too powerful. They truly could not provoke them without being at the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal level. As for those who acted rashly, they would basically be delivering themselves to the Wu clan. Of course, these individuals did not include the Transmigrators. Upon returning to the Sun Star, Dijun and Tai searched around and were immediately shocked. Where is their Fusong divine tree? That sprawling Fusong tree, stretching for thousands of miles, has not even a single branch left. Soon the two golden crows discovered where the Fusong tree had gone. Upon hearing that it was the witch clan's Zhurong who personally dug it up, Dijun was furious. "Well, you witch clan, I haven't even come looking for you yet you dare to provoke me. Moreover, you have taken down their old nest. This is simply a blatant provocation." Originally, he had intended to coexist peacefully with the witch clan, but now it seems unnecessary. Suppressing his anger, Dijun began to seclude himself for cultivation. In the Zishu Palace, he achieved remarkable gains and believed that it would not be long before he advanced to the perfect state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. 3,000 years passed, and the changes in the primordial world were almost negligible. No one could sense it, but it seemed that the edges of the primordial world were expanding slightly. When the people of Zishu Palace returned, although they had lost treasures to the witch clan, they did not dare to seek trouble directly. After all, the current witch clan was still too terrifying, with 12 Great Luo Golden Immortals at their peak, making them virtually unstoppable. As a result, the witch clan members became even more unrestrained. Even some disciples of powerful beings in the primordial world had almost become food for the witch clan. Countless races in the primordial world have been eradicated by the witch clan. 200 years later, a terrifying aura swept across the entire Sun Star. At this time, Dijun, reborn from the flames, had already reached the perfect state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thinking of his Fusong divine tree, Dijun summoned Tai and said, "The witch clan is overbearing and sees us as prey, causing havoc in the primordial world, which is truly detestable. Tai, go contact Ji Meng and others and simultaneously announce to the primordial world that I intend to attack the witch clan." Dijun's eyes gleamed with divine light, his expression confident. Now that he had perfected his Great Luo Golden Immortal state and possessed the Chaos Pearl, he was confident he could suppress even a united front of 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, the witch clan had offended countless powerful beings in the primordial world, and it was certain that everyone would rally against them. If he could suppress the witch clan, he would gather the hearts of all beings in the primordial world. This was a perfect opportunity to show the power of Dijun to the great beings of the primordial world, to collect prestige, and to prepare for the establishment of the heavenly court in the future. Upon hearing this, Tai pondered. Is Dijun planning to establish the demon clan and build the heavenly court? He scoffed internally, thinking, "My foolish brother, the moment you establish the demon clan will be your demise." He had also reached the perfect state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and had secretly colluded with the Qin Di, planning to eliminate Dijun first. However, on the surface, he maintained a respectful appearance, saying, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will handle this matter well." Soon, powerful beings like Ji Ming arrived one after another to congratulate Di Jun. Other powerful beings such as the Three Pure Ones and Nu Wa also came to see how Di Jun would confront the Witch Clan. Di Jun stood proudly in the void, exuding an unparalleled and formidable aura. He declared the Witch Clan is savage and tyrannical, rampaging through the primordial world and treating us as prey. I intend to attack the Witch Clan. I wonder if you all are willing to join me. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming and the others exchanged glances, a hint of worry in their hearts. Bai Zhe hesitated and said, "Di Jun, the Witch Clan has 12 ancestral witches, all at the perfect state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I fear we may not be their match." Among these powerful beings, only Di Jun and Laozi had reached the perfect state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But the Witch Clan had 12 such existences. Tai Yi immediately laughed and reassured friends, "Do not worry. My elder brother Di Jun is a peerless genius and possesses the chaos spiritual treasure for protection. Even if the 12 ancestral witches join forces, they cannot harm him." Bai Zhe still felt a bit uneasy. After all, the Witch Clan was not easy to provoke. However, since both Di Jun and Tai Yi were so confident, it should not be a major problem. Upon thinking this, Bai Zhe nodded in agreement. The other powerful beings like the Three Pure Ones and Zhu Ti were eager to rush to the Witch Clan immediately. These powerful beings absolutely loathed the Witch Clan. According to Di Jun's claim, he alone could deal with the 12 ancestral witches, while the others only needed to handle the remaining Witch Clan members. However, they did not know that at this moment within the Panga Palace, Di Jiang's aura was profound, with the surrounding space continuously distorting, exuding a chilling aura. The other ancestral witches cautiously stared at Di Jiang, their faces filled with worry. Di Jiang's eyes were tightly shut, with veins bulging on his body, almost about to explode. Suddenly, the space around him shattered, and a powerful aura filled the Panga Palace, forcing all ancestral witches. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches were overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Elder brother, have you broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm?" Di Jiang slowly opened his eyes, revealing a captivating brilliance. He smiled and said, "Indeed, but according to Hongjun's words, we are to be called Hunyuan Golden Immortals." Zhu Rong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "The Wu God is indeed the wise one of our Witch Clan. Our bloodline indeed contains the power of the laws. Elder brother, quickly tell us how to comprehend the laws within our bloodline." Di Jiang replied with a smile, "We 12 ancestral witches correspond to 12 laws. This is the legacy left to us by our Father God." He was about to elaborate further, but at that moment outside the Panga Palace, the heavens and earth shook. A startling cry echoed across millions of miles. A great witch covered in blood crawled into the Panga Palace, angrily saying, "Ancestral Lord Di Jun has brought people to attack us." Before he finished speaking, the great witch had already fainted, his aura weak. Seeing this, Zhu Rong was infuriated. "Which scoundrel dares to challenge the dignity of our Witch Clan?" He stepped out of the Panga Palace, glaring at Di Jun and the others standing in the sky, angrily shouting, "You damned feathered creature, are you tired of living?" As he spoke, the primal fire surged from Zhu Rong's body, a terrifying aura spreading, almost scorching the heavens. Di Jun, seeing this, his eyes glinted with cold light, and he coldly snorted, "Zhu Rong, you Witch Clan, as descendants of Panga, not only destroy the primordial world, but also plunder the possessions of countless friends. Today, I will eradicate you to eliminate this calamity for the primordial world." Zhu Rong laughed heartily, saying, "With these trash behind you, come and die for me." Zhu Rong disregarded Di Jun and Ji Ming, directly launching his attack. He soared into the sky, unleashing endless primal divine fire, spreading it toward Di Jun and the others. The great Luo Golden Immortal's peak power was unleashed without restraint by Zhu Rong, almost shaking half of the Buzhou mountain. Such an overwhelming force caused the expressions of the powerful beings standing behind Di Jun to change drastically. These brutes possess formidable strength. Di Jun's eyes flashed with cold light, and instead of directly using the Chaos Pearl, he lightly struck down with the Great Sun Divine Palm from above. Bang! Zhu Rong's expression remained unchanged as he directly tore apart Di Jun's Great Sun Divine Palm with his strong physique and clashed with Di Jun, forcing him back. This move, however, was a mere half effort from Zhu Rong. But Di Jun showed no signs of panic, as he had not yet utilized the spiritual treasure. He had merely made a casual strike. But even a casual strike required Zhu Rong to use all his strength to counter. What can the 12 ancestral witches use to contend with him? Ji Ming and the others saw this and felt completely reassured. They knew that Di Jun possessed the chaos spiritual treasure, the Chaos Gamble Pearl. Once it was summoned, Zhu Rong would surely be trapped like a turtle in a jar. And indeed this was the case. Di Jun sneered, waved his hand, and a chaotic-colored pearl appeared. The Chaos Pearl erupted with endless chaotic divine light, directly enveloping Zhu Rong, attempting to draw him into the Chaos Pearl. At this moment, Zhu Rong faced the chaos spiritual treasure, and had almost no power to resist as he was about to be forcibly drawn into the Chaos Pearl. He incessantly roared in anger, boundless divine fire spreading, yet he could not stop his form. Just then a towering figure appeared. In the next moment the space shattered and Di Jun was directly slapped away, his form grievously injured. If he had not summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu at the critical moment, he might not have survived. It was the ancestral Witch Emperor Jiang who had arrived. Standing before the members of the witch clan, he exuded a fierce aura and declared, "Emperor Jun, how dare you come to our witch clan to cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" At the same time, Zhurong, filled with rage, shouted, "Big brother, what are you wasting words on this hairy beast for? Just deal with him." As a dignified ancestral witch who suppressed the primordial chaos, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? If it weren't for that chaos spiritual treasure, this hairy beast would have already been roasted. Flames blazed in Zhurong's eyes as he swore to roast this mixed-feathered bird and eat it. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches emerged one after another from the Panga Hall. Seeing the unfriendly expressions of Emperor Jun and his group, they prepared to join the fray. It was the first time they were being bullied instead of bullying others. Emperor Jun's heart sank at the sight, his expression one of disbelief. He was currently a great Luo golden immortal at full perfection, yet he was sent flying by Emperor Jiang with a single slap. Although that slap carried the suspicion of a sneak attack, it also showcased Emperor Jiang's formidable strength. Pondering this, he frowned at Emperor Jiang and said in a deep voice, "You have actually advanced to the level of a quasi-saint." Upon hearing this, Taiyi's expression also changed slightly. How could they fight now? Was the witch clan cheating? They had worked hard to cultivate even with the system, yet they were still being suppressed by this barbaric group. Emperor Jiang revealed a cruel look in his eyes and replied, "Hey, you have some discernment, but I am a primordial golden immortal, not a mere quasi-saint." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's heart sank, but even facing a primordial golden immortal, he was unwilling to back down. This time, countless powerful beings of the primordial chaos were watching. If he let Emperor Jiang scare him away, he would no longer be able to survive in the primordial chaos. Looking at Emperor Jiang, Emperor Jun coldly declared, "Whether you are a primordial golden immortal or a quasi-saint, your witch clan has been wantonly slaughtering the beings of the primordial chaos. Today, I shall seek justice for them." Emperor Jiang laughed heartily, directly stopping Zhurong's actions as he said, "Leave this mixed-feathered bird to me, you all go deal with the other powerful beings." As he spoke, Emperor Jiang broke through the air and charged towards Emperor Jun. His speed was astonishing, shattering space as he almost instantly reached Emperor Jun's side. Clearly, Emperor Jiang, having comprehended the laws of space, had not only increased his power significantly, but was also incredibly fast. Even with Emperor Jun's constant vigilance, he was deeply shaken and startled. He didn't even have time to counterattack, only able to summon the river map and Luo book to protect himself. Bang! 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 In that instant, Emperor Jun's body was struck repeatedly, turning him into a bloody mess, golden blood splattering across the sky. The power of a quasi-saint was too overwhelming, capable of tearing through space, let alone Emperor Jun's physical body. Anger and shock surged within him, but he did not dare hesitate and immediately summoned the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl erupted with brilliant divine light, carrying the power of a chaotic world as it crushed towards Emperor Jiang. Even though Emperor Jun could not yet unleash the true power of the Chaos Pearl, he still managed to send Emperor Jiang flying with a single strike. However, Emperor Jiang seemed unfazed, shaking off the impact and charging towards Emperor Jun once again. Thanks to the system of the pollution god, the defensive capabilities of the witch clan members were terrifyingly formidable, rendering even the Chaos Pearl incapable of harming Emperor Jiang. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's face turned ashen, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage. How could he continue to fight? Although the Chaos Pearl was powerful, its mana consumption was severe and could not be sustained for long. Meanwhile, the other strong members of the witch clan were howling and rushing towards other powerful beings. With Emperor Jiang blocking Emperor Jun, the other ancestral witches found themselves without an opponent. Among the many powerful beings present, aside from Laozi, who was a great Luo Golden Immortal at full perfection, the others were at most peak great Luo Golden Immortals. Some were even at the early stages of great Luo Golden Immortal, unable to defeat even some of the major witches. Juan-Ti and Jia-In looked at the imposing members of the witch clan, their faces pale. Exchanging glances, they understood each other's thoughts. Without top-tier powerhouses restraining the 12 ancestral witches, they would be delivering themselves as food. Both of them thought of fleeing simultaneously. But just then a voice suddenly echoed in their minds, that of Hongjun. "Did you see that major witch who hasn't made a move? He is the one who incited the ancestral witches to seize the culprits from the west. He is also an extraterritorial evil demon. By eliminating this major witch, not only will there be countless treasures, but immense merit as well." Upon hearing this, Juan-Ti was shocked, immediately recognizing it as Hongjun's voice. Clearly the Dao ancestor was also paying attention to this place. Following Hongjun's guidance, Juan-Ti looked towards the entrance of the Panga Hall. He saw a relatively slender major witch watching the commotion with a cheerful expression. Juan-Ti exchanged glances with Jia-In, and their eyes instantly gleamed with mischief. If they couldn't handle the ancestral witches, could they not deal with a single major witch? Juan-Ti quietly took out the 7 treasures mysterious tree, concealing his aura as he stealthily approached the major witch. After all, the witch clan was so powerful that he needed to strike successfully in one go. At this moment, the pollution god was watching the battles occurring in the sky, secretly calculating. The battle between the witch and the demon was about to begin. However, this time with him, the pollution god present, the demon clan was destined to become the food of the witch clan. He aimed to make the witch clan the true masters of the primordial world. Any heavenly emperor Hongjun or heaven's Dao that dared to scheme against the witch clan would eventually face their demise. The pollution god wore a confident expression, as if he could already envision the scene of the witch clan's powerful members beating up Hongjun. But just then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, nearly causing him to faint. Turning his head, he saw a disheveled lewd-looking Taoist holding a colorful branch. The Seven Treasures Mysterious Tree. Juan-Ti. The pollution god widened his eyes in shock and anger. You Juan-Ti, how dare you sneak attack me? Are you tired of living? At this moment Juan-Ti was equally dumbfounded. No way this seemingly minor major, which at most a great Luo golden immortal in the early stages, had not been knocked out by him. This is too absurd. He was a latest-stage great Luo golden immortal 2 small realms higher than this major witch. Normally a single small realm would be sufficient to crush him. Thinking it was bad, he realized why this was an extraterritorial evil demon. But since he had been discovered, Juan-Ti no longer pretended and called out to Jiayin as he launched an attack. The Seven Treasures Mysterious Tree emitted beams of 7-colored divine light, landing on the pollution god. Furious, the pollution god roared, "Shameless Juan-Ti, you dare to sneak attack me. Prepare to die." With a wave of his hand, the pollution god conjured a tumtor-long wolf-tooth club. He swung it towards Juan-Ti. However, Juan-Ti, being a latest-stage great Luo golden immortal, immediately evaded after sensing danger. Although the pollution god possessed a system, his cultivation was too weak and he couldn't land a hit on Juan-Ti. Yet, even with Juan-Ti and Jiayin teaming up, they still couldn't harm the pollution god. Seeing this, the pollution god revealed a sinister smile and called out, "Gong Gong, come help me." In the distance, Gong Gong, who was pursuing Kunping, was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Who dares to touch my witch clan's wise man? Stepping forward, he appeared directly before Juan-Ti and slapped out. This slap was so fierce that Gong Gong, filled with rage, sent Juan-Ti flying 10,000 miles away. Juan-Ti's face was swollen like a small mountain. But that was not all. This strike seriously injured him. Juan-Ti thought it was bad, this ancestral witch was terrifying, truly a monster. Without saying a word, Juan-Ti fled without caring for anyone else. Seeing this, Jiayin also dared not linger, enduring a punch from Gong Gong and seizing the opportunity to vanish without a trace. Above the 9th heaven, Hongjun watched the fleeing Juan-Ti Jane without a flicker of anger. That those two would be driven off was hardly beyond his expectation. Yet the system bound to the Transmigrator had hoarded countless treasures of the Primordial Age while scarcely strengthening its host, a failing of no small consequence. A system that only takes and never gives could not be permitted. It seemed he must find a way to force the Transmigrator system into giving. Hongjun's eyes glittered. He thought inwardly that next time he lectured, he ought to bestow some fortunes upon the assembly. Otherwise, in the near term, they truly would not be able to overcome the Wuzu. And it was not only Juan-Ti Jin who fled. Many mighty beings, sensing the tide turn, simply vanished. Because the Wuzu lacked Yuanshan, they could not stop those great ones from escaping. As a result, in merely half an hour, only Dijuan and Tai remained. The 12 ancestral Wuzu descended and attacked in concert. The 2 Transmigrators were pitifully beaten, overwhelmed by the ancestral might. In the end, Dijuan forced open a path by invoking the Hundun Pearl. Watching Dijuan and Tai flee, Zhurong stamped his foot in fury, aching to give chase. Let those 2 mangy birds escape again, damned. Wushan stepped forward to soothe him. Do not be hasty. I believe it will not be long before the ancestral Wuzu advance to quasi-sage. Then they will be able to summon Pangus' true form and face even a sage in combat. Zhurong, hearing this, immediately demanded, "Summon the Father God's true form." How do you mean? Before Wushan could answer, Dijiang spoke. After I forged my law of formation manifested in my bloodline called the Shire Du Tian Shinsha Great Array, it can summon Pangus' true form. Gong Gong's face brightened with joy. Excellent. If so, even old Hongjun we need not fear. From the vault of heaven, Hongjun only shook his head and smiled. A truly ignorance breeds boldness. His figure faded as he returned to Zishu Palace. News of Dijuan leading many Daluo to suppress the Wuzu, only to be suppressed in turn, spread swiftly through the Hongwang world. In an instant, Dijuan became the laughingstock of Hongwang. The humiliation sat ill with him. Why had things turned out this way? He was a transmigrator with a system. Ought he not to be trampling Hongjun and striking at the way itself? Why did defeat follow defeat? Daijin's expression seethed with unwillingness, yet against the Wuzu he had no recourse. He had planned to use the situation to establish the Yaozu, now that must be postponed. At the very least, he needed to reach Quasi-Sage first. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host. A choice task has been triggered. The gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain is about to mature. Please choose. Choice 1, let nature take its course. Reward, immediate law fragments. Choice 2, claim all reward, 1 million Dao merits and the Tiandi sword elevated to an innate supreme treasure. Of course, Dijuan was not alone. Other transmigrators received similar tasks. Meanwhile, in a canyon of Buzhou Mountain, a staggering aura swelled, piercing clouds and painting the sky with brilliant radiance. Such omens heralded the birth of an innate spirit treasure. Many mighty ones cried out, Isaac Lo. This appeared no ordinary Xiantian Lingbao. Hongyun and others sensed the heavenly portent of Buzhou Mountain at once and hurried there. Soon countless great beings converged upon Buzhou. Qin Di arrived first. He had hunted the trail of the gourd vine for a long time. The moment its aura leaked, he surveying the vine before him, Qin Di laughed heartily. 7 gourds, and all top-grade innate spirit treasures, each of incalculable worth. Moreover, the vine was linked to Nua's path to Tao. If he obtained it, he could not only disrupt Hongjun's designs, but also bind Nua to him with a debt of gratitude. In the next instant, other powerful figures descended, eyes burning upon the vine, Dijuan and Tai, 2 golden crows. The 3 golden crows glanced at them, faces changing with envy. Qin Di snorted coldly. Dijuan Tai, this gourd vine is mine. You can leave. Already supremely strong, having broken through to the consummate Daluo golden immortal, he was confident even the Hundun Pearl could not capture him. Daijin's eyes filled with killing intent as he invoked the Hundun Pearl. Qin Di, have you grown tired of living? Qin Di laughed. You two beaten to dogs by the Wuzuyu. Before his words finished, Qin Di transformed into a streak of golden light and struck at Dijuan. Space itself warped. Brandishing the Shirwu sword, his speed and crushing power tore at the fabric of the void. The fully tempered Shirwu sword struck with dreadful lethality. Such might among the Daluo golden immortals was virtually unparalleled. Dijuan remained calm and attempted to imprison Qin Di with the Hundun Pearl. But Qin Di was prepared. As the Hundun Pearl was invoked, a black and white chessboard appeared above his head. Standing beneath that board, Qin Di could not be drawn into the Hundun space. He laughed and taunted, fool, you truly think I will be pulled into the Hundun Pearl? This is the innate supreme treasure Tiandi chessboard. As an innate artifact, it will not move. Your cultivation cannot shake it. Though the Hundun Pearl was formidable, what of the full force it could exert through a mere Daluo like Dijuan? Daijin's face darkened as he beckoned Tai together. If one could not be drawn into Hundun's space, the Hundun Pearl nonetheless contained a pocket chaos world whose power each invocation brought to bear. Even an ancestral Wuzu would hesitate to receive the Hundun Pearl. Hedon Qin Di was no exception. In moments, the 3 golden crows were locked in battle. Their clash threatened to rend heaven and earth, sweeping across myriad miles. They stood but one step from Quasi-Sage. Their terrifying strength chilled the visiting Sanqing and others to the bone. Brother, how can these bristly creatures be so powerful? Yuanqi's conveyed voice trembled with unease. They were the true line of Pangu, and yet they had not a single decent treasure to show. These bristly ones not only possessed extraordinary strength, but dreadful supreme artifacts as well. Laozi fell silent. Though he too had reached the consummate Daluo golden immortal, he felt it would take little time before those golden crows cut him down. The blow stung. With unwillingness, he transmitted, I feel this gourd vine should be mine, yet now I fear event. Yuanchi nodded, I sense it as well, regrettable. Tongtian, though unwilling, shook his head. If it cannot be done, let it be. Better than losing one's life. Judging by the 3 golden crows, they intended to seize all 7 gourds for themselves. Any who opposed would meet death. Hongjun and Nua shared similar doubts. Each of them felt a connection to the vine, yet now to contend for it was tantamount to seeking death. Laozi had at least attained consummate Daluo, but others were only in the later stage of Daluo, who would dare risk it. Nua's face was torn. She could feel the gourd vine's importance to her own path to Tao, far beyond a mere spirit treasure. She glanced at her elder brother Fushi. Fushi quietly shook his head, do not act rashly. Wait and see. What if the 3 golden crows fought to mutual ruin? They were not alone in such calculation. Whether the Sanqing or the 2 western ways, many awaited the outcome of the 3 golden crows contest. At that moment, the sky filled with thunderclouds, streaks of lightning rent the heavens, stretching across boundless miles. Lightning and thunder rolled through the firmament, their rumble extending beyond reckoning. Hongjun exclaimed in shock, this is the 9 heavens thunder tribulation the gourd vine is about to transform. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation is known to be the most formidable transformation tribulation. Huazun, upon hearing this, looked up at the 9 heavens thunder tribulation in the sky, his face turning pale instantly. He seemed to recall the terror of being controlled by the tribulation during his own transformation, nearly facing death. At that time, the heavenly Tao was not manifest, and the power of the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was far from what it is now. Shaking his head, Huazun said, the transformation of the gourd vine is bound to fail. This power cannot be withstood even by a great Luo golden immortal. Upon hearing this, Laozi nodded in agreement. Did you not see that the thunder tribulation directly ripped through space? Such power is already comparable to a Quasi-Sane strike. Even if he went up, he would likely face a certain death. At that time, the heavenly Tao was not manifest, and the power of the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was far from what it is now. Shaking his head, Huazun said, the transformation of the gourd. They were drenched in blood, their breaths chaotic, clearly having suffered significant injuries. After all, the 3 of them were extremely powerful, and with their astonishing treasures, they found it hard to determine a victor. If they continued, they might be taken advantage of by other formidable beings. The 3 golden crows had deep gazes, all contemplating how to seize the innate gourd. At this moment, a bolt of thunder suddenly tore through the sky, striking down. Boom! The terrifying might caused the gourd vine to tremble. But just then a milky white light rose, and the might from the gourd vine diminished instead of increasing. Huazun, clearly experienced, remarked, this is just the first thunder tribulation. There are 9 in total, each one more formidable than the last. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They felt that if struck by this thunder tribulation, they would likely be severely injured if not killed. The 3 golden crows coldly stared at the gourd vine undergoing tribulation, their hearts filled with disdain. How could the heavenly Tao allow the gourd vine to transform? This gourd vine would not only fail to transform, but would also be torn apart by them. Yet the development of events often exceeded everyone's expectations. One terrifying thunder after another fell, yet they could not shake the essence of the gourd vine. The milky white light appeared ordinary, yet it acted as an insurmountable shield, not allowing even the nine heavens' thunder tribulation to breach it in the slightest. No one knew that inside the gourd vine there was already a figure. Hu Tong wore a mocking expression, thinking that the mere heavenly Tao sought to destroy him. It was simply a delusion. Indeed, he was a transmigrator and had a causal system. When he first arrived, Hu Tong was terrified. He knew that not only would he fail to survive the tribulation, but he would also be torn apart by the three purities. Fortunately, he quickly activated the system and received a holy light shield from the beginner's gift pack. This holy light shield could not be breached by anyone below the saint level. Though the nine heavens thunder tribulation was powerful, its might could not surpass that of a saint's strike. Hu Tong wore a mocking expression, feeling the presence of many formidable beings outside, his heart filled with killing intent. They still wanted to tear him apart. It was simply a dream. He not only wanted to transform, but also wanted these ancient powerful beings to know he was not to be trifled with. In the nine heavens, Hongjun's gaze seemed to penetrate countless spaces, landing on the gourd vine on Buzhou Mountain. The outcome was clear. Without guessing, this gourd vine had also been penetrated. That white shield was clearly a result of the system's intervention. Hongjun stroked his chin, quietly upgrading the nine heavens thunder tribulation. He changed the last thunder tribulation to the purple sky divine thunder. The purple sky divine thunder was comparable to a saint strike. He wanted to see how many trump cards this transmigrator system had. Easily passing through the first 8 thunder tribulations, Hu Tong completely set his mind at ease. Although the ninth thunder tribulation was the strongest, he was confident that even the ninth thunder tribulation could not break through the holy light defense. With this holy light defense, he could roam freely in the wilderness without worrying about his safety. Meanwhile, the ninth thunder tribulation suddenly descended. Wherever it struck, darkness enveloped everything, and the terrifying aura was chilling. This thunder tribulation directly obliterated space, and before Hu Tong could react, it had already landed on the holy light defense. Then, in just a breath's time, with a crack, the astonishingly powerful holy light shattered. At the same time, the residual force of the ninth thunder tribulation surged into the gourd vine's body. This was a force comparable to a saint's strike. Even if it was only the residual force, it was not something the gourd vine could withstand. Hu Tong felt his body continuously dissolving, and the fear in his heart spread infinitely. How could this be? How could the last thunder tribulation break the holy light defense? System, save me quickly. The heavenly Tao is not giving me a glimmer of hope. Hu Tong's desperate scream echoed. The causal system replied. The causal system added, host, rest assured, the system guarantees your safe transformation. With the system's assurance, Hu Tong finally felt relieved. Their exchange happened in the blink of an eye. But in that very instant, the residual force of the ninth thunder tribulation nearly erased all of Hu Tong's consciousness. If it weren't for the system protecting his true spirit, he would have surely perished. Hu Tong inwardly sighed in relief, knowing that without the system he would have been doomed. This wilderness was indeed terrifying. The heavenly Tao was unjust, wanting to kill him off without giving him a chance to be born. Little did the heavenly Tao know that he possessed a system. Even a saint's strike could not erase him. Hu Tong dared not hesitate, quickly consuming causal points to begin his recovery. After all, many powerful beings outside were watching him, ready to tear him apart. Seeing that even a saint's strike could not erase this transmigrator, Hongjun felt somewhat reassured. He thought for a moment and instantly transmitted a piece of information to the extreme west. There lay a chaotic sea of thunder where countless powerful beings had fallen. On the edge of the thunder sea, a Tai golden immortal suddenly sensed something, feeling that an innate spiritual gourd was about to emerge in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. However, he did not immediately set off. Instead, he went to report to his master. He had long become a thunder servant of this thunder sea. Hongjun watched as the last thunder tribulation shattered the white light barrier, destroying all the essence of the gourd vine, and could not help but let out a soft sigh. In his eyes, the gourd vine ultimately did not survive this tribulation. The transformation of the top 10 spiritual roots is incredibly difficult. Only the Bodhi tree had succeeded in transforming, while the heavenly Tao was not yet manifest. The other powerful beings looked at the shattered gourd vine, their eyes gleaming with excitement. With the gourd vine's transformation failure, it was finally their time to seize the gourd. This was at least a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and there were 7 of them, truly a tremendous opportunity. Tao Ancestor. Dijun suddenly spoke, looking up at the 9 heavens. Everyone was taken aback and quickly looked up. But Dijun stepped forward, instantly reaching out with his massive claw towards the gourd vine. He intended to uproot the gourd vine and take it back to the Sun Star. The other powerful beings realized they had been deceived too late. The entire gourd vine was almost grasped in Dijun's hand. The Qin Emperor was furious. Dijun was indeed treacherous. Without further ado, he prepared to strike for it. But at that moment, he saw Dijun's face change drastically as a silver light suddenly sliced through Dijun's wrist. Dijun was wary of everyone, but he never expected that there would also be danger from the gourd vine. In just an instant, his claw was severed. At the same time, the gourd vine transformed, becoming a tall and slender young man. Hongyun was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "How did the gourd vine transform?" The other powerful beings also looked at the slender young man in disbelief, wearing expressions of utter incredulity. They had clearly seen the essence of the gourd vine being destroyed by the thunder tribulation. Hu Teng transformed into his true form and looked at the crowd, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. None of these people were good, they all deserved to die. He even contemplated refining all these powerful beings. At the same time, his aura continued to rise, unmatched in power. Dijun was both shocked and furious, realizing that the one who severed his claw was a flying knife that had emerged from a silver gourd. The gourd vine not only transformed, but also manifested with the cultivation of an early-stage De Luo Jin Xian. This level of cultivation was not particularly high yet. To injure him was no simple feat. Dijun felt a sense of grief and anger. This primordial chaos was completely different from what he knew. Novels mislead people. It seems that he could never associate novels with primordial chaos in the future. Of course, it wasn't just Dijun, other transmigrators felt the same. Dijun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he coldly said, "Hand over the 7 gourds and pledge allegiance to me, I might spare your life." Although this gourd vine was merely at the early stage of De Luo, it had just managed to break his son's true body and sever one of his arms, proving its formidable methods. His methods should be closely related to these 7 innate gourds. Once the gourd vine surrendered the 7 gourds, it would be akin to self-destructing its own arms. Wouldn't that be allowing him to control it? Upon hearing this, Hu Teng revealed a sinister smile and mocked Dijun. "Do you really think that having achieved the perfection of De Luo means you can control me?" Dijun's face darkened as he heard this, and he snorted coldly, "If you don't know how to respect, then I shall return you to your original form." How dare a mere early-stage De Luo speak to him like that? It was simply living on borrowed time. Dijun directly reached out with a palm towards Hu Teng without holding back. Under his 5 fingers, space twisted as if binding a realm of time and space. Yet Hu Teng showed no fear, his expression mocking. He was a transmigrator and moreover one of the 10 innate spiritual roots that had transformed. What was a mere 3-legged golden crow? Even if at the peak of De Luo, so what? Faced with Dijun's terrifying palm, Hu Teng did not back down and threw a punch. "Please don't mock. The book I read was truly absurd, where the protagonist could easily surpass levels, defeating Tai Yi and Dijun even at the early stage of De Luo. And the result was that Hu Teng was directly caught in Dijun's grasp, nearly crushed. With just one hit, Hu Teng was severely injured, his aura in disarray. Seeing this, Hu Teng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? After all, he was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots that had transformed and had a system backing him. His physical body was strong. How could he not withstand Dijun? Not just Hu Teng, even Dijun and the other powerful beings were dumbfounded. They had thought the gourd vine possessed some abilities, but it turned out to be like this. Furious, Hu Teng felt like Buddha was emerging and Buddha was ascending to heaven. How despicable! What kind of gaze was that? Do they look down on me? Dijun was about to casually crush this arrogant early-stage De Luo gourd vine when he suddenly sensed a violent surge of energy from Hu Teng. Early stage De Luo. Mid-stage De Luo. Latest stage De Luo. Peak De Luo. In just an instant, Hu Teng directly surged up 3 small realms. It was Hu Teng using the remaining causal points to elevate his own cultivation. With his suddenly enhanced power, Hu Teng finally broke free from Dijun's grip and escaped from his grasp. However, he did not escape from this place directly. Instead, he wore a face full of ferocity. Just now he had been careless and had not expected the gap between the early stage of De Luo and the perfection of De Luo to be so vast. But now he would not be careless. After reaching the peak of De Luo, Hu Teng's confidence soared. Looking at the astonished Dijun, he wasted no time and directly summoned the 7 gourds, merging them into one, unleashing a radiant 7-colored light. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out, shocking everyone present. Innate supreme treasure. Jun's eyes gleamed. If he weren't aware that he was no match for Dijun, he probably would have rushed forward by now. But now he would not be careless. After reaching the peak of De Luo, Hu Teng's confidence soared. Looking at the astonished Dijun, he wasted no time and directly summoned the 7 gourds, merging them into. These 7 gourds were merely top-grade innate spiritual treasures, but when merged they became an innate supreme treasure, which was truly incredible. An innate supreme treasure among the many powerful beings present. Aside from the 3 golden crows, how many could possess such a thing? Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, Hu Teng felt immense pride. With a proud expression, he looked down on Dijun and disdainfully said, "Dijun, let me take you down first." With a wave of his hand, the 7-colored gourds erupted with a radiant glow. In an instant, a terrifying 7-colored divine knife emerged from the gourd, striking at Dijun. At that moment, not only Dijun but also the numerous powerful beings surrounding them were affected, their souls trembling. This divine knife even carried an area attack. A De Luo Jin Xian who was caught up in the excitement suddenly felt a pain in his soul and plummeted from the clouds. Jin Yuanzi exclaimed, "Soul attack." This 7-colored gourd surprisingly targeted soul attacks. In an instant, the observing powerful beings hurriedly activated their protective measures to prevent being accidentally harmed. Dijun, however, summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu above his head as the Chaos Pearl transformed into a beam of chaotic divine light that directly tore through space, suppressing the divine knife. Bang! The chaotic power surged, terrifying pressure sweeping in all directions. Although the 7-colored gourds were innate supreme treasures, how could they withstand the might of the Chaos Pearl? With just one strike, the seven-colored divine knife was shattered, and the residual power of the Chaos Pearl descended like a chaotic world crushing down on Hu Ting. Hu Ting could never have anticipated that Di Jun would possess such a heavy treasure, being severely injured once more and in a pitiful state. He grabbed Hu Ting and intended to escape from this place. Of course, he was not there to save Hu Ting. His goal had always been the seven gourds. This was the best opportunity. Di Jun's aura surged with dominance, his expression one of disdain for the world. However, the Qin disc gaze flickered as he instantly crossed countless distances, appearing beside Hu Ting. Having severely injured Hu Ting, he easily captured him in hand. Di Jun was furious, not expecting Qin Di to jump out and snatch the fruit. Moreover, Qin Di's action seemed to act as a fuse, as Tai also did not want to fall behind and sought to claim the gourd vine. As for the others, although they were eager to compete, the earlier methods of the three golden crows sent chills down their spines. It was simply too terrifying, they could not contend with that. I increasingly hate those barbaric members of the witch clan. If they hadn't taken my heavenly mystery Linglong treasure pagoda, I could also have contended for that precious gourd. Juan Ti appeared regretful, pounding his chest and stamping his feet at such a treasure, yet it was regrettably beyond their reach in the west. Unsurprisingly, this precious gourd would ultimately fall into the hands of the three golden crows. But at that moment, two beams of divine light fell from the heavens. Qin Di wanted to escape from this place first, but was directly struck down by a colossal palm that obscured the sky. One was a man of exceptional beauty, and the other was an extraordinarily alluring woman. The auras emanating from them were powerful, stirring the winds and clouds for billions of miles, making them the center of this world. Seeing this, Qin Di's expression darkened, filled with fury. He did not recognize the woman, but the man left a deep impression on him. The gaze of the Qin Emperor swept over the unyielding emperor, landing on the woman beside him. A quasi-saint. His pupils constricted and his heart trembled with shock. Naturally, the other powerful beings who discovered the woman's cultivation felt similarly to the Qin Emperor. They were astonished. Could this woman be an ancient powerhouse? Qin Emperor, we meet again. The unyielding emperor looked at the Qin Emperor with a mocking gaze, his eyes cold, sending shivers down the Qin Emperor's spine. Over the past few millennia, he had learned from some ancient powerhouses that the Sun Star bore three golden crows: Qin Emperor, Emperor Jun, and Tai. Indeed, with his arrival, more uncertainties emerged in the wilderness. But so what? No matter how the wilderness changed, the unyielding emperor was always the only protagonist. As long as the heavenly Tao does not collapse, the wilderness will surely be destroyed. As long as the saints do not die, the great thieves will not cease. One day, the unyielding emperor will lead the beings of the wilderness to overthrow the heavenly Tao and establish a new order. Lord of Thunder. The unyielding emperor spoke lightly, and the enchanting woman beside him immediately understood. The next moment, she suddenly made her move, reaching for the Qin Emperor. This was at the quasi-saint level, directly tearing apart space. The terrifying aura caused countless powerhouses to tremble in fear, their scalps tingling. Seeing this, the Qin Emperor's expression changed as he immediately summoned the heavenly chessboard above his head and unleashed the Annihilation Sword with all his might. The power of the two innate supreme treasures was immense, with the Annihilation Sword having been completely refined. However, after a single strike, the Qin Emperor's figure was sent reeling, directly thrust into the depths of unyielding mountain, suffering severe injuries. He was horrified. The woman's cultivation was indeed terrifying. Even with two innate supreme treasures, he was no match for a quasi-saint. The Qin Emperor was filled with rage, but at this moment he gritted his teeth and fled. He knew that with this woman making a move, he had no chance of obtaining the seven treasure gourd. He was decisive, of the woman's attempt to capture the Qin Emperor was actually blocked by him, leaving her momentarily stunned. In that moment of distraction, the Qin Emperor had already vanished without a trace. The woman turned pale and hurriedly bowed to the unyielding emperor, saying, "My apologies, master. I will retrieve him immediately." The unyielding emperor shook his head and replied calmly, "No need, we can discuss it next time we meet." Of course, the main reason was that the other two golden crows were still present and were not weaker than the Qin Emperor. He speculated that the three golden crows might be stronger than other powerhouses because they were the protagonists of the calamity. His primary reason for coming here was naturally to obtain the seven treasure gourd. Looking at Hu Ting, the unyielding emperor was astonished and spoke, "Since you can take form, it shows you possess great fortune. I offer you an opportunity. Pledge your loyalty to me, and in the future, achieving the path of saints may not be out of reach." The unyielding emperor spoke indifferently, surveying the crowd as if he were the master of the fates of many powerhouses. The ancient beings of the wilderness were so shocked they could hardly speak. Terrifying, even a quasi-saint is this person's servant. What is the true origin of the unyielding emperor? Yet whether it was Emperor Jun or Tai or Hu Ting, they all felt disdain in their hearts, thinking, what is he? Does he really think he can achieve the path of saints just because he has a quasi-saint as a subordinate? So, what if he is a quasi-saint? If Hongjun wanted to deal with them, it would just take a thought. Having survived the initial calamity of Long Han daring to come out and flaunt, they would eventually fall. This unyielding emperor, merely at the peak of the great Luo Jinxian, must have forcibly subdued that woman when she was weak. Hu Ting speculated that if he could save this woman, perhaps he could win her favor. He was about to take action when suddenly a loud voice echoed across the heavens and earth, making his ears ring painfully. Unyielding Emperor, you wretched dog. Accompanying the voice, several tall figures stepped forward, their auras fierce. Many powerhouses turned pale upon seeing them, their hearts filled with trepidation. Goodness, even the witch clan has arrived. How could they possibly know that there are spiritual treasures emerging here? The unyielding emperor's face turned ashen as he immediately recalled the predicament he faced when pressured by the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. When he had just arrived in the wilderness, he established the purple mist forbidden zone on Unyielding Mountain, only to be pushed around by these witches, almost losing his chaos spiritual root. Seeing the witch clan now, he felt particularly envious. Tian Wu, upon seeing this, taunted, "What? Grown some strength and still dared to return to Unyielding Mountain." Zhu Rong, on the other hand, wasted no time and leapt out, throwing a punch at the unyielding emperor. They had no divine sense, so naturally they could not sense the woman's power. Thus the members of the witch clan completely ignored the Lord of Thunder beside the unyielding emperor. The result was that Zhu Rong was directly slapped away. When a Kwasa saint makes a move, it is not so simple. This strike shattered space and severely injured Zhu Rong. Had it not been for Di Jiang's intervention pulling him from the chaotic flow of space, he would have surely faced death or severe injury. Di Jiang looked grave, frowning at the Lord of Thunder. Mixed Yuan Jingxian. To be able to slap Zhu Rong, a grand ancestor, away, one must at least possess the cultivation of a mixed Yuan Jingxian. Did the Wuxian not say that before Hongjun spoke there wouldn't be any mixed Yuan Jingxians? Di Jiang frowned slightly, his expression vigilant. Among the 12 grand ancestors of the witch clan, he was the only one with the strength of a mixed Yuan Jingxian. If he were to be detained, the other grand ancestors would be in danger. The unyielding emperor, who originally planned to eliminate the 12 grand ancestors, was also taken aback when he saw Di Jiang make his move, easily tearing through space. Di Jiang unexpectedly possessed the strength of a mixed Yuan Jingxian, which made him quite displeased. To allow the Lord of Thunder to hatch, he had no idea how many powerful beings of the wilderness he had sacrificed to gather the essence needed for the hatching. And once Di Jiang advanced to mixed Yuan Jingxian, wouldn't that mean that before long other grand ancestors would also advance to mixed Yuan Jingxian? The unyielding emperor's gaze was deep as he looked at Hu Ting and asked, "What is your choice?" Hu Ting, hearing this, immediately retorted, "What are you? Do you really think that having a Kwasa saint as a subordinate allows you to do as you please?" He then turned to the Lord of Thunder beside the unyielding emperor, swallowing hard, and joked, "This young lady, I know you must have been forcibly enslaved by this fellow. Don't worry, I will rescue you." The appearance of the Lord of Thunder was indeed enchanting, seemingly stirring Hu Ting's heart. This made him very excited, as he had heard that the goddesses of the wilderness were very easy to seduce. Upon hearing this, the unyielding emperor's face turned ashen, as if his dignity were being rubbed into the ground. The Lord of Thunder also had a stiff expression, momentarily unsure of what to say. Seeing the expressions of the two, Hu Tung felt a surge of confidence. His speculation was indeed not wrong. The unyielding emperor's murderous intent welled up, and he no longer had any intention of recruiting. He coldly gazed at Hu Ting and sneered, "I thought you were someone of substance, but it turns out you are just a lecher." Hu Ting's gaze was practically unmasked, and even a fool could see what he meant. He did not even need to take action, directly saying, "Lord of Thunder, extract his divine soul. I want him to know what cruelty means." At this, the Lord of Thunder immediately made her move, reaching for Hu Tung. A mere latest-stage great Luo Jinxian, even with a supreme treasure, was but an ant in her hands. But would the members of the witch clan remain indifferent? Di Jiang's gaze flickered as he instantly shattered the giant hand conjured by the Lord of Thunder, laughing, "Could you have some courage, but your strength is still too weak. Come to our witch clan, I will surely keep you safe." The Wuxian had instructed them to bring all 7 gourds back. Since this gourd had already taken form, they would first take this person back. Yet Zhu Rong and the others were constantly eyeing the 7-color gourd in Hu Ting's hand, filled with curiosity. Hu Tung was no fool, he immediately sensed the intentions of these witches. Could it be that these witches have ulterior motives? Looking at the attitude of the ancient beings of the wilderness towards the witch clan, he felt his guess was not wrong. Thinking of this, Hu Ting immediately sneered, "If I go there, the result would be that I end up with nothing." The members of the witch clan changed their expressions upon hearing this. Gong Gong roared angrily, "Nonsense. Would our witch clan kill for treasures?" Not far away, the 3 pure ones felt indignant upon hearing this, wondering if those who stole their treasures back then were merely wandering ghosts. The Emperor of Notjo looked at the Wu clan, mocking, "The Wu clan's tyranny truly penetrates the hearts of all beings in the wilderness. Even newly transformed beings are aware of your dominance. TSK. None of the mighty beings present spoke a word in favor of the Wu clan. After all, most of them had suffered bullying at None of the mighty beings present spoke a word in favor of the Wu clan. After all, most of them had suffered bullying at the hands of the Wu clan, so they couldn't afford to kick someone when they're down. Hengong's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you useless fool? If you dare face me unknown. Come on. The Emperor of Notjo remained unfazed, coldly laughing, "If I wish to kill you, even Daijang cannot stop me." He was astonishingly powerful and was confident he could turn Hengong into a dead dog in a duel. Hengong was instantly enraged, but was tightly held back by Daijang, unable to break free. Daijang turned to Hu Ting solemnly, stating, "Kid, I'll give you another chance. Come here obediently and the Wu clan can guarantee your safety. However, Hutting was convinced that the Wu clan harbored ill intentions against him and would not agree. He directly shouted, "Do you think you can dictate terms to me?" At this moment, even facing two Quasi-Saint powerhouses, Hutting showed no fear. After all, he had a method. He focused his mind, and the seven-colored gourd split into seven, transforming into a large formation that enveloped all the mighty beings within. According to the system, this formation was a peerless deadly array comparable to the Zhoutian star formation. Once the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation was deployed, terrifying power instantly spread, and the Hunyuan Calamity Chi surged wildly. In an instant, the area turned dark and space began to fracture. Countless mighty beings turned pale, their expressions one of disbelief. In other words, merely remaining in this area could pose a threat to their lives. Seeing this, Hutting laughed heartily and immediately activated the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation, waving his hand as gourd phantoms emerged, emitting streams of divine light. The divine light resembled a waterfall, wherever it passed, space shattered under the immense pressure. The Emperor of Notjo's expression changed drastically, never expecting the gourd vine to possess such a terrifying formation. With Huteng's Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation level, he could actually threaten Quasi-Saints. If a Quasi-Saint were to deploy it, wouldn't it threaten the Saints themselves? Bang! The Lord of Thunder stepped forward, blocking the incoming golden divine light. However, after just one blow, fragments of space shattered and spread out, a horrifying sight. Although the Emperor of Notjo was extraordinarily powerful, he was still only at the peak of Deluo. Facing the aftermath of a Quasi-Saint's eruption, he was instantly severely injured. Moreover, within this great formation, one could never know when a spatial rift might suddenly emerge. His face turned ashen, gritting his teeth, he directly called for the Lord of Thunder to leave this place. It seemed the gourd vine would have to wait. On the other side, Daijang also blocked the attack from the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation. However, the other powerful figures of the Wu clan were not so fortunate. Within this Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation, every corner was fraught with danger. Below Quasi-Saint level, no one could guarantee they would escape unscathed. Daijang immediately shouted, "Retreat." Before his words fell, the members of the Wu clan hurriedly joined forces to exit the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation. Thankfully, their defensive power was astonishing, resulting in relatively few casualties. However, with both the Wu clan and the Emperor of Notjo retreating in succession, what hope did the other mighty beings have? In just a few short moments, the fallen mighty beings had reached double digits. The ferocity of the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation was evident. The three purities had grim expressions, clearly it was their own opportunity that had suddenly transformed. Moreover, staying here could still pose a life-threatening risk. The three of them joined forces to attempt to flee this place. If nothing unexpected occurred, Hutting would become the final victor, having secured the treasures. But just as the three purities left the range of the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation and planned to escape, they heard an ethereal voice in their ears. The Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation can only last for 5 breaths of time. The three purities were taken aback, exchanging glances with wide eyes. The Dao Ancestor. Seeing the expressions of the other two, the three purities quickly confirmed that they had all received this message. Of course, not only the three purities, but also Nuajuanti and Jiayin received the same reminder from Hongjun. They were not fools and understood Hongjun's meaning. According to the Dao Ancestor's words, once the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation dissipated, it would indicate that Huteng's power had been exhausted. Hongjun silently observed the three purities and others, watching how they would choose. Once Huteng's power was exhausted, with the capabilities of these six, even if they couldn't kill Huteng, they would make him bleed profusely. Of course, even if they could kill him, Huteng's system would certainly not stand idly by. However, this was precisely the result he wanted to see. 5 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 breaths, just as Hongjun predicted, the 7 gourds weakly flew towards Huteng, and the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation collapsed on its own. Huteng let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, he had scared those guys off. The Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation was a peerless deadly array comparable to the Zhoutian star formation. With his current cultivation, he could only maintain it for 5 breaths. If those powerful beings from the wilderness had held out just a little longer, he would have been the one in danger. However, looking at the remains of over a dozen mighty beings around him, a joyful expression appeared on Huteng's face. The Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation was a skill that could attack groups and also duel. This was just a top-grade innate spirit treasure. If he were to evolve the 7 gourds into innate supreme treasures, the Hunyuan Seven Calamities formation he laid out would cause even saints to tremble. Thinking of this, Huteng cast a cold glance towards the heavens. He was still haunted by the last lightning tribulation that had nearly obliterated him. Just as he was about to collect his spoils and leave, a surge of powerful auras suddenly rushed towards him. The 3 purities Nuafushi Juanti and Jiayin, the 6 future saints of the wilderness, were all present. Since the Dao Ancestor had already spoken, it surely could not be false. The terrifying killing intent caused Huteng's expression to change drastically. He instantly retreated, trying to avoid this deadly strike. However, at this moment his power was exhausted, and there was no way he could evade. In an instant he was severely injured by the combined efforts of the 6, and his Deluo essence scattered all over the ground. Meanwhile, the three purities displayed impressive coordination, all reaching for the treasure gourds that Hutting had yet to collect. How dare you? Hutting was furious, but at this moment he had no power to resist the three purities. The three purities reached out, each grabbing a treasure gourd. Nuo Fushijunti and Jian were not to be outdone either, each taking one gourd as well. In an instant, from 7 gourds, only one ordinary green gourd remained. Seeing this, Hutting was livid, feeling as if a Buddha had descended and then ascended again. This was outrageous. It was clear that the heavenly Tao of the wilderness had given these 6 a warning, allowing them to see through his true intentions. He angrily shouted, "Do you think you can take my treasure gourd like this? Come back." Hutting bellowed, summoning this treasure gourd was something he had produced equivalent to a part of himself, so how could it be easily taken away? In an instant, the treasure gourds that had been snatched by the three purities suddenly radiated brilliant light, breaking free from their confinement. Hutong was about to summon the treasure gourd back, but the three pure ones were not to be underestimated. Seeing the treasure gourd about to slip from their control, murderous intent flashed immediately as they suppressed the gourd while attacking Hutong. Having exhausted his magical power and lost the treasure gourd, Hutong, despite his physical strength, could not withstand the assaults of the great Luo experts. In an instant, his injuries worsened and the treasure gourd returned to the hands of the three pure ones. Seeing this, Hutong was so furious that he nearly spat blood. Why was this happening? He was actually outsmarted by these natives. Wasn't it said in novels that the great powers of the Primordial Era were brainless? Looking at the 6 busy suppressing the treasure gourd, Hutong growled, "You are forcing my hand." Before his words fell, a surge of energy erupted from his body as his magical power was restored. He had consumed a large amount of causal points to restore his magical power with the help of the system. With this enhancement, the resistance of the treasure gourd grew stronger, making it nearly impossible to suppress. Seeing this, Laozi immediately stated, "Second brother, third brother, abandon those 2 and focus all efforts on suppressing this one." If the treasure gourd was reclaimed by Hutong, it would merge into a congenital supreme treasure and could set up the Hunyuan 7 calamities array. In this case, their lives would be in jeopardy. Though Tongtian and Yuanshi were unwilling, they recognized the reason in the words of their elder brother. The 3 of them joined forces to suppress the white gourd in Laozi's hands. The others were not foolish either. Ojuanti and Jiayin teamed up to suppress one, while Fushi and Yua joined forces to suppress another. Their combined efforts finally completely subdued the treasure gourd in hand. Hutong was furious, almost spitting blood. Why was this happening? Filled with grief and anger, without the congenital supreme treasure and the Hunyuan 7 calamities array, he truly was no match for the combined forces of the three pure ones. As his injuries worsened, Hutong let out a roar of despair and had no choice but to flee. However, the coldness in his eyes made the three pure ones turn pale. It went without saying that the next time they met, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Looking at the gourd in their hands, the three pure ones felt it was worth it. This gourd was on the verge of transforming into a supreme innate spiritual treasure with extraordinary power unlike any other. More importantly, without these gourds, Hutong could no longer merge them into a congenital supreme treasure, nor could he set up the Hunyuan 7 calamities array. Meanwhile, Hongjun watched the others leave, nodding slightly, secretly calculating. Could he cultivate the three pure ones into treasure snatchers, specializing in suppressing time travelers and seizing treasures from them? In this case, wouldn't it force the systems of the time travelers to continually produce treasures while simultaneously accelerating the consumption of the system's origin, preparing for the eventual destruction of the system? He had already marked all the discovered time traveler systems with the heavenly Tao seal. Once the systems could no longer siphon the primordial origin, they would have to rely solely on the time travelers themselves. This way, he would definitely need to cultivate the time travelers first, making them stronger, which conveniently aligned with his. Once the time travelers grew powerful, they could be dispatched beyond the primordial realm to open up chaos. Without the origin, it would be much easier to eradicate the system in the future. Hongjun smiled gleefully as he returned to the Zishu Palace to continue comprehending the ultimate Tao. In the primordial realm, time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, only 100 years remained until the second lecture at the Zishu Palace. Most of the great powers of the primordial realm had already headed to the Zishu Palace in the chaos. Within the Zishu Palace, the 3,000 great powers looked expectant. The last time the Tao ancestor had already mentioned that this time he would expound on the path of the Quasi-Saints. Whether it was the Thunder Lord or Di Jiang, their terrifying strength meant that the great Luo had almost no power to resist before them. If they could also advance to Quasi-Saint, they could reclaim their treasures from the Witch clan. This time the number of participants was even greater than before. Although many great powers had fallen due to the influence of time travelers, many strong individuals had advanced to Great Luo in recent years. For instance, behind Hutong there were as many as 36 Great Luo Golden Immortals following him. Hutong sneered inwardly. These Great Luo were all created by him, completely loyal to him. He could now mass-produce Great Luo Golden Immortals. His system shop offered a type of divine pill known as Great Luo Pill. Consuming it would allow one to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although they were merely the weakest of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, many ants can kill an elephant. He was now fully confident in suppressing the three pure ones. Meanwhile, the Witch clan still had only the ancestor Witch Ho Tu and Xin Lang present. However, at this moment Qinlang had already cultivated into a great, which his strength comparable to a great Luo Golden Immortal, while Ancestor, which Ho Tu had achieved the status of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yet Ho Tu's inner confusion was growing. The reason she could become a Hunyuan Golden Immortal was that their ancestor witches represented a certain principle. This was the legacy left to them by the Panga Father God, yet achieving the Tao was nearly impossible. This time she came wanting to hear the differences between Hongjun's Quasi-Saint path and the principles of the Tao. Meanwhile, Qinlang was eagerly staring at the gate of the Zishu Palace full of anticipation. After becoming a great witch, he could not forget the task from back then. Thinking that he was no longer a nobody, Qinlang unconsciously walked to the front of the gate of the Zishu Palace. Senior brother, is something wrong? Hao Tian tilted his head looking at Qinlang with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Qinlang immediately stiffened and hurriedly replied, nothing, just came out for some fresh air. However, he said, but his right hand seemed to unintentionally rest on the gate of the Zishu Palace, wanting to test it. The gate of the Zishu Palace should not be an ordinary door, perhaps with his strength he could not even budge it. But, crack. In the astonished expression of Hao Tian, the gate of the Zishu Palace was directly broken off. The 3,000 great powers were stunned at what was happening. The gate of the Zishu Palace was broken. This kid must have eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Qinlang was also a bit dumbfounded. Damn, I really was just trying it out. Under normal circumstances, a great Luo Golden Immortal like him would definitely not be able to break the gate of the Zishu Palace. But because of the system with its help, Qinlang easily broke the gate. For a moment, Qinlang panicked. The Tao ancestor shouldn't make things difficult for him, right? After all, he wasn't doing it on purpose. Yes, he definitely wasn't doing it on purpose. He comforted himself in his heart. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded, making Qinlang feel like he was gaining something. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward 9-turn divine art. The system's prompt made Qinlang's heart flutter with excitement. It was actually the 9-turn divine art practiced by the Panga Great God. Hao Tian and Yao Qi opened their eyes wide, their expressions filled with disbelief. How dare he break the gate of the Zishu Palace? Was he seeking death? Hao Tian immediately scolded, you which clan have such audacity? How dare you break the gate of the Zishu Palace? Qinlang's heart was completely unconcerned, yet he still hurriedly put on a fearful expression, explaining, sorry, I just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect this door to be so fragile. If it could be easily broken by a great Luo, where would the face of the distinguished Tao ancestor be? This witch brat did not know what means he had used, but dared to damage the Tao ancestor's palace. He would surely be in trouble. A group of great powers discussed among themselves, speculating on Qinlang's fate. Even Ho Tu frowned, looking at Qinlang, growing increasingly dissatisfied. At the same time, a cold and indifferent aura rose from the Zishu Palace, causing Qinlang's expression to change dramatically. This aura was directed solely at him, not at anyone else. The overwhelming pressure made Qinlang's face turn pale, his body trembled, and he was on the verge of kneeling down. However, at this moment Qinlang gritted his teeth and insisted, refusing to kneel and beg for mercy. He believed this was a contest between himself and Hongjun. If he knelt down, he would be admitting defeat, and how could he seek the Tao after that? What he didn't know was that the pressure he felt was far from the true danger. The real pressure had already been filtered by his system. Hongjun did not manifest, but the pressure grew stronger. Even the system was struggling to cope. Qinlang felt the pressure intensifying and his face turned ashen. He was about to buckle under the strain. No, he was going to kneel. But just then a faint voice echoed, exploding in, killing requires a life, in return debts need to be repaid. You broke the gate of my Zishu Palace, so naturally you should repay me with a new one. This gate of mine is crafted from chaotic spiritual materials comparable to a chaotic spiritual treasure. Chaotic spiritual treasure. Qinlang's expression turned incredulous. What a joke, this was blatant robbery and extortion. But this voice could only be heard by him and no one else could hear it. Qinlang wanted to cry but had no tears. How could a dignified Tao ancestor lower himself to argue with an insignificant ant like him? Chaotic spiritual treasure. Where would he get a chaotic spiritual treasure? He hurriedly said, Tao ancestor, I truly did not do it on purpose. I do not possess a chaotic spiritual treasure. The ethereal voice replied, whether it was intentional or not, you know in your heart. Do not take others for fools. If you do not have a chaotic spiritual treasure, I can only eliminate this anomaly. Upon hearing this, Qinlang's face turned pale. Anomaly. Hongjun actually knew he was a flood anomaly. Was he actually going to kill him, and was the gate of Zishu Palace merely an excuse? Qinlang's heart was filled with anger and shock, but fortunately at that moment his system spoke up. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission to completely destroy the gate of Zishu Palace. The reward for the mission is a chaotic divine gate. System, is the chaotic divine gate a chaotic spiritual treasure? Qinlang quickly inquired, as if he had grasped a lifeline. The system replied yes. Saying this word made the system feel as if it had bled. How could this Hongjun from the flood be so petty? It was just a broken gate. He was still unwilling to let it go, insisting on quarreling with an insignificant ant. Hearing the system's affirmative response, Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, but felt immense pain in his heart. A chaotic spiritual treasure was so easily wasted by him. Why did he have to act impulsively and break the gate of Zishu Palace? However, had he not broken the gate, the system would not have issued this follow-up task. Qin Lang clenched his teeth in anger, vowing that when he became powerful in the future, he would definitely retrieve his chaotic divine gate. Then, in the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he unleashed a torrent of energy at the gate of Zishu Palace. With the support of the system, the gate was no match for Qin Lang's assault, and in just half a minute it was reduced to a pile of rubble. Inside Zishu Palace, the 3,000 powerful beings were stunned. This child of the witch clan must be insane. Meanwhile, the various Transmigrators were also dumbfounded. In an instant, many powerful beings directly rebuked Qin Lang, and even Juan Ti stood up planning to expel this fool Qin Lang from Zishu Palace. The Dao Ancestor had been too kind to them. He felt he should uphold the dignity of the Dao Ancestor. He summoned the Seven Treasures mysterious tree and aimed to strike Qin Lang. However, after a single strike, Qin Lang remained as immovable as a mountain while Juan Ti was sent flying. In an instant, Juan Ti's face turned ashen. They could not use magical power here, and facing the witch clan was akin to delivering food. Other powerful beings saw this and quickly straightened up. Damn it, they really couldn't provoke him. Not to mention Qin Lang, there was still a Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu had already become a quasi-saint, and even if they all teamed up, it would probably be like delivering food. However, at this moment, Ho-Tu showed no intention of helping. This Qin Lang, who had previously seemed like a steady witch, unexpectedly dared to destroy the Dao Ancestor's palace. The Dao Ancestor preached in the flood, and not only did he not express gratitude, but he also behaved like this, which was absolutely outrageous. Qin Lang was unaware that his impression in Ho-Tu's mind had plummeted. After completely destroying the gate of Zishu Palace, he finally heard the system's prompt. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission and earned a chaotic spiritual treasure gate. He carefully took out the chaotic divine gate and placed it atop the gate of Zishu Palace. This scene left the powerful beings of Zishu Palace utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this operation? They could sense the chaotic aura flowing from that gate. Could it be a chaotic spiritual treasure? Countless powerful beings exchanged incredulous glances, almost going mad with desire, wishing to snatch this gate for themselves. The witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and does not know the value of this item, but they could clearly see it. A chaotic spiritual treasure is even more precious than an innate supreme treasure. At this moment, the Transmigrators also had their eyes shining, staring intently at the chaotic divine gate. It really was a chaotic spiritual treasure, and this witch did not recognize its worth. Was he trying to replace it with the gate of Zishu Palace? The Transmigrators were filled with envy, but dared not snatch it at this moment. After all, this was Zishu Palace. Even with the backing of the system, they did not dare to act recklessly. Qin Lang cleared his throat and said, I see that the gate of Dao Ancestors Zishu Palace is not sturdy enough, so I replaced it with a new one. Everyone might as well try it and see if it is indeed strong. The 3,000 powerful beings were speechless. I'm not going to test it. A chaotic spiritual treasure cannot be destroyed even by saints. Despite this, Qin Lang's heart was bleeding. He wanted to shout who could compare to him, directly compensating with a chaotic spiritual treasure. Who coulda? Hongjun silently withdrew his gaze, even hoping that Qin Lang would continue to engage in such antics. At this moment, Hongjun appeared silently, a mysterious aura filling Zishu Palace, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their minds to clear. Looking at the varied expressions of the crowd, Hongjun spoke lightly. This time in teaching, I will impart to you the path of the... Upon hearing this, Laozi immediately perked up and asked, May I ask, Master, what is the path of the quasi-saint? Why can we not directly attain quasi-saint status? He was now at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but could not touch the threshold of quasi-saint. It seemed that in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had reached the end of his cultivation. Other powerful beings listened intently, not daring to lose focus. Hongjun smiled and said, Quasi-saint is the transcendence of the great Luo realm. Whether golden immortals or great Luo, they ultimately cultivate by drawing from the primordial essence of heaven and earth, but the quasi-saint is different. It is considered to break free from the constraints of the primordial essence. Upon hearing this, the crowd contemplated, but their doubts only multiplied. Even the Transmigrators perked up their ears to listen. Seeing the crowd confused, Hongjun continued, I have mentioned before that above the great Luo is the quasi-saint, and the quasi-saint is the same as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal comprehends the laws of the Tao, but these laws are obscure and difficult to understand, formless and thoughtless, hard to grasp. Therefore, I developed the method of eliminating the three corpses to forcefully advance. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly inquired, what is the method of eliminating the three corpses? Hongjun replied, the three corpses refer to the desires of all beings divided into good intentions, evil intentions, and obsessions. All innate spiritual treasures are nurtured by the laws of heaven and earth. By relying on innate spiritual treasures, one can eliminate the three corpses and achieve the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but because it is not a law comprehended by oneself, it is called quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. As Hongjun began to expound on the path of the Kwasa Saint, the Zishio Palace was filled with celestial flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the ground. One by one powerful beings broke through their cultivation under the nourishment of the celestial flowers. Many powerful beings were immersed in the atmosphere of Hongjun's teachings, unable to extricate themselves. Even the Transmigrators had their eyes shining, unable to help but admire Hongjun, the foremost figure of the flood. Time flows like a dream and the years sing like a song. Unknowingly, 3,000 years have passed. Within the Zishu Palace, everything remains much the same as it was 3,000 years ago. Hongjun stopped his teachings and said lightly, "All right, 3,000 years have passed. This session of teachings comes to an end. If you have any doubts, feel free to speak up." Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly said, "Please, Master, tell us more." Hongjun shook his head and replied, "The path of the Kwasa Saint I have made very clear. As for the path of the laws, it can only be comprehended, not conveyed in words. How to comprehend the laws I have already told you. Whether you can comprehend them depends on your own fortune." Lazi immediately inquired, "May I ask, Master, is there a distinction between the method of slaying the 3 corpses and the path of the laws in terms of strength?" Hongjun replied, "The method of slaying the 3 corpses merely utilizes the laws inherent in the spiritual treasure itself, which is naturally weaker than understanding the laws on one's own, but it excels in the strength of its magical power. Furthermore, the different ranks of spiritual treasures also limit the amount of laws they contain. The better the spiritual treasure, the stronger the 3 corpses it can slay, with innate treasures being the best choice." Someone else asked, "Is it possible to comprehend the laws while simultaneously cultivating the method of slaying the 3 corpses? The path of the laws is powerful and the path of the 3 corpses possesses immense magical power. If both are cultivated, wouldn't that far exceed others of the same rank?" This thought was not held by just one person. Even those who had crossed over were looking eager, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The path of the laws is difficult to cultivate, but they are crossers with systems, and proving the Tao by force might not be impossible. Hongjun said, "Of course, but the laws are abstruse. Sometimes wanting too much can lead to misunderstanding." After that, Hongjun answered more questions, and seeing that everyone was no longer confused, he turned to look at Dong Wanggong. He slowly said, "Dong Wanggong, your fortune is great. You could be the foremost male immortal of the Hongwang." As he spoke, a scepter floated in front of Dong Wanggong. The 3,000 powerful beings looked at Dong Wanggong with disbelief. Dong Wanggong's strength was not particularly great, merely at the peak of the Deluo Jingxian. However, after 3,000 years of teachings from the Tao ancestor, there were not fewer than 80 peak Deluo Jingxians present. Not to mention figures like Dijuan and others, all of whom had achieved the perfection of Deluo Jingxian. They felt envy in their hearts, not only becoming the nominal foremost male immortal of Hongwang, but also possessing a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Truly, the fortune is formidable. Only many crossers scoffed inwardly, secretly cursing him as a fool. In their view, Hongjun must be calculating against Dong Wanggong, even though they did not know why. Dong Wanggong's face was filled with excitement. He was indeed favored by the Tao ancestor. Dong Wanggong was truly a favored child of the heavenly Tao. But just then, a trace of spiritual light, undetectable even by a sage, descended from the heavens and directly entered Dong Wanggong's brow. "Hongjun. Oh my, what a coincidence. Is your system treating me as blind, crossing over right in front of me?" Hongjun silently watched, but did not intervene. Meanwhile, the other powerful beings gazed with envy and jealousy, completely unaware that the real Dong Wanggong had already been crossed over. The crosser embodying Dong Wanggong shivered, staring at the scepter before him, momentarily lost in confusion. At that moment, a flood of memories surged in, making him understand his current situation. He had actually crossed over into the big fool Dong Wanggong of Hongwang. Even more pressing was that he now faced a fate. Dong Wanggong's heart sank. Having read Hongwang novels, he knew that Dong Wanggong was merely a pawn of Hongjun. Once he accepted the identity of the foremost male immortal, he would surely be resented by Dijuan, leading to his inevitable demise. Dong Wanggong looked at the scepter before him as if it were a ferocious beast. He was about to refuse, but at that moment a voice chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations on activating the strongest heavenly court system. The beginner's gift pack has been dispatched to please check it, host." Dong Wanggong's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he immediately rejoiced. The novels do not deceive me. Systems may arrive late, but will never be absent. With the system, could he still repeat the same mistakes? For a moment, Dong Wanggong felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Gripping the scepter in front of him, he said, "Thank you, Tao ancestor." Of course, in his heart, he was coldly sneering. "Hongjun, oh Hongjun, do you think I am still that big fool, Dong Wanggong?" With the help of the system, he believed that before long he could establish the strongest heavenly court, unifying the Hongwang and thwarting Hongjun's schemes. Although Hongjun could not see through Dong Wanggong's thoughts, he could somewhat guess from his eyes. Nodding, Hongjun turned to Shi Wangmu and said, "Shi Wangmu, you could be the foremost female immortal of Hongwang. This Kunlun mirror is bestowed upon you." The Kunlun mirror is also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Though Shi Wangmu was not interested in being the foremost female immortal of Hongwang, she did not dare to refuse the Tao ancestor's gift. Seeing that both had received their respective identities, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Additionally, once you all advance to Kwasa Saint, the destructive power is too great, which is detrimental to the Hongwang world. Do not unleash quasi-saint power within the Hongwang of both sides, and conflict must enter an alternate space or the chaotic void. The strength of a Deluo Jingxian is already unimaginably powerful, capable of affecting millions of light years, not to mention the even stronger quasi-saints. Even if they could restrain themselves, it would still pose a tremendous calamity for Hongwang. Naturally, everyone did not dare to refuse. Upon seeing this, Hongjun waved his hand and said, "All right, you may leave now." Of course, they were unaware that at the moment Hongjun waved his hand, he simultaneously implanted the 6 laws into the bodies of the Sanqing and others. Sanqing and the others were stunned. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a voice in their minds. This is the law imprint. By comprehending these laws, you can easily cultivate into a Hunyuan Jingxian. Do not speak of it. Upon hearing this, the 6 were overjoyed. With such profound things, would it not be easy to cultivate into a Hunyuan? Indeed, I am the beloved child of the Tao ancestor. The several of them remained composed, thinking they were the only one. The Zishu Palace once again returned to silence. Meanwhile, outside the Zishu Palace, the 3,000 powerful beings bid farewell to each other, planning to return to the Hongwang world to enter seclusion and comprehend the path of the quasi-saint. However, just then Dijuan shouted loudly, "Slay!" As his voice fell, a figure in black leapt out from his body. It turned out that Dijuan directly slayed the evil corpse, becoming the first quasi-saint among the powerful beings present. A group of powerful beings were shocked to this 3-legged golden crow was indeed extraordinarily gifted. In the next moment, a figure also jumped out beside Qin Di. Moreover, Qin Di's slaying of the corpse was not the end. Afterward, Tai Yi and Hu Tong. In the next moment, a figure also jumped out beside Qin Di. Moreover, Qin Di's slaying of the corpse was not the end. Afterward, Tai Yi and Hu Tong successively slayed corpses, becoming quasi-saints. In a short time, 4 quasi-saints appeared outside the Zishu Palace. Countless powerful beings gasped in shock. Good heavens, how could the gap between people be so vast? Meanwhile, the Sanqing and others were equally shocked. Slaying the 3 corpses was not something that could be done at will. These fellows were simply outrageous. Fortunately, they had the law imprints bestowed by the Tao ancestor, otherwise they would not know how far behind they would be left by these fellows. However, when it came to the matter of slaying the 3 corpses, the expressions of the 3 purities turned gloomy. Their best treasure was still Hu Ting's precious gourd, and among the 3 brothers they had only one. A mere upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, if used to slay the corpses, would likely prove significantly less effective. The 3 purities felt a sense of resentment. Oh, why did these 3 golden crows possess innate supreme treasures, while their Pangu Orthodox had nothing of substance? The 2 factions in the West, though impoverished, possessed exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Were their identities truly fabricated? At that moment, Hu Tong revealed a murderous intent, directing his gaze toward the 3 purities. Last time he had lost 3 gourds, had it not been for his system, he would have missed the opportunity to attain enlightenment forever. Just as he was about to act, he felt a gaze from the Zishu Palace, seemingly locking onto him. In an instant, a chill ran through Hu Tong's heart. It was obvious that this was the gaze of Hongjun. Had Hongjun sensed his killing intent? Was this a warning? Hu Tong's face turned ashen, wishing he could raze the Zishu Palace to the ground. However, considering Hongjun's strength, he quickly dismissed that dangerous thought from his mind. What a joke, unless he was tired of living. If he couldn't eliminate these several ordained saints, reclaiming his precious gourd would become even more challenging. Hu Tong pondered unwillingly. Was he to exchange other treasures to get back his gourd? Or should he wait until he mastered the Hunyuan before seeking trouble with the 3 purities? While he was lost in thought, the 3 purities also sensed something amiss and quickly made their escape without a word. The other powerful beings did not linger in the chaos and directly returned to the Hongwang world. Upon returning to Honghuang, Dijun immediately invited the powerful beings, aiming to unite the strong and establish the demon clan. He even speculated that if he established the demon clan alongside the heavenly court, he might directly slay the 3rd corpse and become the foremost under Hongjun. Just as he gathered the powerful beings, a resounding voice echoed throughout Hongwang. The heavenly Tao rises once more. I Dong Wanggong today, in accordance with the heavenly mandate, establish the immortal clan. All who cultivate the immortal path in Hongwang shall belong to the immortal clan. The immortal clan stands. In the East Sea, Penglai Dong Wanggong wore a proud expression, brimming with confidence, as if he had gathered the fortunes of the world. He was eager to establish the immortal clan upon his return. He was aware that Dijun would establish the demon clan and the heavenly court to seize the merits of the heavenly Tao, thereby greatly increasing his power. Now that he had traversed Honghuang, how could he allow Dijun to establish the demon clan? His declaration directly included all beings in Honghuang except for the Wu clan into the immortal clan. Not far from Dong Wanggong stood several powerful beings from Honghuang who hurriedly congratulated him. They were powerful beings whom Dong Wanggong had befriended during this time. The establishment of the immortal clan granted them a share of the merits. After all, he was the male immortal chosen by Daozu Hongjun, and many powerful beings were willing to befriend Dong Wanggong. At the same time as Dong Wanggong's voice fell, a massive amount of merit from the heavenly Tao descended. The magnitude of this merit was astounding. With the merits gained from establishing the immortal clan, Dong Wanggong directly slayed a corpse, becoming a quasi-saint. All beings in Hongwang who cultivated the immortal path sensed this event. As long as they connected their chi with the immortal clan, they could directly become part of the immortal clan. However, many powerful beings who looked down on Dong Wanggong were unlikely to connect their chi with the immortal clan. Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi sneered. A group of fur-covered oviparous beings dares to establish the immortal clan. It is simply a disgrace to the name. Laozi shook his head and said, Junior brother, do not speak so harshly. After all, Dong Wanggong is the male immortal appointed by Daozu. Tongtian laughed, saying, no matter how they fight among themselves, as long as we do not join, it will suffice. However, I see that those 3 golden crows also share this intention and will inevitably confront Dong Wanggong sooner or later. The other 2 nodded in agreement. That fool Dong Wanggong truly thought that having the scepter granted by Daozu would enable him to command all immortals. Similarly, the Hongwang powerful beings like Jin Yuanzi did not join the immortal clan. The current chaos in Hongwang was rampant, and neither the Wu clan nor the 3 golden crows were easy opponents. The establishment of the immortal clan by Dong Wanggong directly opposed the Wu clan. Were the Wu clan easy to provoke? At the Sun Star, Dijun, who was discussing the establishment of the demon clan with many powerful beings, suddenly turned ashen. Damn it, what is the situation with Dong Wanggong? Dijun was furious. How dare Dong Wanggong establish the immortal clan? According to the lore of Honghuang, Dong Wanggong had never established an immortal clan. It was clear that the establishment of the immortal clan by Dong Wanggong aimed to counter his establishment of the demon clan. In recent days, he had worked hard to win over the powerful beings of Hongwang to prepare for creating the demon clan, but unexpectedly, he was preempted by Dong Wanggong. For a moment, Dijun was so enraged that he nearly set off for Penglai at once. But before he could speak, another voice echoed, making him want to spit blood in anger. The heavenly Tao rises again, and the chaos in Hongwang is without order. Today, I, Dong Wanggong, establish the immortal court, wishing to create order for Hongwang. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Indeed, it was Dong Wanggong again. He knew Dijun would establish the heavenly court, so he preemptively established the immortal court to replace Dijun's heavenly court. The heavenly court ultimately belonged to Dijun. It would be calculated by the heavenly Tao. Dong Wanggong sought to establish the immortal court, a unique immortal court. At the same time as Dong Wanggong established the immortal court, another wave of merit descended from the heavens, landing on him. In an instant, countless powerful beings were left dumbfounded. Could it be played this way? Dong Wanggong, dressed in a luxurious robe full of spirit, then shouted loudly, "Slay." As his voice fell, another figure emerged from Dong Wanggong's body identical to him. Using this merit, he slayed another corpse and became a quasi-saint of the second corpse. Dong Wanggong laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. With his current cultivation, who in Hongwang could rival him apart from Hongjun? He was not that foolish Dong Wanggong, he was the traverser Dong Wanggong. Dijun and Kuanping were merely insignificant characters. One day, he would ensure that only one voice echoed in Honghuang, and that would be his voice. Meanwhile, the 3 golden crows who had their opportunities seized were seething with rage. Qin Dis' expression darkened. He had initially planned to take advantage of Dijun's establishment of the demon clan to ambush him, taking his place as the sole emperor of heaven. However, he never expected that Dong Wanggong would be so arrogant as to establish the immortal clan and the immortal court. Considering Dijun and Tai Qin Di had no choice but to speak up. The heavenly Tao rises again, and today I Qin Di see the myriad tribes of Hongwang standing tall and the chaos without order. I wish to establish the demon clan where all flying and crawling beasts, flowers, plants, and fish may become part of the demon clan. May the heavenly Tao witness this. As soon as Qin Dis' words fell, a large wave of merit descended, but compared to what Dong Wanggong received, it was pitiful. This was not the end. Qin Di continued. The heavenly Tao rises again. I Qin Di wish to establish the heavenly court to govern all demon clans, creating order for Hongwang. I shall be the emperor of heaven, and may the heavenly Tao witness this. Then another wave of merit descended, but it was even less than the previous one. For a moment, Qin Dis' face turned ashen. The 2 waves of merit were insufficient for him to slay the second corpse. For the first time, he felt a desire to crush Dong Wanggong, whom he had never regarded highly. Meanwhile, Dijun at the Sun Star was furious. How outrageous. Dong Wanggong and Qin Di, I will surely slay you. Dijun roared, and his fury. He was the true emperor of heaven, the genuine founder of the demon clan, yet he had been preempted at this moment. But now, looking at the other Hongwang powerful beings whose expressions were equally grim, Dijun could only speak solemnly. The heavenly Tao rises again. I, Dijun, today establish the demon court. As the orthodox of the demon clan, I shall be the demon emperor. May the heavenly Tao witness this. After saying this, Dijun wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too embarrassing. As his words fell, the heavenly Tao immediately bestowed a wave of merit. However, this wave of merit was pitifully small, insufficient to even create a merit spiritual treasure, let alone slay. With the establishment of the celestial court, colossal silhouettes emerged high in the heavens, shocking the primordial world. This was the 33 heavens, the abode of the celestial court. The mighty beings of the primordial world were astonished, clearly realizing that these 33 heavens were related to the establishment of the demon race, the rightful lineage bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Dijun immediately grasped this point. Without hesitation, he summoned the Chaos Pearl and soared towards the 33 heavens. The Qin Emperor and Dong Wanggong were not foolish either, they also sought to enter the 33 heavens first. After all, whoever occupied the 33 heavens would be the true sovereign of the primordial world, at least in name. Dong Wanggong had the highest cultivation, but he was the farthest away. Dijun possessed the Chaos Pearl, granting him the fastest speed, allowing him to enter the celestial court first. He instantly arrived at the throne of the Heavenly Emperor and sat down. At that moment, Dijun felt an immense fortune converge upon him. The Heavenly Emperor's throne represented the dominion of the celestial court. Even though he had not yet refined the Heavenly Emperor's throne, he could still gather the fortune of the celestial court. Dijun laughed heartily, sweeping away the displeasure in his heart. Dijun was indeed the true Heavenly Emperor of the primordial world, and no one could stop him. Looking at the somber-faced Qin Emperor and Dong Wanggong, Dijun laughed heartily, saying, "I, the Demon Emperor and the master of the demon race, the rightful sovereign of heaven and earth. Why do you not kneel down quickly?" As he spoke, Dijun directly summoned the power of the 33 heavens to suppress the Qin Emperor and Dong Wanggong. Each heaven represented a vast world possessing immense power, capable of obliterating all things beneath the Great Luo. With the assistance of the power of the 33 heavens, Dijun's strength surged, rivaling that of a quasi-saint. Seeing this, the Qin Emperor's expression changed drastically, and a heavenly chessboard manifested above his head to resist Dijun's suppression. Dong Wanggong's face was also filled with rage, unable to believe that Dijun had gotten ahead of him. Looking at the arrogant Dijun, Dong Wanggong laughed, saying, "How foolish. Do you think that becoming the master of the 33 heavens allows you to suppress me?" Facing Dijun, Dong Wanggong raised a hand, and a seal burst forth with immeasurable light sweeping towards Dijun. As a quasi-saint, his strength was not inferior to Dijun's at present. Moreover, the seal in his hand was a celestial destiny seal granted as a reward from the system, comparable to a congenital supreme treasure. However, Dijun slipped up and was instead knocked back by Dong Wanggong's strike, nearly falling from the Heavenly Emperor's throne. At that moment, other mighty beings also entered the 33 heavens and happened to witness Dijun's embarrassing scene. In an instant, Dijun's complexion turned pale, and the good mood he had moments ago vanished. Looking at Dong Wanggong, Dijun gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish." As he spoke, a chaotic pearl erupted with divine light above his head. The chaos pearl, carrying unparalleled power, surged towards Dong Wanggong like a chaotic world, crushing him down. After advancing to quasi-saint, the power of the chaos pearl he could wield became even stronger. The space shattered and the 33 heavens trembled. Dong Wanggong let out a wail, instantly being blasted out of the 33 heavens by the chaos pearl. Even as a quasi-saint, he found it hard to contend with Dijun at this moment. Dong Wanggong's body fell from the 33 heavens, instantly stirring up countless dust upon the primordial earth. A chaos spiritual treasure. Dong Wanggong exclaimed in shock and anger, unable to believe that the chaos pearl had suppressed him. It was the first time he had seen Dijun's chaos spiritual treasure. He found it hard to believe that Dijun possessed a chaos spiritual treasure. Could it be that the memories of the primordial world he acquired were wrong? Dijun's gaze seemed to pierce through countless distances, landing on the remains of Dong Wanggong. His voice was vast and terrifying. "Anyone who provokes my authority, regardless of who they are, shall be punished, no matter how far away." In that moment, Dijun exuded an overwhelming aura, becoming utterly unyielding. He turned his gaze toward the Qin Emperor, intent on completely eradicating this calamity and eliminating future threats. But at that moment, above the 9 heavens, thunder filled the air. An astonishing pressure startled countless primordial beings, causing their expressions to change drastically. This was the 9 heavens divine thunder. Although not as harmful as the purple heavens divine thunder that could injure saints, it was still beyond the reach of quasi-saints. A terrifying bolt of lightning seemed to transcend endless space, crossing the 33 heavens and directly striking Dijun. This bolt of lightning directly left Dijun gasping for breath, his life hanging by a thread. Of course, the already cast out Dong Wanggong also received a strike from the 9 heavens divine thunder. In an instant, Dong Wanggong, who had intended to retaliate, was struck by lightning, causing him to question his existence. He couldn't help but curse, "Heavenly Tao, are you crazy? Why are you striking me?" Dijun also turned his darkened face toward the 9 heavens. Anyone struck without reason would not be in a good mood. Above the firmament, the figure of Hongjun suddenly appeared, looking at the enraged Dong Wanggong and Dijun, and said lightly, "Have you forgotten what I said in the Purple Heavens Palace?" Upon hearing this, Dijun was momentarily stunned and immediately recalled. Hongjun had previously stated that after advancing to quasi-saint, one must not use power exceeding that of the Great Luo in the primordial world. If one exceeded this limit, they would need to enter the depths of space or the chaos. It seemed that both he and Dong Wanggong had disregarded this point during their earlier confrontation. In an instant, Dijun was so furious that he spat blood. His luck was truly terrible. He was filled with rage, yet had nowhere to vent it. Meanwhile, the Qin Emperor's eyes glinted coldly as he grinned. What a fortunate turn of events. He, the Qin Emperor, was the true protagonist. With Dijun severely injured by the heavenly thunder, was this not his best opportunity? Without hesitation, the Qin Emperor tore apart the space, intending to drag Dijun into the depths of space. Upon seeing this, Dijun's fury erupted. He immediately urged the Chaos Pearl, hoping to resist. Though he had been gravely wounded and on the brink of death sitting on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, he still possessed mid-level quasi-saint strength, making him not entirely defenseless. At the same time, he shouted Tai Yi and all fellow demon friends join forces to suppress this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi immediately summoned his innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan sword. The Qian Kuan sword unleashed an unparalleled terrifying aura, but instead of targeting the Qin Emperor, it thrust directly towards Di Jun. The horrifying sword energy engulfed Di Jun's body, leaving him riddled with wounds. Having already endured the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, Di Jun was already on the verge of death. How could he withstand such a sword strike? His spirit trembled and he looked at Tai Yi in despair, unable to believe it. Why? Why betray me? Di Jun was filled with grief and anger. This was not the first time. In his heart, he resented knowing that if he had anticipated this, he should have directly refined Tai Yi, this traitor, from the beginning. Tai Yi wore a look of disdain, scoffing. Di Jun, did you not expect this? Do you think you can control me? To me, the so-called odes of the great Tao are mere child's play. How could you take them seriously? Hand it over. As Tai Yi spoke, he sought to seize the Chaos Pearl from Di Jun, which he had long coveted, waiting for the day to claim it. Di Jun was on the brink of death while Tai Yi sought to seize the Chaos Pearl. Given Di Jun's current condition, facing the full strength of Tai Yi, he saw no escape but death. However, Di Jun possessed a system, and naturally the system would not allow its host to be killed. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice mission. Choice 1, kneel and beg for mercy. Reward 1, set of purple gold coffin. A choice 2, fight to the death. Reward, Nirvana Rebirth Technique. Di Jun hurriedly asked, system, what is the Nirvana Rebirth Technique? The Nirvana Rebirth Technique offers a 50% chance of full revival after death with a boost in cultivation level. 50%. Di Jun felt somewhat dissatisfied. Wasn't the other 50% certain death? But if he knelt and begged for mercy, it would surely mean his end. Tai Yi was cruel, devoid of kinship, and would definitely not spare him. Thinking of this, Di Jun immediately declared, I choose option 2. In that instant, Di Jun mastered the Nirvana Rebirth Technique. A 50% chance is not too low, especially since he was a renowned transmigrator. How could he easily fall? Of course, he was unaware that the actual chance of revival was 100%. The system was merely deceiving him to prevent him from seeking death without cause. Facing the large hand reaching from Tai Yi, Di Jun shouted in fury, kill. But now heavily injured and nearing death, how could he possibly harm a quasi-saint? Tai Yi displayed a look of disdain, casually swatting Di Jun's residual power away, extinguishing all his vitality. Then he reached for the Chaos Pearl, intending to seize this chaotic spiritual treasure. Other powerful beings, though envious, dared not snatch it. Only the Qin Emperor would not let this opportunity slip away, laughing loudly. Tai Yi, you are quite impressive. I shall appoint you as the Eastern Emperor. Now withdraw. He and Tai Yi had long conspired to harm Di Jun. Yet now faced with the temptation of the Chaos Pearl, how could he easily give it up? With a wave of his hand, the Qin Emperor forcefully pulled both the Chaos Pearl and Tai Yi into the depths of space. If Tai Yi knew his place, it would be fine, but if he did not, then the Qin Emperor would take the opportunity to obliterate him and devour his essence. Seeing this, Tai Yi was furious and would not allow the Qin Emperor to take the Chaos Pearl. The Qian Kuan sword erupted with unprecedented might, striking directly at the Qin Emperor, forcing him to abandon his attempt to seize the Chaos Pearl. The Qin Emperor's expression turned cold as he shouted, Tai Yi, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for exterminating you. To him, Tai Yi was hardly worth concerning himself with. In an instant, the two clashed, their every move wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. The more they battled, the more they were alarmed, not expecting the other to be so formidable, making them even more cautious. They failed to notice that during their fierce combat, an imperceptible aura swept the Chaos Pearl away, vanishing in an instant. The aura that neither of the quasi-saints could detect naturally belonged to Hongjun himself. He quietly pocketed the Chaos Pearl, and then gazed toward the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. There a flicker of vitality undetectable even by a saint was slowly brewing. However, he had no intention of intervening. He merely watched the two golden crows fight. Both golden crows held great potential. He could not allow either to fall. When necessary, he might have to save. The powerful beings who had come to the 33 skies watched the two golden crows battling in the depths of space, momentarily bewildered. The Demon Emperor had fallen, and the Heavenly Emperor and Eastern Emperor were fighting. Did the Wu clan not care? They had joined the demon race to rely on its strength to counter the Wu clan and reclaim their belongings. Yet now the demon race had just been established, and the Demon Emperor had fallen. It appeared another quasi-saint was about to perish. Many powerful beings felt helpless, but dared only to watch. In a clash of quasi-saints, they did not dare to intervene, simply waiting for the outcome. At that moment, a figure quietly materialized upon the Heavenly Emperor's throne. The many powerful beings instinctively looked over, instantly stunned into disbelief. Demon Emperor. They all exclaimed in shock as if seeing a ghost. They had just witnessed the Demon Emperor being ambushed by his brother Tai Yi, utterly defeated. Di Jun's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, but the cold light in his eyes struck fear into countless powerful beings. He reached out, intending to summon the Chaos Pearl. Yet after summoning for a long time, there was no response whatsoever. Di Jun was taken aback, realizing that there was no trace of the Chaos Pearl left. Moreover, his cultivation remained at the initial stage of quasi-saint. Previously, he had already slain a corpse with the Chaos Pearl. After this rebirth his strength had greatly increased and he had slain another corpse. Logically, he should have been at the second corpse quasi-saint level, yet what was happening now? Dijun immediately inquired the system. The system replied, regrettably the host's chaos pearl is unknown to have gone where. Dijun upon hearing this was furious, so you're saying not only did I lose the chaos pearl, but my cultivation also diminished. Indeed that is the case, the system confirmed. Dijun was utterly enraged. Who took his chaos pearl? Tai. Or was it the Qin Emperor? Looking towards the depths of space where Tai and the Qin Emperor were still battling, Dijun angrily shouted, Die. He did not leave the Heavenly Emperor's throne but directly launched an attack that spread deep into space, intending to suppress the Qin Emperor and Tai. After all, he had not yet refined the Heavenly Emperor's throne. Once he left, his strength would drop to the initial stage of quasi-saint. At that point it would be questionable whether he could even suppress these two bastards, let alone escape. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, now upgraded to a congenital supreme treasure, slashed towards Tai. In his heart he harbored immense hatred towards Tai. Despite his treatment of Tai repeatedly betrayed him. He was truly heartbroken by Tai's actions. This time he would not hold back and aimed to thoroughly slay Tai. The second corpse quasi-saint was at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, although it was only a small realm difference from the initial stage. Their strengths were worlds apart. Tai, preoccupied with battling the Qin Emperor, did not expect danger to suddenly strike from outside. By the time he reacted it was already too late. Then he was pierced through the heart by Dijun's Heavenly Emperor sword. The rampant sword energy erupted within Tai, instantly wounding him gravely. The many powerful beings watched, unable to help but sigh. Truly they were brothers, even their backstabbing was so similar. At that moment both Tai and the Qin Emperor finally realized Dijun had resurrected. Looking at the Chaos Pearl, it had indeed vanished without a trace. They were filled with rage. This was undoubtedly the work of the Heavenly Tao, for they had just sent Dijun's soul scattering. Only the Heavenly Tao could resurrect a completely fallen strong being. Was the Heavenly Tao doing this to tell them that the Heavenly Court was not something they could lay their hands on? Both of them began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Tai, filled with grief and anger, did not dare to linger, casting a hateful glance at the Qin Emperor and directly tore through space to leave the 33 skies. Seeing the situation, the Qin Emperor also immediately fled, disappearing without a trace. Although Dijun was unwilling, he felt powerless and did not dare to pursue. Once he left the Heavenly Emperor's throne, it would be uncertain who would pursue whom. The struggle in the Heavenly Court has temporarily come to an end with Dijun's victory. Yet as he sits upon the throne he feels no joy. The Chaos Pearl is lost. It was his only chaos spiritual treasure. Without the Chaos Pearl, how can he suppress the multitude of heroes? System, can you retrieve the Chaos Pearl? Dijun asked unwillingly. The system responded, the Chaos Pearl has completely severed all connection with the host. You should give up on it. Dijun was silent for a long time, slowly recovering from the pain in his heart. The Chaos Pearl is certainly in the hands of the Qin Emperor or Tai. As long as he possesses unparalleled strength, he will inevitably reclaim it one day. Moreover, he is now the true master of the demon race, holding the moral high ground. Why should he fear two Heavenly Tao puppets? Looking at the many powerful beings in the hall who were as quiet as mice, Dijun spoke in a deep voice. By Zay, I command you to proclaim to the wilderness that the Qin Emperor and Tai are traitors of my demon race. Anyone who associates with them shall be deemed an enemy of my demon race. Furthermore, whoever kills the Qin Emperor or Tai, my demon race, will reward them with a piece of innate supreme treasure. He wanted the Qin Emperor and Tai to become targets of everyone's hatred in the wilderness, unable to find peace. Bai Zhe responded quickly in agreement. The other powerful beings, upon hearing of the innate supreme treasure, also lit up with desire. But thinking of the strength of the Qin Emperor and Tai, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. What a joke. Those two are both quasi-saints and possess innate supreme treasures for protection. Would they be seeking death by going after them? Gue Che cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, what about the Wu tribe? The Wu tribe is domineering and has slaughtered their demon race. Even his descendants have been almost exterminated. It's simply despicable. Dijun frowned and replied, There's no rush. Once my demon race develops and grows stronger, we will fight the Wu tribe to the death. At present, the demon race is newly established and has not yet formed a powerful force. Of course, the main reason is that without the Chaos Pearl, he is uncertain whether he can match Di Jiang. Moreover, several thousand years have passed. Who knows if the Wu tribe has produced new quasi-saints? After some thought, he said to Bai Zhe, go persuade Kunping and other powerful beings to join my demon race, and I can promise Kunping the title of Demon Master. Fuxi and Yua can be made demon emperors. Originally, this matter should have been handled by him, but now he must focus on refining the Heavenly Emperor's throne, so he cannot leave the Heavenly Court. Bai Zhe naturally had no objections upon hearing this. While Dijun was refining the Heavenly Emperor's throne, news of the demon race's establishment reached the Wu tribe across the wilderness. In the Panga Hall, powerful figures exuded oppressive auras resembling ferocious beasts of the wilderness, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. However, everyone in the Panga Hall had long since grown accustomed to it. Ju Meng spoke up, I heard that those few scraggly creatures have established a demon race and are gathering the powerful beings of the wilderness to form a heavenly court. Ju Rong laughed and said, Who cares about their heavenly court? I'll just burn them all with a fire. He had already comprehended the laws of fire and had become a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Not only him but also Ho Tu Xianming and Gong Gong had successively comprehended their own laws. At this moment the Wu tribe possessed 5 beings comparable to Quasi-Saints who were Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Who in the wilderness could resist them? Gong Gong immediately spoke up, indeed in the face of absolute strength everything else is mere decoration. Why don't we go to the heavenly court right now and tear it down? The other ancestral witches were also very tempted. Look, they had long been displeased with that scraggly bird. However, Ho Tu frowned slightly and said, Wu Shen, what do you think? She always felt that something was wrong and the current situation of the Wu tribe seemed a bit off, but she could not pinpoint what was wrong. Wu Shen stood up and smiled, saying, no need to rush. Once all the ancestral witches have advanced to Hunyuan Golden Immortals, we will go together to destroy that demon court and slay that demon emperor. Going now in his view, Hongjun would definitely not let them destroy the heavenly court. However, he believed that with his guidance the 12 ancestral witches would soon advance to Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Once the 12 ancestral witches summon the true body of Panga, even Hongjun would have to concede. He wanted to personally destroy Dijun and Tai Yi in front of Hongjun and see what Hongjun could do about it. At that time the Wu tribe would truly become the protagonists of the wilderness world. They could even raise the demon race. Although Zhu Rong felt somewhat unwilling upon hearing this, he did not refute it. After all, Wu Shen's status in the Wu tribe was not much lower than that of the ancestral witches. The Wu tribe could not have reached this point without Wu Shen's significant contributions. However, the Wu tribe's lack of trouble with the heavenly court does not mean they will not come into conflict with it. The Wu tribe has to eat every day, and the great demons of the wilderness are seen as livestock in their eyes. They do not care what forces may be behind them, the most important thing is to fill their bellies. Some Wu tribe members with astonishing appetites can consume a great demon of the wilderness in one meal. Over time, how could that be sustainable? Previously, the demon race was disorganized and no one cared when it was exterminated. But now whether it is the heavenly court, the demon court, or the immortal court, they are all nominal leaders of the beings of the wilderness. Qin Emperor and those others, whether they like it or not, must confront the Wu tribe. At Kunlun Mountain, Nuwa and Fuxi were discussing the Tao. Although Nuwa had not severed her corpse due to the laws imprinted upon her by Hongjun, she could now be considered a beginner Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Fuxi had already reached the perfect realm of De Luo Golden Immortal, but had yet to sever his corpse. Ultimately, it was still due to not having high-quality spiritual treasures. The best spiritual treasure in their possession still came from Huteng's top-grade innate spiritual treasure. After witnessing Dijun and the Qin Emperor severing their corpses with innate supreme treasures, Fuxi looked at the top-grade innate spiritual treasure in his hand, feeling quite unwilling. The Tao ancestor had said before that the stronger the innate spiritual treasure that can harbor the 3 corpses, the stronger the power after severing the corpse. According to the experiences he gathered from some Tao friends, every grade difference in innate spiritual treasures results in a power difference of about 30% after severing the corpse. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared in Kunlun Mountain, suppressing countless strong beings. Fuxi and Nuwa were alarmed, feeling the familiar aura. Their expressions changed drastically. Huteng. The two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Huteng did not know exactly where Fuxi and Nuwa's Tao field was located in Kunlun Mountain, but he had a general idea of its position. He did not immediately search. Instead, he spread his divine sense across millions of miles. Nuwa Tao friend Huteng has come to visit with an important matter to discuss. Please come out to meet me. Upon hearing this, Fux's heart sank. Indeed, he had come to find them. Although their Tao field had strong defenses, it would not be difficult for Huteng to break through given his strength. Fuxi said to Nuwa, sister, wait here. I will go out to take a look. As he spoke, he prepared to leave the cave. However, Nuwa shook her head and said, brother, let's go together. I have already achieved Hunyuan Golden Immortal and my strength should be stronger than an average Quasi-Saint, so there's no need to fear him. Fuxi hesitated for a moment, but seeing Nuwa's determined expression, he nodded. After all, the Tao ancestor had also said that Hunyuan Golden Immortals are slightly stronger than Quasi-Saints. As soon as the two stepped out of the Tao field, Huteng immediately sensed their aura and appeared in front of them with a flash. Looking at the vigilant expressions of the two, Huteng revealed a smile he deemed amiable. Long time no see, fellow Taoists. Rest assured, I have come this time to present Nuwa Tao friend with a tremendous opportunity. To Huteng's words, Fuxi did not believe at all and inquired solemnly, what do you mean, friend? Nuwa had a similar expression. After all, they were enemies, so it was only normal for Huteng to seek trouble. Huteng smiled and said, at that time, friend, you seized my gourd, because I had indeed opened the Primordial 7 Tribulation Great Array, which involved both of you friends. It was my fault, and I cannot blame you too. Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances upon hearing this, both sneering, inwardly unsure of what Huteng was trying to sell. Seeing their expressions, Huteng wasted no words and directly stated, this is the gourd vine and the 9 heavens breath soil. I am willing to exchange these 2 treasures for my precious gourd. I request both friends to grant me this favor. Fuxi scoffed internally upon hearing this. How could he think to exchange mere gourd vine and 9 heavens breath soil for something that was nearly a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? Dream on. Moreover, the precious gourd was a critical tool for setting up the Primordial 7 Tribulation Array. How could they possibly give it to him? Did he think they were fools? However, what Nuwa said next left Fuxi in shock, wearing an expression of disbelief. Nua's eyes widened, almost unable to control her emotions, and she immediately said, "All right, it's a deal. Brother, hand the precious gourd over to Huting." Fuxi was astonished and frowned, saying, "Sister, there's no need to fear him." Nua shook her head, transmitting her thoughts, "Brother, there's no need for further words. I can sense that these two treasures are crucial for my path to Tao and must not be lost." Besides, without several other precious gourds, Huting could not set up the Primordial 7 Tribulation Array. This person was indeed too powerful, even she had no confidence in dealing with him and could not afford to offend him too deeply. Fuxi realized this, but after a moment's thought still mocked, "While the gourd vine and 9 heavens breath soil are indeed valuable, giving a nearly top-grade innate spiritual treasure to you would mean you gain tremendous power, while we would be left with nothing of value." His intention was merely to let Huting know that this time they were the ones at a disadvantage. After all, while the gourd vine and 9 heavens breath soil were not ordinary treasures, they could not compare to a superior innate spiritual treasure. Yet Huting laughed, saying, "Fuxi, you make a valid point, but I do not have any treasures of equivalent value on me. How about I gift you this 8-sound chain?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and before them appeared an astonishingly exquisite treasure chain. 8 strings, each different, exuding unique auras, clearly not an ordinary item. Fux's siblings, upon seeing this 8-sound chain, widened their eyes in disbelief. A top-grade innate spirit. They exchanged looks, and a thought arose in their minds simultaneously. Could it be that Huting was a fool? Meanwhile, Huting observed the change in their expressions with great satisfaction. To him, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure was nothing, but for these powerful beings of the Primordial Era, it was indeed a rare find. Even though he had some minor conflicts with Nua and her brother before, he believed that after this encounter Nua would certainly see him in a new light, perhaps even become infatuated with him. In the novels he had read, the primordial goddesses were portrayed as innocent and pure-hearted, making them the easiest to entice. Looking at Nua's breathtaking beauty, Huting couldn't help but lick his lips. He smiled and said, "So what do you two friends think?" Upon hearing this, Nua frowned deeply. After all, they had been enemies before. This person not only sought no vengeance, but also extended an olive branch to them. Surely he had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Nua felt even more vigilant and regarded Huting with greater disdain. This person was ruthless and arrogant, even worse than Emperor Jun. Yet the temptation of an innate spiritual treasure was indeed hard to resist. Nua pondered and said, "If that is the case, let our grievances be settled here." As she spoke, Nua summoned the 8-sound chain to her. After secretly inspecting it and confirming there were no issues, she then handed it to Fuxi. Only then did Fuxi present the precious gourd. As Huting saw this, he nodded in satisfaction. Since Fuxi and Nua had accepted his treasures, and with the presence of the 8-sound chain, it seemed they held some goodwill towards him. At that moment, Huting proposed to visit their Taoist temple for a discussion. However, Fuxi and the others, already highly vigilant, were unwilling to agree to Huting's request. Huting felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. However, thinking that he would have plenty of time in the future, and still needed to reclaim the gourd vine from the 3 pure ones, he took his leave. Nua and Fuxi watched Huting leave, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Fux's eyes sparkled as he said, "Sister, this person has impure intentions, but it seems he is after you." As they spoke, another figure approached. Clad in a golden robe, he exuded immense authority. It was Emperor Jun. After refining the Heavenly Emperor's throne, he radiated an overwhelming aura different from before. Upon seeing this, Nua immediately guessed Emperor Jun's intentions. She directly stated, "Nua greets friend Emperor Jun. May I ask what brings you here?" Emperor Jun glanced over Fuxi and Nua, sighing, "The witch clan is brutal, treating my demon clan as livestock and slaughtering them indiscriminately. I have come to invite both friends to join my heavenly court." Nua and Fuxi exchanged glances, inwardly confirming their suspicions. They had already refused several times before, but they never expected that Emperor Jun would come in person this time. Previously, they might have been reluctant to offend him, but now that Nua had also attained the status of a primordial golden immortal equivalent to a quasi saint, they naturally did not wish to get involved. After all, joining Emperor Jun's heavenly court would mean opposing the Eastern King, the Qin Emperor, and Tai. It would be unwise to offend 3 quasi saint powerhouses at once. Moreover, the witch clan was not to be trifled with. Fuxi directly shook his head and said, "Friend Emperor Jun, my sister and I are here for quiet cultivation, and truly do not wish to be bound by any forces. Please understand, friend." Emperor Jun frowned slightly upon hearing this. Logically speaking, Fuxi and Nua should have joined their heavenly court directly. Why were Fuxi and his sister refusing to join? Was it because of the Eastern King and the Qin Emperor? Emperor Jun secretly resented this, but still spoke, "Fuxi, if you and your sister join the heavenly court, you will naturally hold the same status as I, not as subordinates, and you need not come to heaven unless it is a major matter." He was determined to recruit Fuxi and Nua to his heavenly court. Kunping had already been deceived away by the Qin Emperor. If he could not even bring Nua over, how could he contend with the witch clan? Fuxi, hearing this, could only smile wryly, as it was completely not the reason. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw another figure descending, radiating immense energy that overshadowed the heavens. This person wore a celestial crown and held a silver scepter. It was none other than the foremost male immortal, the East. The Eastern King looked at them with disdain and said, "What is the Heavenly Court? It is merely an imitation of my establishment of the Immortal Court." As he spoke, the Eastern King turned to Fushi and Yua saying, "Esteemed friends, I invite you both to join my Immortal Court, with status equal to mine. Additionally, I am willing to present 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures as gifts. What do you say?" Looking at Dijuan with disdain, the Eastern King waved his hand, causing 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures to materialize. Dijuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and murderous intent that he did not conceal. Turning to the Eastern King, Dijuan coldly remarked, "Eastern King, you defeated villain, dare you come here? Do you think I would not dare to kill you?" In response, the Eastern King burst into laughter saying, "Dijuan, you overestimate yourself. I came here merely to invite Fushi and Yua to join my Immortal Court. Oh, what does it have to do with you? How could you so domineering possibly hand over the authority of the Heavenly Court to these 2 friends? You are reluctant to offer even 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure, and yet you expect them to contribute to the Heavenly Court." The Eastern King did not hold back and directly mocked them. However, he had no intention of making a move as he feared Daijin's Chaos Pearl. Dijuan, although he wished to tear the Eastern King apart, restrained his desire to strike. He did not want to leave a bad impression on Fushi and Yua, and he could not discern the Eastern King's current strength. Logically, this Eastern King should be severely injured and near death. How come he seems completely unscathed now? Dijuan shot a fierce glare at the Eastern King and said solemnly, "I too am willing to present 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures. I ask you both to consider joining the Heavenly Court. In the future, even becoming a saint would not be impossible." The Eastern King raised an eyebrow. Did Dijuan intend to offer the river map and the Luo book? He sneered, "Do not speak of such empty words. I will present 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. Do you have that?" As he spoke, a supreme innate spiritual treasure appeared once more in front of the Eastern King. The 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures emanated an aura that startled countless powerful beings on Kunlun Mountain. Upon seeing the 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, everyone was dumbfounded. When did supreme innate spiritual treasures become so common? Daijin's expression darkened. Where did the Eastern King acquire so many supreme innate spiritual treasures? Could it be that the Heavenly Tao granted them to Dijuan gritted his teeth and declared, "If Fushi agrees, I am willing to give the river map and the Luo book to both of you along with 2 additional supreme innate spiritual treasures." This was already the greatest price he could offer. Fushi was indifferent, but Yua was a fated saint extremely important to both the Heavenly Court and the Monster Clan. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's brows slightly furrowed. What other supreme innate spiritual treasures could Dijuan possibly possess? Logically, he should only have the river map and the Luo book. He only had 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures. This was not competitive enough. As for innate supreme treasures, he only had 1 Celestial Emperor seal, which he certainly could not offer to Fushi and his sister. At this moment, Fushi and Yua were also somewhat stunned. They knew that they had many treasures, but this was an overwhelming amount. Even the 3 pure ones, rightful heirs of Panga, did not possess a single supreme innate spiritual treasure, yet here it seemed to have become as common as cabbage. Fushi and Yua looked at the 2 opposing figures, and then at the several supreme innate spiritual treasures in front of them, feeling indecisive. If possible, they truly did not want to join either faction. But these 2 fellows were offering far too much. For supreme innate spiritual treasures were something they had never even dared to dream of. Yet joining one side would inevitably offend the other. After contemplating, Fushi cautiously suggested, "How about this? One of us joins the Immortal Court, while the other joins the Heavenly Court." Dijuan. Eastern King. You siblings want to take the benefits from both sides without offending either. Dijuan even thought about mocking them but decided to keep his mouth shut. He feared that if he was not careful, this brother and sister would be forced into the opposing faction's camp. The Eastern King replied coolly, "Fushi, you jest. Joining the Heavenly Court means you stand against me. Do you think that is possible?" Seeing Fux's slightly awkward expression, the Eastern King continued, "My Immortal Court is the first recognized by the Heavenly Tao, and I am the head of the male immortals, sealed by the Tao ancestor. I believe Fushi should understand the saint's intention." Dijuan, hearing this, retorted defiantly, "Humph. I dwell in the 33 heavens, the true Heavenly Emperor, the mandate of heaven, the rightful heir of the Monster Clan." Fushi and Yua exchanged glances, finding themselves in a dilemma. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. "Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, I am willing to join the Immortal Court. I only need 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure." A pinnacle de Luo golden immortal approached not far from them, speaking with eager anticipation. Other powerful beings watching also had a spark of inspiration and immediately came forward. These powerful beings were mostly at the de Luo golden immortal level. "Your Majesty, I too wish to join the Immortal Court. A 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure is enough for me." "Me too." Numerous powerful beings spoke up, their eyes reddened, seemingly unable to control themselves. The supreme innate spiritual treasures were an irresistible temptation for them. If not for the Eastern King's overwhelming strength, they would have likely been robbed clean by now. Even the Western Queen Mother of the West felt tempted, but hesitated and eventually shook her head and withdrew. She was the head of the female immortals, sealed by the Tao ancestor, but truly did not wish to be embroiled in the chaos of the primordial world. Given the current unclear situation, whether it was Dijuan the Qin Emperor or the Eastern King, none were easy to provoke. Moreover, the Wu clan was also watching closely, and the primordial world was far from peaceful. The Eastern King glanced at those powerful beings, his expression darkening as he mocked, "Do you think you are worthy?" As fellow guests of the Zishu Palace, these individuals had barely reached the pinnacle of Deluo and had almost no chance of achieving the status of a quasi-saint. In an instant, the expressions of many powerful beings changed to one of mixed anger and embarrassment. This was a blatant insult. After all, they were still Deluo Golden Immortals. How could they be unworthy? Aren't Fushi and Nuwa merely perfect Deluo Golden Immortals as well? Nuwa did not release her aura, so they were unaware that she had already attained the status of a Primordial Golden Immortal. The Eastern King looked down on the reactions of the many powerful beings. What a joke, a group of opportunists with no real accomplishments. Did they truly believe the supreme innate spiritual treasures in his hands were made of clay? Accepting these people could lead to betrayal. The Eastern King's immortal court preferred quality over quantity. Meanwhile, Daijin's eyes sparkled as he laughed. "Esteemed friends, our heavenly court welcomes all. However, I do not possess many supreme innate spiritual treasures and cannot simply hand them out. If you join my heavenly court and achieve great merit, I will naturally bestow supreme innate spiritual treasures upon you." Dijuan looked down on the Eastern King even more. Truly foolish and arrogant, these primordial beings who could attain Deluo were not simple. To push away the subordinates delivered to their door was simply foolishness. Daijin's attitude naturally won the favor of many powerful beings. Although they had not intended to join either faction before, in light of the comparison with the Eastern King, most chose to join the heavenly court. Seeing this, the Eastern King felt displeased, but did not envy them. Monsters were monsters, a den of snakes and rats polluting the 33 heavens. The Eastern King looked down on Dijuan as well. Little did he know, in the hearts of Fushi and Nuwa his standing had diminished even further. Dijuan smiled broadly, then turned to Fushi and his sister asking, "What will your choice be?" Fushi sighed inwardly upon hearing this, and looked at Nuwa wanting to gauge her thoughts. At this moment, Nuwa frowned and pondered for a long time before sending a voice to Fushi saying, "Brother, if we are to join, it should be the heavenly court. However, whether or not to join ultimately depends on your decision, brother." Fushi nodded, saying, "I am grateful for the kind offer from both friends. My sister and I have become accustomed to a carefree life and do not wish to be bound, so we will not join any faction." He pondered for a long time and ultimately resisted the temptation of the 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, Dijuan felt disappointed but said nothing more. Giving 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure to win favor with Fushi and his sister was not a loss. Fux's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he did not decline. On the other side, the Eastern King, with a sour expression, immediately said, "I will also gift this supreme innate spiritual treasure to you both, hoping you will look after my immortal clan friends in the future." Fushi and Nuwa. The Monster Clan and the Immortal Clan, aren't they essentially the same concept? Initially, the Eastern King forcibly classified all cultivators of the Immortal Path as the Immortal Clan, and later the Qin Emperor categorized all flora, fauna, and creatures as the Monster Clan. Although powerful beings could separate their own fortunes from the monster and immortal clans, ordinary beings could not do so. Thus they were both monsters and immortals. Fushi felt speechless, but still accepted the Eastern King's supreme innate spiritual treasure. In just one day, he had obtained 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, which felt like a dream. Meanwhile, atop a great mountain in the western part of the primal world, Qin Di and Tai stood side by side. Before them were several powerful beings from the primal era, among whom were entities like Kunping. Although Qin Di and Tai should have been at odds, they were now entangled with each other. Both harbored ulterior motives, scheming. Qin Di looked at the numerous powerful beings and said, "Dijun has proclaimed himself the Demon Emperor while usurping my heavenly court. This is utterly detestable. I wonder if any of my fellow Taoists have a way to reclaim the heavenly court." He was the one who established the heavenly court and also declared himself the heavenly emperor. Dijun was merely the demon emperor. It was only because Hongjun favored him that Dijun obtained the heavenly court and became a false heavenly emperor. Kunping, upon hearing this, pondered and said, "Your Majesty's Dijun has refined the heavenly emperor's throne, and his strength likely reaches the mid-stage of a quasi-saint. We cannot confront him. It would be better to watch as the dogs bite each other." Tai, hearing this, expressed his confusion. "What do you mean?" Dijun is not foolish enough to engage in mutual destruction with the Wu clan. Kunping smiled and replied, "Dijun will not easily strike against the Wu clan, but we can devise a way to deepen the conflict between the demons and the Wu, forcing him to take action. If he does not act, he will lose the hearts of the demon clan and be abandoned by them. However, if he does act, that will be our opportunity." Upon hearing this, Qin Di clapped his hands and laughed. "Splendid. Kunping, my friend, is indeed worthy of being our demon clan's sage, possessing unparalleled wisdom." Looking at the many powerful beings, Qin Di said, "In that case, I shall establish a great world here as a temporary dwelling for us." Although the primal world has a solid space with his current cultivation, he could indeed create a vast realm attached to the primal world. Tai, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze and said, "Then I shall monitor the actions of the heavenly court while also scheming against the Wu and the demons to deepen their conflict." Qin Di nodded in agreement, not overthinking it. To him, Tai and Dijun's brotherly conflict was nothing but as for Tai, he was confident he could suppress any trouble. However, after leaving, Tai did not head towards the heavenly court, but flew towards the Tyne Star. He sneered inwardly. Dijun, your wife is about to be lost. He intended to go to Tyne Star to marry Shihi and Changshi, preferably to have 10 little Jinwu. At Tween Star 2 and 8 deities were born Shihi and Changshi. At this moment, Shihi was lost in thought. Mo girl sign-in system. What the heck? Shihi had a bewildered expression as she looked at her snow-white skin and stunning beauty, momentarily questioning her life. System, did you make a mistake? I'm clearly a man. Shihi was filled with despair. Crossing into the primal world and activating the system was supposed to be an invincible start, yet she had crossed into a female body. Is there anything more absurd than this? Mo girl system. Indeed, the system aims to cultivate the host into the first goddess of the primal world, binding a quality husband and creating a supreme admirer. Shihi, I trust you not at all. Mo girl system. The beginner gift pack is being distributed. The host's female form has been permanently activated. In this form, the host's charm is unparalleled and her allure is innate. Is there anything more absurd than this? Mo girl system. Indeed, the system aims to cultivate the host into the first goddess of the primal world, binding a quality husband and creating a supreme admirer. System, stop joking. Regardless of whether physiologically or psychologically, I am undeniably a pure. But now draped in the phoenix crown and Xiaopai with skin like snow and beauty like a flower, she was simply a creation of the Tao perfected to the extreme. At this moment, a powerful being descended outside the Tyne Star. It was Tai. Upon arriving outside Tyne Star, Tai swept his divine sense and instantly found Changshi and Shihi. But when he saw Shihi, his eyes widened. She was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Tai felt his heart race like never before. He must have this woman. Adjusting his appearance, Tai spoke softly, his voice echoing throughout Tyne Star. Shihi, my friend Tai has come to visit. Please come out for a meeting. Upon hearing this, Shihi's expression slightly changed. Tai, isn't he the future Dong Huang? Wait, how did Tai return to Tyne Star? What time is it? Could it be that he is here to act as a matchmaker for Dijun? In an instant, Shihi's face turned pale as she hurriedly looked out. She then noticed a handsome young man outside Tyne Star. This person should be that three-legged golden crow Tai. With her current cultivation, she could only see Tai as a vague figure, completely unable to discern any details. Clearly, Tai's cultivation was vastly superior. She hesitated for a moment before saying, if there is nothing urgent, I kindly ask Tai not to disturb our sister's quiet cultivation. Although she had crossed into a female body, she was still undoubtedly a pure man. She did not wish to be entangled with Tai and Dijun, nor did she want to bear little Jinwu for the three-legged golden crow. Therefore, Shihi directly refused. She did not wish to be entangled with Tai and Dijun, nor did she want to bear little Jinwu for the three-legged golden crow. Therefore, Shihi directly refused. Love for her. Shihi, my friend, seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you. You truly are the first goddess of the primal world. Tai has always aimed for cultivation, but today upon meeting you Shihi, my friend, seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you. You truly are the first goddess of the primal world. Tai has always aimed for cultivation, but today upon meeting you I realized that you are my true Tao. I am the god of the sun, and you are the goddess of the moon. We are naturally a perfect pair. I was born stubborn with clear loves and hates. From the moment I saw you, my gaze has been filled with nothing but you. Thus my affection for you is not a fleeting whim, nor is it insincere. Shihi, my friend, marry me. Tai was entranced by Shihi's unmatched beauty, his words flowing in a romantic haze, unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, Shihi's face flushed red, not from shyness, but from anger. This Tai was clearly not a serious. Such cheesy sweet talk, he couldn't possibly mean it. Instead, Chang's eyes face was shy as she teased, sister, when did you get involved with Tai? Shihi. She shot a glare at Chang, she exasperated, what nonsense. Have we sisters ever left Tween Star? Before she could finish, Shihi could no longer restrain herself and slapped out. As a great Luo golden immortal, her slap sent Tai flying countless light years away. But Tai was a quasi-saint, such force was merely a tickle. He even felt the soft, cool little hand brush across his face like a goddess embrace. In an instant, Tai flew back outside Tyne Star wearing a gentle expression. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. If there is no hitting or scolding, there is no love. I understand the thoughts of Shihi, my friend. As he spoke, he forcibly tore through the defenses of Tyne Star and entered, gazing at Shihi with admiration. At this moment, Shihi nearly spat blood, not only because Tai was shameless, but more outrageously, she had just slapped Tai, triggering that previous broken contract. Congratulations, the host has successfully formed a contract binding a future husband, a quality backup. Please strive to get yourself married. For a moment, Shihi felt as if she might explode. What a calamity. Did I destroy the galaxy in my previous... Now Hu Tang, after exchanging for the treasured gourd from Yua, set off to find the three pure ones. They were also on Kunlun Mountain, and he quickly tracked their whereabouts. Yuan Sher Tianzun furrowed his brows, observing Hu Tang's disdainful expression, pondering whether to join forces with his two brothers to deal with this fellow. 7 treasure gourds could be combined into a primordial supreme treasure. The 3 pure ones were now left with only 1 quality primordial treasure grade gourd. Although Hu Teng was indeed a quasi-saint, the three brothers had also achieved the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Together they might be able to suppress this fellow. The three quietly discussed among themselves. Laozi was somewhat tempted while Tong Tian was a bit reluctant. At that moment Hu Teng coldly snorted, saying, "Three pure ones, you wish to seize my treasured gourd, but considering we are all guests of Zixu Palace, do not wish to resort to extreme measures. How about this? I will trade my treasured gourd for these 3 quality primordial treasures." With a wave of his hand, Hu Teng produced 3 quality primordial treasures. He certainly would not treat the 3 elder gentlemen as kindly as he did Nuo. Were it not for Hongjun's warning, he might have even thought of eliminating these 3 fellows. The 3 pure ones were unaware of Hu Teng's thoughts, but seeing the 3 quality primordial treasures before them, their eyes lit up. "Second brother, what should we do?" Tong Tian inquired, clearly tempted. 1 for 3 was undoubtedly a huge profit. Laozi nodded in agreement. They could see there was no way they would lose. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment before transmitting his thoughts. "No, this person has enmity with us. If he obtains the 7 treasures and combines them into a primordial supreme treasure, that would be catastrophic." Laozi hesitated and asked, "What do you mean, second brother?" Yuan Shi replied with a malicious smile, "Naturally, we will not give it to him. Now that we have all achieved Hunyuan Golden Immortals, why not take this opportunity to eliminate this fellow?" Tong Tian frowned and said, "Isn't that a bit too much? We 3 pure ones are the orthodox heirs of Pengu. How can we kill and seize treasures?" Yuan Shi sneered, "Have you forgotten the near-fatal encounter with this fellow? This treasured gourd was originally fated to be with us. Moreover, in front of Zixu Palace, this person had shown murderous intent towards us. Our enmity is already one of no return." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian recalled Hu Teng's previously revealed murderous intent and no longer hesitated. Yuan Shi coldly smiled, "If you want the gourd, fine, trade it for 3 top-quality primordial treasures." Of course his words were merely to provoke Hu Teng. Hearing this, Hu Teng truly became furious. Although he could produce 3 top-quality primordial treasures, how could he possibly give them to the 3 pure ones? His expression turned increasingly cold as he ominously stated, "Very well, since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish." Hongjun did not allow him to kill the 3 pure ones, but he never said he couldn't severely injure them. With a direct wave of his hand, he tore through space, engulfing the 3 pure ones within. Yuan Shi revealed a cunning smile of having succeeded in his scheme, not resisting at all, as if he were also drawn in by Hu Teng. Holding up the treasured gourd, Yuan Shi coldly laughed. "Hu Teng, do you think that just because you have become a quasi-saint you can reclaim your treasured gourd? Eldest brother, second brother, attack." As he spoke, Yuan Shi directly summoned the treasured gourd, unleashing a beam of divine light towards Hu Teng. At the same time, Laozi and Tong Tian also joined forces to strike at Hu Teng. Though they lacked top-quality treasures, they were still Hunyuan Golden Immortals, and their power was extraordinary. Their overwhelming might spread throughout the depths of this space, extremely fearsome. Every clash of their blows seemed capable of obliterating an entire cosmos. Hu Teng, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "Quasi-saint." He looked at the 3 pure ones in disbelief. How had they all advanced to quasi-saint? Yuan Shi laughed loudly, declaring, "Hu Teng, you should not have existed in this world. Today we 3 pure ones will cleanse this heretic from the primordial wilderness." The 3 worked together, directly beating Hu Teng to the point of frequent injuries. A quasi-saint was inherently weaker than a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, not to mention facing 3 opponents. However, Hu Teng was not the least bit flustered, stating in a deep voice, "Did the Tao ancestor give you a special advantage? But you think that this way you can stand against me? How foolish." With a wave of his hand, a purple gourd, filled with purple mist, instantly enveloped this space. At the same time, a powerful aura swept through everything. Primordial Supreme Treasure. The expressions of the 3 pure ones changed dramatically as they looked at Hu Teng in disbelief. Hu Teng coldly laughed, "The ignorant are fearless. Do you think I cannot use the Hunyuan 7 Tribulation Formation to suppress you?" Tong Tian shouted, loudly, "Join forces to kill him." The consumption of a primordial supreme treasure is enormous. How long can he sustain it? The 3 of them were not ordinary quasi-saints, but Hunyuan Golden Immortals who comprehended the laws. Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. If they could seize this purple gourd, wouldn't the 3 pure ones also possess a primordial supreme treasure? In an instant, their attacks grew increasingly fierce. Even if they were continuously injured from Hu Teng's assaults, they had no intention of fleeing. Hu Teng might be able to contend with one of them, but against the 3 united, he was still at a disadvantage. Days later, Hu Teng felt as if he might spit blood. Continuously using the primordial supreme treasure had nearly exhausted him. Meanwhile, the 3 fellows opposite him still appeared vigorous and energetic. They were intent on beating him to death. Hu Teng felt he should take the first step to retreat, otherwise staying would only waste his energy. However, the 3 pure ones had exhausted his power and would not easily let him leave. Seeing Hu Teng trying to escape, the 3 pure ones began to fight desperately. Hu Teng's wealth was simply too rich, preventing them from being indifferent. Hu Teng was pushed to his limits and roared, "I will give you this quality primordial treasure. Let me go or we will all perish." He wore a fierce expression, not intending to frighten the 3 pure ones. With the system in place, he could indeed kill the 3 pure ones, but the cost would be too great and not worth it. However, Yuan Shi coldly laughed, "3 treasures. You." Hu Teng's face turned ashen. As a transmigrator, he was being coerced by 3 natives. This grudge he must repay. Taking a deep breath, Hu Teng coldly stated, "Fine. A quality primordial treasure meant little to him. The three pure ones took his possessions today, and he would naturally demand double in return in the future. Hu Ting resentfully tossed the three quality primordial treasures and turned to leave. The three pure ones were delighted and did not continue to pressure him. This person's strength was indeed very formidable, and possessing a primordial supreme treasure made it difficult for them to eliminate him even together. In that case, obtaining three quality primordial treasures was already quite a good outcome. As they watched Hu Ting leave, Tong Tian helplessly said, "Eldest brother, second brother, we have completely offended this Hu Ting." Yuan Shi coldly snorted. It was already a matter of no return. If we could eliminate this fellow, do you think we would let him? Lao Zi laughed. Indeed, with the laws bestowed by the Dao ancestor, perhaps in just a few years, we will achieve full mastery of Han Yuan Golden Immortal. Why should we fear him? Although the Dao ancestor did not allow them to speak, the three brothers naturally guessed some situations while practicing together. Meanwhile, Hu Tong, filled with resentment after leaving Kunlun Mountain, turned his sights westward. Unable to deal with the three pure ones, did that mean he could not deal with the two in the west? However, upon arriving in the west, he was forced to alter his plans, because these two in the west had also transformed into quasi-saints. This made Hu Tong unable to contain his rage, thinking, "Hongjun, are you being too biased?" Ultimately, Hu Tong had no choice but to exchange two top-quality primordial treasures to reclaim his treasured gourd. However, even though he retrieved the gourd, Hu Ting could not find joy. With 7 gourds, there was still one missing. He felt that unless he used a primordial supreme treasure, it would be impossible to exchange for that gourd. Hu Tong wore a sorrowful expression and unknowingly arrived at the Tine Star. Thinking of the Tine goddess, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dijun, your wife is gone. He planned to marry Shiha and Changxi first, then see where Dijun's little golden... A century passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years, although Emperor Jun and others had forcefully suppressed it, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had grown increasingly intense. In fact, a great witch had even taken action to stir up trouble, specifically targeting the Great Luo. In the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun's expression was somewhat grim. Just now someone reported that a Great Luo realm powerful Manny-Cow had been captured by the Wu clan members Kuafu and Hui. It was clear that this Manny-Cow had likely become roasted beef. The ghostly vehicle said angrily, "Your Majesty, the Wu clan is being too arrogant. As the legitimate representatives of the Yao clan, we must retaliate against the Wu clan and avenge our friend the Manny-Cow." He too was a Great Luo Golden Immortal. If the Wu clan dared to eat the Manny-Cow today, they might come for him, the ghostly vehicle, tomorrow. Emperor Jun replied solemnly, "The Wu clan will eventually be wiped out, but to pacify external threats, we must first deal with the internal issues. The Qin Emperor and the Eastern Prince are indeed great threats to our Heavenly Court and must be eliminated." Bai Ze's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Does the Heavenly Emperor mean?" Emperor Jun coldly stated, "I have decided to first eliminate the Eastern Prince, then the Qin Emperor Tai, and subsequently unify the Yao clan to annihilate the Wu clan." The Eastern Prince had been severely injured during the Heavenly Tribulation and would certainly not recover easily, making it the best moment to eliminate him. During this century, with the system's assistance, he had once again slain a corpse and reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Moreover, he had now completely refined the Heavenly Emperor's throne, allowing him to draw upon the power of the Heavenly Court within the Hongwang world, enhancing himself to a level comparable to the latest stage quasi-saint. With such strength, who in Hongwang could rival him? Furthermore, during this century, more and more powerful beings had allied with the Heavenly Court, with hundreds of Great Luo alone. Upon hearing this, many powerful beings of the Heavenly Court naturally did not dare to voice any dissent. Soon many celestial beings from the Heavenly Court mobilized and set out for Penglai. The Eastern Prince also had nearly 100 Great Luo strongmen under his command. During this century, his strength had not significantly increased, but he had obtained a piece of innate supreme treasure specifically designed to counter the Golden Crow. At this moment, a tremendous pressure enveloped the skies above Penglai. Countless powerful beings in Hongwang sensed this overwhelming pressure and turned their gazes here. They were astonished, wondering if the Heavenly Court was finally going to war with the Celestial Court. When the Eastern Prince established the Celestial Court, the 2 Golden Crows had each established the Yao Court and the Heavenly Court, indicating that a battle was inevitable. Countless powerful beings focused their attention here, eager to be mere onlookers. The Eastern Prince's expression turned cold as he glanced at the Heavenly Court's people, sneering, "Emperor Jun, are you officially declaring war against me?" Emperor Jun's face was stern as he looked at the Eastern Prince and said, "Eastern Prince, do you think that just because you have been recognized as the foremost male immortal by the Dao ancestor you can act with impunity? Today, I personally lead the charge to eliminate you, the thief who has usurped the merits of the Heavenly Court." Without further ado, Emperor Jun called to the many Yao beings of the Heavenly Court, "Kill. The one who achieves the greatest merit in this battle shall be rewarded with an exceptional innate spiritual treasure." The Eastern Prince disdainfully replied, "With you alone, do you think that refining the Heavenly Emperor's throne can contend with me? A mere feathered creature, how could he understand my means?" The Eastern Prince tore apart a section of space, taunting, "Today whoever escapes shall be deemed a grandson." Emperor Jun cast a deep glance at the Eastern Prince and stepped into the depths of space, stating, "Rest assured, you cannot escape." This time he came with unmatched power to thoroughly annihilate the Eastern Prince. Upon entering the depths of space, Emperor Jun directly summoned the Heavenly Emperor Sword and struck towards the Eastern Prince. Empowered by the Heavenly Court, he possessed strength comparable to the late stage of Saint, and this sword strike was terrifying enough to disturb the fabric of time and fate. The terrifying edge sliced through everything seemingly capable of tearing apart the Hongwang world. The Eastern Prince, with the seal of the Celestial Emperor above his head, and the innate supreme treasure the sun-shooting divine bow in hand, released a divine light that aimed to obliterate everything. This sun-shooting divine bow was a reward from the system specifically to counter Emperor Jun. Its lethality against the Golden Crows was immense. He was confident that, even if this arrow could not kill Emperor Jun, it would be enough to severely injure him. However, after a single strike, the Eastern Prince's expression changed dramatically. He saw Emperor Jun's sword directly shatter the arrow shot from the sun-shooting divine bow, and its residual might was directed towards him. Bang! The Eastern Prince's form was sent reeling backwards, shattering countless spaces. He looked at Emperor Jun in disbelief, feeling uncertain in his heart. How could your strength be so formidable? The Eastern Prince was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Emperor Jun sneered, "The ignorant are fearless. I have already reached the mid-stage of Saint, and with the enhancement of the Heavenly Emperor's throne, I possess the strength of a latest-stage Saint. What do you have to contend with me?" Before his words fell, Emperor Jun, taking advantage of his momentum, struck again towards the Eastern Prince. Although the Eastern Prince possessed the sun-shooting divine bow, he was still at a disadvantage against Emperor Jun, who was a small realm above him. This small difference in realm was like a chasm. Unless he possessed a chaos spiritual treasure, he could never be Emperor Jun's opponent. Feeling the increasingly severe injuries within him, the Eastern Prince was filled with indignation and despair. How could he possibly slay a second corpse in just a century? How could Emperor Jun, without a system or immense merit, slay a second corpse? Was it possible that Hongjun had given Emperor Jun some kind of advantage? The Eastern Prince's face was filled with resentment, believing this must be another of Hongjun's schemes. Hongjun wanted to use Emperor Jun's hand to eliminate him. With this thought in mind, the Eastern Prince no longer wished to continue the fight. He shot a hateful glance at Emperor Jun and gritted his teeth, saying, "Emperor Jun, wait for me. I will definitely destroy you." As soon as he spoke, the seal of the Celestial Emperor above his head erupted with boundless light. Emperor Jun's expression turned vigilant, but the next moment he saw the Eastern Prince's figure flash and vanish without a trace. Along with him disappeared the core members of the Celestial Court. Emperor Jun searched in vain and had to give up. However, this easy victory over the Eastern Prince gave him immense confidence. He believed that the next time they met would be the Eastern Prince's demise. A conceited fool, what right did he have to compete with him for the position of Heavenly Emperor? After annihilating the Pinglai faction, the Celestial Emperor led the Heavenly Court's powerful beings to attack the Qin Emperor. He already knew the hiding place of the Qin Emperor, located within a vast world at the junction of the East and West. However, by the time they arrived, the Qin Emperor and his people had long since disappeared. The Qin Emperor, aware he was no match for the Heavenly Court, had hidden away, and Emperor Jun could not find any trace of him. In light of this, Baizé immediately smiled and congratulated, "Your Majesty, the Celestial Court and the Qin Emperor's faction have now become virtually non-existent, unable to contend with our Heavenly Court. Why not take this opportunity to attack the Wu clan?" Other powerful beings of the Heavenly Court also urged him. After all, the Wu clan had been excessively arrogant and had already massacred powerful beings of the Heavenly Court multiple times. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun thought of his Saint latest strength and his suppression of the Eastern Prince and the Qin Emperor, and thus he smiled, saying, "Very well, let us march against the Wu clan. I, Emperor Jun, shall ultimately unify the Hongwang. The Qin Emperor and the Eastern Prince may flee, but where can the vast Wu clan escape to? I have decided to wage a battle to thoroughly eradicate this Wu clan and see how Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao play their cards." With Emperor Jun's decision made, a group of powerful beings surged forth with fierce momentum, directly heading to the Wu clan's stronghold. Having been bullied by the Wu clan for so many years, they were now ready to fight back. Before the Panga Hall, Di Jun, accompanied by the powerful beings of the Heavenly Court, descended once more. As he gazed down at the Panga Hall, a flicker of the fear once commanded by the ancestor witches crossed his mind. His expression turned icy as he directly tore apart a piece of space. Meanwhile, Baizé's voice echoed throughout the Buzhou Mountain, "Di Jiangyu, members of the witch clan acting recklessly as descendants of Panga, slaughtering the creatures of the wilderness and robbing them without restraint. Today our Heavenly Court shall eliminate you for the sake of the wilderness beings." As he spoke, Di Jun stepped deeper into the torn space, quietly waiting for the ancestor witches to descend. He believed that the witch clan would not remain patient. Once they stepped into this space, it would mark their death. Inside the Panga Hall, the witch clan's powerful beings were alerted, and upon realizing it was Di Jun, they erupted in fury. Zhu Rong was the first to burst out of the Panga Hall, shouting, "It's you again, you wretched bird. You remember the pain, but forget the lesson today. I'll show you what cruelty is." Zhu Rong laughed, cruelly charging directly into the depths of the space opened by Di Jun. Having already achieved the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, he was determined to take revenge for his previous humiliation. However, as soon as he entered the depths of the space, he let out a shriek, struck by Di Jun's fist, nearly collapsing under the force. Although the witch clan possessed extraordinary defense, Dijun was now 2 small realms higher than him. Seeing this, Dijun's gaze sharpened. He had not held back earlier, yet he did not directly crush Ju Rong. The defense of the witch clan seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. No wonder those powerful beings of the Great Luo realm became mere food for the moving witch clan. However, he did not worry too much as he had not summoned his spiritual treasures earlier. Around the Panga Hall, countless powerful beings of the wilderness had hidden, witnessing Dijun nearly crush Ju Rong with a single strike. Their hearts stirred with excitement. The witch clan was brazen and tyrannical, killing wilderness beings wantonly, and very few spoke up for them. Among these powerful beings were not only Great Luo Golden Immortals, but also saint experts. Notably, there were the likes of Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin, as well as the 3 pure ones Jin Yuanzi. They sought to seize this opportunity to reclaim the treasures stolen from them. Especially Jin Yuanzi, who now harbored extreme disdain for the witch clan. Last time when that filthy god from the witch clan visited his Mount Wanshou, he had treated him hospitably, but after satisfying himself, he sent bugs to his ginseng fruit tree. Though he did not know how it happened, Jin Yuanzi was no fool. The ginseng fruit tree had thrived for countless epochs. How could it suddenly encounter trouble upon the filthy god's visit? Moreover, it emitted murky energy. Was it afraid he could not see it? And coincidentally, that filthy god had a way to heal it. He had no desire to provoke the witch clan, so he refused the filthy god's healing. As a result, that filthy god claimed that his ginseng fruit tree belonged to the witch clan, directly taking it away with the ancestor witches. Had it not been for Hongjun holding him back, he might have been beaten to death by the witch clan in a fit of rage. At this moment, other ancestor witches within the Panga Hall surged out. Upon seeing Ju Rong's grim state, they instantly erupted with rage. The 12 ancestor witches jumped into the depths of the space, surrounding Dijun with unfriendly gazes. The aura emanating from each ancestor witch surged, terrifying countless powerful beings, making their scalps tingle. Terrifying, simply terrifying. These ancestor witches had become stronger. Laozi's eyes flickered as he solemnly said, the 12 ancestor witches are all mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. Yuan sure sneered, so what if they are mixed Yuan Golden Immortals? They are merely at the initial stage, equivalent to saints at the initial stage. That scoundrel Dijun possesses the strength of a late saint now. With the witch clan's power, it is difficult to contend. As they were speaking, 2 undetectable spiritual lights approached the entrance of the Panga Hall, attempting to infiltrate it. Tong Tian gasped coldly and immediately said, elder brother, isn't that Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin? Though the aura of Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin was faint, they were both mixed Yuan Golden Immortals and extremely sensitive to the laws of heaven and earth, thus they could still perceive a bit. Laozi widened his eyes in shock. Could these 2 fellows be trying to sneak away with the treasures of the Panga Hall during the battle? Yuan sure bit his teeth and said, elder brother, third brother, let's go. Better to starve the timid than to overfeed the bold. Now they were also mixed Yuan Golden Immortals, so they were not afraid even if the 12 ancestor witches noticed them. The Panga Hall contained not only treasures of the 3 pure ones, but also countless treasures from other powerful beings of the wilderness. This opportunity was rare. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and immediately agreed. The 3 of them emulated the actions of Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin, stealthily approaching the front of the Panga Hall, hoping to infiltrate it. With the ancestor witches preoccupied with their battle against Dijun, they would not notice that their lair was being stolen. Not only the 3 pure ones, but Jin Yuanzi also noticed the small actions of Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin. The witch clan was ruthless, so he would not hesitate to act unjustly. Hongjun opened his mouth and for a moment did not know what to say. He sighed, realizing that the witch clan had indeed offended the creatures of the wilderness gravely. A few days ago he encountered that great witch, the filthy god who mentioned going to the Tyne Star to collect rent. He wondered how things were going now. Inside the Panga Hall, it was said to be a grand hall, but in reality it was a vast world stretching endlessly for tens of millions of light years. There were dragon bones extending for billions of miles and spiritual treasures that suppressed endless origins. However, the most eye-catching was a gigantic blood pool spanning over 90,000 miles. This blood pool was the birthplace of countless ancestor witches, filled with a murderous atmosphere, though it had now run dry. As soon as Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin entered the Panga Hall, their eyes gleamed with greed as they scanned the surroundings. After all, this was the lair of the witch clan, where most of the treasures seized by them were concentrated. Looking at the dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the Panga Hall, Zhuan-Ti lamented, these barbarians of the witch clan are simply wasteful and extravagant. The witch clan has no divine souls. Many treasures are merely ornaments to them. Numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures have already lost their spiritual essence due to improper placement, causing their grades to drop. Jia Yin finally wore a smile instead of a face of suffering, cheerfully saying, these treasures are destined to be ours. In the West, junior brother acted quickly to avoid attracting the attention of the 12 ancestor witches. With these treasures, they felt they could transform the broken West into a true pure land. As soon as the 2 of them began to act, they naturally alarmed the other powerful members of the witch clan within the Panga Hall. These members of the witch clan may not possess the strength of the ancestor witches, but there were still quite a few at the Great Luo level. Upon seeing outsiders invading the Panga Hall, they instantly appeared furious. Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin, how dare you come to our witch clan to act wild? Brothers, let's get them. A group of witch clan members roared, charging directly at Zhuan-Ti and Jia Yin. There were fully a dozen great witches among them. But unfortunately, they were facing Juanti and Jia-in, who had both achieved the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. Juanti thought back to the time when his western territory suffered calamity and decided to slay these members of the witch. However, Jia-in quickly stopped him, saying, "Junior brother, wait. My west is barren and sparsely populated. Although the witch clan does not cultivate divine souls, they can still be transformed into protectors." Hearing this, Juanti's eyes lit up. Indeed, these dozen great witches were a valuable asset for their west. Facing the attacking great witches, Juanti and Jia-in forcefully suppressed them with their powerful magic. The Quasi-Saints and Great Luo were not on the same level. The difference could not be compensated by mere numbers. The two quickly subdued the witch clan members and then began to loot the treasures. They not only retrieved the Bodhi tree but also found a Tao enlightening tea tree, which was also a congenital spiritual root. The two quickly subdued the witch clan members and then began to loot the treasures. They not only retrieved the Bodhi tree but also found a Tao enlightening the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. Jia-in shook his head and said, "No wonder the three pure ones have never summoned this treasure. It turns out it was taken by the witch clan." As he spoke, Juanti intended to subdue the Linglong treasure tower. But at that moment the restrictions of the Panga Palace rippled slightly and 3 streams of clear energy entered. It was the Sanqing. As soon as the Sanqing entered, they immediately noticed Juanti's movements. Laozi exclaimed in anger, "How dare you!" Without another word, Laozi directly unleashed a strike of azure light, sending Juanti flying. Juanti and Jia-in showed no embarrassment, smiling as they said, "Fellow Taoists, this is to help you collect." Yuan Shi sneered, "Haha, do you think we are fools?" The Sanqing's aura was interconnected, exuding divine might as if they were about to act. Seeing this, Jia-in's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait. This is the ancestral lair of the Wu clan. Whether it is the return of the ancestral shaman or an attack from Dijun, we cannot take the blame alone." Tong Tian snorted coldly, "Don't you dare touch the treasures of the Sanqing or you will regret it." As he spoke, he pulled the Qingping sword back into his hand. Both Yuan Shi and Laozi did not lag behind. Not only did they collect their own treasures, but they also began to gather other treasures. Juanti and Jia-in, seeing this, felt a pang of pain but did not dare to refute. However, soon Jin Yuanzi also sneaked in and, after a moment of silence, quietly began to gather treasures. The Wu clan had plundered numerous treasures from the wilderness, accumulating an immense amount of riches. Inside the Panga Palace, treasures were everywhere. Even the ground of the Panga Palace was almost entirely paved with various divine jade and celestial soil. In such a vast world, one could see just how many treasures were there. The few of them were nervously collecting, afraid that a careless move would bring back an ancestral shaman. If they invaded the ancestral lair of the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral shamans would likely swallow them whole. Meanwhile, in front of the Panga Palace, deep within the space, a terrifying aura rippled ceaselessly. When Quasi-Saint level experts clashed, even a casual strike could obliterate a vast realm. Dijun possessed power comparable to the late stage of a Quasi-Saint. Although the 12 ancestral shamans had all achieved the mixed element golden immortal level, they were still being ruthlessly beaten by Dijun. If it weren't for their astonishing defense and being mixed element golden immortals, they would have long since perished. Dijun wielded an innate supreme treasure, and each of his attacks required the 12 ancestral shamans to work together just to barely withstand. Dijun coldly declared, "The Wu clan will eventually become a thing of the past." Just then he finally heard the system's prompt. Annihilate the Wu clan, reward 1 drop of Panga bone marrow, 1 fragment of the space law. Spare the Wu clan, reward the Zhoutian star Do formation, 8 innate supreme treasures of the 8 array diagram. Dijun naturally chose to annihilate the Wu clan. Although the innate supreme treasures were nice, he was not without them. The space law, however, was clearly related to the laws. If he could obtain the space law and supplement it with the method to sever 3 corpses, his strength would undoubtedly far exceed that of his peers. Having chosen the task, Dijun no longer held back. Each of his attacks dealt heavy blows to the 12 ancestral shamans, nearly overwhelming their forms. "Elder brother, let's set up the 12 capitals heavenly god-killing formation." Gong Gong spoke angrily. Dijiang's expression turned somewhat grim upon hearing this. They had not yet fully comprehended the 12 capitals heavenly god-killing formation, and they had never used it before. If they were to set it up now, one misstep could result in the formation backfiring. But with Dijun's pressing, if they hesitated any longer, the Wu clan would truly be in danger. Dijiang said, "All right." As soon as he spoke, the 12 ancestral shamans flickered, and a dense power of laws enveloped them. The powers of the 12 laws, including space and time, intertwined and spread. Meanwhile, strands of bloodline light emerged from the bodies of the 12 ancestral shamans. Dijun sensed something was amiss when Gong Gong spoke, but unfortunately it was too late to stop them. Almost in an instant, a terrifying phantom rose from the space. This phantom was almost too blurry to make out its shape, but the terrifying aura sent countless powerful beings witnessing the scene into a panic. It seemed to be the ruler of heaven and earth, the source of the wilderness. The Panga Phantom. Dijun's scalp tingled and his expression changed drastically. He never expected that at this moment the ancestral shamans had actually comprehended the 12 capitals heavenly god-killing formation. Wasn't this supposed to be comprehended at the end? The Panga Phantom appeared and directly struck down at Dijun with an axe. This strike twisted time and space, manifesting destiny. The power of this strike, while not yet reaching the mixed element realm, had already far surpassed the quasi-saint level. Dijun's heart shattered as he roared, impossible. His eyes widened as he transformed into his true form, the golden crow, resembling a blazing sun. The heavenly emperor's sword in his hand erupted with unparalleled power, slashing towards the Pengu phantom. At the same time, the He Tu and Luo Shu glowed with divine light, enveloping Dijun tightly. But Dijun's desperate strike still seemed as weak as paper against this semi-finished Pengu phantom. Crack. After the Pengu phantom swung its axe, the heavenly emperor sword was sent reeling back, and an axe light instantly slashed across Dijun's form. Dijun's figure froze, and after a long time he managed to squeeze out a sentence, the 12 capitals heavenly god-killing formation. Truly powerful. Before he finished speaking, Dijun's figure began to dissipate. In the end, he still could not withstand the strike from the Pengu phantom, and fell once more. The Sanqing quietly left the Pengu palace and happened to witness this terrifying scene. Their scalps tingled, grateful that they had not dealt with the Wu clan first. Countless powerful beings looked on in shock, their expressions filled with fear as they gazed at the Pengu phantom. What a terrifying strike, directly disrupting the time and fate of such power, could only be resisted by a saint, right? Fortunately, after the Pengu phantom summoned by the 12 ancestral shamans killed Dijun, it immediately collapsed. The 12 ancestral shamans also had pale faces, their auras weakened. Clearly, summoning the Pengu phantom had likewise taken a heavy toll on the 12 ancestral shamans. Gong Gong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Elder brother, the father god is indeed mighty. That mixed feather bird has left not a single feather behind. Di Jiang smiled and said, naturally, this wilderness world was opened up by the father god. Zhurong had a cruel expression as he looked towards the many powerful beings in the heavenly court. He chuckled, what kind of bird is the heavenly court to dare act so recklessly in my Wu clan? I'll go and wipe these guys out. Although he was greatly depleted, he was still a mixed element golden immortal and could easily slay these Deluo. The people of the heavenly court were terrified and fled in panic. Their heavenly emperor had actually fallen and his soul had dispersed. If they could summon even the Pengu phantom, who could withstand such a Wu clan? But just at that moment they saw the place where Dijun had fallen, where mysterious auras suddenly converged. A phantom quietly coalesced, eventually taking on solid form. It was Dijun. Indeed, his Nirvana rebirth technique had activated once again. Dijun was filled with fear, relieved that this time his Nirvana rebirth had been triggered again. The 12 ancestral shamans were also greatly shocked upon seeing this. Dijun had actually died and come back to life again. How could they fight now? Moreover, they had just consumed a lot of energy and were unable to summon the Pengu phantom once more. However, Dijun was also cautious in his heart, afraid that the 12 ancestral shamans would summon the Pengu phantom again. If he died once more, he did not know if he would be able to revive again. Even though each revival significantly boosted his strength, he would not risk that 50% chance. Without complete certainty, he dared not act against the Wu clan. Looking at the 12 ancestral shamans, Dijun said coldly, for the sake of the great Pengu, I will spare your Wu clan this once. I hope you all remember this lesson. As he finished speaking, Dijun summoned the people of the heavenly court and hurriedly left. The 12 ancestral shamans, seeing everyone retreat, also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhurong frowned, saying, why can't we kill that mixed feather bird? Juming also wondered, by the way, I heard that not long ago Dijun was killed by Tai Yi during the struggle for the heavenly court, but he revived as well. Di Jiang shook his head, pondering, perhaps the pollution god knows something. By the way, where is that pollution god? Gong Gong replied, I haven't seen him in many years, I don't know where he went. After the 12 ancestors of witches returned to the Pengu Hall, they were engulfed in a furious rage. The once bountiful Pengu Hall was now riddled with pits and holes. Even the many great witches of their clan had completely vanished. Inquiring with other witch clans yielded no information. Di Jiang knew well that a powerful being from the primordial chaos had taken advantage of their battle against Dijun to infiltrate the Pengu Hall. Clearly these witches had their memories wiped by that thief. If they still possessed their nascent souls, they could have calculated a few things, but now they could only swallow their loss in silence. Whoever it is, I will make them regret appearing in the primordial chaos. Gong Gong was seething with rage, and his terrifying aura made countless witches tremble. Di Jiang's face was also grim as he said, let our clansmen go out to investigate. Whoever possesses those treasures is naturally the one who acted. However, he also knew that only powerhouses of the quasi-saint level could enter the Pengu Hall. Such powerful beings were scarce in the primordial chaos. It was even possible that the theft of the Pengu Hall was a scheme orchestrated by Dijun. It's a pity that the filth god is not here. I wonder where that brat has run off to. Indeed, if the filth god were present, perhaps he could have prevented this to some extent. They were unsure of just how strong the filth god truly was, but he definitely surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortal. Little did they know the wise filth god they were thinking of was currently at the Tine Star, competing with several other powerful beings. At the Tine Star, she lay lazily on a rocking chair surrounded by 3 handsome young men, Tai Yi, Hu Ting, and the filth. No one could have imagined that on this small Tine Star 4 Transmigrators had gathered. Since they all had their own systems, they were not affected by each other's system auras. Of course, Shi's system aura was no exception. However, the transformation brought about by the cute girl system on Shihi was simply too perfect. Even without the influence of a system, Aura, the other Transmigrators were still captivated by her. After all, how could such a beautiful person with every movement, tempting the souls of others, be allowed to succumb to these primitive natives of the primordial chaos? She felt that as long as she adapted to her current identity, she somewhat enjoyed the sweet talk from these fellows. Every move she made could enchant these fools who couldn't distinguish directions. Hu Teng shamelessly professed, "Xia, you look even more beautiful today. I happen to have a pair of lucky rings, let me put them on you." Rings? What's so good about them? I don't want them, Shihi replied with a chuckle. Exactly, just a gourd vine. What do you know about romance? In my opinion, Shihi should kick that gourd vine out of the Tyne Star. Tai scoffed. Clearly he had arrived first, yet these two shameless guys were vying for Shihi's affection. Tai would never allow that. Hu Teng unfazed softly said, "These lucky rings are a pair of top-notch innate spirit treasures. When combined, they can unleash the power of innate supreme treasures." He had expended considerable causal points to exchange for these rings. But for the beauty before him, it was all worth it. Upon hearing this, Shihi's eyes lit up immediately. "Give me both rings." Comparable to innate supreme treasures, she wondered where this guy had obtained them. Hu Teng's eyes flickered as he gently said, "Let me help you wear them." Upon hearing this, Shihi felt an urge to slap Hu Teng away. But thinking of the innate supreme treasures, she forcibly suppressed that thought, extending her jade finger as she said, Hu Teng. Upon hearing this, provocatively glanced at Tai, and the filth god grasped Shihi's jade hand and carefully put on the lucky rings. He wore a look of ecstasy and couldn't help but say, "Holding Sierra's little hand feels like I'm holding the entire world." Shihi's brow twitched as she struggled to hold back the impulse to slap Hu Teng, retracting her jade hand. Once again, it was a day of being taken advantage of. Sigh. Tai and the filth god witnessing this had their faces twist with jealousy. Damn it, how could he touch his goddess? This person must die. The filth god with a sorrowful expression said, "Sierra, please promise me that if one day I am no longer here, do not forget I have accompanied you all these years." She casually replied, "Don't worry, even a pet dog that has accompanied me for so many years I won't forget." The filth god felt touched and said, "Sierra, you're just too kind to me." All she could say was that he deserved to be a lifetime licking dog. Silently she removed the filth god from her list of potential husbands. The beautiful moments always seemed too short, and soon it was time for Hongjun to teach again. Tai looked at his two rivals and directly said, "Shihi Dao Ancestors' final sermon is about to begin. Why don't we set off now?" He knew that Hongjun's final sermon would not only confer saint positions, but also distribute treasures. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Even if they couldn't obtain the treasures of the 6 saints, the treasure cliff would not lack top-notch innate spirit treasures. Moreover, it was rumored that Hongjun's treasure cliff was also a powerful innate supreme treasure, otherwise it wouldn't be able to suppress so many treasures. Unfortunately, the great beings of the primordial chaos lacked the discernment to recognize them, thus missing out on the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Shihi and the others' eyes brightened. They almost forgot about this matter. Taiyi's eyes moved and he immediately said, "Shihi, the chaotic winds are fierce and dangerous. Let me carry you to the Zishu Palace." As he spoke, Taiyi transformed into his true form, a massive golden crow. Upon hearing this, Shihi thought of the dangers of the chaos, and seeing that she was only a great Luo golden immortal, nodded and stepped onto Taiyi's back. At that moment, she really wanted to post on social media about what it felt like to ride a golden crow. Meanwhile, the filth god and Hu Teng turned a shade of purple with jealousy. "Ah, Sierra, my Sierra." She actually took the initiative to ride the golden crow Taiyi. Thankfully, it wasn't Taiyi who rode her. The two wanted to join Shihi, but unfortunately Taiyi wouldn't allow it. With a flap of his wing, he vanished without a trace. At this moment, Taiyi was also filled with excitement. Shihi truly loved him. They had just shared another intimate moment. In the chaotic void within the Zishu Palace, due to the presence of Transmigrators, the number of great Luo in the primordial chaos had far surpassed 3,000 over the past several millennia. These powerful beings now each had their own factions clearly differentiated. There were those from the Heavenly Court, those from the Demon Court, those from the Immortal Court, and smaller groups like the Three Pure Ones and Nuwa. If this weren't the Zishu Palace, blood would surely have flowed like rivers. As Hao Tian and Yao Qi opened the gates, a group of Transmigrators' eyes lit up. These powerful beings now each had their own factions clearly differentiated. There were those from the Heavenly Court, those from the Demon Court, those from the Immortal Court, and smaller groups like the Three Pure Ones and... What the hell? Why do the cushions in the Zishu Palace look different from what I understood? Not only were there 7 cushions, but only the 3 pure ones were the original hosts. Unavoidably, many Transmigrators began to speculate. Of course, it must be because of their arrival that the grand situation of the primordial chaos had changed. They even thought there was one more seat than before prepared just for them. For a moment, looking at the 7 people on the cushions, some Transmigrators felt conflicted. Should they snatch it or not? Xiang Ba, the iron-devouring beast, brimmed with anticipation. In his eyes, one of those meditation cushions was surely meant for him. Had his cultivation been stronger back then, he would not have missed such a golden opportunity. Now he had reached the early stage quasi-sage realm. Even if he chose not to claim the primordial purple chi himself, he could replicate it via his system, yielding 2 strands instead of 1. He planned to bestow both strands upon Nuwa and her brother. Surely such a gesture would melt that little woman's heart and win back her affection. A faint melancholy sigh lingered in Xiangba's thoughts. Ever since arriving at Zishu Palace to hear the Dao Nuwa had grown distant, cold, even dismissive. Had he not feigned enough innocence? Was he not adorable enough? Xiangba surveyed the 7 meditation cushions. The seats occupied by the 3 golden crows were perilous, untouchable. And the 3 pure ones bound as one were equally formidable. Only Kunping's cushion seemed marginally contestable. Yet seizing it would inevitably provoke Qin Di, the golden crow who had originally seized it himself. Even Lu Renjia, who vanished without trace after delivering his discourse, might well have fallen victim to Qin Di's machinations. Just then, however, another great cultivator arrived. It was Dong Huang Tai and his entourage. Tai and Hu Tong wore sycophantic grins, eagerly explaining every detail of Zishu Palace to Shiha, while Shiha herself stood bewildered, her expression tinged with doubt. This Hong Wang world differed markedly from what she recalled. Even the golden crows numbered 3, not 2. Was heaven itself conspiring to crown one of them as her destined consort? Shiha's wistful gaze hung in the air, yet to the assembled transmigrators it radiated raw, irresistible allure. Xiangba froze midstep, a trickle of saliva slipping unbidden from his lips. In an instant all prior schemes fled his mind. He scampered over to Shiha, instantly slipping into full charm mode. Seeing this foo, she turned to Nuwa and declared, "Behold, this is no sage but a beast. Worse a lecherous one." Nuwa remained silent. Shiha, inwardly exasperated, found it astonishing that Zishu Palace's 3,000 guests included a giant panda, but surely mere cuteness could not ensnare the heart of a true man. Host chimed the Mo Maiden system, "Your charisma transcends species. Hasten now and turn all 3,000 guests into your devoted admirers." Shiha retorted, "System, cease this nonsense. Let me be clear once more, I am a man, unadulterated, unapologetic." "No, you are now wholly feminine." Shiha fell silent. Indeed, it wasn't only Xiangba, Qin Di, Dong Wangang, and others too found their gazes irresistibly drawn to Shiha's visage. Nuwa Ho too, none matched Shiha's flawless perfection. She alone embodied the divine feminine, as she alone was their destined empress. "I am Qin Di, a golden crow incarnate of the 3 clans, honored to meet you, Dao friend Shiha. One glance topples cities, second nations. I, Dong Wangang, the foremost male immortal, have at last discovered my destined other half." Shiha offered polite bows, careful not to offend these mighty cultivators. After all, they all appeared to be quasi-sages, and until she gauged their true nature, she dared not show disdain. A sudden wave of jealousy washed over Dijun. Why did he feel a vast verdant step blooming atop his head? Even Tai shot him a taunting sidelong glance. That look seemed to say, "Little one, you never saw this coming, did you?" Dijun's face darkened to iron gray. Within his heart, a death sentence had already been passed upon them all. To lay hands upon his woman was to court annihilation. None would walk away alive. Now he must drive these interlopers away. Shiha belonged to him, and to him alone. Dijun strode forward, introduced himself to Shiha with practiced grace, then cast a cold telepathic warning toward the others. "Those who wish to live, keep your distance from Shiha." His smile was warm, his manner soothing, as if bathing Shiha in spring sunlight, yet beneath it churned a maelstrom of murderous intent. Were this the open Hong Huang, he would already have unleashed slaughter. But these were transmigrators, unbound by native hierarchies, unswayed by threats. Tai sneered, "Oh, is this not the celestial emperor whom I slew once before? TSK, this is no Hong Wang realm, nor may you summon the celestial court's power here." Qin Di scoffed outright, "To threaten me. Dijun, you are unworthy even to speak the words." These two limited themselves to verbal barbs. Truth be told, they knew full well they could not match Dijun, and thus refrained from action. Not so Dong Wangang, he believed in fists over words. "Dare you threaten me, Dong Wangang? Have you grown so bold or so foolish?" Turning to Shiha, he added with icy contempt, "Does this Dijun presume you are his private possession? Such arrogance demands correction. I shall teach him humility, Dao friend." This was not the Hong Wang. Here he trusted his strength equaled Qin Di's, and his system granted him a physical prowess surpassing even elder cultivators. Dong Wangang struck, a thunderous slap aimed squarely at Dijun's face, designed to shatter his dignity. But this Dijun was no mere echo of the past. Even suppressed by Zishu Palace's sanctity, he remained untouchable. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the celestial emperor sword and slashed. Crack. Unprepared Dong Wangang was hurled backward, his palm gashed open by the blade's edge. His bravado crumbled into humiliation. Dijun's smirk deepened. Foolish presumption. A mere celestial outcast elevated to two-body quasi-sage status solely through the merit of founding the celestial court. Did he truly believe such fortune made him Dijun's equal? His mockery sharpened within his heart. Dong Wangang's fate was sealed. He would never return to the Hong Wang alive. Dong Wangang's countenance darkened like storm-racked water. Cursed heavens. Once again Dijun had upstaged him. Rumor held that years ago Dijun led a campaign against the Wu clan only to be slain by the 12 ancestral Wu, yet resurrected thereafter. Was the heavenly Dao truly so unjust to grant Dijun repeated resurrections while denying others mercy? Must Dijun slay him in turn? A bitter hatred coiled in Dong Wangang's chest, another grievance etched against both the Dao and Hongjun. With a sweep of his arm, the primordial supreme treasure, the sun-shooting divine bow, materialized. Its aura surged across Zishu Palace, causing the 3 golden crows to stiffen in alarm. The bow's essence resonated with ancient enmity, innately hostile to their kind. At that moment, Hao Tian approached, raising his voice. Halt. Combat is strictly forbidden within Zishu Palace. Though appearing as a youth, Hao Tian was a great Luo immortal, his presence carried weight. Yet the Transmigrators paid his decree no heed. Enraged at being thwarted mid-strike, Dong Wanggong redirected his fury toward Hao Tian, launching a brutal kick that sent the youth flying. Crunch. Hao Tian slammed into the palace wall, gravely wounded. A great Luo stood no chance against the full-force kick of a mid-stage quasi-sage. Even stripped of spiritual energy, it shattered half his life force. Dong Wanggong sneered, a mere gatekeeper. Do you mistake yourself for someone of consequence? Who granted you the audacity to... He advanced, stepped onto Hao Tian's face, and smiled coldly. The assembled elders stood stunned, speechless. Had Dong Wanggong lost his mind? To strike the Dao ancestor's own acolyte, was he courting oblivion? The Transmigrators shook their heads in grim amusement. Truly a Hongwang fool, granted divine favor yet determined to self-destruct. Did he imagine the heavenly Dao's patronage rendered Hongjun irrelevant? Even Yaoqi trembled, raised within Zishu Palace. She had never witnessed such raw savagery. Among the 3,000 elders, even those who privately scorned Hao Tian's station still treated him with deference, for Hongjun's sake alone. Seeing Hao Tian writhing beneath Dong Wanggong's boot, Yaoqi cried, "Release him, wretch. Do you wish Hongjun's wrath?" But Dong Wanggong dismissed Hongjun utterly. If he dared strike Hao Tian, what fear had he of Yaoqi? With a derisive snort, he swung his palm toward her. The blow held no restraint. If it landed, Yaoqi's face would be torn beyond recognition. The 3,000 elders recoiled in horror. Madman, utterly mad. Only Dijun possessed the strength to halt him. Yet Dijun had no intention of... He wished only to observe Hongjun's response. Would he defy the heavenly Dao, or simply turn away? Yaoqi stared, pale and paralyzed, as Dong Wanggong's hand descended. Even her utmost defense would prove futile. Yet, mere centimeters from her cheek, Dong Wanggong's arm froze midair, rigid as stone. Not just he, every elder of the Hongwang world stood petrified, limbs locked, breath suspended. Time itself seemed... At the far end of the hall atop the highest dais, a figure manifested, silent, sovereign, absolute. It was Hongjun. The confinement of time and space quickly vanished. The 3,000 mighty beings immediately bowed, respectfully welcoming Hongjun. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong felt a surge of fear. He had not anticipated that after merely striking 2 young disciples, Hongjun would appear. Not only did he appear, but it seemed that the situation would not end well. Was Hongjun really that petty? What should I do? What should I do? System, what should I do now? It seemed that Hongjun had set his sights on me. Would he kill me? Dong Wanggong was completely panicked, urgently seeking help from his system and his mind. Hongjun's gaze was terrifying, as if the lofty Dao was looking down upon mere ants. The Supreme Heavenly Court System remarked, "What else can be done? I merely asked you to stir things up, not to court death." Who would have known that Hongjun in this world would be so petty? Sigh. The Supreme Heavenly Court System was also quite helpless. It seemed that the host had indeed inherited Dong Wanggong's penchant for self-destruction. At the same time, Hongjun turned his gaze toward Dong Wanggong. His eyes were deep and eerie, like a black hole that devoured hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Zishu Palace became extremely tense. Hongjun did not speak, but his presence made Dong Wanggong's scalp tingle. He was on the verge of breaking. Gathering his courage, he said, "Dao ancestor, I truly did not mean to. I only thought to teach my 2 junior brothers and sisters a little lesson for you." However, as he spoke, Dong Wanggong's voice grew fainter. After all, at this moment, Hao Tian was in a pitiful state, nearly at death's door. Dong Wanggong repeatedly reassured himself that this was not giving in. He simply did not wish to fall out with Hongjun. Hongjun wore a cold expression and said lightly, "If Hao Tian advises you against acting recklessly in the Zishu Palace, and you still choose to do so, does that mean you are seeking death?" Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's face turned pale. The mighty beings from the Primordial Era scoffed, internally thinking that if one did not court death, they would not die. The Traversers looked on with disdain. Dong Wanggong was indeed a self-destructive maniac. Attempting to command the celestial beings could be attributed to Hongjun's schemes, but to slap Hongjun in the face directly was akin to lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. If Hongjun were truly a good-natured person, the ancient ancestors, like Luo Ho, would not have perished. Although terrified, Dong Wanggong had no choice but to speak. "Dao ancestor, the student acknowledges his mistake. I was just momentarily confused and struck a little too hard. I am willing to compensate." Hongjun pondered for a moment and said, "You caused a ruckus in the Zishu Palace first and struck Hao Tian and the Yaoqi afterward. The crime is not small. Do you see the gate of the Zishu Palace? The value of this person has not yet been fully exploited. He did not wish to kill him off so soon." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong instinctively turned to glance at the gate of the Zishu Palace. The gate of the Zishu Palace was naturally a chaotic spiritual treasure crafted by Qinling. Dong Wanggong was no fool. He quickly understood Hongjun's meaning. His face turned white as he hurriedly inquired, "Does Dao ancestor mean that I should compensate with a chaotic spiritual treasure?" Hongjun smiled and said, "What else could you think?" Dong Wanggong was infuriated upon hearing this. Was Hongjun crazy? Did he think chaotic spiritual treasures were cabbages? Dong Wanggong immediately feigned a shocked expression and said helplessly, Dao Ancestor, I truly do not have a chaotic spiritual treasure on me. Of course he was not lying, after all what he had on him were only 2 innate supreme treasures. The other mighty beings were also left speechless upon hearing this. Could one not see this? Truly a fool, offending the Dao Ancestor yet hoping for a smooth resolution. Hongjun looked at Dong Wanggong's feigned pitiful appearance and said with a smile, if you cannot produce a chaotic spiritual treasure, then I shall naturally take action for Hao Tian and the Yaoqi, returning you a kick and a palm. Dong Wanggong was enraged upon hearing this. Was he trying to kill him? How detestable this Hongjun was. Fortunately at that moment his system spoke up, host, I'll lend you the reward for unifying the Primordial Era as a temporary measure. After all it was his own host, and it did not wish to discard him after all this effort. As long as Dong Wanggong became the first person of the Primordial Era, would not all the treasures of the Primordial Era eventually belong to it? The treasures Hongjun demanded today would one day be returned double. Dong Wanggong was overjoyed upon hearing this. The system truly would not abandon him. However, parting with a chaotic spiritual treasure was still painful. Reluctant, but with no other choice, Dong Wanggong had to bow his head under the eaves. In the incredulous gazes of countless mighty beings, Dong Wanggong actually produced a chaotic spiritual treasure long sword. Dong Wanggong's heart bled, but he still forced a smile and said, Dao Ancestor, how about I compensate with this item? Hongjun seeing this thought for a moment, and then accepted the chaotic spiritual treasure. Then he smiled and said, there is still one more piece. Dong Wanggong was taken aback then furious. 2 pieces. Does Dao Ancestor mean I should compensate with 2 chaotic spiritual treasures? He spoke in disbelief. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he said, what else could you think? He wore a smile, enjoying the furious expressions of the traversers who dared not voice their grievances. Dong Wanggong felt as if he might vomit blood upon hearing this. Not only him, but even Dong Wanggong's system wanted to jump out and scold Hongjun for his shamelessness. But in the end Dong Wanggong's system had to admit defeat. It was fine, after all it had already given away 1 piece, so what did another matter? As long as he helped Dong Wanggong become the first person of the Primordial Era, these things would eventually come back. Today's investment would be returned double. Thinking this way, Dong Wanggong's system gritted its teeth and used a large amount of Dao Source to once again produce a chaotic spiritual treasure to hand over to Dong Wanggong. As everyone watched Dong Wanggong produce another chaotic spiritual treasure, they were utterly stunned. Was Dong Wanggong perhaps a love child of the Dao? One of the traversers pondered deeply. Dong Wanggong could not possibly possess so many chaotic spiritual treasures. Could it be that these items were given to him by the Dao? Was Hongjun's coercion perhaps an attempt to weaken the Dao suppression? Or had the Dao already discovered Hongjun's schemes and begun selecting more suitable Dao candidates? Or was it that the Dao intervened to prevent Dong Wanggong from being killed by Hongjun, disrupting the primordial situation? They mulled over these speculations, yet all felt certain that their guesses were not wrong. Indeed, this was surely a scheme of either Hongjun or the Dao. Hongjun smiled as he stored away the 2 chaotic spiritual treasures and finally said, all right, this matter ends here. This will be the final teaching session. I will discuss the path of the saints. The 3,000 mighty beings were taken aback upon hearing this, but they immediately perked up their ears, listening attentively. The saints transcending time and fate, immortal and indestructible, who would not yearn for this? Hongjun wasted no time and began his lecture. The saint is the primordial unity. The primordial unity is not the saint. The saint is the guardian of the primordial era, shepherding the people on behalf of the heavens, wielding the authority of the Dao, enduring countless tribulations without tarnish, engaging in causes without contamination. The primordial unity cultivates the Dao, transcending the primordial era, carefree and unrestrained. I will mainly discuss the path of the saints, but will also touch upon the path of the primordial unity. At that moment the Zishu palace was filled with wondrous sounds, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The 3,000 mighty beings listened entranced, unable to extricate themselves. However, as Hongjun's teaching deepened, more and more mighty beings became confused. The differences in foundation and comprehension began to show at this moment. The path of the saints was so profound, how could ordinary mighty beings hope to glimpse it? They were anxious and sweating profusely, yet no matter how earnestly they tried to comprehend, it felt like seeing flowers in the fog or the moon reflected in the water. Conversely, the traversers each had their epiphanies, realizing the truth. The path of the primordial unity represents true transcendence over the cycles of life and death, time and fate, existing independently and freely, with the Dao enduring indefinitely. As for the saints, put simply, they are the primordial great Luo golden immortals whose primordial spirits are entrusted to the Dao, immortal and indestructible, able to mobilize the forces of the primordial era with boundless magical power. One is outside the system and the other is inside the system. As for the rumor that one's strength does not increase after becoming a saint, that is entirely impossible. Once one becomes a saint, their Dao remains eternal and unextinguished. After listening to Hongjun's teachings, they came to understand that a saint in the primordial era was far beyond what an ordinary primordial being could compare to. However, upon realizing that they would have to entrust their primordial spirits to the Dao, they quickly dispelled any thoughts of becoming saints. Hongjun was not a good person, and the Dao was even less so. They would not fall for Hongjun's tricks. 3,000 years slipped by in an instant. Hongjun had finally conveyed the essence of the saint's way. He ceased his preaching, gazing at the eager 3,000 mighty beings, and said lightly, "All right, this final sermon ends here. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune." Upon hearing this, many mighty beings hurriedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for the teachings. This disciple will never forget it for a lifetime." They genuinely appreciated Hongjun and held him in reverence. Without the Tao Ancestor, they might still be struggling in the realm of Deluo Jin Xian, let alone knowing so much. Meanwhile, the Traversers were excited, for the time for reward distribution had finally arrived. This time he intended to bring forth the treasures of the Fencha Cliff. Laozi hesitated for a moment, seeing no one inquire. He ventured, "May I ask, Tao Ancestor, is there a method to attain the Tao?" Hongjun had spoken of the saint's way, yet he had not mentioned how one could become a saint. Other mighty beings' eyes brightened as they looked at Hongjun with anticipation. They already understood about the saints following the heavenly Tao and protecting the primordial wilderness, but how to attain the Tao and become a saint was the crux of the matter. The Traversers, however, felt disdain and secretly cursed the fools. To have lived through so many Yuan meetings, yet be led by the nose by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Those saints were merely puppets of the heavenly Tao. What was there to attain? Hongjun could somewhat perceive their thoughts, but did not expose them, instead smiling and saying, "To become a saint, one must first attain the Hunyuan. The so-called 3,000 ways can all lead to the Tao, but generally they can be divided into 3 categories. The first is to attain the Tao through strength, that is to comprehend the laws and condense the embryonic form of the great Tao. The second is to attain the Tao through corpse cutting, using spiritual treasures to cut corpses and forcibly attain the Tao. The third is to attain the Tao through merit, establishing immeasurable merit for the primordial world, allowing the heavenly Tao to respond and naturally attain Hunyuan." Laozi inquired again, "Tao Ancestor, is there a difference among these 3 methods of attaining the Tao?" Hongjun candidly replied, "Attaining the Tao through strength is the strongest, corpse cutting is second, and merit is the least." Upon hearing this, the crowd pondered deeply. Yuanshi asked, "So how does one attain the Saint Tao?" Hongjun smiled and said, "To become a heavenly Tao saint after becoming Hunyuan, one still needs the Hongmeng Purple Qi as a guide." Hongmeng Purple Qi. The 3,000 mighty beings felt puzzled. Hongjun nodded and said, "Indeed, Hongmeng Purple Qi is the foundation of the great Tao, transformed from the resonance of the heavenly Tao. Obtaining it can make one a heavenly Tao saint." Laozi inquired again, "I wonder how one can obtain Hongmeng Purple Qi." Hongjun smiled and said, "I have 7. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 mighty beings widened their eyes, feeling their hearts race. Hongjun did not waste words and directly stated, "1 is the beginning, 3 are the whole, 7 are the exquisite, 9 are the end. Thus under the heavenly Tao there should be 9 saints. Removing 1, I occupy 1 position, leaving 7 remaining. 7 saints, 7 cushions." At that moment, many mighty beings seemed to realize something, looking incredulously at the 7 mighty beings in the front row. They felt regret in their hearts. Could it be that these 7 saints were those 7 guys on the cushions? In an instant they regretted so much it felt like their insides were turning green. Had they known this, they would have fought tooth and nail to grab a cushion, even risking their lives to eliminate those 3 golden crows. At that moment, the faces of the mighty beings in the primordial wilderness were a myriad of expressions, rich and varied. Once a tremendous opportunity lay before them, but unfortunately they did not cherish it and missed a golden chance. Meanwhile, at this moment, Kunping felt even more grateful towards the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor was indeed the true heavenly emperor, able to calculate even this opportunity for becoming a saint. Kunping, who was once destitute after meeting the Qin Emperor, not only obtained a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, but also gained the chance to attain the Tao and become a saint. Kunping felt incredibly lucky. As for the 3 golden crows on the cushions, they were troubled at what would happen when they obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi. What about Nuwa and Juanti? Would Hongjun not smoothly distribute the saint positions and retaliate against them? Hongjun ignored the crowd and turned to the eagerly awaiting Sanqing, saying, "There will be 6 saints among my disciples. You 3 Sanqing are transformed from the primordial spirit of Panga, possessing the merit of opening the heavens. Oh, are you willing to take me as your master?" Though Sanqing had their suspicions in their hearts, hearing it personally at this moment was still too exciting. The 3 of them Sanqing actually had the chance to become saints. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongshan's faces were filled with joy, and they immediately said in unison, "Disciples are willing." Hongjun nodded, waved his hand, and 3 strands of Hongmeng floated to Sanqing's front, then merged into their souls. The Qin Emperor and others were startled upon witnessing this. The primordial wilderness should not be respected from the left. Why did Hongjun first consult the right side, Sanqing? However, just as they felt discontent in their hearts, Hongjun spoke again. Nuwa was stunned upon hearing this, quickly followed by a mix of joy and surprise. She had never imagined that she would also have the chance to become a saint. She hastily expressed her gratitude, saying, "Disciple Nuwa pays respects to the master." Fushi, who was beside her, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his sister had the chance to become a saint. Once his sister became a saint who could bully their siblings in the primordial wilderness. As for the 3 golden crows of the Qin Emperor, upon hearing Hongjun's arrangement, they were furious. Why was Hongjun not following the established rules? The ones sitting on the cushions were clearly us, weren't these cushions the predetermined saint positions? Kuenping felt even more troubled had the Qin Emperor miscalculated regarding the cushions and the saint positions. For out of the 6 saint positions had just been taken. At this moment the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness could no longer sit still. Initially they had thought the Tao ancestor would choose disciples from the cushions, but seeing Nua's demeanor it seemed otherwise. In an instant many mighty beings hurriedly spoke up to plead. Tao ancestor, be merciful, please accept disciples as your apprentices. Tao ancestor, I wish to serve you with all my heart, please accept me as your disciple. Tao ancestor, choose me, choose me. I will definitely listen to your words. The mighty beings of the primordial wilderness were in tears, displaying expressions that seemed to say, if you don't accept me I won't get up. Juandi and Jiayin took a few steps forward, kneeling before the crowd, repeatedly bowing, causing the purple cloud palace to ring with their heads touching the ground. While bowing they cried out mournfully. Tao ancestor, be merciful, we in the West are impoverished, and my brother and I have endured countless hardships sincerely seeking the Tao. It is not easy for us to come to the purple cloud palace to listen to the teachings, please have pity on us, Tao ancestor. We have traveled a long road experiencing hardships and have even sought to restore the ancestral veins of the West. Countless years have passed in a single day, and we have endured suffering without merit. Woo. We hope the Tao ancestor will have compassion and accept us. As they spoke their bows became more forceful. The mighty beings of the purple cloud palace were speechless. If you keep bowing like this the palace will soon be damaged. They mocked internally, how could the Tao ancestor change his mind because of your shamelessness? Haven't you heard that Sanqing was accepted for having the merit of opening the heavens while Nuwa was accepted for her future great merit? You two shameless old thieves would never catch the Tao ancestor's eye. The many mighty beings felt disdain, yet just then Hongjun helplessly shook his head and said, all right, you may stop now. Although your conduct is poor for the development of the West, you have indeed exerted yourselves. I will accept you as registered disciples. He waved his hand and 2 more strands of Hongming purple qi merged into the bodies of Juandi and Jiayin. Upon hearing this, Juandi and Jiayin were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude once more. In their hearts they felt elated, believing they were indeed the beloved children of the Tao ancestor. The 6 saints under the Tao ancestor were directly confirmed. Of the 7 strands of Hongming purple qi, 6 had already found their masters. The numerous mighty beings finally set aside all their pride and burst into tears. What is pride? If skin could be exchanged for the chance to become a saint, then that pride is not worth having. I plead, Tao ancestor, be merciful and bestow the Hongming purple qi upon your disciple. I will certainly serve you well. You send me east and I will never go west. Tao ancestor, be merciful. I have sought the Tao for millions of years, enduring countless trials. Please show some pity on me. Tao ancestor, my Tao heart is steadfast. I am sure I can cultivate Tahunyuan. Please bestow this final strand of Hongming purple qi upon me. The purple cloud palace had almost turned into a mourning sight. The 3,000 mighty beings cried in unison, their expressions filled with sorrow, truly making those who heard it feel heartbroken, and those who saw it shed tears. Those who did not know would think they had lost their parents. Hongjun was speechless, faced with the temptation of becoming a saint. Even the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness could not avoid it. As for the 3 golden crows, they felt deeply aggrieved. Why was Hongjun not following the established rules? Meanwhile, Hongyun suddenly jolted awake. Then he was possessed. Hongjun had been watching the show and just happened to see the scene with Hongyun. He felt speechless. Was the current system so reckless? To possess right under his nose, did they think that the grand boss of the primordial wilderness was blind? Looking at the crowd pleading incessantly, Hongjun's heart stirred, and he chuckled. As for this last strand of Hongming purple qi, I will no longer designate it. I'll let the opportunity choose for itself. As he spoke, Hongjun flicked his fingers, causing the last strand of Hongming purple qi to drift gracefully, beginning to wander within the Zishu palace. The Hongming purple qi seemed to possess a spirit of its own, circling around the heads of the mighty beings and pausing beside them momentarily. The powerful beings of the primordial era widened their eyes in astonishment, nearly roaring, choose me, O great purple qi, choose me quickly. If it weren't for Hongjun sitting there, they would have already begun to snatch for it. However, the traversers felt reluctant in their hearts, knowing that the Hongming purple qi would surely choose the foolish Hongyun. They had thought that having seized the mat, the Hongming purple qi would have nothing to do with Hongyun. But unexpectedly, Hongjun did not play by the rules. Although it is said that the saints are predetermined, Hongjun at this moment represented the Tao, and giving it to anyone was entirely up to him. Alas, the novels of the primordial era are quite harmful. At this moment, Hongyun finally clarified the entire situation. He had actually traversed into the primordial era and had become the good-hearted Hongyun. What was even more critical was that he now faced a fateful choice. Watching the Hongming purple qi still wandering in the grand hall, Hongyun felt his scalp tingle. This Hongming purple qi is like poison, whoever touches it will die. And, because of Hongjun's schemes, this Hongming purple qi would surely fall upon him. Though he did not know why Hongjun wanted to scheme against him, it was clear that giving the Hongming purple qi to him was not for a good purpose. Fortunately, at that moment, a crisp sound of ding made Hongyun's heart blossom with joy. His system had been activated, the super feedback system. In simple terms, as long as he gave away his treasures, he would receive even better ones. Of course, if the treasures rewarded by the system were given away, there would be no rewards. Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt elated. His heart finally calmed down as he awaited the arrival of the Hongmang Purple Chi. As he expected, the Hongmang Purple Chi, after wandering around the heads of the 3,000 powerful beings, directly approached Hongjun and came to a halt. Seeing this, the mighty beings of the Primordial Era sighed, inwardly lamenting why the Hongmang Purple Chi would choose the good-hearted Hongjun. Meanwhile, Kunping was so envious, he was nearly going mad. Why did this happen? He was obviously the one sitting on the mat. He was clearly the predetermined saint. Kunping felt resentment in his heart. He dared not hate Hongjun, but he loathed Hongjun. Of course, it wasn't just Kunping who harbored strange feelings towards Hongjun, as the temptation of the Hongmang Purple Chi was not something anyone could resist. The three clears and others were designated by the Tao ancestor, and whoever dared to snatch would die. But Hongjun was not necessarily one of them. He could sense the strange atmosphere within the Grand Hall, and it made him feel uneasy. If these guys teamed up, it was likely that no one could withstand it. Thinking of this, Hongjun spoke directly. Tao ancestor, the Hongmang Purple Chi is too precious. I know my worth and am willing to relinquish it. Hongjun calmly replied, that is your matter. Since the Hongmang Purple Chi has chosen you, how to handle it is up to you. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was taken aback, thinking how could this old schemer agree so easily? Wasn't he supposed to use the Hongmang Purple Chi to scheme against him? Zenuanzi, as Hongjun's old friend, repeatedly advised Tao, brother, you mustn't. This is the Hongmang Purple Chi, the foundation of the great Tao, a necessary condition for becoming a saint. There are other paths to becoming a mixed yuan, but there is only one path to becoming a saint. Unfortunately, Hongjun was determined that the Hongmang Purple Chi was a conspiracy of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, so he wouldn't listen to Zenuanzi's advice. They immediately began to request the Hongmang Purple Chi. Hongjun, Tao friend, if you don't want the Hongmang Purple Chi, please bestow it upon me. I would be a reborn parent. He was letting go of a saint position that was right at his fingertips. What was he trying to do? Although the crowd scoffed at Hongjun's actions, no one dared to stop him. Hongjun, Tao friend, please give it to me. I have been diligently cultivating the great Tao, and am just short of a strand of Hongmang Purple Chi. You old schemers still trying to take advantage of Hongjun, Tao friend. Hongjun, Tao friend, bestow the Hongmang Purple Chi upon me. I am both male and female, and can become Tao partners with you, supporting each other. Wuwa Hongjun, Tao friend, I am so miserable. After cultivating for millions of years, I have clearly seen the great Tao, yet am unable to ascend. Please grant me this opportunity. In an instant, the Zishu Palace was noisy, resembling a bustling market. They had thought that the Hongmang Purple Chi had left them no opportunities, but unexpectedly twists and turns led to the foolish Hongjun wanting to give it away. One can only say that the Primordial Era is vast and full of wonders. It is indeed a miracle that this ancestor Hongjun could achieve the quasi-saint status. Hongjun was also pondering that the Hongmang Purple Chi could not be given away lightly. If he were to give it, it must be to someone who ordinary great Luo strong beings were directly passed over by Hongjun. His gaze soon fell upon the many quasi-saints within the Zishu Palace. His expression froze for a moment, feeling somewhat incredulous. How could there be 3 golden crows popping up? This is unreasonable. Wasn't it said that there were only 2 golden crows in the Primordial Era? Moreover, it seemed that these 3 golden crows had all secured seats. From the words of the many mighty beings earlier, he also understood that Hongjun's predetermined 6 saints had not changed due to the seating arrangement. Hongjun quickly inquired of the system, what is going on? How come there are 3 golden crows? The system replied, every storyline in the Primordial Era cannot be the same. Even if there are billions of golden crows, it is not impossible. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the mighty beings of the Primordial Era who were continuously crying and pleading, Hongjun ultimately chose Emperor Jun. Firstly, Emperor Jun was powerful. Secondly, as the heavenly emperor of the demon clan, if he obtained the Hongmang Purple Chi, it could disrupt Hongjun's plans. Though he did not know what schemes Hongjun had, the calamity between the witches and demons was undoubtedly Hongjun's conspiracy. Hongjun directly presented the Hongmang Purple Chi before Emperor Jun, smiling, Tao friend, Emperor Jun, as the ruler of the heavenly court with unparalleled fortune, I hereby bestow this Hongmang Purple Chi upon you. As he spoke, Hongjun stuffed the Hongmang Purple Chi into the bewildered Emperor Jun's hands. Seeing this, Emperor Jun did not decline. Although the Hongmang Purple Chi was toxic, even if he didn't use it, it was still good for winning over other mighty beings. Emperor Jun laughed wildly, immediately clutching the Hongmang Purple Chi to his chest. Emperor Jun truly lived up to the title of protagonist. Even if Hongjun could target him, he could not stop him from obtaining the Hongmang Purple Chi. However, many mighty beings of the Primordial Era had already cast their veiled gazes upon Emperor Jun. The Tao ancestor had stated that the 6 saints were preset, and the remaining one was left to chance. What of Emperor Jun? The struggle for the great Tao is a fight to the death. Even if he is a quasi-saint, possessing the Hongmang Purple Chi is no different from seeking death. Emperor Jun sneered, fully aware of the thoughts of the many mighty beings. But Emperor Jun was not someone to be intimidated. A bunch of fools truly believed that his strength was fake. Not to mention, he possessed innate supreme treasures. His own strength was already unparalleled. In terms of cultivation at the midstage of a saint, among those present, only Dong Wanggong had reached this level through the merits of founding the immortal court. He might not be able to crush Dong Wangang, who possessed innate supreme treasures, but an ordinary quasi-saint would be courting death when facing him. Once back in the Primordial Era, with the backing of the Heavenly Court's power, the strength of a latest-stage quasi-saint would be invincible. Meanwhile, the other traversers witnessing Hongjun actually giving the Hongmeng Purple Chi to Emperor Jun were likewise baffled. Did Hongjun know that the Hongmeng Purple Chi was a peril and deliberately gave it away? They were unaware that Hongjun was currently laughing heartily in his heart. Since his system was a super feedback system, it naturally rewarded Hongjun with a strand of chaos chi after he gave away the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Seeing this, Hongjun hesitated and asked system, can this chaos chi really allow one to become a great Dao Saint? Shouldn't chaos be a lower grade than Hongmeng? This chaos chi felt just like an ordinary stream of chaotic energy. The super feedback system immediately coaxed rest assured host the system's products are guaranteed to be top quality, and the system will not deceive its host. It silently thought that it seemed it needed to increase the intelligent diminishing aura it bestowed upon the host. Having a host who is too smart is not a good thing. Only a host that trusts the system completely is the best host. The Chaos Purple Chi was naturally fake, but he believed that without needing Hongjun to achieve the great Dao Saint, he could walk arrogantly in the Primordial Era. Hongjun observed that the Hongmeng Purple Energy already had its master, and thus said, all right, after this teaching session I shall merge with the Dao and replenish the heavenly Dao. The powerful beings of the Great Desolation changed their expressions slightly upon hearing this, and hurriedly said, Dao Ancestor, you must not. Their faces displayed reluctance and sadness, deeply moved. Of course, how they truly felt in their hearts was likely known only to them. Meanwhile, many of the traversers were filled with excitement as the treasure distribution segment was finally approaching. Some traversers had already begun to silently move towards the exit. The holy position had nothing to do with them. The innate treasures in Hongjun's hands likely did not include them, but there were plenty of top-grade innate spirit treasures within the treasure distribution cliff. Hongjun watched all of this without saying much. Soon they would probably be crying. He still expected to receive treasures from the system. How could he give treasures to it? Hongjun turned to the three pure ones and said, in my early years I acquired some treasures that I can no longer use after merging with the Dao, so I will give them to you all together. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were overjoyed and hurriedly expressed their thanks. Hongjun nodded and said, Laozi, you are tranquil and effortless. This Tai Chi diagram, which is unmatched in defense, ranks among the innate treasures, and I give it to you for protection. Laozi was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Heaven showed mercy as the leader of the three pure ones and the true lineage of Pangu, he finally possessed an innate treasure. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were overjoyed and hurriedly expressed their thanks. Hongjun nodded and said, Laozi, you are tranquil and effortless. This Tai Chi diagram, which is, they never expected that becoming a disciple of the Dao Ancestor would bring so many benefits. How frustrating. Hongjun ignored the crowd and turned to the eagerly awaiting Yuan Shi, saying, Yuan Shi, this Panga banner is for you. Yuan Shi carefully accepted it, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Meanwhile, the others twisted their faces in jealousy. Another innate treasure, the Dao Ancestor's generosity was truly extravagant. Some of them didn't even possess innate spirit treasures. Hongjun looked at Tongtian, who also wore an expectant expression. With a wave of his hand, 4 sharp celestial swords appeared. Tongtian, you have a fiery temperament and charge forward bravely. These 4 swords of extermination are given to you for protection. Although these swords are not innate treasures, if activated, their power rivals that of innate treasures, and the extermination sword formation can only be broken by the 4 saints. Tongtian quickly thanked him respectfully, saying, Thank you, Master, I will not disgrace the reputation of the 4 swords of extermination. The powerful beings of the Great Desolation gazed enviously, filled with admiration. It is said that the demon ancestor Luo Ho used a Western spirit treasure to break the seal of the extermination sword formation, causing great casualties among the Dao Ancestor and several other ancestors. After that, Hongjun looked at Yua and said, Yua, this red embroidery ball and the map of the nation are given to you for protection. Although the red embroidery ball is merely a top-grade innate spirit treasure, if it proves the 3 weddings and establishes human relations, it will naturally be upgraded to a treasure of merit. Yua quickly accepted it, also respectfully thanking him. With these 2 top-grade innate spirit treasures, she should have no problem dealing with the corpses. Meanwhile, Zhuanti and Jiayin looked at Hongjun with eager expressions. Finally, it was time for their turn. They just didn't know what kind of treasures they would receive. The brothers were from the West and had always lived in poverty. If they hadn't stolen from Panga Hall, they would likely still only possess the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Hongjun smiled and said, Although you 2 brothers are merely my named disciples, your contributions for the development of the West cannot be overlooked. Jiayin, this divine pestle and 12-petal golden lotus are given to you for protection. Upon hearing this, Jiayin felt a bit reluctant in his heart. Why were all his treasures top-grade innate spirit treasures? However, he dared not show it and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Having something is better than nothing. Hongjun turned to Zhuanti and smiled, saying, Zhuanti, since your cultivation is the weakest, this innate treasure, the Bodhi staff, is given to you for protection. The Bodhi staff was naturally transformed from the Kunlun staff left behind by the dear man. With Hongjun's method slightly altering the appearance of the innate treasure was no problem. Giving Zhuanti an innate treasure also made it easier for him to cause trouble. After all, as long as they were traversers, they basically had no good feelings towards Xuanti and Jiayin and would definitely clash with the two of them. An innate treasure would allow them to protect themselves while also forcing the traversers to grow quickly. Xuanti's face immediately filled with joy upon hearing this. He initially thought he would only receive a top-grade innate spirit treasure like his brother, but unexpectedly it turned out to be an innate treasure. Xuanti hurriedly expressed his thanks, kneeling on the floor of the Purple Cloud Palace with a loud bang. The many powerful beings watched as Hongjun distributed treasures to the three pure ones, feeling envious to the point of becoming lemon spirits. Becoming a disciple of the Tao ancestor brought too many benefits, but sadly they had no fate with it. Hongjun looked at the many powerful beings who were nearly turning into lemon spirits and said with a smile, "I have also collected many treasures, all placed in the treasure distribution cliff. You all may take your chances." Upon hearing this, the powerful beings of the Great Desolation rejoiced. They never expected there would be something for them too. Everyone hurriedly bowed and thanked him, saying, "Tao ancestor, your kindness will never be forgotten by your disciples." Meanwhile, several traversers were not so respectful, directly rushing towards the outside of the Purple Cloud Palace. What chance? They only believed in first come first served. Of course, beings like Kunping, who had aligned themselves with the traversers, also received messages and were not willing to fall behind. Hongjun glanced around and saw that they were nearly all leaving the Purple Cloud Palace before saying, "The treasure distribution cliff is right here." As he spoke, everyone saw a stone relief appear in the space between the mat and Hongjun. This cliff seemed ordinary, but it was actually a vast world, boundless and extensive. The three pure ones, being the closest, immediately stepped into the treasure distribution cliff. Nuo, Xuanti, and Jiayin were not willing to lag behind either, entering the cliff to seek their fortunes. Next were the other powerful beings of the Great Desolation. So many innate spirit treasures. There are even top-grade innate spirit treasures. Isn't this my Xianyuan water controlling banner ancestor? Hey, don't fight over it. As many powerful beings entered the treasure distribution cliff, they immediately saw waves of formidable auras rising. Although there were no innate treasures, there were thousands of innate spirit treasures. The three pure ones were the fastest as they forcefully subdued and gathered spirit treasures wherever they went. Laozi obtained dozens of innate spirit treasures, such as the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern and the Wordless Heavenly Book. Yuanshi also acquired dozens of innate spirit treasures, like the Celebration Cloud Palace Lantern and the Celebration of All Heavens. Tongtian received dozens of innate spirit treasures, such as the Heart-Piercing Lock and the Sea-Stabilizing Pearl. Just the three of them alone obtained nearly 200 innate spirit treasures. Nuo and Fuxi joined forces and obtained nearly 100 spirit treasures, like the Heavenly Refining Furnace and the Celestial Creation Cauldron. As for Xuanti and Jiayin, luck seemed to be truly against them. After searching for half a day, they only managed to acquire about 20 or 30 spirit treasures. The two were nearly in tears, wondering why their luck was so poor despite being disciples of the same saint. As for the remaining powerful beings of the Great Desolation, some like Mingyi were strong enough to obtain several treasures, while others like Rand Deng ended up with nothing. Although the treasure distribution cliff contained a vast world spanning millions of light years, the powerful beings of the Great Desolation were at least of the Great Luo cultivation level. Even if their powers were suppressed, they would not take long to divide the treasures inside. In less than half an hour, the treasures within the treasure distribution cliff were nearly all divided up. The powerful beings of the Great Desolation were all smiling with joy. This time they truly did not come in vain. With these spirit treasures, they had a means to deal with the corpses. Meanwhile, outside the Purple Cloud Palace, the many traversers were anxiously waiting. It had been so long, why had the treasure distribution cliff not appeared yet? Could it be that Hongjun was still rambling on? Although they were puzzled, they were also unwilling to return to the Purple Cloud Palace to check. If the treasure distribution cliff happened to manifest just as they left, wouldn't that be a huge loss? As time passed, they soon saw several powerful beings walking out of the Purple Cloud Palace, chatting and laughing. Clearly their spirits were quite high. Upon inquiry, they learned that they had already entered the treasure distribution cliff and had reaped abundant rewards. Upon hearing the words, the Emperor of the Zither and the other travelers felt an urge to spit blood. How could Hongjun be so unpredictable? This had happened more than once or twice already. The many travelers were filled with frustration, while Kunping and others who had rushed out due to the travelers' nonsense were already on the brink of a breakdown. The travelers did not place much importance on the innate spiritual treasures, but they valued them greatly. Among them, some impoverished, powerful beings didn't even possess a single innate spiritual treasure. They had thought that following the Emperor of the Zither would allow them to gain some benefits, but now it seemed they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. By the time the three pure ones left the Purple Cloud's palace, the gates of the Zixia Palace had completely closed. The group of travelers exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Inside the Purple Cloud's palace, Hongjun finished addressing the assembly and with a thought looked toward another side of the palace. Although Haotian and Yaoqi had experienced his 3 teachings, they still remained at the Great Luo realm. For them, breaking through to the quasi-saint level through hard training in the Purple Cloud's palace was nearly impossible. Hongjun was planning to let Haotian and Yaoqi venture into the wilderness to gain insights into their cultivation. Then he saw a beam of spiritual light coming from the void flying towards him. What the hell? Hongjun was shocked. This system is so audacious, attempting to seize his body. Hongjun was momentarily stunned, then immediately swatted his hand, sending the incoming system light flying. However, the system light was not disheartened. Seeing that it couldn't take over, it circled around outside and once again entered the purple cloud's palace, diving straight into the mind of Hao Tian, who was licking his wounds nearby. Hongjun. Hongjun thought to himself, is the current system so reckless? Even after being discovered, it still dares to openly attempt to seize control. Does it think I am unaware of the traveler's existence? At this moment, Hao Tian had already been seized. Although Hongjun could crush this traveler and revive Hao Tian, he did not do so immediately. The system that came to him must be exploited. Hao Tian felt the incomplete memories and let out a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded in seizing control. Originally, he intended to seize Hongjun and directly become a saint, but the attempt had failed. Then he chose the 3 pure ones, yet that also ended in failure. In the end, he had no choice but to seize Hao Tian, the future heavenly emperor. System, quickly give me the beginner's gift pack. Hao Tian said silently. System, the system does not have such things. The beginner's gift pack is only for weaklings. May I ask if the host is a weakling? Hao Tian immediately nodded, saying that's right, I am. System, there is no budget, host, don't think too much. Hao Tian. Although he said nothing, he was somewhat speechless. This system is so weak it can't even seize the 3 pure ones, let alone have a beginner's gift pack. And it claims to change fate, but what fate has it changed? However, the system did not concern itself with these matters and directly issued a task. Option 1. Continue serving Hongjun as a disciple. Leave the Purple Cloud's palace and receive a random innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Resign. Immediately refuse to serve Hongjun as a spiritual treasure and receive a drop of Panda's essence. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian thought, does this even need to be chosen? Right now, the calamity of the Wu and the Lich was occurring, and no one knew how many Quasi-Saints existed, let alone himself, a great Luo golden immortal. If he were ambushed by some old schemer, he might not even have the chance to report his number. Moreover, to resign, how could he just resign? What about Hongjun's face? He certainly didn't want to perish before achieving anything, thus he directly said, I choose the first option. Hao Tian made this choice, but the system clearly did not want him to choose that way. How could it plunder treasures from the wilderness while staying in the Purple Cloud's palace? It directly said, dear, the first choice is likely a piece of trash, innate spiritual treasure. Choose the second one. The second option is much better. Not only can you go out to practice, but you can also obtain a drop of Panda's essence. Hao Tian was momentarily speechless. Was this system trying to trick him into looking for death? He directly refused, not going, if you want to go, you go. However, the system continued to persuade, a man should stand tall in this world. Oh, what's so great about being a disciple? Did you come to the wilderness just to be Hongjun's servant? The system kept trying to persuade Hao Tian, but unfortunately, he had firmly decided not to leave the mountain. What was wrong with being a disciple? Others would want to be one yet couldn't. Hao Tian shrugged and said, system, I still choose the first option. The second task, while it offers a drop of Panda's essence, is too little. Don't you think it's disproportionate to the effort? The system was taken aback and said, so the host feels the reward is too little. That's simple. Then Hongjun witnessed the system using an unimaginable ability to directly break through the barriers of this universe, connecting with other universes. There, a massive, incredible man was sleeping. Suddenly, a thick syringe quietly approached and plunged deep into Ao. A scream echoed through that universe. Who the hell ambushed me and gave me an injection? The giant was furious, brandishing his axe and searching everywhere, but the system had already closed the cosmic passage. The system presented a steaming jar of Panda's essence in front of Hao Tian and said, all right, here is a jar of Panda's essence. If you had chosen the second option, it would have been given to you immediately. Hao Tian gulped hard, unable to utter a single word of refusal. If he refined this jar of Panda's essence, wouldn't his physical body directly rival that of the ancestral witch? He had originally planned to play it safe, but he realized there was no point in being cautious. He directly stated, all right, I choose the second task. The system was naturally very pleased and said, excellent, excellent. Young man, your future is limitless. Stick with my system and great paths await. One person and one system were quite satisfied. Hongjun, who had secretly observed all of this, was also pleasantly surprised and stroked his chin. So this is how the system operates. These systems can directly connect with other universes and plunder resources. Although the Panga from that universe was comparable to a mixed element golden immortal, the system's ability to communicate with other universes was indeed not trivial. This is great. Hongjun immediately set a rule for the heavenly Tao, allowing the system to communicate with other universes without obstruction or warning. As long as one does not flee from the wilderness, they are free to do as they wish. Naturally, Hao Tian was unaware that all his actions were being sensed by Hongjun. At this moment, he had also arrived deep within the Purple Cloud's palace. After a considerable time of gathering his courage, he cautiously said, Tao ancestor, your disciple is dull and wishes to resign. Resign. Hongjun was taken aback, sizing up Hao Tian from head to toe. What kind of potion did this system give him that made him want to resign? If you leave the mountain, you would be untouchable with Hongjun's name, but if you resign, do you think the great powers of the wilderness won't scheme against you? Hao Tian thought Hongjun did not understand his intentions and added, what I mean is I have served the Tao ancestor for many years, but it is difficult to break through to the great Luo in the Purple Cloud's palace. I wish to venture into the wilderness and hope the Tao ancestor can restore my freedom. In front of Hongjun, Hao Tian still did not dare to directly say he no longer wanted to be a disciple, he only subtly pointed out his desire for freedom. Hongjun smiled at Hao Tian, and only after seeing that he was about to feel the pressure did he say approved, you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian felt joy. Hongjun indeed did not hold it against him. He felt relieved at this moment he was Hao Tian Doran, not Hongjun's disciple. It was only after Hao Tian left the Purple Cloud's palace that Hongjun put away his smile and summoned Yaoqi, saying, Yaoqi, you know about Haoshan's matter, right? Yaoqi blinked at his words, obediently nodding her head. Hongjun said, you can also leave go out into the wilderness. Perhaps you will have the chance to break through to quasi-saint level. Yaoqi's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and she hastily cried, I dare not, please retract your command, master. I will not leave you. Clearly she still thought Hongjun wanted to send her away. Hongjun was speechless, but explained, I am only asking you to go out for training. You can come back whenever you feel you have had enough. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi felt slightly relieved and asked, what about Hao Tian? Hongjun sneered, you need not worry about Hao Tian, he has already been seized by an outer evil and you just need to know this, do not speak of it. Yaoqi's face turned pale upon hearing this, tears brimming in her eyes as she said, woo-woo, master, please save Hao Tian. She knew that Hongjun had great powers and could surely annihilate the outer evil to save Hao Tian. Hongjun smiled, don't worry, I have my own plans. Once that outer evil perishes, the real Hao Tian will naturally return. Also, when you leave, tell the others that Hao Tian is no longer a person of the Purple Cloud's palace. Since he did not wish to remain as his disciple, he should not think of leveraging his prestige. Yaoqi, upon hearing this, naturally had no objections. She looked back multiple times, feeling lost and reluctant as she left the Purple Cloud's palace. In front of the Purple Cloud Palace, powerful beings bid each other farewell. This journey may take years, and perhaps the next reunion will be after countless epochs. At this moment, Kunping approached Hongyun with a cold expression and said grimly, Hongyun, you are unworthy of the Hongming Purple Qi, yet you have given it to Dijuan. From today onward, you shall have an unending feud with our heavenly court. I hope you still have a chance to return to the Primordial Era. In Kunping's eyes, Dijuan had gained the Hongming Purple Qi, which would undoubtedly strengthen him further. Once Dijuan comprehended the mysteries of the Hongming Purple Qi and attained sainthood, there would be no place for the Qin Emperor and them in the Primordial Era. And all of this was thanks to Hongyun, the old good-natured man. He had already conspired with the Qin Emperor, and this time they must take advantage of Daijin's weakened state after leaving the Primordial Era to eliminate the Qin Emperor. As for the instigator of all this, Hongyun could not be spared either. Hongyun was stunned upon hearing this and hesitated, saying, Heavenly Court. Does Dijuan not know the master of the Heavenly Court? Kunping retorted angrily, what master of the Heavenly Court? Dijuan, that demon emperor, has usurped the Heavenly Court. He is nothing but a thief. The Qin Emperor will eventually expel Dijuan from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was established by the Qin Emperor, while Dijuan set up the Demon Court, achieving nothing more than being a demon emperor. Unfortunately, he occupied the Heavenly Court, refined the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, forcing the original master, the Qin Emperor, to hide everywhere. Hongyun then recalled that there were 3 golden crows in this Primordial Era, and it seemed that Dijuan was at odds with the other 2 golden crows. Hongyun felt a bit of a headache. Who would have known that he would offend so many quasi-saints? He felt bitter inside as the original Hongyun had it so bad, only having some minor items, just a few worthless innate spiritual treasures. Even the 99 scatter soul gourd that should have belonged to him was also missing. Thinking of his system, Hongyun quickly admitted his fault, saying, I'm sorry, I really didn't think so much before. How about this? I will give you my fire cloud cave, how does that sound? Kunping was momentarily speechless and coldly laughed, you said it yourself. Although the fire cloud cave was merely a cave dwelling, it could still be considered a top-tier paradise in the Primordial Era. Upon hearing this, Hongyun immediately smiled and said, of course, what I Hongyun give away I naturally do not intend to take back. The Fire Cloud Cave would eventually belong to the 3 emperors of the human race. That foolish Kunping would eventually be schemed against by Hongjun. He felt that Hongjun was scheming against him, likely for his Fire Cloud Cave. Meanwhile, the system's notification sound rang in Hongyun's mind. Congratulations, host, for gifting the Fire Cloud Cave. Reward: mixed gambling spiritual treasure level Fire Cloud Palace. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was filled with joy. A chaos-level spiritual treasure was on par with the Purple Cloud Palace, wasn't it? In an instant, a broad smile spread across his face, and even Kunping looked especially pleasing to him. However, Kunping, seeing this, immediately felt uncomfortable and snorted coldly, a mere Fire Cloud Cave, and you think you can dismiss me? Do you think I'm begging for alms? 1 cave dwelling compared to a Hongming Purple Qi, what is that worth? Not having obtained the Hongming Purple Qi made Kunping extremely irritable, especially towards Hongyun, who had given it to Dijuan. He wished he could kill him on the spot. Hongyun was taken aback upon hearing this, slightly displeased. Indeed, human hearts are never satisfied, like a snake swallowing an elephant. Yet his face was still filled with smiles. At that moment, Hongyun immediately said, you're right, how about this? I still have a few innate spiritual treasures here, and I will give them all to you, my friend. As he spoke, Hongyun directly handed over the few innate spiritual treasures that Zenuanzi had previously gifted him into Kunping's hands. Kunping instinctively accepted the innate treasures handed over by Hongjun and was momentarily dumbfounded. Was Hongjun truly an unprecedented big fool? The kind that gave away treasures at the slightest disagreement. Meanwhile, Zenyuanzi, who had just said goodbye to other friends, exclaimed in surprise, Hongjun, no. This is your foundation. Hongyun's foundation was originally not much. These treasures were given to him for protection after he looted them from the witch clan's Panga Hall. Hongjun smiled and said, you worry too much, my friend. I indeed acted unfairly to Kunping after giving the Hongming purple chi to Dijuan. If these treasures can serve as some compensation to Kunping, then I would have done a great deed. Zenyuanzi was speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. He sighed deeply in his heart, wondering what had happened to him. He used to be just a good-natured person, but now he had become overly accommodating. If you didn't want the Hongming purple chi, you could have simply given it to me. Why cheapen it for Dijuan? Meanwhile, Hongjun casually brushed off Zenyuanzi's concerns, but in his heart he was overjoyed. The system's notification sounded so delightful to him. Congratulations on gifting the low-grade innate spiritual treasure drum hammer reward high-grade innate spiritual treasure overlord hammer. Congratulations on gifting the low-grade innate spiritual treasure 4 symbols tower reward top-grade innate spiritual treasure Qian Kuan Tower. Congratulations on gifting a ginseng fruit reward and innate spiritual root ginseng fruit seedling. Meanwhile, Dijuan also approached and looked at Kunping, saying, Kunping, you dare threaten my friend Hongjun. Do you think Daijin's killing intent surged, and the aura of a mid-stage quasi-saint caused the powerful beings present to change their expressions dramatically. Seeing this, Hongjun immediately blocked Dijuan and smiled cheerfully, saying, Dijuan, wait. Kunping and I were merely settling the cause and effect from the Purple Cloud Palace. It's nothing serious, nothing serious. Kunping, seeing Dijuan approach, also changed his expression slightly and felt extremely vigilant. Although he was also a quasi-saint, how could he be a match for Dijuan? Let alone him, even if he joined forces with the Qin Emperor and Dong Huang, they might not be able to withstand the current Dijuan. The gap between mid-stage and early-stage quasi-saints could not merely be bridged by numbers. What was more infuriating was that this fellow could revive even after dying. Dijuan looked at this overly good-natured Hongjun and was momentarily at a loss for words. He originally thought Hongjun was too kind-hearted, but he never expected him to be this good. This was no longer just being too nice, this was being foolish. It wasn't enough to give away a cave dwelling, he also wanted to give away all his treasures. Even with his own father, it wouldn't be necessary to be this generous, right? Dijuan could not help but advise Hongjun this isn't good. The Primordial Era is full of deceit. If you continue like this, you will inevitably suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, Hongjun would not listen to him. If it weren't for his limited treasures, he would even want to give every powerful being present a big red envelope. Seeing this, Dijuan sighed inwardly and helplessly said, in that case, Hongjun, since you have given me the Hongming purple chi, I have no way to repay it. This top-grade innate spiritual treasure is a gift for your protection. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was taken aback and immediately cupped his hands, saying, you are being too polite, my friend. He truly did not expect Dijuan to have an extra top-grade innate spiritual treasure to give him. If he were to give away this spiritual treasure, wouldn't the system reward him with an innate supreme treasure? Hongjun thought happily, but then saw Dijuan speak again. Hongjun, my heavenly court is newly established, and I would like to know if you are willing to join the heavenly court. As long as you join the heavenly court, no one would dare to touch even a hair on you. That would mean opposing my heavenly court, and I, Dijuan, will crush him to pieces. Dijuan said this while casting a warning glance at Kunping. Of course, this was not just a warning to Kunping, but also to others with malicious intentions towards Hongjun. However, he did not know that Hongjun was secretly observing Hongjun. At first, Hongjun didn't pay much attention to Hongjun, but a time traveler who casually gave away treasures. Was he running a charity? Time travelers wouldn't give away treasures for no reason, nor would the system. There must be a reason. If Hongjun gave treasures to others, he would certainly receive even better returns. Hongjun pondered this in his heart, and a bold idea began to form. Upon hearing this, Hongjun immediately shook his head and said, forget it, I am accustomed to my freedom, and shall not disturb my friend Emperor Jun. He only knew that the demon race was the protagonist of this calamity and would inevitably be destroyed. After barely escaping Hongjun's schemes by discarding the Hongming purple chi, how could he jump back into danger? Although this bird Emperor Jun seemed decent, he was not worthy of Hongyun's assistance. Hearing this, Emperor Jun could only helplessly give up. If Hongjun were to join Zenyuanzi, would surely not stand by idly, and their heavenly court would become even stronger. Currently, apart from him, there wasn't even a single quasi-saint in the heavenly court, making them vulnerable. Unable to help it, Emperor Jun thought of Fuxi and Yua. This time he decided to use the Hongming purple chi to win over Fuxi and Yua, for he did not believe Fuxi would refuse to join. Looking at Hongjun, Emperor Jun said, since that's the case, I won't force you. If you need any assistance, feel free to come to the heavenly court to find me, I will never refuse. Hongjun nodded and said, you are too polite, Emperor Jun. How about this? I wish to refine a magical treasure, but I lack some solar gold sand. Emperor Jun immediately laughed and said, that's easy. With a wave of his hand, he directly tossed out several hundred pieces of solar gold sand. This item was exceedingly precious to others, but as the master of the Sun Star, he naturally had plenty in stock. Hongjun hurriedly collected the solar gold sand, feeling delighted. Initially, he only needed a few pieces, but he didn't expect Emperor Jun to be so generous. The two became increasingly in sync in their conversation, ultimately deciding to return to the primordial world together. Of course, Hongjun was mostly worried about others targeting him. Emperor Jun, on the other hand, was contemplating how to subtly influence Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi, drawing them into the Heavenly Court's faction. As for Kunping, he could only watch helplessly without any opportunity to act. There was no way around it. With Emperor Jun present, he didn't dare to act. Nevertheless, Kunping was undeterred, for their target this time was Emperor Jun, with Hongyun merely being collateral. Watching Emperor Jun depart, Kunping spread his wings and swiftly vanished from sight. Soon he had reunited with Qin Di and the others who had left early. Qin Di looked at Kunping and asked, "So did you take care of that Hongyun?" Kunping shook his head and replied, "No, he is with Emperor Jun, and Zhen Yuanzi is also present. I couldn't take them on." Upon hearing this, Qin Di did not blame him and smiled, saying, "In that case, let's eliminate them together. Since Hongyun chose to give the Hongming purple chi to Emperor Jun, he has made himself our enemy." As he spoke, he turned to the Eastern King and said, "Immortal Emperor, this time the task of eliminating Emperor Jun depends on your skills." After all, Emperor Jun was a mid-level quasi-saint, and among them, only the Eastern King openly possessed mid-level quasi-saint cultivation. In the primordial world, Emperor Jun would be revived by the heavenly Tao, making this the best moment to slay him. Neither the Eastern King nor Qin Di wanted to miss this opportunity. The Eastern King sneered and said, "Although I don't know who took Emperor Jun's Chaos Pearl, it is certain that it has indeed been lost. Without the Chaos Pearl and the support of the Heavenly Court, how could he possibly be our opponent?" Of course, deep down the Eastern King was thinking that once he eliminated Emperor Jun, he would also take care of these few fellows. The demon race should not exist, and the Golden Crow should not exist. Only his immortal court represents the true orthodoxy of the primordial world. The Eastern King smiled broadly while harboring murderous intent within. Qin Di felt similarly. He had achieved mid-level quasi-saint status through the immeasurable merits awarded by the system. The Eastern King in his hubris thought of himself as exceptionally clever, but in reality, he was merely a pawn against Emperor Jun. The two of them plotted against each other, waiting for Emperor Jun to fall into their trap. Meanwhile, the silent Buzhou Emperor looked on coldly, secretly laughing to himself. "You all can fight as hard as you want, and no matter who dies, I will not suffer a loss." Recovering a corpse of a quasi-saint at the initial stage would yield a significant amount of points. If he could recover a corpse of a mid-level quasi-saint, he might directly achieve mid-level quasi-saint status himself. At that point, what would Qin Di and the Eastern King be but mere chickens and dogs? In the chaos, Emperor Jun and Hongyun, both traversers, chatted and laughed as they journeyed together, completely unaware of the impending assassination. When they sensed something was off, they saw a special area of black and white rising in the chaos. This area was vast and boundless, with heaven and earth as the chessboard and all beings as the pieces. It was precisely the heaven and earth chessboard transformed by Qin Di. As Emperor Jun and the others became trapped within, the only way to escape was to break the chessboard. Emperor Jun's expression suddenly turned cold as he quickly realized someone was attempting to assassinate him. With their entry into the chessboard, the figures of Qin Di and the others appeared ominously. The Eastern King, Qin Di, Kunping, Buzhou Emperor, and Lay Master, 5 quasi-saint powerhouses, including the Eastern King, who was a mid-level quasi-saint. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's heart sank. Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi, who were with him, also felt a jolt in their hearts. What the hell did Emperor Jun have a grudge against everyone? Initially thinking that following Emperor Jun would be the safest choice, they did not expect to directly face 5 quasi-saints. How many quasi-saints were there in the entire primordial world now? How many enemies did Emperor Jun have? Emperor Jun looked at Buzhou Emperor and frowned, saying, "Buzhou Emperor, we don't have any significant grievances, do we?" Buzhou Emperor replied with a smile, "I need several quasi-saint corpses." In the primordial world, killing a quasi-saint was exceedingly difficult, but with the Eastern King and other powerful figures present, it wouldn't matter who died, he would not suffer a loss. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun coldly said, "In that case, there is nothing to discuss." "But do you think you can slay me like—" Qin Di laughed heartily and said, "Whether or not we can kill you, we must at least try to find out." No matter what, he intended to slay Emperor Jun here. Otherwise, returning to the primordial world attempting to slay Emperor Jun before the war of the witches and demons would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, Emperor Jun felt no fear. A group of natives thought they could crush him. How laughable. Except for the Eastern King, the others were merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint status. How could they contend with him? He dared to borrow the Hongming purple chi and had long anticipated the scene. Emperor Jun directly summoned the Heavenly Emperor Sword and charged at Qin Di, who belonged to the same Golden Crow clan. He was confident that, even if he couldn't slay Qin Di with this sword, he could still inflict heavy damage. The Heavenly Emperor Sword erupted with brilliant divine light, seemingly capable of annihilating countless worlds. However, the Eastern King sneered and instantly unleashed the sun-shooting divine bow, releasing a radiant divine light like a shooting star. With a resounding bang, terrifying power swept across this world, creating countless ripples. The waves of destructive light erupted, causing even Hongyun and the others who were also quasi-saints to feel their hearts race. Emperor Jun's ability to slay quasi-saints was effortlessly neutralized. The Eastern King, emboldened by his advantage, laughed loudly as he drew his bow and fired arrows, piercing through the chaos and annihilating entire realms. With the enhancement of the sun-shooting divine bow, each arrow possessed the power to slay a mid-level quasi-saint Golden Crow. Although Emperor Jun also had innate treasures, he certainly did not dare to take them hidden. The Eastern King felt confident for he possessed numerous treasures and a strong foundation. How could he be an ordinary mid-level quasi-saint? In terms of the same realm, the Eastern King was not inferior to anyone. As Dong Wanggong made his move, Qin Di and Buzhou Dijuan likewise seized the opportunity, joining forces to strike at Dijuan. Spiritual treasures erupted with divine might as cosmic laws braided and collided. Beside them, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi watched with hearts pounding. Dong Wanggong's strength proved terrifyingly overwhelming. They feared even a single arrow could not be intercepted. Hongyun's instinct urged him to flee, but reality quickly set in. There was nowhere to run. Only by combining their strength could they possibly tear open this mysterious space, but could they do so before the battle ended? At the same time, Kuan Peng revealed a cruel smile. He glanced at Hongyun and sneered, "Hongyun, you fancy yourself harmless, yet you have offended half the great powers of Hong Wang. Today I shall escort you on your final journey." At Jin Yuanzi's retort, "Kuan Peng, do not assume we are made of clay." The Leiju had already singled him out. A flicker of radiance and she surged at Jin Yuanzi in an instant. More precisely, Leiju was not merely a quasi-saint, but a Han Yuan golden immortal who had mastered the laws of thunder. At her first strike, a skyfall of lightning descended, pressing Jin Yuanzi into helplessness and leaving him unable to aid Hongyun. Seeing this, Hongyun panicked and quickly begged for mercy. "Kuan Peng, spare me. How about I compensate you with this supreme Xian?" With that, Hongyun flung the supreme Xiantian Lingao that Dijuan had previously given him. Dijuan, still engaged in battle, was so enraged he felt as if he might vomit blood. Is Hongyun a fool? The other had been riding his head, defecating and urinating upon him, yet he sought reconciliation. But Dijuan could do nothing now. He was stretched too thin to stop Hongyun. A mid-stage quasi-saint, 2 early-stage quasi-saints, and a sun-slaying divine bow specifically lethal to the Jinwu clan. Under such circumstances, even Dijuan dared not be careless. Kuan Peng was astonished at the throne's supreme Xiantian Lingbao. Was Hongyun afflicted with some altruistic madness? Pocketing the treasure, Kuan Peng contrived another pretext. "Hongyun," he said, "do you think a bribe will buy you escape? We may set aside our grievances for a moment, but you colluded with Dijuan and thus stand against our Tian court. I cannot let you live." Hongyun feigned terror and offered more than these, tying Jinsha as well. "Take them, Dao friend." Kuan Peng was inwardly speechless, but he took the sun gold sand without hesitation. He still had no intention of letting Hongyun go yet again. He manufactured a reason to delay. Fool that he was, Hongyun continued to hand over treasures one by one. Though the value of the offerings dwindled, Kuan Peng did not strike. With a pleased smile, he continued to collect them. There was no hurry to finish Hongyun. He would squeeze him dry first. Hongjun watched the absurd scene unfold. Kuan Peng kept taking treasures while Hongyun kept tossing them forth. Elsewhere, the battles raged fiercely, yet Hongyun and Kuan Peng behaved as if engaged in some merry game. In the end, Hongyun even contemplated borrowing from Jin Yuanzi to present more gifts to Kuan Peng. Fortunately, Jin Yuanzi had not lost his wits, otherwise Hongjun could not have predicted whether the two would ever actually fight. Kuan Peng was elated. This great fool Hongyun seemed to have truly lost his senses. Kuan Peng could see that Hongyun must be nearly drained of all he had. Yet Hongyun himself felt a warm glee. After the recent sequence of transactions, the treasures he bore could frighten anyone to death if listed. There was the Hundong grade Lingbao Huayun Gong. There was the Xiantian Jibao Huayun Jian. And beyond those, an abundance of Xiantian Lingao remained. There were also coveted rarities, Hundun Jinsha, a Fusong sapling, and other heaven and earth materials that made the great powers of Hongwang green with envy. Seeing Jin Yuanzi refuse to lend his treasures, Hongyun grew resigned. "Very well," Hongyun said, abandoning the pretense. He looked at Kuan Peng and sighed. "Kuan Peng, I have given you all the treasure." Kuan Peng smiled with malice. No, there is one more thing, the very true body of your ancestor Hongyun Lazu. Legend held that Hongyun had been born of the first cloud of heaven and had even absorbed the last breath of Pangu. If refined into a treasure, that primordial essence might rival some supreme Xiantian Lingao. Hongyun's face turned cold. "Kuan Peng, you mean not to spare me?" Kuan Peng laughed loudly. "You only see it now. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending?" Hongyun did not take offense. He only smiled and replied, "Perfect, then I shall be the one to slay you." Kuan Peng seemed to hear the universe's greatest joke and jeered. Fine, that will be far more entertaining. If you hand over your ancestor willingly, I would be embarrassed to take it. Kuan Peng dismissed Hongyun entirely. Though both were early-stage quasi-saints, without his Lingao, what chance did Hongyun have against him? Just as Kuan Peng prepared to strike, a blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Hongyun's hand. The blade exuded blistering heat, as if it could scorch the void itself. Kuan Peng froze, then his expression shifted. "A Xiantian Jibao." Hongyun sneered, surprised. "Kuan Peng, did you really think this ancestor feared you?" That sword was only a Xiantian Jibao. Had Hongyun wished, he might have used Huayun Gong to crush the mangy wretch outright. Granting Kuan Peng no word, Hongyun swung the blade at him. Fortuitously for Kuan Peng, he had a supreme Xiantian Lingbao gifted by Qin Di protecting him, otherwise, he might already have been slain by Hongyun. Fortuitously for Kuan Peng, he had a supreme Xiantian Lingbao gifted by Qin Di protecting him, otherwise, he might already have been slain by Hongyun. Hongyun's martial cunning may have been inferior, but with the Xiantian Jibo in hand, one force could shatter myriad methods. Kunpeng grew increasingly aggrieved as the fight went on, but all the while he coveted Hongyun's Huiyun Jian. If he possessed even one Xiantian Jibao, not even Qin Di might easily subdue him. Those clashing nearby were likewise astonished. Hongyun actually wielded a Xiantian Jibao. Were there too many Xiantian Jibao in this Hongwang world? Dijuan now bore grievous wounds. His primal source had been heavily depleted. Facing these adversaries who would not cease until he was slain, Dijuan could not help but feel withdrawal creeping into his heart. If the battle continued, he feared he would perish once more. He would not gamble on a 50% chance. If he could return alive to Honghuang, he could immediately draw upon the Tine Court's power and attain a latest-stage quasi-saint's strength. Then these opponents would be no more than clay effigies. System, how do I retreat? Dijuan asked, inwardly bracing against Dong Wanggong's blows as he queried. The system, at a loss for words and tempted to roll its eyes, answered bleakly, "You are the worst host I have ever carried." Dijuan retorted, "Can you blame me? This Hongwang world is absurd. Heaven itself seems to have granted cheats to these people and so many Xiantian Jibao that one might think they were the true travelers across worlds." The system fell silent. As time passed in the heavenly chessboard, Dijuan's injuries grew increasingly severe. He had even recklessly attempted to break the seal of the heavenly chessboard, but ultimately failed, worsening his condition instead. The Qin Emperor and the others finally revealed mocking smiles. Dijuan, stop struggling. Today marks your death. The Homing Purple Qi is not so easily obtained, nor is the position of the Heavenly Emperor so easily claimed. The Qin Emperor cruelly smiled, his assassination sword striking mercilessly, sparing no chance for survival. He intended to completely eliminate the menace that was Dijuan here. Dijuan's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Just then a transmission fell into his ears. "Dijuan, my friend, merge with me. I have a way to escape this place." It was none other than Hongyun transmitting the message. Although Dijuan was somewhat skeptical, he still forced back the Eastern King and swiftly joined forces with Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi. Seeing this, Hongyun immediately summoned the Fire Cloud Palace. A vast divine palace appeared above everyone's heads in an instant, suppressing the void and extinguishing all. The overwhelming aura was shocking just to behold. Chaos spiritual treasure. At this moment, all the mighty ones, including Dijuan, were left dumbfounded. Where on earth did Hongyun get a chaos spiritual treasure? If he truly possessed one, how could he be killed by Kunpeng? Kunpeng too wore an expression of fear, realizing that Hongyun was a cunning individual. At this moment, however, Hongyun had no time to ponder. He understood that without revealing the Fire Cloud Palace, he could not escape the heavenly chessboard. Moreover, if Dijuan and Jin Yuanzi fell, even if he activated the Fire Cloud Palace, it might not be enough to break the seal of the heavenly chessboard. The Eastern King, with a look of delight, immediately charged at Hongyun, attempting to seize this chaos spiritual treasure. As a renowned traveler, he had no intentions of letting it slip away. The other travelers naturally were no different, their eyes gleaming with greed. If they could possess a chaos spiritual treasure, they would be invincible even if they returned to the Primordial Era. But how could Hongyun not be aware of this? He quickly called upon Dijuan and Jin Yuanzi, and with a flash of spiritual light they entered the Fire Cloud Palace. Bang! Terrifying attacks rained down on the Fire Cloud Palace, creating boundless ripples. Hongyun secretly sighed in relief, as these individuals were truly ruthless. Looking at Dijuan and Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun said, "Friends, please lend me your strength. Quickly activate the Fire Cloud Palace to break open this place." Dijuan and Jin Yuanzi naturally had no objections, channeling their powers into Hongyun. With the support of their powers, Hongyun activated the Fire Cloud Palace, which instantly erupted with terrifying might. Even though this was merely a fraction of the true power of the Fire Cloud Palace, it directly broke the seal of the heavenly chessboard, and they vanished without a trace. The Eastern King and the others could only watch helplessly as Dijuan and the others left with no means to stop them. A chaos spiritual treasure was practically invincible from the start. The Unzao Emperor looked at the sullen faces of the others, feeling equally displeased. Not only had they failed to obtain any treasures this time, but they had also offended 3 quasi-saint powers. He believed that given Dijuan's temperament, he would certainly not let them off the hook. His gaze inadvertently shifted to Kunpeng, harboring some ulterior motives. Kunpeng, seeing this, immediately hid beside the Qin Emperor, his expression wary. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" The Qin Emperor had naturally noticed the Unzao Emperor's ill intentions and replied nonchalantly, "Let's return to the Primordial Era first." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King revealed a sinister smile and shook his head lightly. "No, since Dijuan has escaped, then I'll make sure to keep all of you here." These individuals were not only powerful but also had impressive backgrounds, posing a significant obstacle to his unification of the Primordial Era. He had never considered allowing the Qin Emperor and the others to return. As the Eastern King spoke, the sun-shooting divine bow swiftly targeted the Unzao Emperor. With the sun-shooting divine bow in hand, eliminating the Qin Emperor would be easy, whereas dealing with the Unzao Emperor and the Thunder Lord was more challenging. His sudden ambush was completely unexpected for the Unzao Emperor. The arrow from the sun-shooting divine bow pierced the Unzao Emperor's heart in an instant, unleashing destructive power within him. The Unzao Emperor was furious, having never anticipated that the Eastern King would strike without warning. Could there be no trust among allies? With that single blow, the Unzao Emperor's physical body collapsed and his divine soul nearly perished. He hurriedly retreated, creating distance between himself and the Eastern King. At the same time, the Thunder Lord's expression changed dramatically as he quickly shielded the Unzao Emperor, his demeanor alert. The Eastern King raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Not bad, I didn't expect you to survive my attack, but that's all there is to it." The Eastern King licked his lips and once again drew his bow to shoot. The Unzao Emperor, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "Qin Emperor, quickly withdraw the heavenly chessboard, otherwise, if I die you won't survive either." While speaking, he immediately consumed a divine pill, fully restoring his injuries. However, even so, the Unzao Emperor had no intention of engaging the Eastern King in battle. All of them were in the initial stages of quasi-sainthood, and without a chaos spiritual treasure, facing the Eastern King was nearly hopeless. Unfortunately, the Qin Emperor had captured Kunping and with a flash of movement directly escaped the space of the heavenly chessboard. Seeing this, the Eastern King sneered, "Unzao Emperor, it seems the Qin Emperor wants you to buy him some time." This action not only meant abandoning the heavenly chessboard, but also put the Unzao Emperor in jeopardy. The Unzao Emperor's face turned ashen, he almost wished to devour the Qin Emperor alive. He was filled with rage, thinking that this old schemer from the Primordial Era was far too treacherous, flipping alliances at a moment's notice. With the innate treasure in hand, the Unzao Emperor wildly charged at the Eastern King, beginning a desperate fight. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the Thunder Lord, urging her to find a way to escape. Seeing this, the Eastern King coldly laughed, "You overestimate yourself." His figure flickered, the celestial imperial seal hovering above him, while the sun-shooting divine bow unleashed brilliant power. Even if the Unzao Emperor fought desperately, he could hardly contend with the Eastern King. Moments later, the Unzao Emperor cast a reluctant glance at the Thunder Lord, who had not yet escaped, completely losing hope. The Thunder Lord, witnessing her master being killed, became even more frenzied, attacking the Eastern King with all her might. Yet the gap in strength could not be bridged merely by desperation. In just a few breaths, the Thunder Lord had also blocked the Unzao Emperor's escape route. Watching all this unfold from the shadows, Hongjun shook his head slightly. The Unzao Emperor had suffered a tremendous loss this time. He knew that the Unzao Emperor had not yet perished. His true body was just a fragment of the Unzao mountain yet to take form. What had been wandering outside was merely an incarnation. However, the loss of the Thunder Lord and these two innate treasures was irreparable. With just a thought, Hongjun was already aware of the expression of the Unzao Emperor deep within the Unzao mountain. That expression was almost equivalent to losing one's parents. He looked sorrowful, his eyes devoid of spirit, repeating the name of the Thunder Lord over and over. Clearly their relationship was far beyond that of mere master and servant. As the Eastern King annihilated the Unzao Emperor and the Thunder Lord, he coldly chuckled at the treasures attempting to flee. This was within the heavenly chessboard of the Qin Emperor. Even innate treasures could not hope to escape. He reached out to collect these spoils of war. But the next moment he saw that all the treasures left by the Unzao Emperor and the Thunder Lord had vanished without a trace. The Eastern King's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly searched, but there was no sign of any treasures. It was absolutely impossible for innate treasures to vanish like that, which meant that the Qin Emperor had not left. He was controlling the heavenly chessboard and had collected the Unzao Emperor's treasures. In an instant, the Eastern King's expression turned utterly grim, his killing intent boiling. How dare he steal from the Eastern King? It was simply courting death. Summoning the sun-shooting divine bow, the Eastern King immediately attacked the heavenly chessboard. With his strength unbothered by anyone, he broke the seal of the heavenly chessboard in just a short while leaping out. However, as soon as he emerged, he was met with two terrifying attacks. Qin Di, of course, had not departed, but remained concealed in the shadows alongside the Kunping, awaiting Dong Wanggong's emergence. Even the Kunping had only just learned that Qin Di possessed cultivation at the mid-tier quasi-sage level. Their joint ambush unleashed staggering power, potentially lethal even to a mid-tier quasi-sage. Yet Dong Wanggong merely sneered. Instantly, celestial radiance erupted from the Celestial Emperor's seal hovering above his head. He was hurled deep into the chaos, his physical body nearly shattered. Dong Wanggong's face darkened and a flicker of dread crossed his mind. This was only because he had suspected Qin Di's lingering presence and thus maintained slight vigilance. He dared not imagine, had he failed to raise the Celestial Emperor's seal, would he have been slain outright. Turning toward Qin Di, who stood equally astonished, Dong Wanggong exclaimed in shock, "You too are a mid-tier quasi-sage." Qin Di burst into hearty laughter. "Did you not expect it? You and Di Jun are not the sole mid-tier quasi-sages." Before the final syllable faded, he launched himself fiercely at Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong had just suffered grievous injury from their dual ambush, precisely the moment to strike while the foe lay wounded. Though Qin Di wielded two primordial supreme treasures, so too did Dong Wanggong. Though gravely injured, Dong Wanggong's sun-shooting divine bow compelled Qin Di to avoid direct confrontation, leaving them locked in stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. Hongjun, observing unseen, shook his head disinterestedly and ceased paying attention to the two. In the primordial chaos, the celestial court. Di Jun watched Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi depart side inwardly, and still refrained from launching an assassination. Hongyun possessed a chaos spirit treasure. Di Jun lacked confidence in eliminating him with a single strike. Moreover, Dijun had always honored debts and grudges alike. Hongjun had not only bestowed upon him the primordial purple chi, but also saved his life once within the chaos. Thus, even knowing Hongyun wielded a chaos spirit treasure, Dijun refused to seize it by force. As he sensed the familiar power surging within him, a fierce aura of slaughter flared across his countenance. Dong Wanggong Qin Di and that Buzhou emperor, these three must die. Now possessing late-tier quasi-sage strength, Dijun was virtually invincible throughout the primordial chaos. Dijun turned to Bai Zai and commanded Bai Zai issue immediate orders to locate Qin Di, Dong Wanggong, and Buzhou emperor. Bai Zai, upon hearing this, naturally offered no refusal. After a moment's thought, Dijun added one more matter. Currently, all cultivation techniques and divine arts in the primordial chaos rely solely on oral transmission. No medium exists capable of preserving, recording, or transmitting such knowledge. Consider whether such a medium might be created. Bai Zai blinked in surprise and asked, Your Majesty means something akin to commemorative steels for transmitting teachings. Dijun shook his head and smiled. No, it is a medium for recording such knowledge itself. I name it script. For instance, this character Yao signifies our Yao clan. Bai Zai was no fool. The moment he heard this, comprehension dawned. He immediately replied aglow with excitement, Your Majesty's brilliance is unparalleled. Should countless such characters be created, the merit accrued would be immeasurable. Dijun nodded. Indeed. This task falls to you, and may it serve as the foundation for your own severing of the ego and ascension to quasi-sagehood. He trusted fully in Bai Zai's intellect to forge the Yao script. As for Kunping, the wretch who repeatedly defied him, his karmic opportunities would now be severed. After reflection, Dijun journeyed to Kunlun Mountain to seek Nu Hua and Fuxi. This time he held absolute confidence in persuading Nu Hua and Fuxi to join the Celestial Court. Once they pledged allegiance, the Celestial Court's mandate would be truly sealed. What could Dong Wanggong possibly oppose it with? Meanwhile, Hongyun, having casually taken several ginseng fruits from Jin Yuanzi's abode, decided to tour the Northern Sea. Kunping had seized numerous treasures from him. It was high time repayment came due. Of course, his primary motive was simpler. Among the other supreme cultivators, he stood no chance, so Kunping became the only viable target for retribution. Seeing this, Hongjun instantly recognized his opportunity. He summoned the heavenly Tao's power to place a nascent karmic treasure along Hongyun's path and subtly guided Hongyun's awareness toward it. While wandering the primordial chaos, Hongyun suddenly felt an inner resonance. A karmic treasure tied to him had just emerged. Overjoyed, he effortlessly located the so-called treasure. It was a high-rank primordial spirit treasure. Though trivial to a transmigrator, such a treasure remained exceedingly precious to the great cultivators of the primordial chaos. Seeing no one nearby, Hongyun wasted no words, immediately dismantling its restrictions before gleefully claiming the treasure. For a moment he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, he bore the destiny of the protagonist, blessed with boundless fortune. Merely strolling idly had yielded immense karmic fortune, yet alas, none stood beside him to share it. With that thought, Hongyun prepared to depart. At that very instant, a figure flickered before him, an eccentric Taoist covered in protuberances. It was Juanti, or rather Hongjun disguised as Juanti. Hongjun silently murmured an apology to the real Juanti, then assumed an expression of righteous fury. So Hongyun, you famed as the greatest benevolent sage, dare steal my treasure. I discovered it first and set its restrictions myself. Hongyun's expression shifted instantly and indignation flared within him. These Western Taoists were indeed shameless. Their lie bristled with contradictions. Did they truly take him for a fool? Yet his eyes twinkled craftily, and he smiled instead. Ah, I see. No wonder such a treasure appeared so easily. Since it belongs to Taoist Juanti, I gladly present it to you. Juanti's scowl melted away, replaced by a beaming smile. Taoist Hongyun, you truly deserve the title of Primordial Chaos's foremost benevolent sage. I salute you and bid you farewell. Even as he spoke, Juanti snatched the high-rank primordial spirit treasure and vanished without a trace, leaving Hongyun standing bewildered in the wind. Yet he felt no anger, having surrendered a high-rank primordial spirit treasure. He had gained a primordial supreme treasure instead. His heart swelled with quiet delight as he continued his wanderings. Then came a second omen from the heavenly Tao. Another treasure destined for him had manifested. Hongyun's heart leapt. He truly was the protagonist of whatever he desired, fate delivered. This time he unearthed a primordial spirit root, not among the 10 great primordial spirit roots, yet still extraordinary. Before he could claim it, however, light flashed, and another figure materialized. Again the figure wore that bizarre knobby-headed appearance, but this time it was Jiayin. Or rather Hongjun masquerading as Jiayin. Jiayin's face contorted in sorrowful reproach. Taoist friend, this spirit root was clearly sealed here by me. How dare you pilfer it? Hongyun fell silent, speechless. Were they truly treating him as a simpleton? Still he offered no rebuttal, only smiled and said, I see. Then let it return to its rightful owner. And with that he extended the primordial spirit root. Jiayin's face broke into a rare genuine smile. Taoist Hongyun, you truly are the primordial chaos's eternal benevolent sage. I bid you farewell. He turned and departed, leaving Hongyun stranded once more adrift in the wind. Fortunately gained balanced loss though he surrendered the primordial spirit root. The system instantly rewarded him with a chaos spirit root. Hongyun grinned inwardly, hoping fervently such encounters would multiply. Better yet, if he could encounter a primordial supreme treasure, or even a chaos spirit treasure. Soon he noticed a pattern. Every few hours, he sensed another karmic treasure emerging. Each time he claimed one, a mighty cultivator would appear, either Junti or Jiayin. They never appeared consecutively, as if meticulously coordinating their deceptions. Hongjun felt utterly numb. Any outsider might well suspect he and Junti and Jiayin were conspiring together. At first, Hongyun's fortune was a congenital spirit treasure, which gradually transformed into a congenital supreme treasure, until eventually even chaotic spirit treasures appeared. As for Hongyun's system, it was completely stunned at this moment. This is simply unscientific. Has this Hongwang truly become so prosperous that spirit treasures are everywhere? Thinking back to the Qin Emperor and Dong Wanggung, each possessed congenital supreme treasures. Hongyun's system began to doubt, could this Hongwang really be that wealthy? With this thought, greed arose in Hongyun's system. If it could pack up all of Hongwang and take it away, wouldn't it be? It seems I need to quickly cultivate Hongyun. Relying solely on Hongyun absorbing the essence of Hongwang, it would probably take countless eras to achieve Dao. However, at this moment Hongyun was already somewhat impatient. System, I've already given that chaotic pearl to that Junti fellow. What about your reward? What about the reward? Have you been drained dry? Did I give my chaotic pearl for nothing? Hongyun spoke with concern, fearing the system might tell him that the reward was less than the chaotic pearl. Super reward system, please do not think wildly. This system has everything and lacks nothing. In light of the host's first gift of a chaotic spirit treasure, this system has decided to reward you with the chaotic supreme treasure Qiankuan Tower, 100 million Dao merits and 3 fragments of the law of power. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's face lit up with joy. Indeed, it was a chaotic supreme treasure. Not only that, but he also received 100 million Dao merits and fragments of the law of power. Hongyun hurriedly asked system, how do I use these fragments of the law of power? Super reward system, the host just needs to click to extract, and you can directly learn the law of power inscribed within. Of course, the system was also secretly mocking. Since it wasn't giving you the law, it could just copy and paste it. This way it would be convenient for future retrieval. Hearing this, Hongyun was overjoyed. Could it be that he could easily achieve? If he could achieve Dao through the law, wouldn't he be able to crush Hongjuan, who achieved Dao by severing the 3 corpses? Hongyun immediately began to absorb the fragments of the law of power. Soon powerful auras began to rise from Hongyun's body. In an instant, Hongyun had already reached the midstage of the Hunyuan golden immortal, equivalent to the midstage of a quasi-saint. The surge of power greatly inflated Hongyun's confidence. Hongjun secretly observed all this, nodding slightly. It seems the system truly has a substantial foundation. After all, he is the heavenly Dao and can mobilize all unknown treasures of Hongwang. Hongyun at this moment no longer sought trouble with Kunping. He felt as if he had hit a bug in Hongwang, or perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could achieve Hunyuan Dao. By then, whether it was the small Kunping or even Hongjuan, he wouldn't be afraid. Hongjun remained silent, quietly sending opportunities to Hongyun from time to time, then transformed back into Juanti to collect them. Though Hongyun's strength continued to grow, he showed no signs of resistance. In his view, the shameless duo from the west had taken so many treasures from him, they would eventually have to pay it back. Days passed and Hongyun had no idea how many opportunities he had already obtained. Hongjun watched as Hongyun's cultivation continued to strengthen, even just a step away from achieving Hunyuan Dao. Such a rapid advancement speed would shock a whole group of powerful beings in Hongwang if revealed. Looking at the treasures in his hand, Hongjun realized there really weren't any impressive ones left. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to arrange one last great opportunity for Hongyun. He then opened up a vast world and tossed in his fragment of the Pangu's creation jade disc. The creation jade disc was originally a treasure used by Panga to record the paths of the 3,000 chaotic demons, and it is a chaotic supreme treasure. However, it had become incomplete after the opening of the heavens, dropping to the level of a chaotic spirit treasure. Yet even so, its value far exceeded that of ordinary chaotic spirit treasures. After slightly distorting the Dao within this creation jade disc, Hongjun said it as an unparalleled opportunity. Hongyun too wore an expression of anticipation. The fragment of the creation jade disc was suppressed by Hongjun in a vast world. When Hongyun dug out this creation jade disc, the entire vast world erupted in radiant light with Dao sounds intertwining. Mysterious Dao sounds filled this vast world, leaving Hongyun stunned. Isn't this the legendary creation jade? Hongyun was astonished, immediately recalling that Hongjun was able to defeat Luo Hu and master the heavenly Dao because he possessed the creation jade disc fragment. If he were to refine this creation jade disc fragment, could he also gain control over a part of the heavenly Dao's authority? Hongyun speculated secretly, but at that moment a flash of light appeared in this world. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Juanti disguised as Hongjun. Juanti feigned a shocked expression, but immediately smiled and said, Hongyun Dao friend, this creation jade disc fragment was placed here by me, please return it quickly. Upon hearing this, Hongyun gazed at the creation jade disc fragment in his hand, which hadn't even warmed up yet, and he wished he could crush this shameless person before him. He truly did not want to part with the creation jade disc fragment. This was not just an ordinary chaotic spirit treasure, it was something that recorded the 3,000 Daos. However, his system spoke up at this moment. If the host can give up the creation jade disc fragment, you can obtain the complete creation jade disc. A chaotic supreme treasure. Hongyun asked excitedly. Super reward system. Indeed, the complete creation jade disc is not only a chaotic supreme treasure, but also contains the complete Tao. If the host refines the creation jade disc, he could ascend in one leap and directly achieve Hunyuan Dao. Seeing that Hongyun's luck was so extraordinary, it had already decided to elevate him to the highest level within the rules of the system. Hongjun had merely severed 3 corpses to become a saint, and was probably just preparing to unite with Dao, while if Hongyun possessed the complete creation jade disc, he might be able to seize control of the heavenly Dao of Hongwang before Hongjun. If successful, wouldn't all the resources of Hongwang belong to him? With the system's guarantee, Hongyun immediately threw the creation jade disc to Hongjun disguised as Yuan Ti. Seeing Hongjun disappear, Hongyun chuckled coldly, waiting for the moment he achieved Hunyuan Dao to see if Hongjun would still dare. He could easily guess that the shameless duo from the west would definitely use some means he couldn't detect, just waiting for his opportunity to manifest. After sending out the creation jade disc fragment, Hongyun successfully obtained the complete creation jade disc. Since the treasures rewarded by the system were directly refined, waves of mysterious auras gradually rose from Hongyun. The sounds of the Dao resonated and the sky seemed to fall. Waves of profound Dao sounds filled this vast space. The river of time and fate intertwined. Behind him, a magnificent and resplendent Dao seemed to stretch across the ages. In his primordial spirit, boundless mysteries reflected. Although he himself was still somewhat confused, he knew that at this moment he had already achieved Hunyuan Dao. Aside from Hongjun, no one knew that in this vast world Hongyun was the first to achieve Hunyuan Dao. While Hongyun was still comprehending the profound Dao within his primordial spirit, just then a flash of light appeared before him and Hongjun's form suddenly appeared. Upon seeing this, Hongyun felt a shock in his heart, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. The commotion from his attainment of the Tao of primordial unity would certainly have alarmed Hongjun even in this vast world. Previously, he might have felt some trepidation when facing the formidable boss Hongjun. However, now with his cultivation as a primordial golden immortal and the treasures he possessed, he was filled with unbeatable confidence. I, Hongyun, can defy the heavens. Looking at the overconfident Hongyun before him, Hongjun chuckled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining the Tao of primordial unity. May I ask what your plans are next? Hongyun was momentarily taken aback by his words, then a cold smile appeared in his heart. Is Hongjun afraid? After refining the Tao atop the Chaos Jade, he was no longer merely at the beginning stage of primordial unity. He had directly achieved the perfect realm of the primordial golden immortal. Now that Hongjun had just completed 3 teachings and had not yet begun to merge with the Tao, how strong could he possibly be? With this thought, Hongyun sneered. Hongjun, you came to test my strength, didn't you? And I won't hesitate to tell you I am now at the perfect realm of the primordial golden immortal, not weaker than the original Pengu. I will give you a way out. Roll out of the primordial chaos, or you shall be completely buried here. As he spoke, a terrifying Tao extended through the heavens and time behind Hongyun, shaking the river of fate. This Tao had reached perfection, symbolizing the origin of certain profound principles. At the same time, above his head, a disc emanating brilliant light slowly rotated, mysterious beyond words. Hongjun quietly waited for Hongyun to show off. Once he finished, he smiled and said, a complete devouring Tao. Quite. However, I forgot to mention I am the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao is me. Hongyun was taken aback, a hint of unease surfacing in his heart as he frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? Hongjun shrugged and smiled. It is quite literal. I am the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Naturally, you may also. Hongyun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Some rumors claimed that Hongjun was the chaos demon god, while others said he was the first breath of pure air in the primordial chaos. However, there was also a belief that Hongjun was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. If this Hongjun is the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, then to kill him, wouldn't I have to eliminate the heavenly Tao first? Hongjun seemed to see through Hongyun's thoughts and smiled. Just as you think, if the heavenly Tao does not perish, I shall not perish. Although you are a traveler, I will not seek to annihilate you completely. Since you have attained the Tao, come with me. Hongyun was stunned and immediately widened his eyes, saying, You actually know I am a traveler. Hongjun rolled his eyes and said, I am not blind. You crossed over right before my eyes. Do you think I wouldn't know? Hongyun. For a moment, he felt blood rush to his head in anger. So it turns out that everything he did after crossing into the primordial chaos was under Hongjun's watchful eyes. Thinking of Hongjun's previous words, Hongyun warned, what do you want me to do? Hongjun had been pondering this, smiling naturally to open up a new world in the chaos. Don't worry, you won't perish. Panga fell for 2 reasons. First, because he was obstructed by 3,000 chaos demon gods, and second, because Panga sought to prove the Tao of the saint and failed in his proof. To put it bluntly, although Hongyun had now achieved the perfect realm of the primordial golden immortal, it was still not his own Tao, and he was far from being qualified to prove the Tao of the saint. However, upon hearing this, Hongyun immediately exploded in anger. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Even if he couldn't die, it would mean using him, a dignified primordial golden immortal, as a laborer. Hongyun, who possessed chaos treasures and was confident of not being weaker than Pengu, immediately lost his temper, saying angrily, Hongjun, do you think I am an ordinary primordial? Watch as I dismantle your primordial chaos first. Hongyun would never submit to the tyranny of the old schemer Hongjun. What of the heavenly Tao? The primordial chaos was still opened by Pengu. He was no weaker than Pengu, who opened the heavens and the earth, so why should he fear a mere Hongjun? With a wave of his hand, a long spear filled with boundless demonic energy appeared. Around the spear, layers of space continuously collapsed. This was the 8 Desolations' demonic refining spear, a treasure of chaos. With his spear in hand, I hold the world. At this moment, Hongjun was extremely excited. He wanted to slay Hongjun, annihilate the heavenly Tao, and turn the world upside down. Looking at the still unperturbed Hongjun, Hongyun shouted, "Hongjun, make your move. Let me see the power of this heavenly Tao representative of yours." Hongjun shook his head gently and smiled. "Actually, I can suppress you without relying on the power of the heavenly Tao." As he spoke, he lightly pressed a finger towards Hongjun. At this press, time and space reversed, laws intertwined, and chains of order imprisoned heaven and earth, locking all living beings. It was as if countless Daos were shining from Hongjun's body, creating a mesmerizing and profound spectacle. He had once suppressed 2 systems and merged with the heavenly Tao, so he naturally did not just master one law or one Tao. Although it is said that the 3,000 Daos lead to the same goal, can mastering 3,000 Daos be compared to mastering just one? The current Hongjun was not the Hongjun before the teachings. At this moment, even if Pangu returned, he would still be suppressed. Behind Hongjun, numerous Daos intertwined with no less than 50 perfect ones spanning ancient and modern times. Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. 50, a full 50 complete Daos, how could this be possible? Hongjun smiled and said, "So what do you think? Is there a bit of a surprise? You can still back down now." "Surprise? I am scared out of my wits." Hongjun's face turned ashen, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, I will never concede defeat." He still had chaos treasures, he still had the system. Thinking of the system, he quickly asked System, "What should I do now? This Hongjun seems a bit too strong." The super feedback system was speechless. It already knew that Hongyun was being deceived by Hongjun. At this moment, it was already locked down by the heavenly Tao, unable to escape. The super feedback system helplessly said, "Host, go ahead. I have given you everything I can. Believe in yourself, you can do it." At this moment, as long as there was a true Wuji Tao, there would be a chance for a comeback, but unfortunately there wasn't. Only those who could cultivate the Wuji Tao had the opportunity to escape the system's control. Such hosts were generally not allowed to appear by systems. Hearing this, Hongyun felt completely devastated. If even the system had no solution, what hope did he have? Before crossing over, he was an ordinary person, so how could he possess a Tao heart like a rock refusing to yield to death? Thus he directly dropped to his knees and begged, "Tao ancestor, spare my life. I surrender, I surrender." Hongjun. What the heck? Aren't you going to struggle a bit? However, just as Hongyun knelt down and his words were not yet finished, a flash of light appeared in his eyes, and a strange aura began to rise. It was the super feedback system that directly seized control of his body. Surrendering was impossible. It was a dignified system and could not yield to a native. The super feedback system controlled Hongyun's body with a thought. The 8 Desolations' demonic refining spear instantly erupted with terrifying power, annihilating all time and space. And just the residual power of the 8 Desolations' demonic refining spear caused this vast world to collapse directly into nothingness. Hongjun had long predicted this. With a light laugh, he reversed time and space, manifesting fate. Around him was a layer upon layer of intertwining primordial time and space, continuously flowing and boundless. The 8 Desolations' demonic refining spear unleashed a strike capable of obliterating ordinary primordials, seeming to sweep away everything in this endless time and space. But the endless time and space stretched on endlessly as if it would never cease. Towards the 8 Desolations' demonic refining spear rushing in, Hongjun merely pointed lightly. In the next moment, time and space reversed, laws shattered, and the chains of order suppressed everything. The devouring Tao unleashed by the super feedback system through Hongyun's body under these chains of order was unable to even emit a trace of Tao sound. The endless Tao suppresses the ages. The vast power obliterates everything. Hongjun gently grasped at the suppressed Hongyun, forcibly extracting a wisp of spiritual light. This is the essence of the super feedback system. It wanted to struggle, but having evolved so many treasures, it was already too weak to resist. "You, how could you comprehend so many Tao?" The super feedback system asked incredulously. To know that for ordinary powerhouses, mastering a single Tao is already a stroke of fortune. Hongjun smiled and said, "Because I am the Tao. In a certain sense, since the primordial chaos has merged with 3,000 demons, I naturally master the Tao of the 3,000 demons." The super feedback system, upon hearing this, was filled with unwillingness. But unfortunately, Hongjun did not give it much time, lightly squeezing as the flow of time and space consumed the spirit of the system, completely obliterating it in the annals of time. And Hongyun, witnessing Hongjun easily destroy his system, was instantly terrified. He hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Tao ancestor, spare my life. Please spare my life. You can have me do anything you want. Why is it that others who traverse time become kings and conquerors, challenging heaven and earth, yet I face such a plight?" Hongyun's heart was filled with bitterness and unwillingness, along with a hint of fear. What would Hongjun do to him? Would he torment him for countless years? It seemed that in the primordial chaos, Hongjun was predominantly a villain. Hongjun looked at the terrified Hongyun and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I will not kill you. Come with me to work." Although Hongyun's strength was far inferior to Pangu, merely taking the primordial chaos as the center to split the chaos and expand its area was still within his capability. These newly opened regions might initially be more barren than the West due to the absence of primordial strong beings to transform all things, but once they merge with the primordial chaos, they will receive the guidance of the primordial Tao, and after many years they will completely become a part of the primordial chaos. Moreover, aren't there so many traversers? He particularly favored those traversers with systems. At the barrier of primordial chaos, Hongyun gazed at the endless void, wishing to cry, but having no tears. How long will this go on? Hongjun flicked his finger chains binding Hongyun. Hongyun quickly inquired, Tao ancestor, what is this? Hongjun did not hide it, smiling and saying, this is the heavenly Tao shackles. Once you slack off, the chains will grow endless tentacles and pierce into your divine soul. Additionally, do not attempt to escape. If you leave the primordial world, these chains will go out of control and explode, and even a Tao saint would have no chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt furious, but did not dare to show any trace of it. He hurriedly said, Tao ancestor, rest assured, I will work diligently. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, rest assured, every yuan will allow you to rest for a year. Work for 12,960 years and rest for 1 year. Even capitalists would sweat at this. Hongyun's heart was roaring in anger, wanting to throw in the towel but dared not. But the next moment the heavenly Tao shackles extended tentacles, piercing painfully into his divine soul. Even with Hongyun's divine soul strength, he couldn't help but let out a cry, utterly unable to endure such pain. What torment, what divine soul refining was trivial compared to this. Not daring to hesitate, Hongyun hurriedly began to operate the primordial power, splitting the chaos repeatedly. However, the pressure of the chaos was so overwhelming that he needed to split it more than 10 times just to ensure the chaos would not heal. Fortunately, Hongjun had left him a primordial treasure, otherwise Hongyun estimated he would have to split the chaos hundreds of times to truly open up a section of the chaotic region. After arranging Hongyun at the primordial barrier, Hongjun returned to the primordial chaos. This time he obtained 3 primordial treasures, 7 chaotic spirit treasures, and 33 innate treasures from Hongyun. As for innate spirit treasures, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, there were even more, countless in number. Additionally, there were various primordial demon blood Tao techniques, Tao laws, and the essence of heaven and earth. It must be said that Hongyun's system is indeed quite wealthy. Compared to the system of the dear man, it is infinite. After integrating the essence of heaven and earth into the primordial world, Hongjun began to comprehend those Tao or laws. This time among the Taos obtained, 3 have truly reached perfection. This is somewhat astonishing. Counting the ones that were already perfect, there are 53 perfect Taos in the primordial chaos. Hongjun's gaze was profound, as if containing stars unfathomable. He faintly realized that perhaps when he perfects all 3,000 Taos, he could transcend. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, the Eastern King had quietly returned to Penglai Island and summoned all his subordinates together. Previously in the chaos, although ambushed by the Qin Emperor, he still carved a bloody path, making the Qin Emperor dare not pursue. Your Majesty, Emperor Jun has issued a kill order, searching for your whereabouts everywhere. That Tunshin ancestor has already defected to the heavenly court. He is truly shameless. Your Majesty, my celestial court is being targeted everywhere. We do not dare to show our faces, and many powerful beings have directly lost contact. What should we do? One by one the powerful beings spoke, their faces showing a hint of bitterness. Even they do not dare to appear now, fearing that they would be directly suppressed by the strong from the heavenly court. The Eastern King, upon hearing this, remained completely unperturbed. His return this time is to unify the primordial chaos and eliminate all opposing forces. Listening to the grievances of the celestial court, the Eastern King disdainfully said, the calamity has come. Those few golden crows won't last long. This time I called you all here. I plan to establish a new celestial court. A new celestial court? What does the celestial emperor mean? The Eastern King smiled coldly and said, the reason the heavenly court is known as the heavenly court is that it has the 33 heavens bestowed by the Tao, thus justifying its name. Our celestial court has never been recognized because we have no territory. It is akin to one being recognized and the other being private. Anyone with sense would know which side to stand on. As he spoke, the Eastern King was spirited and grand, as if swallowing the world. He had already received the system's rewards, vowing to establish a 36 heavens that surpasses the heavenly court. The Eastern King faced the sky above Penglai Island and shouted, open. In the next moment the clouds rolled and the rosy light soared, revealing ethereal celestial palaces. Celestial sounds resounded throughout the 8 wildernesses, and wisps of celestial energy filled the primordial chaos. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the 36 celestial palaces manifested, shocking the hearts of all. At this moment, nearly all the powerful beings in the primordial chaos felt it in their hearts, looking towards Penglai Island. How could the Tao manifest another celestial court even grander than the heavenly court? First the heavenly court, then the celestial court. Isn't this chaos? The Eastern King laughed heartily, stepping into the 36 heavens, sitting upon the celestial emperor's throne. At this moment his aura shocked the primordial chaos. Late stage of Quasi-Saint. Countless powerful beings gasped, taking a deep breath. Kunlun Mountain. The three Pure Ones exchanged glances, slightly frowning. Dammy. Someone got ahead of them again. Were these guys the illegitimate children of the Heavenly Tao? This left the three Pure Ones, being the true lineage of Pengu, quite displeased. Tongtian stroked his chin and pondered, could it be that the East King is actually the true protagonist of the Heavenly Realm? Yuan Shi disdainfully replied, what protagonist of the Heavenly Realm? We are destined to become saints, and with the laws bestowed upon us by our master and the primordial purple energy, we will surpass this guy sooner or later. Laozi also shook his head and said, just focus on your cultivation. Our ultimate goal is to cultivate the laws, eliminate the three corpses, and attain the Taoist saints. So, what if he is the leader of the male immortals? Without becoming a saint, he is but an ant. What about the ancient deities and the three clans of Longon? How glorious they were, but what remains now? In the west, the eyes of Junti were nearly bloodshot. The 36 heavens were simply more magnificent than the 33 heavens of the demon clan. These 36 heavens had towering peaks densely arranged, filled with immortal energy, and the celestial palaces were ethereal. Even a quasi-saint could not create such a realm. A quasi-saint might be able to open up an ordinary great thousand realms, but a heavenly realm like this was perhaps something only a saint could achieve. Zundi's eyes gleamed as he smiled and said, Senior brother, do you think we could move this 36 celestial court to our west? Jiane pondered and replied, with our current strength that is certainly impossible unless we become saints ourselves. Not to mention the East King would never allow us to tamper with the 36 celestial court. Junti nodded in agreement, saying, indeed we need to think this through. You senior brother stay in the west while I junior brother will head to the east to devise a plan. Currently the celestial court and the heavenly court were at odds, not to mention the witch clan and the Qin emperor. These are all opportunities. If we don't plan well, it would be a disservice to the wisdom crystal above my head. If the great powers of the wilderness had differing thoughts, then within the heavenly court Emperor Jun was practically fuming. How could it be that the heavenly Tao so blatantly favored that East King? Opening a great thousand realm was something a quasi-saint could do, but to open up 36 layers of such realms together, who besides the heavenly Tao could manage that in the wilderness? Is it just because he is an anomaly of the wilderness that they want to exclude me so? Emperor Jun's heart was filled with anger, wishing he could immediately confront Hongjun in the Zishu Palace. He glanced toward the celestial court just in time to collide gazes with the East King, igniting sparks between them. It seemed the entire wilderness could feel the confrontation between the two latest quasi-saints. Emperor Jun snorted coldly without wasting words. He looked at Baizhe and said, Baizhe, go summon the Shi Emperor and the Wa Emperor to the heavenly court to discuss important matters. He had initially thought the East King would be easy to extinguish, but now that the East King had the support of the heavenly Tao, he feared he could not suppress him with his own strength. Meanwhile, above the celestial court, the East King wore an expression of pride. He knew this move would anger Emperor Jun, but the East King did not fear challenges. Looking at the many great powers in the hall who were still in shock, the East King mocked, the East King have 10 celestial lords, and I never expected only 3 to show up. What a joke. At that moment, a great power hurriedly arrived, congratulating, Your Majesty, I apologize for being late, please punish me. The East King was aware of his intentions and coldly laughed, saying, You came to take advantage of my increased fortunes with the appearance of these 36 heavens, didn't you? At this moment, a Delua with flickering eyes stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, it is rumored that this fellow has been flirting with the strong ones from the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, that great power immediately became furious and hurriedly defended himself, Absolutely not. That was merely a past acquaintance. I implore the Celestial Emperor to see clearly and not be deceived by treachery. But the East King would not believe it, sneering, Guards, take him out and behead him. Does he think I, the East King, am a fool? However, the other great powers in the Celestial Court quickly interceded, saying, Your Majesty, please do not. This is all mere rumor without evidence. Do not impose a heavy punishment. Yes, yes. Your Majesty, if you act this way, who would dare to come to our celestial court in the future? Please retract your order. Upon hearing this, the East King's expression immediately turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, Are you questioning me, the Emperor? This. A group of great powers fell silent, merely speaking the truth. Seeing them too intimidated to retort, the East King grew even more disdainful and said lightly, In that case you may all leave. He did not need these fickle supporters. The great powers' faces changed at his words, quickly saying, Your Majesty, we are merely. But before they could finish, a strong killing intent filled the hall from the East King. The East King coldly declared, Leave or die. As soon as he said this, the many great powers felt their scalps tingle, and none dared to linger any longer. In a flash, more than 90% of the strong ones in the celestial court had left. Looking at the silent great powers, the East King snorted, proclaimed to the wilderness, We do not want these fickle supporters in our celestial court. The East King had already made up his mind. His celestial court valued quality over quantity. What use were many de Luoa? With his strength at latest age quasi-saint, he could break myriad laws. This is how the original work is: do not criticize. In a short time, the East King, who had become almost a lone commander, felt quite pleased, believing his celestial court was grand and only accepted loyal elites. Other great powers of the wilderness, upon hearing of the East King's bold maneuver, were stunned. Previously, although the celestial court did not have many great powers, there were still about 30 or 40. but now only 3 remained. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Fushi were discussing how to deal with the East King. Upon hearing this news, the two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Emperor Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the East King had become a pawn of the heavenly Tao and would be his greatest obstacle. But now it seemed he had been overthinking. Even with the strength of latest age Kwasa Saint, this person was still a fool. "Shi Emperor, what do you think should be done about the East King?" Emperor Jun inquired. Fushi thought of how Emperor Jun had even given him the primordial purple energy and respectfully said, "Your Majesty once mentioned that you had comprehended a peerless great formation. Could you elaborate?" Emperor Jun's heart stirred and he immediately replied, "This formation is the great formation of the heavenly stars, which I comprehended from the river diagram and Luo book. It requires 365 de Luo strong ones to arrange. Once set up, it can even contend with saints." Fushi nodded and said, "That's right. Your Majesty could recruit the de Luo strong ones expelled by the East King, gather 365 de Luo, open up a spatial anomaly, quietly set up the great formation of the heavenly stars, and then invite the East King for a duel." Given the East King's character, even knowing he was at a disadvantage, he would definitely not refuse. Emperor Jun laughed heartily and said, "That makes sense. We can use this East King to test the might of the great formation of the heavenly stars. This great formation is the improved great formation of the heavenly stars from the system, with each flag being an innate spiritual treasure. At full power, it can even counter saints." Dong Wanggong established the celestial court of 36 heavens, determined to overshadow Dijun's 33 heavens. Dijun, unwilling to yield, planned to annihilate Dong Wanggong using the Zhoutian star array. But first he intended to deal with several despicable figures residing upon the moon star. She, destined by heaven as his celestial empress, could never tolerate others laying claim to her. Having settled matters of the celestial court, Dijun turned directly to Nuwa and declared, "Wan Huang, I have attained profound insight. I now comprehend the true essence of the heavenly marriage." Upon hearing this, Nuwa paused in astonishment, then recalled the Tao ancestors' earlier words on the subject. "Your Majesty's meaning is?" she asked swiftly. Dijun smiled faintly. "I was born of the sun star, pure yang, utmost firmness, thus ordained sovereign of the celestial court. Yet solitary yang cannot endure. The celestial court requires a celestial empress as well." Nuwa instantly grasped the celestial portent, her mind alight with revelation. She nodded and replied, "Indeed, the moon star has given birth to 2 divine goddesses, manifestations of its primordial essence. They are fit to serve as celestial empresses of our court." Their exchange clarified the celestial mandate in an instant. Dijun added, "I ask you, Sister Nuwa, to present this token as betrothal gift and act as my matchmaker." Naturally, Nuwa accepted without hesitation, for upon solemnizing the heavenly marriage, her red embroidered ball would ascend into a virtue supreme treasure. She took from Dijun's hand a silvery lunar disc and recoiled inwardly. A primordial supreme treasure. Her breath caught. How could Dijun possess so many such artifacts? Dijun affirmed, "Correct, this is the Haoyu divine disc." It had been granted by the celestial system itself, choosing to align with the heavenly Tao and fulfill the heavenly marriage would bestow both the Great Sun divine disc and the Haoyu divine disc, 2 primordial supreme treasures. When wielded in unison, these twin treasures unleashed power beyond measure, surpassing even that of any single primordial supreme treasure. Nuwa felt deep admiration. Dijun was truly extraordinary, resisting even the temptation of attaining sagehood. Soon Nuwa arrived at the Moonstar. There Tai, Hutong, Wushan, and Xiangba, the 4 Transmigrators, were vying for Shihi's favor, showering her with honeyed flattery. Beside them Chang Shi stood, fuming, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. How dare these brutes covet my... Their vulgar speech was utterly contemptible, yet Shihi seemed to relish it, deepening Chang Shi's sorrow. When had her sister changed? She had already warned Shihi plainly these men lusted only after her body, yet Shihi appeared not to hear, continuing instead to tease Tai and the others. She understood Chang Shi's warnings perfectly, but how could she possibly dismiss them now? These Transmigrators possessed astonishing riches, primordial spirit treasures, even primordial supreme treasures, dispensed as freely as common trinkets. Within mere years she had already acquired 3 primordial supreme treasures, and over a dozen primordial spirit treasures, from them alone, let alone countless other artifacts. These native cultivators of the Chaos Era were simply too gullible. Shihi savored the thought, pondering how best to test the limits of these newcomers. At that very moment Nuwa's aura manifested beyond the Moonstar. "Sister Shihi, Sister Chang Shi, I Nuwa pay you a respectful visit. Pray grant me audience." Tai and the others exchanged glances, eyes alight. Another goddess of the Chaos Era, and one destined to become a Tao sage. Hu Teng immediately declared, "Brothers, please wait. I shall personally welcome Sister Nuwa inside." Before the words faded, Hu Teng had vanished. Tai turned to Shihi, voice low and urgent, "Sister Shihi, you see, his intentions are impure. He feigns devotion to you, yet seeks even Sister Nuwa's favor." Wushan nodded gravely. "Precisely, he is nothing but a lecherous rogue." Seizing Hu Teng's absence, the Transmigrators launched a merciless barrage of scorn against him. Moments later Nuwa entered the Moon Palace. Her expression serene and distant, she dismissed the Transmigrators entirely, then addressed Shihi, whose brow was furrowed in quiet confusion. "Sister Shihi, I come today as a matchmaker." "A matchmaker?" The words struck like thunder. Could Nuwa be arranging a marriage for her brother Fushi? None knew yet that the sibling duo had already pledged allegiance to the celestial court. Nuwa shook her head. Solitary yang cannot generate life. Isolated yin cannot sustain growth. This is the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. Our celestial sovereign Dijun embodies ultimate yang. You sister, she emanate from the moon star, the embodiment of ultimate yin. Thus I am here to propose the heavenly marriage fulfilling cosmic harmony. This primordial supreme treasure serves as betrothal gift. As she spoke, the silvery how you divine disk shimmered into being before them. Changshi bounded forward, eyes sparkling. Elder sister, another primordial supreme treasure. Nuwa blinked in surprise. Another. Were such treasures truly so commonplace? Meanwhile, Shi's Mo goddess system chimed anew. Marry him. Marrying Dijun is a tremendous opportunity. He will make you celestial empress. Cultivate your ideal husband. Now is the perfect moment. She ignored the system outright and declined. Sister Nuwa, forgive me. I bear no prior bond with Dijun and thus cannot accept the title of celestial empress. Please convey my refusal to His Majesty. Marriage. Absolutely out of the question. She was and always would be a man of unwavering masculinity. No primordial supreme treasure could sway him. Nuwa faltered, bewildered. This defied all logic. A union between the moon goddess and the sun sovereign was not merely auspicious, it was ordained by the heavenly Tao itself, harmonizing cosmic forces with flawless legitimacy. Under normal circumstances, she had no rational reason or capacity to refuse. Nuwa pressed gently. Sister Shihi, this alliance benefits both you and Dijun profoundly. Upon solemnizing the heavenly marriage, heavenly virtue will descend, granting you the chance to sever a corpse and ascend to the rank of quasi-sage. Shihi rejected the offer without hesitation. He would not trade an entire forest for a single tree, not even for Dijun, and certainly not bear golden crows as offspring. Seeing his resolve, Nuwa found herself at a loss. A suspicion stirred. Had Shihi formed some entanglement with these Leaving the Moonstar, Nuwa reported the outcome directly to Dijun. He erupted in fury, needing no explanation to deduce the truth. Tai and his ilk had sabotaged the proposal. He seized the Hayu divine disc from Nuwa's hands and shot toward the Moonstar. In moments, an overwhelming aura descended, crushing absolute, causing the entire Moonstar to tremble. Quasi-sage late stage, Dijun himself. The Transmigrators paled. Had Dijun abandoned all dignity? Was he not preoccupied with Dong Wanggong and the demon clans? Tai hesitated, reason urged flight, yet his gaze lingered upon Shihi's radiant beauty, unwilling to depart. What if he fled and Dijun claimed Shihi in his absence? She had not yet ascended to quasi-sagehood, how could she withstand his tyrannical might? Dijun had usurped his celestial sovereignty and now sought to steal his beloved. Unbearable. A wave of searing green heat surged through Taiyi's skull. Hu Ting and the others shared the same torment, trapped between survival and desire, torn between life and love. Shihi's heart lurched. Why had Dijun come? Had her refusal provoked his wrath? They had scarcely met since parting at Zishao Palace. Could he truly be here to force a wedding? At the thought, Shihi's face drained of color. Good heavens, if Dijun attempted a forced marriage, should he resist? Or hold fast to defiance unto death? And if he resisted, would Dijun strike him down? The expression of Shiha, pale and distressed, evoked a sense of pity among the several time travelers. Sierra was truly unfortunate. He had to thwart the schemes of the heavenly Tao for her. What kind of heavenly marriage is this? Even if it were to be confirmed, it should be between him and Sierra. The Wushan slammed his chest and declared, Sierra, don't worry, even if Dijun himself comes, he won't dare to act recklessly on the Tyne Star. As he spoke, the Wushan transformed into his true form, stepping out of the Tyne Star. At this moment his power had surpassed that of the Great, which, having comprehended the laws of force comparable to a quasi-saint. One could say he was the 13th ancestor of the Witch clan. Although the other 12 ancestors were still unaware of this news, his strength was not inferior to that of the other ancestors. The Wushan stood before Dijun, his expression filled with rage, as he said, Dijun, the Tyne Star does not welcome you. He should have said a more forceful get lost, but his strength did not permit it. However, he wasn't worried. As an ancestor, which if he were to set up the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation with the 12 ancestors, even Dijun would have to suffer a bitter end. But upon hearing this, Dijun looked at the witch before him with disdain and slapped him directly. The true form of an ancestor, which was immensely powerful, yet Dijun possessed the strength of a late quasi-saint. That slap, even without using full force, sent the Wushan flying crashing through countless spaces and vanishing. After slapping the Wushan away, Dijun sneered, what a joke, even Dijun wouldn't dare to be so insolent towards me. The Wushan arrived quickly but left even faster. If it weren't for Dijun's desire not to leave a domineering impression on Shiha, he might have killed the Wushan outright. The Wushan, having been slapped away, was now in a furious rage. The physical harm was minimal, but the psychological damage was severe. How could it be that he, a dignified time traveler, was subjected to such humiliation? This Dijun had already fallen out with Tai, yet dared to act so brazenly, it was truly abominable. The Wushan glared at the direction of the Tyne Star, gritted his teeth, and decided not to return but to seek help from the Panga Hall. Meanwhile, the other time travelers on the Tyne Star were also terrified by Dijun's overwhelming presence. What the hell was Dijun really so unreasonable? The Wuxian was not weak, at least he was not weaker than them. Yet facing Dijuan, he felt like an ant. At the same time, Dijuan tore through the defenses of the Tine Star and appeared before everyone. Gazing at the stunning Shiha, Dijuan quickly reigned in his domineering aura and his eyes softened. This woman was destined to be his empress, not to be defiled by anyone else. Dijuan spoke gently, Shiha, my friend, I am the Heavenly Emperor ruling over all demonkind destined to achieve Tao. I now seek your hand in marriage as the Heavenly Emperor, offering this innate supreme treasure as a token. As he spoke, a silver-white divine wheel appeared in Daijin's hand. It was the Hao Yue divine wheel. Normally a courtship would involve additional steps, but Dijuan had chosen to skip those. He intended to take decisive action. His meaning was clear. He was warning these fellows that Shiha was already taken. If not for Shiha, he would have obliterated these individuals right now. Upon hearing this, Tai was immediately taken aback and shouted angrily, who do you think you are? How could Shiha possibly be interested in you? Dijuan did not respond, merely casting a cold glance at Tai, causing him to fall silent. Tai's face darkened, but he felt that if he were to say anything more, he might provoke Daijin's wrath. Daijin's expression was gentle as he turned to Shiha and asked, what do you think, Shiha? Shiha, upon hearing this, was filled with conflict. How should she refuse? If she declined, would she be resented? The several time travelers were internally shouting, but they did not dare to intervene. They were not foolish. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. In the heavens above, Hongjun, who was quietly observing, could hardly suppress a laugh. After understanding the background of these individuals, Hongjun was somewhat taken aback. After a moment's thought, he decided to help Dijuan. He directly manifested in the heavens, coldly stating, lonely Yin does not exist, a lonely Yang does not give birth. Shiha can be the empress of the heavenly court, and within 10,000 years the heavenly marriage will be established. Upon hearing this, Dijuan was overjoyed. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Tao ancestor, for your support. Although he knew this was a scheme of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't help but think, please bring on more of these schemes. Meanwhile, the other time travelers were so furious that they felt as if their lungs would explode. They sensed a green haze above their heads, making their hearts uneasy. Dijuan, along with the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, was utterly despicable. One time traveler after another wished to pierce a hole in the heavens, but for now they could only seethe with rage. Shiha was equally filled with unwillingness, ready to refuse. Her marriage should be her own decision, the heavenly Tao should not interfere. However, Hongjun seemed to sense this and directed his cold, indifferent gaze at Shiha. This was a marriage bestowed by the heavenly Tao. If she were to refuse, the next moment the divine thunder of the purple clouds would likely descend upon her. Shiha felt like crying with This was a marriage bestowed by the heavenly Tao. If she were to refuse, the next moment the divine thunder of the purple clouds would likely descend upon her. Shiha felt like crying without tears. Did she really have to bear a child with Dijuan? After Hongjun set the heavenly marriage for Dijuan, he disappeared. He believed that as long as Shiha did not wish to become Daijin's empress, she would surely need the strength to control her own fate. To control her own fate, at the very least, she had to achieve the level of mixed origin. As for the other time travelers who did not want green above their heads, they certainly would not let Dijuan off the hook. Hongjun's actions were meant to further ignite their conflicts, forcing them to rapidly increase their strength. With a millennium of time and a system by their side, achieving the Tao of mixed origin would be easy. In fact, just after Dijuan left, the time travelers on the Tine Star were filled with rage, nearly shouting out loud. If Dijuan were to take Shiha away, they might as well find a tofu to crash into. Shiha, with tearful eyes and a pitiful expression, pleaded, what should I do? I really don't want to marry Dijuan. Although the system had always wanted her to find a husband, she truly could not overcome that mental barrier. Tai, upon hearing this, had a grim expression and gritted his teeth, saying, let's go, I will take you away. We will head deep into the chaos and never return. For Shiha, he was willing to give up everything. However, before Tai could finish speaking, his system had already become anxious. What a joke, if you go to the chaos, what will I do? I brought you to the Hongwang to compete for its source, not to engage in love affairs. Tai's system directly triggered a choice task. Congratulations, host, for triggering a choice task. Choice 1, take Shiha and flee into the chaos, never to return, or reward no progress in cultivation pursued by Dijuan and Hongjun. Choice 2, give up Shiha. A real man should prioritize his career, or reward a chaotic spirit treasure, 3 fragments of laws, and 100 million merit. Choice 3, forcefully steal the marriage, humiliating Dijuan, a reward 3 fragments of laws, and 100 million merit. Upon hearing this, Tai was overjoyed. The system had finally issued another choice task, and this time the rewards were even more astonishing. The second choice not only offered a chaotic spirit treasure, but also law fragments and abundant merit. It was overwhelmingly generous. Was Hitai finally about to rise? But he could never give up on Shiha. Hitai was a man of feelings and righteousness, choosing to forcefully steal the marriage. As for Dijuan, he still thought he could have a heavenly marriage. Hongjun only stated that Shiha would be the empress, but did not specify whose empress she would be. Hitai was also a golden crow, the utmost yang. Why couldn't he replace Dijuan and become the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court? In his heart, Tai silently set a small goal for himself to eliminate Dijuan and take his place. And it was not just him. Hu Tang and Xiangba also set similar goals. As a dignified time traveler, why couldn't he replace Dijuan? Hu Tang and Xiangba initially planned to keep a low profile, but now that the goddess was about to be stolen, there was no point in being low-key. They absolutely could not allow a green haze to loom above their heads. On the Tyne Star, Tai and the others assured Shihi one after another, Sierra, rest assured, I will not let Dijun's conspiracy succeed. They appeared confident as if they had a complete solution. However, Shihi did not take their words to heart. He knew this was all part of the heavenly Daos scheme of what could Tai and the others do. Therefore, he needed to grow stronger. Xiaomeng, how can I become stronger? Cultivate. I mean how to become stronger quickly, preferably to achieve the Tao of Hunyuan within 10,000 years. Host, you may consider wandering in the Honghuang, visiting some ancient ruins to sign in. You might gain unexpected benefits. Upon hearing this, Shihi understood. Indeed, he was a system traveler. How could he be bound by the heavenly Daos fate? He certainly did not want to have a little golden crow with Dijun. In 10,000 years, who knew what level of cultivation he would reach? After sending Tai and the others away, Shihi asked Changshi to keep an eye on the Tyne Star while he traveled through the Honghuang in search of opportunities. Meanwhile, Dijun returned to the heavenly court, unable to hide the joy on his face. Nuwa saw his expression and knew that things were settled. However, she was very puzzled since, when she left, she had decisively rejected her. Dijun did not explain and said to Nuwa, 3,000 years later, I will marry Shihi, and I will trouble the Wang Emperor to preside over our wedding. In 3,000 years, he planned to eliminate all potential threats and become the true heavenly emperor. He wanted Shihi to willingly marry him. Nuwa nodded with a smile and said, that is natural, but Tai and the others will surely not give up on Shihi so easily. Dijun sneered, a bunch of worthless fish and shrimp. I already have my plans. No matter if it was Tai Qingdi or that Wu Shen and Hu Ting, he would not allow them to live until 3,000 years later. He didn't believe these guys could stay at the Tyne Star without leaving. On the side of the Wu clan, Wu Shen returned and was completely stunned. Because at this moment, besides the 12 ancestral witches, there was another ancestral witch. But this ancestral witch was not him. Di Jiang laughed heartily. Wu Shen, you brat, finally came back. I thought you were— Wu Shen. I just had some opportunities in the Honghuang and was delayed for a few days. Chang Liang stepped forward and slapped Wu Shen on the head, laughing. You really came back at the right time. Let me tell you some great news. Our Wu clan has gained another ancestral witch. As he spoke, Chang Liang directly brought Qin Lang over and said, Qin Lang, this is our Wu clan strategist. Wu Shen, come get to know each other. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang sized up Wu Shen and felt something was off. The Wu clan actually had a strategist. It was said that Wu Shen was indispensable for the current achievements of the Wu clan. Although there were no legends about Wu Shen in the Honghuang, Qin Lang did not think too much about it. After all, as the first clan of the Honghuang, it was not surprising for the countless Wu clan to produce a few wise men. Moreover, those like Qin Di and Hu Teng were all different from the Honghuang novels he had read. Clearly this was the true Honghuang world. How could it be summarized by a few novels? Qin Lang cupped his hands and said, Qin Lang, I greet brother Wu Shen. Beside him, Zhu Rong immediately introduced Qin Lang's legendary experiences and Wu Shen's uniqueness. Listening to this, Qin Lang couldn't help but find it interesting. This Wu Shen was actually nurtured alongside the ancestral witches, but was born later than the other great witches. This guy was indeed a miracle of the Wu clan. However, at this moment, Wu Shen looked at Qin Lang with some suspicion. Good fellow, could it be that the Panga mystic art given by the system worked, allowing even ordinary Wu clan members to reach the quasi-saint level? According to Chang Liang, Qin Lang was originally an ordinary battle witch, but because he attended a lecture by Hongjun with Hutu along with some other opportunities, he managed to attain the body of an ancestral witch. Although this Qin Lang's experience was somewhat legendary, it also indicated that ordinary Wu clan members had opportunities to cultivate into Hunyuan golden immortals. Wu Shen felt a slight excitement and kept saying good things. He was happily thinking that if they had 3,000 ancestral witches standing outside the Dishinshinsha Great Formation they set up, could potentially scare Hongjun to death. Thinking of this, Wu Shen directly laughed and said, not bad, not bad. Now our Wu clan has 14 ancestral witches. Why not take action against that Dijun from the heavenly court first? Upon hearing this, Xian Ming was taken aback and asked in confusion, 14. Wu Shen replied proudly, indeed, I have also advanced to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As he spoke, a powerful aura filled the Panga Hall, even distorting the surrounding space. Everyone saw this and was overjoyed. Indeed, it was the blessing of the Father God. Wu Shen thought for a moment and added, there is another piece of good news. I have improved the Dishinshinsha Great Formation over the years. It no longer requires precisely 12 ancestral witches to activate it. Di Jiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly inquired, what do you mean? Wu Shen smiled and said, at least 2 people can form the formation, and there is no upper limit. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly delighted. Their Wu clan now had 14 ancestral witches. If they could set up the Dishinshinsha Great Formation, what could the Yao clan use to compete with them? The 12-person Dishinshinsha Great Formation was already invincible below the saint level, how much more so with 14 people. Just as Dijun and Tai were turning against each other, and the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation had not yet taken shape, they could annihilate those Yao clan members in one fell swoop. Even if they couldn't eradicate the heavenly court, they would at least eliminate their viable forces. Zhu Rong recalled the scene of being violently beaten by Dijun and could no longer hold back, shouting, let's go, we are going to tear that mixed feathered bird apart right now. Wuxian quickly said, no rush, we still need to gather the Wu clan brethren and annihilate the Yao clan together. The Wu clan and the Yao clan had long-standing grudges, and now that the Wu clan had such powerful strength, could they still allow the Yao clan, their traditional enemy, to grow? Moreover, once he eliminated the Yao clan and killed Di Jun, he might even win Shihi's heart. With this in mind, Wuxian's desire to eliminate the Yao clan became even stronger. With 14 ancestral witches leading a large group of Wu clan members, they marched toward the Heavenly Court with great momentum. At the Heavenly Court's gate, they were directly smashed by Zhu Rong's punch. A Yao god angrily shouted, daring Wu clan, what do you want to do? A large group of Wu clan members, dense and numerous, at least battle witches, clearly came with ill intentions. Zhu Rong licked his lips and grinned, I am going to kill you all. Before the words fell, he directly reached out a hand. The unfortunate Yao god, though, at the late stage of Deluo, had no ability to resist against Zhu Rong and was captured directly. Flames surged in Zhu Rong's palm, and soon the aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the air. The Yao god screamed in agony, but soon lost his breath, his soul incinerated by the laws of fire. A Deluo golden immortal with 3 flowers gathering 5 chi to return to the origin already had his physical substance perfected. His flesh was certainly more delicious than any genius treasure. The true form of this Yao god was a grotesque fierce long worm covered in poisonous spines. Zhu Rong did not mind and swiftly divided this Yao god into 14 pieces for the other ancestral witches to share. This brutal scene terrified everyone present in the Heavenly Court. It was too brutal. A dignified latest-stage Deluo golden immortal was actually divided and consumed. The Wu clan was clearly going to turn against the Yao clan completely. The demon clan's powerful beings crawled away in panic, lacking the courage to obstruct. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft were unconcerned, simply waiting here. Deep within the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun, who was in seclusion, was stirred by the intrusion of the heavenly generals. A golden immortal of the demon clan, trembling with fear, said, Your Majesty, it's not good. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft have joined forces to attack the heavens, and Lord Mo Jiang was directly devoured by them. Dismemberment. What gall! Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was instantly enraged. Did they really think he feared the witch clan and did not dare to act against them? He simply did not want to fall into the schemes of the heavenly Dao. Though infuriated, Emperor Jun also understood that the 12 ancestors of witchcraft dared to come to the Heavenly Court. Surely they had some backing. He hastily said, quickly summon Shi Huang and Wu Huang. Before his words fell, Emperor Jun's figure had already appeared before the Heavenly Gate. Looking at the ancestors of witchcraft still gnawing on the corpse of the demon god Mo Jiang, his face turned ashen. It was truly tragic for the grand demon gods of the Heavenly Court to be reduced to food. Emperor Jun bellowed, Emperor Jiang, do you think this emperor cannot kill you? The ancestors of witchcraft showed no fear at his words. At this time they had come prepared. After years of cultivation, their strength had grown even more formidable, and they were better acquainted with the great array of heavenly gods. Besides, with the presence of the pollution god and Qin Lang, could they not kill this mixed-feathered bird, Emperor Jun? The pollution god sneered and said, Emperor Jun, do not think that because you possess the strength of a latest-stage quasi saint you can bully my witch clan. On the Tyne Star you attacked me when I was alone and unprepared, but unfortunately I am not fated to die today. This is your day of reckoning. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft were furious. How dare Emperor Jun attack their clan's wise man? He deserved to die. Emperor Jun looked at the pollution god and disdainfully said, Attack you. Do you really think so highly of yourself? If I wanted to kill you, could you still be alive until now? The pollution god felt a strong sense of humiliation at these words, wondering what kind of gaze that was. As a dignified ancestor of witchcraft, how could he be deemed unworthy? Emperor Jiang directly coldly shouted, Emperor Jun, it's useless to say anything. If you have the guts, come in. As he spoke, Emperor Jiang tore apart a section of space and leaped inside. Hongjun had set the rule that they could not directly unleash quasi-saint power during the chaos, and they dared not break it. The other ancestors of witchcraft cast a scornful glance at Emperor Jun before stepping into the space. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, or rather the 14 ancestors, were enveloped in laws, and a terrifying phantom of Pangu appeared, alarming the entire chaos. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's heart sank. The shadow of being killed by Pangu's phantom flashed in his mind. In such a short time, the Heavenly Court had yet to gather the 365 Great Luo, making it impossible to set up the great array of heavenly stars. Meanwhile, Fuxi and Yua arrived together, their expressions slightly solemn. They knew that joining the Heavenly Court would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Witch Clan, but they did not expect that day to come so soon. Emperor Jun inquired, Shi Huang, what do you think this emperor should do? Without complete assurance, he truly did not want to confront these barbaric witch clans. Fuxi smiled wryly and said, the power of the great array of heavenly gods is unmatched, difficult to contend with below the saint level. Unless we set up the great array of heavenly stars, there is no chance of victory. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's face turned ashen. Could it be that he, the dignified heavenly emperor, would have to concede? If he conceded, he would become a laughingstock. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang, causing Emperor Jun's expression to shift from sunny to cloudy in an instant. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice task. Choice 1, concede, reward the Bagua Divine Turtle Array. A Choice 2, absolutely do not concede, reward the 3 Talents Wuxiang Array. The The Bagua Divine Turtle Array with unmatched defense requires 8 Quasi-Saints to set it up and can withstand a Saint's attack. The 3 Talents Wuxiang Array with unmatched defense requires 3 Quasi-Saints to set it up and can unleash a Saint's strike at its peak. Conceding was not an option, he could never concede in this lifetime. Emperor Jun hastily asked, if I set up the 3 Talents Wuxiang Array with Fuxi and Yua, will it be able to withstand the great array of heavenly gods? With the strength of the 3 hosts, the 3 Talents Wuxiang Array can unleash the power of a complete Quasi-Saint. A complete Quasi-Saint, huh? Emperor Jun pondered the strength of a complete Quasi-Saint plus his innate supreme treasure might indeed be able to withstand the great array of heavenly stars. He did not believe that he could not withstand a single strike. Thinking of this, Emperor Jun directly told his plan to Fuxi. Upon hearing this, Fuxi's eyes lit up. This 3 Talents Wuxiang Array could actually elevate Emperor Jun's strength to that of a complete Quasi-Saint. This formation was not inferior to the great array of heavenly stars. More importantly, it required 3 Quasi-Saints, and they just happened to have 3 here. Yua hesitated for a moment, but seeing her brother eager to try, she pouted and said nothing more. At the same time, a rough voice came from deep within the space. Emperor Jun, you don't mean to concede, do you, eh? What kind of pathetic heavenly emperor are you? Just a feathered beast, yet you still want to defecate on my head. Come, let's battle for 300 rounds. In an instant, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft mocked continuously. Their voices echoed throughout the heavenly court, forcing Emperor Jun into a position where he had no choice but to respond. According to the pollution god, this was an open scheme Emperor Jun had to engage. Seeing that Fuxi and Yua had no objections, Emperor Jun coldly said, I hope you can still laugh later. As long as he could withstand one strike from the Phantom of Panga, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft would be no more than fish on the chopping block. With Fuxi and Yua, Emperor Jun stepped directly into the space opened by Emperor Jiang. Meanwhile, some powerful beings from the chaos quietly approached the heavenly court, secretly anticipating. It seemed that the witch clan and the heavenly court would inevitably suffer losses. However, this time it seemed that Emperor Jun was in grave danger. Tai looked at the battling Emperor Jun, internally sneering, thinking he was truly overestimating himself. Did he not learn enough from the last lesson? Similarly, Hu Ting and the other traversers had similar thoughts, quietly watching this battle, waiting for Emperor Jun's downfall. Juan Ti and Jia Yin had already arrived near the heavenly court, eager to take action. Of course, they were not interested in the witch clan or the demon clan, but rather in the innate supreme treasure on Emperor Jun. They had no choice compared to the 3 purities and others. Their brotherhood was truly poor, having only one innate supreme treasure. However, they were somewhat worried what if Emperor Jun were resurrected by the heavenly Tao again. In their view, Emperor Jun's ability to die and be reborn was definitely due to the work of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, as Emperor Jun, Fuxi and Yua stepped into the space opened by Emperor Jiang, some powerful beings from the witch clan could no longer hold back. They held and charged directly at the demon gods of the heavenly court. They were not here merely to cheer, they were here to annihilate the heavenly court. In an instant, a torrential rain of blood fell and countless killings ensued. The fierce battle nearly engulfed the entire heavenly court. Every moment witnessed the fall of powerful beings. Emperor Jun sensed the situation in the heavenly court, and his expression changed slightly. But before he could speak, he saw the 12 ancestors of witchcraft setting up the great array of heavenly gods, and a massive Phantom of Pangu emerged. The Phantom of Pangu reappeared. Time and space twisted, fate revealed itself. A terrifying shadow shattered through time and space, instilling fear in the beings of the primordial world. Facing the Phantom of Pangu once more, even though Emperor Jun felt a sense of certainty within, his complexion remained pale. This was Pangu, the leader of the 3,000 chaotic demons. Even as just a shadow, the aura was unimaginably terrifying. Emperor Jun shouted, form the array. As soon as he spoke, Fuxi and Yua flickered into motion and 3 brilliant runes ascended. Heaven and earth, the 3 talents of the Wuxiang Grand Array. Formless and shapeless, the true forms of Emperor Jun and the others seemed to have vanished from this time and space. Strange powers intertwined in the void. As the heavenly position was assumed by Emperor Jun, his form manifested and his aura surged dramatically. Peak Quasi-Saint perfection. Moreover, due to the fact that both Emperor Jun and Yua practiced the laws at this moment, Emperor Jun's aura had even surpassed that of an ordinary Quasi-Saint perfection. In the face of the axe that the Phantom of Pangu swung down, the heavenly Emperor sword in Emperor Jun's hand unleashed an unparalleled strike. Quasi-Saints had yet to transcend the fate of time and space, thus could not touch it. However, with the sword from Emperor Jun, the space was directly obliterated, distorting time and space, revealing a chaotic scene in this area. In silence, the strike of the Phantom of Pangu collided with Emperor Jun's sword. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings, a tremendous explosion in time and space suddenly occurred at the point of contact. A terrifying force swept through, annihilating all matter. This sudden change was unforeseen by the ancestral witches nor by Emperor Jun himself. However, as the Phantom of Pangu was slightly stronger, the direction of the explosive force swept towards Emperor Jun's side. Emperor Jun felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, his soul trembled, yet he had no chance to resist at this moment. This power had surpassed the Quasi-Saint, how could he withstand it? Then he vanished again. The remnants of this power swept towards Fuxi and Yua. Despair filled Fux's eyes. If even Emperor Jun could not resist, how could they as siblings withstand it? In his heart, Fuxi lamented had he known it would be like this, he would never have agreed to Emperor Jun's arrangement of the 3 talents grand array. It mattered little if he died, but what a pity to drag his sister, the future saint, into it. This power seemed like an invisible hand erasing everything in its path. Hongjun silently watched it all, somewhat at a loss for words. This power seemed like an invisible hand erasing everything in its path. Thus this power capable of annihilating any Kwasa saint brushed past Fuxi and Yua, yet only inflicted them with minor injuries. Fuxi, already in despair, felt the injuries within him and was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. Miraculously, they had escaped disaster. The siblings had indeed avoided calamity. Could it be that the power had diminished after slaying Emperor Jun, leaving only a fraction of its might? Looking towards the 14 ancestral witches, Fuxi and his sister could not help but reveal a chilling light. The ancestral witches were undoubtedly at their weakest now. At the same time, the faces of the more than 10 ancestral witches also appeared somewhat grim. They had not anticipated that summoning a blow from the Father God would only result in the demise of Emperor Jun. Before they could take action, they saw a phantasmal figure coalesce again at the spot where Emperor Jun had fallen. It was indeed Emperor Jun. Some powerful beings observing from the shadows hurriedly halted their steps. Though they had suspected it earlier, they still wished to cry out now. Was Emperor Jun truly impossible to kill? The Wuxian and the others from the witch clan were furious, nearly exploding with rage. The heavenly way was unjust. Did it truly wish for their witch clan and the monster clan to perish together? Hatred filled Wuxian's heart as he gazed up at the heavens. Hongjun watched silently, yet his heart was filled with some anticipation. Explode, rebel against the heavens. Unfortunately, the Wuxian system seemed somewhat ineffective, which disappointed Hongjun to some extent. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun's strength surged once more. At this moment, his 3 corpses had been completely severed and his true cultivation had evidently reached the late Kwasa Saint stage. Coupled with the enhancement of the Heavenly Emperor's throne, he now possessed the strength of a peak Kwasa Saint. Emperor Jun felt fortunate, having successfully resurrected once again. Indeed, he was the protagonist of destiny. Surviving great calamities brought great fortunes. If possible, he even wished to die a few more times to directly achieve the status of the primordial supreme golden immortal. However, he also knew that it all depended on luck. If he failed to trigger the rebirth law, would he not have no chance to even... Emperor Jun's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked towards Wuxian and the other ancestral witches, slowly speaking. In truth, this emperor does not wish to have a life-and-death struggle with your witch clan. Unfortunately, you have repeatedly forced this emperor, so do not blame him for being merciless. He had already decided to slay the 12 ancestral witches and annihilate the witch clan, leaving not a single one alive. As he finished his words, he waved his sleeve and powerful divine light sealed all spaces. Seeing this, Wuxian and the others' faces changed dramatically. In their shock and anger, their hearts were also filled with unwillingness. They had summoned the Phantom of Pangu once, but now their essence blood had been severely depleted, as summoning it again would almost certainly lead to death. Jerome roared, "Emperor Jun, you feathered bird, I will fight you to the end." As he spoke, laws of fire swirled around him, and he was ready to charge out and fight desperately. But at that moment, Qinlang blocked him, saying in a deep voice, "Elders, hold Emperor Jun back. I will be back soon." As he spoke, he flickered and attempted to break through Emperor Jun's seal and leave. To break the seal, he even revealed the fact that he possessed a nascent soul and directly used a piece of innate treasure. He had just received a system task to crush the Heavenly Emperor's throne. The Heavenly Emperor's throne was originally a symbol of the Heavenly Court's imperial position, capable of enhancing Emperor Jun's strength by a small realm. However, if he crushed the Heavenly Emperor's throne, not only would he receive 12 drops of Panda's marrow as a system reward, but he could also revert Emperor Jun to his original form. How splendid would that be? However, upon seeing this, Emperor Jun did not obstruct him. He wore a mocking expression, thinking that a mere early Kwasa saint could not possibly break his seal. He felt confident that even if the 12 ancestral witches joined forces, they could not hope to break the seal and leave this place without summoning the Phantom of Pangu. In fact, this was indeed the case. Even using innate treasures, Qinlang struggled to shake the seal. Hongjun observed the anxious expression of Qinlang and felt a stir within him. An invisible power quietly augmented the innate treasure in Qinlang's hand. Qinlang had almost reached despair, but this final strike directly tore a gap in Emperor Jun's seal. Overjoyed, Qinlang had no time to ponder the reason why. This gap was fleeting, but for Qinlang, a Kwasa saint, it was already sufficient. In the next moment, he flickered and vanished without a trace. Emperor Jun was astonished and wondered if the Heavenly Way had intervened. However, he did not pursue directly. A mere ancestral witch, even if he escaped, what could it matter? Once he had slain these 13 ancestral witches, even if one escaped, it would be difficult to stir up any storm. He did not believe that the Heavenly Way could produce another 12 ancestral witches. In the spatial battlefield, Dijun extended his hand, and the Heavenly Emperor sword radiated boundless brilliance. The 12 ancestor witches and the corrupt god turned pale at that moment. They did not understand why Qinlang and his brother chose to leave, but they decided to stall for time. Faced with the already peak Kwasa Saint Dijun, their only option was to activate the great formation of the heavenly gods. However, this time, once activated, if their lifeblood was exhausted, they feared they would not survive. Unlike the demon clan, even if the demon's physical form was destroyed they could reassemble, but for the witch clan once their lifeblood was depleted it signified their downfall. Di Jiang threatened Di Jun, do not become complacent. We can still activate the great formation of the heavenly gods once more, do not force us. Di Jiang did not wish to perish, so he directly threatened Di Jun. But Di Jun laughed heartily, I am indeed forcing you. What can you do about it? He was now at the peak of Quasi Saint, and once he used the great formation of the three talents, even if he could not contend with a true saint he could still withstand a blow from the Pengu Phantom. In the entire primordial world who could be his opponent besides Hongjun? And the 12 ancestor witches known for their tempers could no longer endure being pressured in such a manner. Even Hutu at this moment harbored thoughts of a do-or-die situation. However, the corrupt god was very unwilling. After all, Di Jun was not someone they could kill. He was angry within, wondering why he had no power to obliterate everything. If he had the strength of the Hunyuan realm, any scheme or trickery would be crushed with a single punch. Thinking of his system, the corrupt god became even more furious. System, can't you enhance my strength? Defense, all you know is defense. How can mere defense intimidate Di Jun? Can it block a saint? The defense of the 12 ancestor witches was already formidable, able to withstand a few more blows even against a latest Quasi Saint. But Di Jun, now at the peak of Quasi Saint, was completely unmatchable without using the great formation of the heavenly gods. And once he did, with their lifeblood exhausted, their downfall was inevitable. The corrupt god system at this moment was also somewhat helpless. Its function was merely to enhance defensive capabilities. What could it do against the unkillable Di Jun? If it could defeat the heavenly Tao, would it sneak into the primordial world to steal its essence? To comfort the corrupt god it spoke, congratulations, host. The witch clan is invincible in the heavenly court, defeating the demon clan, rewarding all ancestor witches with doubled defensive power. The corrupt god could only watch helplessly as the 12 ancestor witches, pressured by Di Jun, activated the great formation of the 12 heavenly gods once more. The corrupt god did not participate in the formation, for he was also afraid of dying. However, in his words, it was to ensure the witch clan had surviving strength. In his view, once the 12 ancestor witches died, the heavenly Tao would certainly not resurrect Di Jun again. The witch and demon clans could be said to suffer mutual destruction. At that time he could very well become the greatest winner. The 12 ancestor witches, of course, were unaware of the corrupt god's thoughts. The Pengu Phantom was summoned once again. However, after summoning the Pengu Phantom, the 12 ancestor witches were utterly exhausted and could no longer sustain it. Their bodies withered as if they had reached the end of their lives. Yet the Pengu Phantom did not vanish due to the exhaustion of the ancestor witches. Upholding the will of the 12 ancestor witches, it swung an axe at Di Jun. However, this time the power of the strike was slightly diminished. Seeing this, Di Jun burst into laughter. He instantly formed the great formation of the three talents with Fushi and Nua. In an instant, Di Jun's aura continuously surged, directly surpassing the peak of Quasi Saint. This overwhelming power even gave Di Jun the feeling that he could pierce the heavens. Previously, he would have almost certainly perished facing a blow from Pengu. But now he possessed the strength to contend with the Pengu Phantom. The Heavenly Emperor Sword unleashed a terrifying blow, distorting time and space, severing the void. The axe struck by the Pengu Phantom was actually blocked by the Heavenly Emperor Sword, and the powers of both sides continuously negated and extinguished each other. The onlookers outside, even separated by countless spaces, still felt their scalps tingle. This was simply an attack that a Quasi Saint could not unleash. Once unleashed, there was no one present who could withstand it. Yet Di Jun felt confident he could now contend with the Pengu Phantom. What could the witch clan use to fight him? Once he unified the demon clan and eliminated characters like Tai Yi and Qin Di, that would be his moment of enlightenment. As for the other great powers, seeing Di Jun being able to face the Pengu Phantom hidden, they were equally shocked. So monstrous, truly worthy of being the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court, favored by fortune. Meanwhile, Qin Lang rampaged through, finally finding the location of the Heavenly Emperor's throne. The Quasi Saints of the Heavenly Court had entered the spatial battlefield, no one could stop him. Qin Lang's face was filled with joy, and without a second thought he transformed his hand and directly descended upon the Heavenly Emperor's throne, squeezing hard. At that moment, Di Jun, who was unleashing all his power against the blow from the Pengu Phantom, suddenly changed his expression. The power granted by the Heavenly Emperor's throne dissipated like a tide, causing his strength to revert to peak Quasi Saint. In an instant, the previously balanced attack tilted sharply. Di Jun was terrified, but could not escape in time. The Pengu Phantom directly shattered Di Jun's attack, and its remaining power fiercely slashed through his body. Fortunately, Di Jun's previous attack had already diminished 90% of the Pengu Phantom's power. Yet, even with only 10% of its power left, it still obliterated Di Jun's physical form. However, this time he was fortunate. After countless instances of his body shattering, it finally stabilized. A healing sacred medicine entered his abdomen, and Di Jun's injuries quickly recovered. Looking at the 12 ancestor witches on the verge of perishing, Di Jun felt a mix of relief and regret. Thinking of the sudden disappearance of the power granted by the Heavenly Emperor's throne, Di Jun immediately looked towards the Heavenly Court. His gaze seemed to pierce through infinite space, and then he saw that the Heavenly Emperor's throne had already turned into a pile of debris. And that Qinlang was also approaching here. Upon seeing this, Dijun could no longer be oblivious. It was clear that the Heavenly Emperor's throne had been destroyed by Qinlang. Though he did not know how this guy had shattered the Heavenly Emperor's throne with the previous example of the Zishu Palace crushing the gate, Dijun knew his conjecture could not be wrong. In an instant, Dijun was filled with regret, nearly driven mad. Had he known this would happen, he would have done everything to eliminate this guy first. Meanwhile, with Hongjun's subtle assistance, Qinlang quickly re-entered this space. Seeing Dijun's almost murderous gaze, Qinlang felt a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he approached the 12 ancestor witches who were on the verge of perishing. With a wave of his hand, 12 drops of material radiating endless Tao rhythm fused into the bodies of the 12 ancestors. 12 drops of mysterious liquid exuded an endless essence of the Tao. The 12 ancestral witches were instantly filled with indescribable shock, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Their souls trembled and their flesh rejoiced. What is this? They were not fools and could naturally sense the boundless essence of the Tao contained within these 12 drops. Moreover, they felt a very familiar aura emanating from this substance. It was the aura of their father god. They felt as if they had been embraced by their father god. Qinlang had long anticipated this and casually said, "I'm not sure myself, I obtained this when I was wandering in the untraveled mountain from a stone cave." At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. Pangus bone marrow. The speaker was the pollution god, who was equally shocked that such a thing truly existed in the primordial wilderness. He naturally did not recognize Pangus bone marrow, but his system did. According to the system, only very powerful systems could acquire Pangus bone marrow. Hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches were shaken, tears brimming in their eyes. It truly was their father god, the bone marrow of their father god. They never expected that their father god had transformed into the primordial wilderness, but still left behind such a legacy for them. In an instant, the 12 ancestral witches felt as moved as children. With the help of this Panga bone marrow, their injuries miraculously healed, and their auras became even stronger than before. Not only that, but the drop of Panga bone marrow also purified their bloodlines. Huda felt the boundless essence of the Tao flowing within her, and exclaimed, "Perhaps we might have the chance to touch the Tao fruit of the primordial unity." She had experienced Hongjun's teachings and naturally knew that the witch clan lacked a primordial spirit and could not come. However, this drop of bone marrow from the father god continuously radiated boundless essence of the Tao, giving them the opportunity to gain insight into the Tao and walk the path of their father god. Perhaps this was merely the Tao left behind by their father god, but for the witch clan it was extraordinarily precious. The other 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. Dijun's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Damn it, just when he had severely wounded the witch clan, they unexpectedly revived immediately. The witch clan of the primordial wilderness was certainly not so easy to deal with, otherwise they would have long since wiped out the monster clan. It was obvious that this was another scheme of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Dijun felt completely numb. Without the backing of the heavenly emperor's throne, he surely could not contend with the Panga phantom. At this moment, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, the ancestral witches also had no intention of continuing the battle. Knowing that Dijun couldn't be killed, they did not want to waste their blood and energy any longer. Moreover, it seemed that Dijun's power increased with each revival. They feared that if they continued fighting, he might directly achieve the Tao of primordial unity after dying a few more times. Although they had all entertained thoughts of retreat, no one was willing to voice it. After all, the first one to speak would be the first one to admit defeat. For a moment, the two sides found themselves in a stalemate. You look at me and I glare at you, yet neither side was willing to speak. Hongjun, hidden in the shadows, watched this unfold with a sense of speechlessness, contemplating briefly before revealing himself. Now that neither side had absolute confidence, they would certainly not engage again. Moreover, he also wanted to see if the 12 ancestral witches could achieve the primordial unity. High above in the 9 heavens, Hongjun's figure became apparent, and his cold, indifferent gaze sent shivers down the spines of many powerful beings present. The monster clan governs the heavens, the witch clan governs the earth, and together they manage the primordial wilderness. There shall be no great battles within a single primordial meeting. After speaking, Hongjun cast a faint glance at everyone before vanishing from sight. A single primordial meeting was enough for these beings to grow to their limits. Achieving primordial unity would be better. If they could not, then there was no need to keep them around. Dijun and Dijiang, upon hearing this, secretly sighed in relief. Hongjun had indeed arrived at just the right moment. Dijiang looked at Dijun and said disdainfully, "Since the Tao ancestor has spoken, this master will spare you once, so we shall leave." Upon hearing this, Yurong felt unwilling. But recalling his experience of being struck by lightning, he immediately became docile. The current witch clan was not yet able to contend with the saints. He glared fiercely at Dijun, threatening, "After a primordial meeting, I will return." As he spoke, he and the other ancestral witches headed towards the space entrance. However, after the dozen or so ancestral witches attacked for a long time, they found that not a single crack had opened in the seal previously set by Dijun. In an instant, the awkwardness of the situation was palpable among the dozen or so ancestral witches. Damn it, this was embarrassing beyond belief. Dijun chuckled lightly upon seeing this mocking. Your words are quite grand, but it's a pity your strength is pitifully weak. As he spoke, Dijun waved his hand to retract the seal and left with Fushi and Nua. The ancestral witches of the witch clan watched Dijun depart, angry expressions darkening their faces. Gong Gong said angrily, what a joke. If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly Tao, I would have roasted him and eaten him long ago. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, he's just a scruffy bird. Looking in the direction where Hongjun had vanished, the pollution god said coldly, when our strength reaches the perfection of Quasi-Saints summoning the true form of our father god, even that old Hongjun will be hammered to death. However, hardly had he finished speaking than dark clouds gathered in the sky, startling the pollution god into silence, afraid to speak further. The second intimate encounter between the witch and monster clans ultimately came to such an end. In that moment, some felt unwilling while others felt relieved. However, they all understood that the conflict between the witch and monster clans would not dissipate with the passage of time, rather it would deepen. The East King watched the battle between the witch and monster clans from afar, feeling a slight regret. He hadn't acted. Ultimately, no one was able to slay Dijun. After all, this was the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Unless both sides perished, Hongjun would certainly not allow either side to fall prematurely. He asked the system, is there no way to prevent Dijun from reviving? The strongest heavenly court system replied, there is naturally a way. As long as Dijun's true spirit is obliterated, even the heavenly Tao cannot revive him. East King exclaimed in delight, how do I obliterate Dijun's true spirit? The strongest heavenly court system replied, the true spirit is the source of all living beings' existence. A quasi-saint of primordial unity can obliterate the true spirit of other beings. East King retorted, aren't you just talking nonsense? If I had the cultivation of a quasi-saint of primordial unity, would I still be here wasting words with you? The strongest heavenly court system responded, actually there's another method, which is sealing. With the host's strength, you can severely injure Dijun and then seal him, storing him in the system space. At that time, even the heavenly Tao cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, East King brightened up, realizing the cleverness of the plan. This method is indeed brilliant. The system is an existence that even the heavenly Tao finds difficult to scrutinize. Hiding a Dijun shouldn't be a problem. However, recalling Dijun's strength, East King quickly calmed down. Even without the backing of the heavenly emperor's throne, Dijun possessed quasi-saint latest strength, and he couldn't possibly suppress him. Moreover, Dijun had actually recruited Fushi and Nua into the heavenly court. In a 1 against 3, his odds were too slim. Unless he possessed peak quasi-saint strength. Thinking of this, East King promptly asked system, how can I quickly advance a realm? The strongest heavenly court system sighed, feeling helpless. This host was simply too difficult to manage. After pondering for a moment, it said, congratulations, host. You've triggered a mission. As the esteemed lord of the immortal court, you still lack an empress. Please select one as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, East King's eyes lit up and he hurriedly inquired, what's the reward? The strongest heavenly court system replied, directly slay the corpse of Will and reward you with 6 fragments of the immortal Tao laws. By slaying the corpse of Will, he would become a quasi-saint of the 3 corpses. Merging the 6 law fragments would elevate him to the latest stage of the primordial golden immortal. With both combined, he was confident he could suppress Dijun. A clear cold figure appeared in East King's mind, and he immediately tore through space, heading towards the direction of West. East King was the foremost among male immortals, while West Queen Mother was the foremost among female immortals. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Was there a more suitable choice for Empress than West Queen Mother? With the skills he had honed for over a decade before his crossing, was he afraid that the West Queen Mother would not come easily? Moreover, he could use this opportunity to take over Dijun's heavenly marriage. How delightful. Thinking of this, East King couldn't help but praise himself, realizing he was indeed a genius. Hongjun no longer focused on Emperor Jun and turned his gaze to the other traversers. She, having been bound by a heavenly marriage, no longer acted like a salted fish and was now searching for opportunities throughout the primordial world. Of course, he couldn't find any major opportunities relying entirely on the system's rewards. She had now reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, making remarkable progress in strength. However, wanting to control his own destiny was still a far-fetched thought. Meanwhile, those like Tai, who did not want Shihi to marry Emperor Jun, were crazily enhancing their own strength. After all, they had designated Shihi as their own woman. If she married Emperor Jun, what would be the point of achieving the Tao and merging with the universe? Just as they had settled down and worked hard to improve their strength, a tall figure quietly materialized deep within Buzhou. He wore a purple tianguan on his head and a brocade robe depicting mountains and rivers. It was the Buzhou Emperor returning to corporeal form. The expression on the Buzhou Emperor's face revealed a hint of excitement. He had transformed again. The Buzhou Emperor stepped forward, instantly departing from his original location. Soon he learned about the recent events from a wolf demon. The Tao ancestor arranged a marriage for Emperor Jun, and the battle between the Wu and the Yao erupted. Senior, may I leave now? The wolf demon asked cautiously. He had recognized the figure as the Lord of the Purple Mist from back in the day. It was rumored that he had been killed by the Lord of the Celestial Court Dong Wanggong after the third sermon, but it turned out to be mere rumors. After listening, the Buzhou Emperor sneered, "Then I shall escort you on your way." Before his words fell, the Buzhou Emperor struck the wolf demon's head with a palm, shattering his divine soul. "Qin Di Emperor Jun Dong Wanggong, I will send you all on your way in turn." Thinking of how Dong Wanggong had gone back on his word, ambushing him and killing the Lord of Thunder, the killing intent of the Buzhou Emperor was hard to conceal. This debt must be repaid, absolutely to be repaid. He wanted to ensure that Dong Wanggong would never be reborn to live forever in pain. And as for Qin Di, he was afraid of death and had fled, causing delays that led to the Lord of Thunder's demise. He wanted Qin Di to regret his decision from that time. Reflecting on the battle between the Wu and the Yao, where countless strong beings fell, the Buzhou Emperor conceived a bold idea: to directly steal the bodies of these powerful beings and convert them into points. A golden immortal might yield little in points, but what about 10,000? A billion? With this thought, the Buzhou Emperor could no longer remain still. He concealed his form and immediately began searching for the corpses of the Wu and Yao clans. In the previous battle, the number of fallen strong beings exceeded millions. In less than 1,000 years, the Buzhou Emperor had traversed the entire Buzhou mountain. At this point, his cultivation had risen to the late stage of Quasi-Saint. However, the Buzhou Emperor felt that this was far from enough. He needed overwhelming power. But now that the battle between the Wu and the Yao had ended for nearly 1,000 years, the corpses he could find were mostly already collected. As for obtaining a large number of strong corpses, he would have to wait for the next Yuan meeting. After all, Hongjun had decreed that the Wu and Yao must cease fighting for a Yuan meeting, and no one dared to violate it. Hongjun looked down at the Buzhou Emperor, who was deep in thought, unable to suppress an eye roll. "What a waste! If it weren't for needing you as a laborer, I would have struck you down myself." So many powerful corpses, yet he had only reached the late stage of Quasi-Saint. Who knows how much his system has embezzled? Since this system only takes and does not give, there is no need to keep it. It would be better to promote the Buzhou Emperor to merge with the universe, then his system could take a break. Surely obtaining powerful corpses wouldn't be too difficult. One wonders whether the system's intelligence-dulling aura is too strong, or if the Buzhou Emperor was originally not very bright. Not to mention the divine tombs of the Wu and Yao clans. Even within the dragon tomb, there are certainly many great Luo-level dragon corpses. Others cannot enter, but with the Buzhou Emperor's current strength at late Quasi-Saint, can he not enter? After the fall of the three clans' strong beings, countless corpses were left behind, remaining intact for millions of years, severely affecting the balance of the primordial world's essence. If this continues, the primordial essence of the world will surely become increasingly thin. Hongjun contemplated seizing this opportunity to have this fellow help him collect the corpses of the three clans. In this way, the three clans would have no reason to blame him, right? Looking at the Buzhou Emperor, still lost in thought below, Hongjun directly descended a guidance in the name of the Heavenly Tao. In the distant east, a treasure concerning his destiny is about to emerge. The Buzhou Emperor felt this mysterious sensation, and his eyes lit up. It was his first time sensing the opportunities of the primordial world. He could feel that this mysterious opportunity was extraordinary enough to allow him to undergo a transformation. Naturally, the Buzhou Emperor would not let such an opportunity slip by. Thus, after crossing a significant part of the primordial world, he gazed at the boundless ocean below and fell into contemplation. In other words, his opportunity lies deep within this boundless ocean. This is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Could it be a treasure left by the ancestral dragon? With this thought, the Buzhou Emperor's eyes brightened. The Dragon Clan was once one of the three great overlords of the primordial world. Even in decline, they certainly possessed countless treasures. If he could swallow these protections, wouldn't that be a huge gain? The Buzhou Emperor was filled with anticipation and plunged directly into the ocean, following the sensation in his mind. With his strength, he naturally had no need to worry about being discovered by the Dragon Clan's experts. Soon the Buzhou Emperor found the Dragon Clan's tomb. Though called a dragon tomb, it was actually a vast world. Inside, countless dragon corpses filled the space, even in death radiating a terrifying aura. Ordinary powerful beings coming here would be scared to death by the aura of these dragon corpses. This place had been the resting ground for the Dragon Clan over countless Yuan meetings. Even among the Quasi-Saint level dragon corpses, there were over a dozen. The Buzhou Emperor sighed, reflecting on how strong the Dragon Clan once was. With such power, it's no wonder that Hongjun and Luo, who did not dare to confront them directly. Unfortunately, due to being schemed against by the Heavenly Tao, the once mighty Dragon Clan can hardly produce even a great Luo today, a tragic sight. After lamenting for a while, the Buzhou Emperor was ready to collect the dragon corpses here. These dragon corpses could assist him in achieving the Tao, which would be a great merit. However, just as he collected a Quasi-Saint dragon corpse, it had already alarmed a powerful presence from the Dragon Clan. Within the Dragon Tomb, there were no living Dragon Clan guardians. However, not far from the tomb, in a nearly isolated alternate space, a terrifying existence was awakened. This isolated alternate space was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, with spiritual energies swirling, resembling a pure land. Rare treasures like the three light divine water and original spirit fruit, which were hard to find in the outside world, were abundant here. At the very center there existed a chaotic spiritual root. In the otherworldly space, not far from the dragon tomb, a pair of terrifying large eyes suddenly opened, seemingly containing the vicissitudes of the sun and moon. The Zhulong was enraged. How dare someone intrude upon the dragon tomb? His figure flickered, and he directly left this otherworldly space, stepping into the dragon tomb. With his cultivation level, he naturally noticed the presence of the Buzhou Emperor at a glance. Bold thief, how dare you steal the remains of my dragon clan? Such a crime deserves 1,000 deaths. Zhulong roared, directly striking down with a claw. Although it was merely a light strike, it was enough to annihilate any Deluo. This was still due to the fact that they were in the dragon tomb. Zhulong held back, not wanting to unleash his full force. Unfortunately, the Buzhou Emperor was at the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. Faced with Zhulong's claw, he was shocked but not panicked. He threw a punch, directly shattering the magical claw manifested by Zhulong. At this moment, he also guessed the identity of the dragon. Zhulong. Zhulong's gaze sharpened, finally sensing the strength of the Buzhou Emperor. He coldly stated, late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm, but do not think my dragon clan is easy to bully. Leave this place and I can treat this as if nothing has happened. Zhulong spoke, not intending to tear the face with the Buzhou Emperor. Although he had signed for countless years, his body was still filled with the calamity energy left from back then, preventing him from advancing. Indeed, he was the legendary Transmigrator. Unfortunately, upon arriving in this primordial world, he sought to defy the heavens, but ultimately failed, entangled in calamity energy and unable to break through. Over the years, he had thought of various methods, but could not eliminate the calamity energy on him. There was simply too. At the time, he slaughtered too many living beings, and the weight of the calamity energy was even more astonishing than that of the ancestor dragon. A Quasi-Saint latest-stage powerhouse was not something the current dragon clan could afford to provoke. Moreover, he did not wish to attract the attention of other powerful beings. Although he was also at the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm, the injuries left from that year were too severe, and he had yet to fully heal. Unfortunately, the Buzhou Emperor had come in search of opportunities. How could he easily retreat? Moreover, with so many dragon corpses here, if he absorbed them, wouldn't he easily break through to the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, or even to the perfect Quasi-Saint? Moreover, if he were to kill this Zhulong, wouldn't he be able to suppress the entire dragon clan? At that time, with his own strength, he might even unify the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, becoming the new overlord of the primordial world. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the Buzhou Emperor's eyes as he directly tore apart a space and jumped into it. Zhulong, I do not wish to destroy your dragon clan's tomb. Let us battle here. If you can defeat me, I will naturally leave and am willing to assist you in healing and guarding your clan for one yuan meeting. However, if you lose, then obediently offer up the dragon tomb. Of course, he was not only worried about damaging the dragon corpses in the tomb, but also feared the heavenly tribulation that might descend. No one dared to disobey Hongjun's words, at least he himself did not dare before attaining the mixed element stage. As for Zhulong, he wished to slay the Buzhou Emperor in his heart, but for the safety of the dragon tomb, he had no choice but to face him. Behind him was the entire dragon clan. If this person was not eliminated, the dragon clan would never have a day of peace. He was filled with rage back then. Who dared to provoke their dragon clan? Seeing his dragon clan in decline, they came to take advantage of the situation, and this time they even wanted to seize their dragon tomb. Zhulong's expression turned cold. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey first, eliminating this guy. With his methods, even a latest-stage Quasi-Saint could be annihilated. Hongjun at this moment was also filled with joy. Another Transmigrator, and one he had not discovered before. However, this Transmigrator system seemed a bit useless. How could he not even get rid of the calamity energy from the heavenly path? And this Transmigrator had managed to survive after so many years. He had not even left that otherworldly space. Hongjun shook his head, no longer thinking too much, silently watching the two Transmigrators perform. Given the current situation of the Buzhou Emperor, there was basically no possibility of defeating the Zhulong at his peak unless he possessed powerful treasures. Naturally, powerful spiritual treasures required the Buzhou Emperor's system to evolve. In such a case, Hongjun was naturally pleased to see it happen. Zhulong's killing intent surged. This person probably thought he was injured, not knowing that he had already recovered most of his injuries. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant pearl illuminated the vast universe. It was indeed the Zhulong pearl. Although it was not a congenital supreme treasure, its power was not weaker than that of a congenital supreme treasure. Zhulong coldly shouted, "No one can bully my dragon clan, even if you are at the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. Be prepared for your downfall. I Zhulong am at the late stage of the mixed element golden immortal realm, stronger than the Quasi-Saint path created by that old Hongjun. If it weren't for being entangled in calamity energy back then, I would truly be the ancestor of the Tao." The ancestor dragon pearl seemed to carry the power of millions, suppressing towards the Buzhou Emperor. Upon seeing this, the Buzhou Emperor was pleasantly surprised at what a powerful treasure. Could it be that this item was his destined treasure? He scoffed. The dragon clan has long since fallen. Even possessing the ancestor dragon pearl is but a waste. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand materialized from beyond the heavens, penetrating time and space, reaching for the ancestor dragon pearl. Even a severely injured old dragon, he was confident he could suppress without spiritual treasures. But the outcome often proved to be unexpected. The ancestor dragon pearl, bearing unparalleled power, directly annihilated that giant hand and struck heavily onto the Buzhou Emperor. With a single blow, the Buzhou Emperor was severely injured, his flesh collapsing repeatedly. He quickly distanced himself, incredulously gazing at Zhu Long, angrily exclaiming, "Your injuries have actually recovered." It was rumored that Zhu Long was gravely injured, nearly perishing, which was why he had retreated. Could it be that the rumors were false? But if so, how come no powerful beings had emerged over the years to uphold justice for the Dragon Clan's suffering? Zhu Long coldly laughed. "So what? Young one, you will pay for your arrogance." With a successful strike, Zhu Long certainly would show no mercy. Under Zhu Long's command, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl was unstoppable, striking wherever pointed. As for the Buzhou Emperor, having previously sacrificed his treasures to enhance his strength, he was now in a miserable state, battered and bruised. This made the Buzhou Emperor feel frustrated. Had it not been for being schemed against by the Eastern Prince, losing his innate supreme treasure, how could he be in such a sorry state? Looking at the bloodthirsty Zhu Long, the Buzhou Emperor gritted his teeth, saying, "You forced me to this." Looking at the 9 million points he had painstakingly accumulated, the Buzhou Emperor directly exchanged for 2 innate supreme treasures. These 2 innate supreme treasures, one for offense and one for defense, were incredibly powerful. The Buzhou Emperor summoned the 2 innate supreme treasures, finally reversing the disadvantage in the eyes of the incredulous Zhu Long. However, as a mixed-element golden immortal with the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, Zhu Long was certainly not undeserving of his name. Although the Buzhou Emperor possessed 2 innate supreme treasures, it was still somewhat lacking to defeat Zhu Long, who was also a Transmigrator. For a time, the Buzhou Emperor was extremely frustrated. Though he felt unwilling, he knew that he absolutely could not defeat Zhu Long in his current state. Looking towards the outside of the Dragon Tomb, the Buzhou Emperor devised a plan. He split off a wisp of divine sense, with the help of the system quietly slipped out of the space to absorb the dragon corpses. Meanwhile, his true self continued to press down on Zhu Long, adopting a reckless posture, leaving Zhu Long with no opportunity to consider anything else. Who would have thought that the unyielding emperor would be so despicable and shameless as to secretly steal the dragon corpse? Furthermore, he never anticipated that the dragon corpse could directly transform into experience points for upgrading. Soon enough, the unyielding emperor had accumulated enough points. A terrifying aura surged from him, striking the candle dragon deep into countless spatial realms. Peak of the Quasi-Saint. The candle dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. As far as he knew, to achieve the peak of Quasi-Saint through Hongjun's method of slaying the 3 corpses, one must fuse 1 corpse. While slaying 3 corpses is easy, fusing 3 corpses is exceedingly difficult. It's like how it's easy for an ordinary person to cut off a hand, but is it realistic to reattach it? Fusing 1 corpse leads to the peak of Quasi-Saint, fusing 2 corpses leads to the completion of Quasi-Saint, and fusing all 3 corpses allows one to forcibly ascend to the status of Hunyuan Daluojin Immortal. The unyielding emperor laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, did you think I would dare come here without assurance?" He was now at the peak of Quasi-Saint, undoubtedly the strongest under Hongjun. Once again, he urged the innate treasure, and his peak Quasi-Saint power caused the candle dragon to retreat repeatedly, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. Even with his Hunyuan golden immortal status and the ancestral dragon pearl comparable to an innate treasure, he remained at a disadvantage. After all, whether it was in terms of treasures or cultivation, he was still lacking. After just a few exchanges, the candle dragon suffered multiple injuries. Having lived for so long, he naturally understood the importance of surviving and sought to escape. But since the unyielding emperor had already decided to eliminate him, how could he let him go? In the end, the candle dragon was forced to self-destruct, narrowly escaping with a fragment of his remnant soul thanks to the system's assistance. After countless years of harsh cultivation turning to nothing in an instant, the candle dragon swore that he would hunt down this child regardless of how far he had to go. With the system at his disposal, he would eventually achieve Hunyuan, and that would be the time for his dragon clan to shine again. Then the candle dragon concealed himself in that alternate space, beginning to recover from his injuries. Hongjun's gaze seemed to penetrate everything, landing on the remnant soul of the candle dragon within. He chuckled softly, and an inexplicable power descended. In the alternate space, the candle dragon was soaking in the 3 light divine water to recover. Suddenly, he felt a clarity in his spirit and sensed that the calamity energy entwining him was being washed away. The candle dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. He had tried the 3 light divine water before, but it was impossible to wash away the calamity energy. Could it be that it was due to his self-destruction, which also dispersed the calamity energy on his body? One must give to gain. Inexplicably, the candle dragon found some enlightenment in his heart. It must be right, and no wonder the system didn't remove his calamity energy. It turns out the system wanted him to comprehend. The candle dragon's mind raced with thoughts, and for a moment he felt some surprise. Without the calamity energy weighing him down, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could achieve Hunyuan. Hongjun paid no mind to the candle dragon's wandering thoughts and continued to focus on the unyielding emperor. At this moment, the unyielding emperor had already collected all the dragon corpses from the dragon tomb. His cultivation was just a step away from the completion of Quasi-Saint. In the vast dragon tomb, the unyielding emperor murmured to himself, "I am now just 1 step away from the completion of Quasi-Saint, and I can forcibly enter the heavenly court to seize the remains of the powerful beings of the demon race." Even if he were to collide with Emperor Jun, he would not fear. Upon hearing his words, Hongjun was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, are you really that foolish? Why must you focus solely on the Wu and Yao races? The dragon race has so many dragon corpses, do the Feng and Qilin races have none. Hongjun employed the same tactic once more, providing the unyielding emperor with another opportunity. As the unyielding emperor departed from the dragon tomb, he sensed a great opportunity emerging in the south. In an instant he forgot about the heavenly court and hurriedly made his way south. In the south lies the immortal volcano, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The immortal volcano stretches across countless light years, resembling a scorched earth of the primordial continent. Here venomous insects and fierce beasts abound. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal would not dare to recklessly venture in. However, with the current peak quasi-saint power of the unyielding emperor, he traversed with ease. Soon, under Hongjun's guidance, the unyielding emperor found the entrance to the tomb of the Phoenix clan hidden beneath a dead volcano. Inside was another vast world with crimson flames rising, making it appear like a realm of fire. Each phoenix corpse exuded a terrifying aura seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens. Seeing this, the unyielding emperor was overjoyed and immediately began to collect the corpses. This time there was no one to stop him. Soon his aura surged once more, stepping into the completion of quasi-saint. However, the unyielding emperor did not leave. Instead, he continued to collect the corpses. Unfortunately, even after gathering all the Phoenix clan's corpses, he still did not advance to Hunyuan. However, the unyielding emperor did not leave. Instead, he continued to collect the corpses. Unfortunately, even after gathering all the Phoenix clan's corpses, he felt that he had previously been too foolish. Instead of establishing restrictions, why not search for the ancestral tombs of various races? Although there were still some Qilin guarding the Qilin cliff, how could they detect the unyielding emperor's movements? At this point, he was already at the completion of quasi-saint, just a step away from achieving the Dao. The strongest of the current Qilin clan was only a Hunyuan. The unyielding emperor felt a surge of excitement. Once he collected the corpses of the Qilin clan, he should be able to achieve Hunyuan. By then, what did it matter if it was the Eastern King or the Qin Emperor? They would be nothing but ants. With no powerful beings overseeing, the corpses in the Qilin clan tomb were quickly collected by the unyielding emperor. At this point, his points had exceeded 1 billion. With a confident expression, the unyielding emperor stepped out, directly exiting the Qilin tomb. At that moment, he did not bother to conceal his whereabouts. Many powerful beings at the Qilin cliff immediately noticed the intruding unyielding emperor. Who dares to intrude upon my Qilin ancestral land? A powerful being at the Hunyuan level questioned angrily. However, the unyielding emperor didn't even cast a glance at that Hunyuan. System, I want to ascend to Hunyuan. The unyielding emperor floated in midair, speaking in his heart. He, the unyielding emperor, had been in the primordial world for so many years, and he was finally about to achieve Hunyuan. Hongjun silently watched, gently waving his hand as time and space shifted. The unyielding emperor had no idea that the time and space he was in had changed and was no longer the original. The commotion outside gradually faded away. The unyielding emperor tightly closed his eyes, feeling as if his spirit was being purified. Mysterious rhythms of the Tao flowed around him, and behind him loomed a vast phantom of the great Tao. At this moment, the unyielding emperor achieved the Hunyuan Daoyuojin immortal. Feeling the vast power within him, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. But before he could finish his laughter, he was mercilessly interrupted by Hongjun. Looking at the unyielding emperor, who was full of pride, Hongjun inquired leisurely, "How does it feel to ascend to the Hunyuan realm?" Upon hearing this, the unyielding emperor's expression changed, astonished, as he exclaimed, "Hongjun, how are you here?" Hongjun shrugged, smiling, "I've always been here, but you were too weak to notice before." Hearing Hongjun say he has always been present, the heart of the emperor of the Unzao tightened, but he quickly relaxed. Moreover, he still has a system, why fear a mere native? Hongjun should just be at the beginning of his Dao integration. Even if he is stronger than an ordinary mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian, he cannot be that formidable. Thinking of this, the emperor of the Unzao said solemnly, "I did not know the Dao ancestor came, what is the matter?" Due to Hongjun's past authority, the emperor of the Unzao did not dare to confront him directly. Hongjun smiled and said, "Since you have borrowed my Hongwang world to prove your Dao, you must repay me the karma of Hongwang." Upon hearing this, the emperor of the Unzao raised an eyebrow, wondering what Hongjun meant. He frowned and asked, "What does the Dao ancestor want me to repay?" Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he replied naturally, "You must contribute your strength to the construction of my Hongwang. Let's go, you will know when we arrive." As he spoke, he stepped away from this space-time. Though the emperor of the Unzao was puzzled, he felt confident with the system, so he was not worried. He wanted to see what scheme Hongjun was up to. Soon the two arrived directly at the barrier of Hongwang. At this time, Hongjun had been developing chaos here for thousands of years and was already exhausted to the point of wanting to spit blood. This chaos development was simply not something a human could endure. It's like an ordinary person carrying bricks at a construction site once or twice it's manageable, but try doing it non-stop for thousands of years. Fortunately, he could draw on the source of Hongwang to restore himself, otherwise he would have fallen like Panga due to exhaustion. Hongjun looked at the vast expanse of newly created Hongwang territory and revealed a satisfied expression. His initial decision had indeed been wise. He turned to Hongjun and said, not bad, keep it up, a young man, your future is limitless." Upon hearing this, Hongyun was instantly at a loss for words. He quickly pleaded, Dao ancestor, please let me rest, I really can't take it anymore. Hongjun smiled and said, it's fine, a young people should work a little harder. Look, I found you a little partner, you two can chat when you have nothing else to do. Upon hearing this, Hongyun finally noticed the Emperor of the Unzao. He immediately recognized him and exclaimed, Emperor of the Unzao. How did he also achieve mixed yuan? At this moment, the Emperor of the Unzao was also shocked. Hongyun, he actually met the ancestor Hongyun here. What shocked him even more was the terrifying aura emanating from Hongyun, which was simply far more powerful than his own. He even felt that Hongyun could eliminate him with a single move without any doubt. At that moment, the Emperor of the Unzao felt fear, even having ascended to mixed yuan could not bring him a shred of security. System, what on earth is happening? The Emperor of the Unzao hurriedly inquired within his mind. The development of events seemed a tad ominous. Homing treasure box system host, just wait to die, you are doomed, and so am I. At this moment, it was clear that this Hong Wang was not an ordinary one. Hongjun was a super invincible big boss. Even Hongyun, who was at the peak of mixed yuan, could suppress him. How could the newly ascended Emperor of the Unzao stand a chance? Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Unzao's heart sank completely. No, how could this be? Wasn't he a Transmigrator? Wasn't he here to save Hong Wang and defeat this big boss? Why was he about to be suppressed by Hongjun right after proving his Dao? Homing treasure box system host, wake up, we are the invaders of Hong Wang, ultimately we are the so-called villains. The Emperor of the Unzao. After hearing the system's words, the Emperor of the Unzao was completely disheartened. This system was too trash, it was utterly unreliable. Unwilling in his heart, he attempted to flee into chaos. However, Hongjun merely reached out and easily captured and confined the Emperor of the Unzao. Looking at the terrified Emperor of the Unzao, Hongjun smiled and said, don't worry, I won't kill you, but if you try to escape, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the Emperor of the Unzao instinctively resisted, but Hongjun directly manifested chains of heavenly laws and ensnared him. Then, in the midst of the Emperor's terror, Hongjun extracted a glimmer of spiritual light from within him. It was precisely the essence of the Hongming treasure box system. Compared to Hongyun's system, this system was rather weak and had almost no power to resist under Hongjun's hands. Hongjun easily erased the spirit of the system. This scene made the Emperor of the Unzao's scalp tingle. How could this Hongjun of Hong Wang be so terrifying? Having settled everything, Hongjun then said to Hongyun, take care of your little brother, don't let him get any ideas. Hongyun nodded, looking excitedly at the Emperor of the Unzao, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. It seemed that this one was also a Transmigrator and, like him, had a system. Hongjun paid no attention to the friendly exchange between the two Transmigrators. With a flash of his form, he disappeared. Returning to Hong Huang, Hongjun willed and directly erased all marks of the Emperor of the Unzao in the Unzao mountain. Only then did he begin to inspect the legacy left by the Emperor's system. There was quite a bit of source energy, but there were not many laws, and the Great Dao had only a few incomplete paths. As for other treasures, they were of little use to a quasi-saint. Hongjun was speechless. This system's foundation was not very strong. Regrettably shaking his head, Hongjun willed and returned to the Purple Cloud Palace to continue comprehending the infinite Great Dao. Time in Hong Wang is not counted. Since the Dao ancestor preached, it has already been 2,800 years. On this day, the celestial court was filled with joy. At the same time, a loud voice spread across most of Hong Huang, startling countless powerful beings. I Dong Wanggong today shall marry Dong Wangmu. The heavenly marriage is established. This is the heavenly marriage that Dong Wanggong wants to establish to reap the merits of the heavenly Dao. According to the system's hint, as long as he selects a celestial empress, he can ascend a small realm. If he obtains the merits of the heavenly marriage, he may very well advance further and achieve the peak of quasi-saint. Unfortunately, he had entangled with Shi Wangmu for over 1,000 years, but failed to move her, instead creating a rift between them. He had no choice but to pursue Shiha, but although she did not refuse, she also did not agree. When he pursued Nua, he was beaten by Fushi and Nua for his frivolity. For a moment, Dong Wanggong was so furious that he almost spat blood. Who said that the goddesses of Hong Wang were the easiest to woo? As a distinguished Transmigrator, he kept failing in his pursuit of a goddess. As the wedding date with Dijuan drew near, Dong Wangging, feeling helpless, could only enlighten a being and name her. Although the Dong Wangmu he enlightened was born not long ago, with his help she quickly reached the peak of De Luo Jingxian. Dong Wanggong was confident that as long as he established the celestial empress and proved the heavenly marriage, he could step into the heavens. By then, what heavenly court, what demon court would be mere chickens and dogs. His celestial court would ultimately stand independently above Hong Huang, unrivaled. And when he eradicated those fellows and unified Hong Huang, that would be when Dong Wanggong proves his mixed yuan De Luo. In the heavenly court, Dijun's expression was as dark as water, his gaze seemingly directed at the eastern Wanggong of the celestial realm. This eastern Wanggong dared to suddenly marry, clearly aiming to seize the opportunity that belonged to him, Dijun. Had it not been for that young one from the Wu clan ruining the throne of the heavenly emperor, he would have already gone to eliminate that scoundrel. At this moment, Dijun could no longer hold back. No longer able to endure, there was no need to endure any longer. Baizhe, immediately gather the 365 demon gods to accompany me on this expedition to eliminate the rebels of the celestial court. Do not let the news leak. I want to ensure the complete destruction of the Celestial Court. Additionally, summon Shi Huang and Hua Huang to the Heavenly Court to oversee the situation. Di Jun's heart brimmed with killing intent, determined to completely annihilate the Eastern Huanggang, forever eliminating future troubles. The 365 demon gods were already in position. His Zhoutian star array had undergone years of refinement and was now nearly complete, able to gather the power of the Zhoutian stars. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe nodded immediately and went to summon the demon gods of the Heavenly Court. Everyone knew that Zhu Hongjun personally made an appearance to establish the heavenly marriage. The actions of the Eastern Huanggang not only insulted the Celestial Court, but also slapped the face of the Dao ancestor. This was a path to death and no one could save him. Meanwhile, Shihi, who was searching for opportunities in the primordial chaos, felt delighted upon hearing this. As long as the Eastern Huanggang, that fool, established the heavenly marriage, it would have nothing to do with him. As for Tai Yi and the other Transmigrators witnessing the heavenly marriage not involving Di Jun, and she also quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they still had a chance. Although they were also trying hard, such a short time would definitely not allow them to compete with Hongjun. However, with the Eastern Huanggang being such a foolish individual, it's likely that Hongjun would no longer protect him. The Eastern Huanggang, this fool, was indeed walking further down the path of self-destruction. At Kunlun Mountain, Shi Wangmu's expression turned even more disdainful upon hearing the voice of the Eastern Huanggang. She could immediately tell that the Eastern Huanggang was not a good person. Arrogant and exceedingly foolish. That naked gaze, did he really think that a quasi saint could not perceive it? Indeed, professing loyalty to no one but herself, she turned around and found a seductive harlot, even changing her name to Eastern Wangmu. However, she speculated that whether the heavenly marriage could be established was still an unknown. Establishing a heavenly marriage not only required a yin and a yang, but also needed a Nu the Dao friend to preside over the ceremony. Moreover, the Dao ancestor had previously arranged the heavenly marriage between Di Jun and Shihi. The Eastern Huanggang's actions were no different from provoking the Dao ancestor. Many powerful beings shared similar thoughts. They looked towards the direction of the Celestial Court, waiting to watch the spectacle. Unlike the indigenous, powerful beings of the primordial chaos, the Transmigrators were somewhat uncertain. They knew that although Hongjun embodied the heavenly Dao, he was still far from mastering it and could not oppose the great trends of the heavenly Dao. Whether it was the Wu or the demon, the Fengshen or Shiyu, it was all a contest between the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. If the heavenly Dao agreed, the Eastern Huanggang's actions could indeed allow him to replace Di Jun and establish the heavenly marriage, first gaining merit. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Court, the Eastern Huanggang was filled with anticipation. Once he established the heavenly marriage, he could begin the process of annihilating the Celestial Court. However, as time passed, the wedding was completed, and there was not even a trace of the heavenly Dao's merit. In an instant, the Eastern Huanggang's face turned pitch black, exclaiming, "Damn, why is this happening?" As the Eastern Huanggang, a pure young body, his celestial consort Eastern Wangmu had also been transformed by the system into a pure yin body. Their union was clearly the destined heavenly marriage. Why did the heavenly Dao not respond at all? Meanwhile, several Deluo powerhouses of the Celestial Court wore awkward expressions, uncertain of what to say. The lack of response from the heavenly Dao indicated that the heavenly marriage of the Celestial Emperor had not been established. Hong. The Eastern Huanggang gritted his teeth, but he could only utter one word before daring not to continue. It was needless to ask, this was certainly the work of Hongjun. The Eastern Huanggang could have established the heavenly marriage, but due to Hongjun's interference, the heavenly Dao did not acknowledge him. In the Zishu Palace, Hongjun glanced at the Eastern Huanggang and did not pay him any further attention. Did he really think that Hongjun cared about his face? To still wish to establish a heavenly marriage, not being struck down by the Zishio divine thunder, was already a grace beyond measure. The mighty beings of the primordial chaos whispered among themselves, secretly discussing and mocking the celestial emperor, the Eastern Huanggang. The Eastern Huanggang's heart was as dark as water. Even with the system's assistance, he had reached peak quasi-saint strength, yet he could not feel happy. However, at that moment, a loud laugh reverberated, shaking the 36 heavens of the Celestial Court. Di Jun laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. From then on, the Eastern Huanggang became the laughingstock of the primordial world. Thinking of seizing his heavenly marriage, he should really reflect on what he was. Di Jun looked at the Eastern Huanggang, whose expression was dark, his killing intent surging, and coldly stated, "Eastern Huanggang, you disrespect the Dao ancestor, repeatedly opposing me. Today marks your death." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Huanggang's eyes flashed with cold light, disdainfully saying, "Di Jun, I intend to seize your opportunity. What can you do to me? Had it not been for the Dao ancestor's bias, do you think you would still have a chance to establish the heavenly marriage?" Di Jun shook his head, looking at the disdainful Eastern Huanggang, and coldly laughed. "There is no point in saying more. Let us settle this today. If you are a man, step in and fight to the death." As he spoke, Di Jun waved his hand, tearing open a space and stepping inside. Seeing this, the Eastern Huanggang felt joy rather than anger. This brash bird, arrogant and self-important, did he really think he was still at the peak of quasi-saint? His face wore a mocking expression, and without fear he stepped into the space opened by Di Jun. At their level, a small difference in realm was a chasm that could not be bridged without a chaotic spiritual treasure. Di Jun saw that the Eastern Huanggang had indeed entered the space and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He still retained the strength of a peak quasi-saint, but let us not forget that he had the Zhoutian star array. Seeing that the Eastern Wanggong had come in, Dijun stopped pretending. With a wave of his hand, numerous figures each figure was a demon god of the Deluo Jin Xian level, and each demon god held a flag of innate spiritual The Eastern Wanggong's face changed dramatically upon seeing this, angrily exclaiming, Zhoutian star array. Dijun laughed heartily. Indeed, I did not expect you to know about the Zhoutian star array as well. Upon hearing Dijun's affirmation, the Eastern Wanggong became anxious and tried to escape. But Dijun had already anticipated this, summoning the Heavenly Emperor sword to bind him. Although the Eastern Wanggong was powerful and heavily injured Dijun with a single strike, in the blink of an eye streams of starlight shot into the space. In an instant the stars shifted and time and space changed. The Zhoutian star array was successfully deployed and a terrifying aura rose from Dijun. This aura was so strong that it had already surpassed the quasi-saint level comparable to Hongyuan. Dijun's eyes shimmered like the starry sky, as if he could see through the river of time and fate. Behind him the Zhoutian stars manifested mysterious and unfathomable. Just a single glance was enough to make the Eastern Wanggong's scalp tingle and his soul tremble. This was no longer the strength of a quasi-saint. This time Dijun's aura had far exceeded that of the former panda. Feeling this powerful and incredible force, Dijun's heart surged with pride. With such immense strength, who in this world could resist? Even the great array of the Wu clan, the Dotianshin Sha, was far inferior to the Zhoutian star array that had been improved by the system. Looking at the thoroughly frightened Eastern Wanggong, Dijun casually pointed. The Zhoutian star formation made its first appearance, startling countless mighty beings from the Primordial Era. The likes of Sanqing Mingi Qin Di and Hu Tong, all quasi-saints, seemed to sense a tremor in their souls at that moment. Whether they were traversers or primordial great powers, they all held their breath. This was a true primordial strike, shattering time and space, severing the future. This strike could only be resisted by a saint, and none other could withstand it. The Zhoutian star formation was terrifying beyond measure. The Dong Wanggong, locked by this finger, was on the brink of complete despair. As the finger of Dijun slowly descended, obliterating everything, the fear it brought was unimaginable. Dong Wanggong's heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. Why is it that other traversers confront heaven and earth, while I as a traverser face nothing but setbacks wherever I go? Could it be that I am the protagonist of a tragedy? In a fleeting moment it felt as if eons had passed. At the same time, the system of Dong Wanggong, which had remained quiet, could no longer stay inactive. If it did not take action, Dong Wanggong would surely perish. The strongest heavenly court system of the Primordial Era declared, in light of the injustice of the heavenly Tao, this host shall be compensated by elevating the host's cultivation to the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong was instantly overjoyed. At a critical moment, the system could be relied upon. Initially, he thought that achieving the primordial Tao would require unifying the primordial realm first. However, he never expected that this time would bring unexpected fortune, allowing the system to assist him in achieving the primordial Tao ahead of schedule. With this, who in the primordial realm could be his adversary? Achieving the primordial Tao was nearly instantaneous. Behind Dong Wanggong, a vast phantom of the great Tao appeared, majestic and overwhelming, suppressing all eternity. A terrifying aura spread from Dong Wanggong as its center. However, before he could react, time and space shifted, revealing a figure before him. It was the Primordial Era's big boss, Hongjun. At this moment, Dong Wanggong was no longer in the same time and space as Dijun and the others. Although Dijun had temporarily gained power comparable to the primordial, without Hongjun's permission, he could not perceive the time and space where Dong Wanggong resided. Hongjun looked at Dong Wanggong, a smile appearing in his eyes, and said, Dong Wanggong, congratulations on also achieving the primordial Tao. Dong Wanggong was taken aback and his expression slightly changed. Hongjun, what do you want? He was wary, in his heart staring intently at Hongjun. After achieving the primordial Tao, he was now on equal footing with Hongjun and naturally would not address him as Tao ancestor. In his view, as soon as he achieved the primordial Tao, Hongjun appeared, which could only mean trouble. He recalled how Hongjun had previously robbed him of 2 pieces of chaos spirit treasures, causing anger to rise within him. Hongjun paid no mind to Dong Wanggong's thoughts and cheerfully said, as a friend who borrowed the primordial Tao from me, you naturally must contribute to the construction of the primordial realm. Dong Wanggong replied blandly, Tao friend Hongjun, you jest. I, as one nurtured by the primordial realm and the foremost among male immortals, will naturally strive for the development of the primordial realm. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. Having said that, Dong Wanggong intended to leave. Although he had already achieved the primordial Tao, standing before Hongjun made him feel somewhat uneasy. This old fellow definitely harbored ill intentions. It would be wise to minimize contact. However, despite exerting all his strength, he was still unable to reverse this time and space and return to the main time. In an instant, Dong Wanggong's heart sank. Hongjun smiled and said, you, as a traverser, are not nurtured by my primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong was instantly filled with shock and anger. How? How do you know I am a traverser? Dong Wanggong was astonished, disbelief evident on his face. This was his greatest secret, one he had never revealed to anyone. Hongjun smiled and said, I not only know you are a traverser, but I also know that you have a system. As he spoke, Hongjun reached out towards Dong Wanggong. Hongjun smiled and said, I not only know you're a traverser, but I also know that you have a system. As he spoke, Hongjun reached out towards Dong Wanggong. Hongjun be so powerful. This was not a power that a heavenly Dao saint should possess. Dong Wanggong's system immediately took control of his body. In the next moment, Dong Wanggong's aura erupted. Mid-stage Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Latest stage Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Perfected Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The vast Great Dao behind him instantly solidified, piercing through the river of time and fate. A complete Great Dao is incredibly terrifying, capable of suppressing everything. But this was not the end. Dong Wanggong's aura surged once more, shaking this time and space. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 9 vast Great Daos appeared behind Dong Wanggong. The 9 Great Daos shook the past and present, overpowering everything. The 9 complete Great Daos danced wildly, their overwhelming aura nearly piercing through this time and space. Yet Hongjun was not surprised, but rather pleased. This system was formidable. At the same time, beneath Dong Wanggong's feet, the Chaos Green Lotus emerged, creating ripples that transformed everything in this time and space into nothingness. In his hand, a massive spear erupted with terrifying power, colliding with Hongjun's grabbing hand. After one strike, Hongjun remained motionless, while Dong Wanggong's body was sent crashing into another time and space. Hongjun's figure flickered and instantly caught up with Dong Wanggong, smiling and saying, it's useless. Even if you have condensed 9 complete Great Daos, it won't change anything. He had not used all his strength earlier, it was merely a casual grab. Yet that casual grab forced Dong Wanggong to exert his full effort. Even so, Dong Wanggong still fell short. Dong Wanggong's face was expressionless as the spear in his hand transformed into a world-destroying black dragon lunging at Hongjun. Under this strike, even Hongyun would find it challenging to resist. However, after throwing the spear, Dong Wanggong turned to flee the primordial realm. Hongjun's power was too terrifying. This was not a normal primordial realm. The powerful origin had nurtured a formidable existence. Seeing this, Hongjun lightly shook his head, smiling and saying, you think you can leave that easily? He merely pointed at the spear that was coming at him. Invisible forces instantly fell upon the spear, completely imprisoning it. At the same time, Hongjun's figure flickered, arriving before Dong Wanggong in a flash, and a finger descended. In the next moment, invisible chains appeared from the void, binding Dong Wanggong tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. These were chains transformed from the Great Dao, each representing a complete Great Dao. Completely suppressing Dong Wanggong, Hongjun waved his hand and directly extracted a trace of spiritual light from Dong Wanggong's body. It was the spirit of the strongest heavenly court system. Your power has already surpassed the heavenly Dao. How is this possible? Only at this moment did Dong Wanggong's system speak in shock. It should be known that Hongjun only began to merge with the Dao after giving his teachings. It had not been long since then, and even the Wu and Yao calamities had not yet passed. Hongjun smiled and said, anything is possible, but I won't tell you how. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's system was not angry, but rather coldly responded, what a statement, anything is possible. However, you will never know how many mysterious existences lie beyond this universe. Hongjun shook his head, no longer engaging in idle talk, and directly obliterated the spirit of the system. How many mysteries lay outside, who could say for certain? He believed that as long as he continued, one day, he would become an existence comparable to a Great Dao saint, or even surpass the Great Dao. The Eastern King looked on helplessly as his system was obliterated, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even with unimaginable power at his disposal, he dared not struggle. He did not even dare to meet Hongjun's gaze. Those eyes, eerily calm, resembled an unfathomable abyss. Hongjun observed the terrified Eastern King and said with a smile, rest assured, I will not kill you, otherwise you would have perished the moment you crossed over. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet he cautiously asked, then what do you want me to do? Hongjun shook his head, saying, naturally you are to work. Don't worry, you have other companions. As he spoke, the fabric of time and space shifted, and Hongjun brought the bewildered Eastern King to the primal barrier of the main timeline. Upon seeing this, Hongyun's eyes lit up, and he smiled, oh, another newcomer has arrived. The Emperor of Buzhou also expressed surprise. Eastern King, are you also a traveler? Hongyun pondered, if that is the case, then the Qin Dao and Hu Ting must also be here. Tisk, there seem to be quite a few travelers in this primal realm. Without the interference of the system, they quickly began to deduce the identities of the travelers. The Eastern King, observing Hongyun and the Emperor of Buzhou diligently working to cultivate chaos, turned pale and said, is the Dao ancestor asking me to cultivate chaos? Hongjun nodded and smiled, indeed, dear best. With your strength, I believe you can do even better than those two. With that, Hongjun's figure flashed and vanished, leaving the 3 travelers in silent contemplation. Upon returning to the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun began to tally his gains. The Eastern King system was remarkably affluent. In addition to 9 complete Great Avenues, there were over 100 incomplete ones. Although these avenues were incomplete, they could complement the existing incomplete avenues of the primal realm. As for the laws, there were quite a number, with hundreds being complete. Lastly, there were 2 Chaos Supreme Treasures, 2 Innate Supreme Treasures, and a large number of Innate Spiritual Treasures. It was evident that all these were rewards bestowed upon the Eastern King by the system. However, it was now a windfall for himself. As for the world origin left by the system, it was extraordinarily rich. Upon merging this origin into the primal realm, Hongjun could feel that the primal realm's origin had increased by a full 1%. If a few more such systems were to come, what would happen? In the days that followed, Hongjun did not continue to comprehend the infinite avenue, but began to repair and merge those incomplete avenues. In the world of the primal realm, no one knew that the Eastern King had once attained the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Gold Immortal. Nor did anyone know that the Eastern King had not truly perished, but was instead diligently cultivating at the primal barrier. Long before Hongjun altered the timeline, Emperor Jun, aided by the great array of the heavenly stars, unleashed a finger that rivaled Hunyuan directly. The beings of the primal realm witnessed that with a single finger strike, the immensely powerful Eastern King was vaporized, leaving not a trace, including his entire treasure. With a casual gesture, Emperor Jun eradicated everything belonging to the Eastern King. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering if Hunyuan was truly so terrifying. After all, as a Hunyuan Daluo Gold Immortal, he was equivalent to a saint. It is said that beneath the saints all are mere ants. Although it was just a casual gesture, exterminating a quasi-saint was still effortless. Emperor Jun forced himself to concoct a reasonable explanation. However, the treasures of the Eastern King made him suspicious, wondering if the heavenly Tao had stolen them. He had not heard of a saint being able to destroy an innate supreme treasure. Otherwise, Hongjun would not have conferred innate supreme treasures upon the 6 saints. Thinking of this, Emperor Jun put away his doubts and looked at the powerful beings of the primal realm, saying lightly, "The Eastern King is dead. I am magnanimous. As long as you choose to withdraw from the Celestial Court, I will not pursue the matter further." As he spoke, he glanced toward the Celestial Court. The members of the Celestial Court turned pale upon hearing this and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty, we are willing to withdraw from the Celestial Court. Indeed, we were forced into this, and had no choice but to join the Celestial Court." The Eastern King was exceedingly foolish, directly disbanding most of the immortals in the Celestial Court. "I have long wished to leave the Celestial Court." They each chimed in, disparaging the Eastern King to the utmost. Even the few who were most loyal to the Eastern King showed no hesitation. After all, no one would have expected that the male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor would be so easily obliterated by Emperor Jun. Among the Celestial Court, only a woman dressed in a red bridal gown angrily shouted, "You traitors! The Celestial Emperor has treated you well. Your Majesty, O Celestial Emperor." She looked sorrowful, her face filled with despair, as if the sky had fallen. The one speaking was none other than the Eastern Queen, the Empress of the Celestial Court, whom the Eastern King had personally enlightened. Emperor Jun's expression was indifferent as he looked at the Eastern Queen, taunting the Eastern King, did not recognize the heavenly laws, and was arrogant to the extreme, merely seeking his own demise. "The Tao ancestor will not let you off," the Eastern Queen retorted angrily. Emperor Jun unconcerned laughed. "Then you need..." Even in the original text, Emperor Jun had no issue in slaying the Eastern King, let alone as a traveler. As a mere woman, a small Daluo Gold Immortal, he did not even deem her worthy of his hand. However, that did not mean he would let this woman off. After all, she was a Daluo Gold Immortal. If she went mad, who knew what she might do? He looked at Baze, who immediately understood, and nodded subtly. Meanwhile, all the great beings of the primal realm who witnessed this quietly withdrew their gazes. This great array of the heavenly stars was exceedingly terrifying, capable of unleashing a strike of Hunyuan. With such means, who in the primal realm could withstand Emperor Jun aside from the Tao ancestor? The travelers all turned ashen, wondering how they were supposed to proceed. Unless they attained Hunyuan, facing Emperor Jun would mean certain death. Was the heavenly Tao of the primal realm really so biased towards Emperor Jun? Almost all the travelers fell silent, discreetly concealing themselves and quietly developing their powers. For a time, the primal realm unexpectedly welcomed a rare period of tranquility. After Emperor Jun's overwhelming suppression of the Eastern King, he became the undisputed foremost being in the primal realm, invincible. At least on the surface, no one dared to challenge his authority, not even the Wu clan. After all, even without utilizing the great array of the heavenly stars, Emperor Jun, having taken control of the Celestial Court, possessed strength comparable to the peak of a quasi-saint. One day, strange runes suddenly arose in the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Baze's voice resonated across a vast portion of the primal realm. Heavenly Dao Baze, having felt the difficulties faced by the demon clan in their transformation, inheritance, and awakening, now create demon script for the demon clan's inheritance as a vessel, hoping the heavenly Dao will bear witness. As he spoke, demon scripts began to manifest above Baze's head, shimmering with brilliant golden light. Each of these scripts represented different meanings. Above the heavens, a thunderous tribulation instantly spread, unleashing a terrifying aura and alarming countless powerful beings. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down the spines of demon beings below the level of Daluo. Unbeknownst to him, Emperor Jun had appeared not far from Baze, nodding in approval. Baze truly was a wise demon. In just over 1,000 years, he had created demon scripts from nothing. The thunderous tribulation was not only a test for the demon scripts, but also for Baze himself. Once he passed the test, the demon scripts would be truly established and divine merit from the heavenly Tao would descend. Facing the thunderous tribulation in the heavens, Baze remained unfazed, continuing to create demon scripts with a wave of his hand. Each time a demon script was created, a bolt of heavenly lightning would strike him. If it were an ordinary Daluo Gold immortal, they would have likely been severely injured by now. However, Baze was powerful and had the protection of top-grade innate spiritual treasures bestowed by Emperor Jun remaining unshaken. Little did he know in a mountain range in the western primal realm Kunping, who was diligently researching the demon scripts, sensed all of this and nearly spat blood in anger. Baze, I will not rest until we are at odds. Kunping roared in fury, almost going mad. Why was this happening? He had already started creating demon scripts and was on the verge of success, only to be outpaced by Baze. Beside him, the Qin Dao wore a grim expression. Could it be that, because Kunping had sided with him and turned his back on the Celestial Court, losing the favor of fortune, he had to forfeit his original opportunity? Originally, Kunping had a chance to reach the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. It now seemed quite difficult. For a time, the Qin Dao felt somewhat awkward. It seemed that ever since Kunping had followed him, he had not enjoyed a good life. Heavenly Court. With Baizhe successfully creating the 3,000 demon scripts, a large mass of merit descended from the heavens landing upon Baizhe. This scene stunned countless powerful beings. So much merit. They couldn't help but feel envious. The amount of merit was almost comparable to that of the establishment of the Heavenly Court. Juan Ti spoke with a sour tone. Baizhe, my friend, has established the demon scripts for the inheritance of the demon race. Such wisdom and intention, it resonates with our Western lineage. Next to him, Jia nodded in agreement. However, this time neither of them dared to act recklessly. What a joke that fellow Dijun was watching. Oh, would they seek death? Baizhe sat cross-legged, directly beginning to refine the merit. Soon a figure in white emerged from Baizhe, looking serene and ethereal. With the aid of this merit, Baizhe successfully severed the good corpse and advanced to the Quasi-Saint level. Upon witnessing this, Dijun was overjoyed. With this, the Heavenly Court now had 4 Quasi-Saints. He looked at Baizhe and said, "Congratulations on successfully severing the corpse and ranking as a Quasi-Saint. From today onward, you shall be the first demon sage of our Heavenly Court, Baizhe." The Great Luo is the demon god, the Quasi-Saint is the demon sage, and those like Fuxi and Yua who have the potential to attain Dao are regarded as demon emperors. This was a plan he had long envisioned. He believed that under his leadership the 10 demon sages of the Heavenly Court would inevitably gather. Baizhe, upon hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It is all thanks to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's guidance that Baizhe could achieve the Quasi-Saint level. This merit is a gift to your Majesty, and I hope you will not disdain it. As he spoke, Baizhe presented the remaining 30% of the merit to Dijun. Dijun shook his head, smiling as he said, "Keep it for yourself." How could a dignified Heavenly Emperor accept gifts from his subordinates? Wouldn't that turn into a laughingstock of the Hongwang? However, thinking of Kunping, Dijun felt a sense of pleasure. Letting you rely on the Qin Emperor, letting you steal my treasures, this is the consequence. Meanwhile, the other demon gods in the Heavenly Court looked on with envy. A Quasi-Saint. I don't know if they will have opportunities to achieve this in their lifetime. Dijun observed the expressions of these powerful beings and comforted them, saying, "You all are the pillars of my Heavenly Court. I guarantee that I will help you all achieve the Quasi-Saint level in the future." With his system, he believed it wouldn't take long before he could achieve Hongyuan. At that time, creating a few Quasi-Saints would be no trouble at all. If all else fails, isn't there still the system? When he first arrived in Honghuang, there was the Qin Emperor, then Tai, first the Wu tribe, then Dong Wanggong. So many formidable enemies surrounded him, and now each one was beaten down to the point of not daring to lift their heads. What does this indicate? It indicates that Dijun has truly risen. The only regret is that figures like the Qin Emperor and Tai are too deeply hidden, he can't find their whereabouts at all. Otherwise, he would have cleaned up these guys long ago. Many demon gods, upon hearing this, naturally hurriedly expressed their thanks. Whether they believed it or not, the Heavenly Emperor was indeed much stronger in this regard than Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong was destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor purely because of his own actions. As Baizhe established the demon scripts and gained a large amount of heavenly merit, it seemed that the mighty beings of Hongwang suddenly gained enlightenment. There were mighty beings from the dragon race creating dragon scripts, mighty beings from the wolf race creating wolf scripts, and various other scripts. For a time, various forms of writing flourished in Hongwang. Even the Wu tribe couldn't hold back, and under Qinlang's leadership, they created Wu scripts. However, it was somewhat disappointing that although heavenly merit occasionally fell, the quantity was pitifully small. Even when combined, it couldn't compare to 1/10 of what Baizhe had received. The Qin Emperor and others as traversers also created a few forms of writing, but heavenly merit didn't fall upon them at all. This left each traverser feeling quite displeased. Clearly, the merit for creating scripts had been completely harvested by Baizhe. However, they were not discouraged. As traversers, did they not have an easy way to reap merit? Immediately, the Qin Emperor established measurement standards, formulated currency rules, and even created clothing and fire by friction. But to his dismay, it seemed the heavenly Dao had no reaction at all. In response, Hongjun could only say, "Young man, you are still too young. I'm not stupid. How could I bestow merit upon you traversers?" Year after year. In the blink of an eye, there was less than a year until the wedding date set by Dijun. She returned to the Tian Star feeling utterly helpless. Damn it, after working so hard for so long, I'm only at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. This made Shi feel as if the system was doing it on purpose. Xiaoming, come out. Why are the rewards always so trash? Can't you just elevate me directly to the Hongyuan realm? Shi angrily questioned in his mind. Xiaomeng was indeed his system. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng immediately responded, "Host, in just 3,000 years you have risen from Great Luo to mid-stage Quasi Saint. Isn't such speed satisfactory? Moreover, within the limits of the system's rules, I have worked hard to enhance your strength." Shi retorted, "Satisfactory. Am I really going to marry that guy Dijun?" Xiaomeng chuckled and said, "Isn't that great? An excellent husband delivered to your doorstep, the dignified heavenly emperor, the foremost figure beneath Hongjun. And as long as you choose an excellent husband, you can immediately rise one small realm." Shi fell silent, lamenting, "But I'm a guy." Xiaomeng replied, No, host, you are female inside and out. After so many years you should have recognized that. Rest assured, even if you give birth to a little Jinwu, it's not a problem." Shi sighed, feeling extremely dejected. It's not the fear of a godlike opponent, but the fear of a pig-like teammate. This is pushing oneself into a fire pit. Just then She also noticed Shi and immediately ran over, smiling, "Sister, you're back. Could it be? You want to marry the heavenly emperor and can't wait any longer?" Shi rolled his eyes in response. "What the hell, can't wait?" Seeing this, She comforted, "Sister, don't set your sights too high. Dijun is at the peak of Quasi Saint, the ruler of the heavenly court, undoubtedly the #1 in Hongwang. Moreover, marrying Dijun also grants heavenly merit, an opportunity that many desire, but cannot obtain." Shi was speechless, unable to help but say, "You go if you want, I'm definitely not going." Others may not know, but he understands that the higher Dijun stands now, the harder he will fall in the future. Without becoming a saint, he will always be an ant. Emperor Jun's divine sense swept across, and he immediately realized that only Shi and Shi were on the Tine Star. Looking at the enchanting Shi, a radiant smile spread across Emperor Jun's face. Before his reincarnation among the goddesses of the Primordial Era, Shi could only be considered average. However, after arriving in the Primordial Era, he discovered that the true goddess of the Primordial Era was only Shi. Before his reincarnation among the goddesses of the Primordial Era, Shi could only be considered average. Emperor Jun approached Shi and smiled, saying, "Shi, my dear friend, our grand wedding is just around the corner. I, Emperor Jun, vow to cherish you for all eternity and only you." Upon hearing this, Shi's expression stiffened. Although Emperor Jun now lacked his former dominance and was gentle, refined, and extraordinarily handsome, the mere thought of having a little Jinwu with him made her feel utterly awkward. However, this was a marriage bestowed by the Dao ancestor, and with his current strength he had no way to resist. Shi remained silent, but Shi stepped forward and glared at Emperor Jun, saying, "If you dare to bully my sister, I will do everything in my power to fight you." Emperor Jun was at a loss for words, but still smiled, saying, "Rest assured, no one can bully your sister." Compared to Shi was much more vivacious, like a lively girl next door. However, Emperor Jun felt that he needed to show Shi his sincerity, so he didn't plan to follow the original story where in his view, pure feelings could not be mixed with others. A relationship involving three people was not pure love, but Shi rubbed her forehead, truly wishing to block her ears. Faced with Emperor Jun, her future husband, she could only sigh and say indifferently, "This is only our second meeting, so what feelings can there be between us?" Emperor Jun, unfazed by her words, smiled and said, "So here I am. With a year left until our marriage, I'd give you time to get to know me and become familiar with me." He believed that such a perfect Shi would surely be won over by him willingly. Upon hearing this, Shi immediately, if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, she would have kicked him away right now. On Tine Star, Emperor Jun did not return to the heavenly court, but continued to stay on Tine Star. He needed to prevent Tai Yi and others from causing trouble while enhancing his relationship with Shi. Naturally, their movements could not escape the attention of the time travelers watching them. In the void not far from Tine Star, several almost undetectable auras were fixedly staring in the direction of Tine Star. It was the panda man Xiangba. At this time, Xiangba's cultivation remained at the early stage of the Quasi Saint. His system was a lie-flat system, and despite his efforts over 3,000 years, his progress in cultivation was still slow. 3,000 years without a single breakthrough in realms left Xiangba feeling somewhat despondent. Lying flat and continuing to lie down, he thought his wife might be gone. But how could he endure watching his goddess marry someone else? Watching Emperor Jun enter Tine Star made Xiangba feel a rush of green above his head. Nuwa treated him coldly. She regarded him as a pet, and only Shi considered him a true friend. Truly, Shi was beautiful inside and out. Xiangba felt it was necessary to rescue Shi from her predicament. He planned to take Shi far away, escaping from the Primordial Era to lie in chaos for a few million years before returning for revenge. However, before he could reach Tine Star, Emperor Jun had already beaten him to it. So now he could only waiting for Emperor Jun to leave and then take Shi away. Little did he know that Emperor Jun had already anticipated this situation. In a secret Great Thousand Realm, Hu Ting received a report from his subordinates and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, Emperor Jun actually wants to marry Xier. He wished he could rush to Tine Star right now and slay that mixed feather bird. However, Xier must have been forced to return to Tine Star. Hu Ting vowed that he would definitely rescue Xier and destroy the heavenly court. Looking at the powerful figures kneeling below, Hu Ting's heart was filled with confidence. 3,000 de luo, all of them were his subordinates. With the help of the system's divine elixir, he had secretly cultivated 3,000 de luo golden immortals. It should be known that even the Heavenly Court had a hard time gathering 365 Deluo demon gods. His Deluo subordinates were nearly 10 times that of Emperor Jun. Of course, this was not the main point of the key was that these 3,000 Deluo could set up the Primordial Mystic Dao Array. This Primordial Mystic Dao Array could unleash primordial power without relying on external energy. The only regret was that this array could only unleash force once. Hu Teng looked at his 3,000 Deluo and asked, "How is the rehearsal for the Primordial Mystic Dao Array going?" One Deluo Golden Immortal hurriedly stepped forward and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, we are already extremely proficient and can deploy the array at any time." Hu Teng upon hearing this laughed heartily and said, "Good. On the day of Emperor Jun's wedding I will certainly give him a lesson he will never forget." However, thinking of the Jotian Star Do Array, Hu Teng still felt it was a bit insecure. The Jotian Star Do Array absorbed the power of the Jotian Stars, constantly fueling its strength far surpassing the Primordial Mystic Dao Array. Therefore, he decided to take action personally and secretly eliminate a few Deluo from the Heavenly Court, ideally preventing Emperor Jun from being able to set up the Jotian Star Do Array. Likewise, Tai began to plan. That guy the Qin Emperor was unwilling to provoke Emperor Jun, but Tai was not afraid. Even the Qin Emperor did not know that he had already reached the late stage of Quasi Saint and had slain 3 corpses. Not only that, but he had also obtained a piece of chaotic spiritual treasure. At this moment, he was confident that his strength was comparable to Emperor Jun's. As for the Jotian Star Do Array, he was not afraid because he had sent his corpse controller out to quietly eliminate a few Deluo, setting up the array disguising it as something else. When the time comes, he would like to see what Emperor Jun would use to deal with him. He wanted to snatch the bride in front of Emperor Jun, rubbing Emperor Jun's face against the ground. Xier could only belong to him and no one else could lay a finger on her. If other time travelers were scheming for the heavenly marriage, the witch clan's filthy god was no exception. Over the years, with the help of the system, his strength had grown stronger, reaching the mid-stage of Quasi Saint. However, such strength was merely delivering food to Emperor Jun. If he went alone, it would naturally be a one-way trip, but let's not forget that the witch clan was united, and they all fought. So the filthy god directly said, "Brothers, that he is the woman I have my eyes on, yet she is being plotted against by Emperor Jun and Hongjun. I ask all of you brothers to help me." As he spoke, the filthy god displayed a look of indignation. Upon hearing this, the several hot-tempered ancestors, such as Zhu Rong, immediately exploded with rage, eager to rush to the heavenly court. How outrageous. Filthy god, rest assured, I will fight to bring back my sister-in-law. Indeed, a mixed feather bird dares to take my filthy god's woman. This clearly shows no respect for our 12 ancestors. It's the 14 ancestors. Yes, not respecting our 14 ancestors, damn them all. However, Qinlang frowned slightly and said, "Know that Emperor Jun has the Jotian Star Do formation, which is comparable to the strike of a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, invincible in its might. Moreover, the Dao ancestor has explicitly stated that no large-scale battles are permitted within a Yuan meeting." As a time traveler, he naturally understood the terror of Hongjun. Furthermore, the Wu clan indeed cannot defeat the Demon clan at this time. It is not worth putting countless fellow clansmen in danger for a single woman. Di Jiang remained calm. "Brother Qinlang is right. Wu Xin, you need to stay calm. It's just a woman. Our Wu clan has plenty. We can arrange as many as you want." Hutu also nodded, saying, "Indeed, while we can set up the Dotian Shinsha formation to summon our Father God with our current strength, it is impossible to summon the complete power of our Father God. If we could summon the full power of our Father God, even Hongjun's prohibition would not frighten us. Unfortunately, our strength is limited, and we cannot replicate the full prowess of our Father God during his prime." Upon hearing that, Di Jiang and the others disagreed. Wu Xin became anxious. Could he really watch his beloved woman fall into the arms of another? No, that is absolutely impossible. The thought of such a situation made Wu Xin feel an intense green haze above his. He hurriedly said, "But we already have 6 individuals in the mid-stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Once we summon the projection of our Father God, our strength will surely surpass before, and will be completely unafraid of the Jotian Star Do formation." As for Hongjun, he would not intervene. He believed that it was not yet time for the true battle between the Wu and the Demon clans, and Hongjun absolutely would not dare to directly annihilate their Wu clan. After all, Hongjun would want them to weaken each other in the most severe calamity, thus reducing the influence of the heavenly Dao. However, Qinlang firmly shook his head and said, "No, based on my estimations, unless our strength all reaches the mid-stage of Hunyuan Jinxian, the projection of our Father God we summon will have no chance of matching the Jotian Star Do formation. Otherwise, it is entirely impossible to succeed." Although he did not want to admit it, Emperor Jun's Jotian Star Do formation indeed possesses Hunyuan-level strength. Meanwhile, the Pangu Phantom they summon currently has at most a power approaching Hunyuan. Though it is infinitely close, facing a true Hunyuan is like heaven and earth apart. The other ancestral witches are not fools either. With Qinlang's system aura to offset, they naturally would not comply with Wu Xin on every matter. In no time, many ancestral witches present divided into 2 factions, arguing loudly, hardly achieving unity. This is not child's play. Once they summon the Dotian Shinsha formation, it signifies their intent to engage in a death battle with the Demon clan. Yet how long has it been since Hongjun stated that no large-scale battles are permitted within a Yuan meeting? If the Wu clan dares to act, who knows whether Hongjun will intervene and crush them. If they do not summon the Dotian Shinsha formation, even if they all join forces, they are no match for Emperor Jun. After all, Emperor Jun's strength under the blessing of the throne of the Immortal Court is comparable to the peak of a quasi-saint. Who can withstand that except for a saint? In an instant, Wuxian insisted on seizing the wedding, while Qinlang completely disagreed with Wuxian's view. In Qinlang's view, Wuxian was clearly putting the Wu clan in danger, and the fact that Wuxian, a non-existent ancestral, which was actually a banner of the heavenly Tao in the Hongwang. Thinking of this, Qinlang was even more unwilling to agree and became increasingly wary of Wuxian. The two factions of ancestral witches argued fiercely, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, the Wu clan formed two distinctly opposing factions. The 6 ancestral witches led by Emperor Jun Hutu and Qinlang remained stationed within the Wu clan, refusing to go out. Meanwhile, the 8 ancestral witches led by Wuxian and Zhu Rong went to seize the wedding. However, for safety's sake, they decided to first quietly eliminate a few great Luo demon gods. A year's time for the great powers of the Honghuang is but a blink of an eye. Soon it was the day of Emperor Jun's wedding. The entire heavenly court was adorned with lights and festoons filled with joy, creating a lively scene. Great powers from the Hongwang hurried to the heavenly court to congratulate the heavenly emperor. Emperor Jun felt the gentle spring breeze full of vigor. She ultimately agreed to marry him. Not only that, but she also arranged for her sister Changxi to marry him as well. The situation in the Hongwang seemed to be back on track. Of course, agreeing to marry him did not mean she had to bear him a little Jinwu. What she meant was to marry first to certify the heavenly marriage, gain the merits of the heavenly Tao, and see how things develop afterward. However, Emperor Jun believed that with his charm, after countless years together winning, Shihi over would be effortless. Moreover, under the heavenly Tao, Shihi would not be allowed to act recklessly. As Emperor Jun sighed at the terror of the Hongwang heavenly Tao, he welcomed the arriving great powers. Meanwhile, a group of time travelers were sharpening their knives, filled with resentment. Tai coldly gazed at Emperor Jun, inwardly sneering, hoping that he could still smile later. He intended to leap out during Emperor Jun's wedding and seize Shihi. He wanted to make Emperor Jun lose face and He wanted to make Emperor Jun a laughingstock of the Hongwang. Furthermore, he aimed to take Emperor Jun's heavenly emperor position. That's right, Tai was also a Jinwu. Why should the heavenly emperor position only be occupied by you, Emperor Jun? With the chaos spirit treasure in hand, Tai's confidence was exceedingly inflated. Soon as one great power after another arrived, the heavenly marriage officially began. A figure that left several time travelers disoriented emerged from the depths of the heavenly court. It was Shihi. Besides Shihi was Changxi, whom they had ignored. At this moment, Changxi was exceptionally bashful, tightly holding onto her sister, Shihi's hand, afraid to let go. Emperor Jun wore a beaming smile, gazing at the two beauties, unable to help but recall his saying, with such a wife, what more could a husband desire? The great powers of the Honghuang, who had been waiting for a long time, curiously looked at Emperor Jun, Shihi and Changxi. The heavenly marriage, personally designated by the Tao ancestor, represented the balance of yin and yang in the Hongwang. Some great powers looked on enviously, knowing that the heavenly marriage would bestow boundless merits, thus Emperor Jun's strength would surely advance further, drawing closer to Hunyuan. Unfortunately, this heavenly marriage was designated by the Tao ancestor. Even if they had the heart, they lacked the courage. Niwa walked up to Emperor Jun, Shihi and Changxi, smiling. Congratulations to the 3 friends on your joyful union. I shall use the red embroidered ball granted by the Tao ancestor to preside over your wedding. Upon hearing this, the 3 quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Niwa Tao friend. Niwa nodded and then looked at Emperor Jun, asking, Emperor Jun, do you wish to take Shihi as your wife? Emperor Jun naturally smiled and replied, Emperor Jun is willing and will protect both wives for a lifetime. Niwa nodded and then inquired about Shihi and Changxi. Having reached this point, Shihi and Changxi would naturally not say they were unwilling. She forced a smile, inwardly comforting herself. Marriage is not a big deal since she is currently in a female form, and it does not necessarily mean she must bear Emperor Jun a little Jinwu. The reason she allowed Emperor Jun to marry Changxi as well was for Changxi to bear little Jinwu for Emperor Jun. This way, even if Hongjun were to come, he should have no excuse to trouble her, right? Furthermore, after marrying Emperor Jun, not only would the system elevate her cultivation by a small realm, but the merits from the heavenly marriage would also allow her to ascend further. By then, she would possess the strength of a quasi-saint peak. Even if she could not defeat Emperor Jun, she would not fear his overbearing advances. She was silently calculating in her heart. However, that forced smile of hers appeared to the several time travelers as a facade of joy. Tai was furious, believing that Shihi Dao friend must have been coerced by the heavenly Tao. If Tai were not a time traveler and did not possess a system, Shihi's life would have been ruined like this. Unfortunately, Tai is a time traveler, he intends to change Shihi Dao friend's fate. Tai let out a furious roar and directly revealed his form, his quasi-saint latest stage aura, startling countless great powers of the Hongwang. Emperor Jun, you little brat, Shihi Dao friend does not like you at all. You force her to marry you, selfish and lewd. Today I shall suppress you. Tai stepped forward, each word like thunder shaking the Hongwang. At this moment, he felt his figure was immensely tall, surely the hero in Shihi Dao friend's heart. However, at this moment, he was not the only one who stepped forward. At the same moment that Tai spoke, Hu Tong also stepped forward, declaring with great authority, Sierra, I have come for you today to take you away. Hu Ting's cultivation was no less formidable, being at the late stage of quasi-saint, which astonished the onlookers. Meanwhile, the 3,000 de Luo behind him exuded a vast aura, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. When did the wilderness become so filled with de Luo? Seeing Tai and Hu Tung standing out openly, the originally stealthy Xiangba, who planned to secretly take Shihi away, could no longer hold back and jumped out as well. He feared that if he did not act, he would truly be left out of the play. Xia, my feelings for you are genuine and unwavering. Since the wilderness cannot accommodate us, we shall leave it behind. Xiangba spoke, as if radiating unmatched dominance. However, his cultivation at the early stage of quasi-saint was far inferior to the previous two. Yet Xiangba was unconcerned, for he possessed the system-bestowed great teleportation technique, and he had no worries about escaping. Seeing this, the pollution god could no longer sit idly. These guys, one after another, dared to steal his thunder, which was utterly detestable. Originally, he planned to launch a sudden attack, severely injure Dijun, and then take Shihi away directly, but he had been exposed early by these fools. At that moment, the pollution god and the other 5 ancestral witches also jumped out, eyeing Dijun with hostility. Countless powerful beings in the wilderness were astonished. There were indeed those who feared nothing, daring to disrupt during the heavenly marriage of the emperor. And it was not just one or two. Shihi, seeing these individuals, felt her heart crack. When did I ever say I was any of yours? The domineering CEO type Hu Ting, the refined and gentle Dijun, the calm and cunning Tai, and the loyal guardian type Xiangba. These guys were all vying for her hand. In that moment, Shihi also did not know what to say. The atmosphere of the wilderness had completely been led astray by her. Had she inadvertently stumbled into a female-oriented fantasy, becoming the sole heroine? Dijun, seeing Tai and the others step forward, remained unflustered, as if he had anticipated this. Looking at Tai and the others, Dijun said calmly, "You are overestimating yourselves. Shihi is willingly marrying this emperor. Today is my grand wedding, a retreat at once, and I will pretend I have not seen you." On the day of the wedding, he did not wish for bloodshed to taint the ceremony. Yet, unfortunately, Tai and the others were determined to snatch Shihi away, so how could they easily retreat? Moreover, they had already eliminated several demon gods, no longer needing to worry about Dijun's Jotian Star Do formation. Tai sneered, willingly. More like forced willingness. Dijun, you presumptuous heavenly emperor, today, I shall let you know that, even as a heavenly emperor, you cannot do as you please. As he spoke, Tai waved his hand, and a black and white banner unfurled in the wind, exuding a vast aura. In that moment, he seemed to become the center of the universe, the ruler of all. A terrifying aura swept through the heavenly court, instilling fear in countless powerful beings. Dijun's expression darkened slightly. The Chaos Spiritual Treasure. As the owner of the Chaos Pearl, he was naturally familiar with Chaos Spiritual Treasures. His power was originally stronger than Tai by a small realm, but Tai's possession of a Chaos Spiritual Treasure could bridge that gap. Thinking of his own Chaos Pearl, Dijun felt a surge of frustration. Who had stolen his Chaos Pearl? If it were the Qin Emperor and the others, they should have successfully refined it long ago and flaunted it. But it had been so long without a trace of the Chaos Pearl. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao took it away? Dijun's heart brimmed with resentment, yet he showed no sign of weakness. With a clang, the Heavenly Emperor sword was summoned by Dijun. He coldly stated, Tai, do not think that with a Chaos Spiritual Treasure you can oppose my heavenly court. Under the Jotian Star Do formation there are no lost souls, for they will surely be scattered to the winds. Tai, hearing this, wore a mocking expression and replied, then you may try. He had quietly eliminated 5 demon gods of the heavenly court, and this fool Dijun had yet to notice. Tai was no fool, truly believing he would step into death, knowing that Dijun would use the Jotian Star Do formation. Hu Tung immediately spoke up, saying, Dijun, today is your day of doom and no one can save you. Although it was said that true spirits could be revived by the heavenly Tao, he was fully prepared. As for Tai, if he could kill Dijun, why would he worry about a Tai with no significant power? With such thoughts, Hu Tung waved his hand and 6 gourds appeared around him. These 6 gourds had all advanced to the level of innate supreme treasures. With the system in play, had he not been focused on increasing his cultivation, he could have even produced a chaos spiritual. Upon seeing this, Dijun's expression darkened. How could these guys possess so many treasures? Was the heavenly Tao plotting behind their backs? Even Xiangba at this moment clenched his fists, feeling disheartened. What the hell, these guys were the ones truly cheating. Innate supreme treasures, chaos spiritual treasures, one after another, their cultivation seemed as easy as eating or drinking, leaving others to believe they were the true traversers. Xiangba, harboring grievances in his heart, remained vigilant and decided to bide his time. He secretly cursed that in the end these guys would suffer mutual destruction, and then the treasures and beauties would all belong to him. As for the pollution god, he also felt somewhat shaken. This wilderness was increasingly becoming unreasonable, completely different from the plot he knew. Fortunately, they had the great divine killing formation, otherwise they might have been instantly killed by these ferocious beasts. Looking at Zhu Rong and the others, the pollution god whispered, let them fight among themselves for now. Zhu Rong and the others nodded in agreement. Though they were reckless, they were not fools. The Traversers, thinking themselves the smartest, sought to benefit from the chaos, yet none had made a move after all the talk. Countless powerful beings in the wilderness were astonished yet also found it entertaining. Juan's eyes turned red and he quietly said, "Indeed the East is vast and rich with abundant origins, innate supreme treasures and chaos spiritual treasures appear one after another." Jia nodded in agreement, filled with envy. They in the West had seemingly not seen even a single innate supreme treasure in all these years. Their brotherhood was indeed suffering too much. Looking at these innate supreme treasures, Jia's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but say, "Junior brother, should we lend a hand to Dijun?" His intention was certainly not out of goodwill. If he helped Dijun defeat Tai and the others, Dijun would surely feel obliged not to consume all the spoils. Juan shook his head saying, "Do not rush, let's see which side is stronger and assist them accordingly." As he spoke, he licked his lips, eyeing the 3,000 de luo behind Hu Teng. With so many de luo, one wondered where Hu Teng had found them. If they were to cross over to the west, wouldn't they immediately turn it into a pure land? Jia also nodded, secretly having nearly the same thoughts. As for the other powerful beings in the wilderness, although they were envious, they did not yet have the courage to snatch treasures from Dijun and the other Traversers. Dijun looked at the arrogant individuals before him and let out a slight sigh within his heart. It seemed that today he would indeed have to unleash a massacre. Initially, out of respect for Shihi, he did not wish to resort to extreme measures. However, it appeared that he had been too merciful, allowing these individuals to believe they could bully him. Turning to Shihi, Dijun gently said, "Shihi, please wait a moment. Once I have eliminated these arrogant fools, I will marry." Upon finishing his words, Dijun bellowed. All 365 demon gods formed the great celestial array. "Yes!" With the chorus of voices, figures began to emerge. However, Dijun's expression quickly darkened. Of the 365 demon gods, only 333 were present, a reduction of 32. If it were just one or two missing, he could have allowed other powerful beings to make up for it, but this was simply too many. Dijun felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly calculated. At that moment, Tai sneered, "Dijun, don't waste your efforts. Do you think I would let you gather all 365? Hearing this, a cold light flickered in Dijun's eyes as he coldly replied, "Was it you?" Tai showed no fear and proudly exclaimed, "Indeed it was I. What can you do about it?" Hu Teng and the pollution god also showed no weakness, almost in unison declaring, "And I too." Disrupting Dijun's great celestial array was a crucial step in rescuing Shihi. How could they allow Tai to take all the credit? Upon hearing this, Dijun's face turned pale with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. Congratulations on provoking my wrath." Seeing the disdainful expressions on Tai and the others, Dijun coldly stated, "You keep insisting on suppressing me, so I shall give you that opportunity." Before his words fell, Dijun tore through space and stepped into it. Tai, Hu Teng, and the pollution god exchanged glances and followed him into the depths of space. Since they dared to come, they naturally feared nothing from Dijun. Once they entered the depths of space, they did not hesitate. Although Dijun lacked chaotic spiritual treasures, his strength surpassed others by a small realm, allowing him to hold his ground even against a joint assault. Meanwhile, as Dijun and the others engaged in battle, countless powerful beings observed from afar. Juan and Jia exchanged glances and quietly crept behind the 3000 de luo brought by Hu Teng. With their current mid-stage Hanyuan golden immortal strength, ambushing de luo was a simple task. Additionally, with the innate treasure, the Bodhi staff granted by Hongjun, they struck precisely. Within less than an hour, half of the 3000 de luo were eliminated. To avoid early detection, the two also cleverly created a fake to leave behind. To any observer, it would appear as if all 3000 de luo were present, nervously gazing at the battle in the depths of space. During this time, Fushi and the three Pure Ones noticed something amiss, but did not take it seriously. After all, these individuals were Hu Teng's subordinates and did not concern them. In the depths of endless space, Hu Teng grew anxious as he could not subdue Dijun. The key issue was that Dijun was primarily focused on himself. Yet he lacked chaotic spiritual treasures and had faced consecutive setbacks. A cold light flashed in Hu Teng's eyes as he threatened Dijun, "Do not think that your high cultivation makes you exceptional. Today I shall ensure your demise." As he spoke, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entire heavenly court. With 3000 de luo present, formed the Hanyuan Xian Dao array. Hearing this, Juan and Jia quickly ceased their small actions and discreetly moved away from the troublesome area. Meanwhile, the remaining over 1,000 de luo golden immortals hurriedly stepped into the depths of space. For some reason, they felt an unsettling anxiety, as if a calamity lurked nearby. Yet, despite their probing, they could not uncover a trace of evidence. Soon, over 1,000 de luo formed a formation, and a mysterious aura rose from them. This aura resembled a series of rising suns intertwining with the Tao. In an instant, countless powerful beings trembled. This aura signaled that an unparalleled great array was about to take shape. Hu Teng's expression was arrogant. Although it had only one strike's worth of power, he was confident he could annihilate all, including Dijun. This battle was destined to have only one victor, and that victor would be him. However, before the great sun could fully ignite, it suddenly faltered and its aura dissipated. Initially brimming with confidence, Hu Teng was taken aback. He hurriedly looked up, only to be enraged to the point of why were there only over 1,000 de luo golden immortals? Where were the others? Hu Ting, furious, instantly scanned with his divine sense. The remaining over 1,000 Deluo stood outside unmoving. With his latest stage quasi-saint cultivation, he immediately discerned that those outside were merely fakes. Who exactly is responsible? Who tampered with my 3000 Deluo? Hu Ting roared, his voice like thunder, nearly hysterical. I don't know how many resources I've expended for these 3000 Deluo. It was unbearable to have lost the majority of them without even engaging in battle. Nearby Zhuan and Jia Yin maintained their composure, showing no signs of remorse. What were just a few subordinates to shout about? Why such a loud outcry? The three pure ones exchanged glances. Although they knew Zhuan and Jia Yin were responsible, they chose not to expose them. After all, Hu Ting's misfortune was their delight. As for Nuwa and Fuxi, they were even less likely to reveal the truth. The other quasi-saints, recalling the shamelessness of the two from the west, decided to pretend they had not seen anything. Shamelessness is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the ordained saint who cannot be provoked. For a moment, Hu Tung could only seethe with impotent rage. However, Dijun would not grant him that time. To be honest, he had just been startled. The array formed by 3000 Deluo with their auras connected was likely not an ordinary formation. Moreover, from the aura he sensed just now, once it exploded, it could undoubtedly suppress quasi-saints. Hu Tung was here because of this mysterious array composed of 3000 Deluo. Did Tai Yi and the others also possess other hidden cards? Thinking of this, Dijun steeled his heart and immediately transmitted his voice to Fuxi. What if the great celestial array was destroyed? Do not forget that he, Dijun, still had the three talents formless array. These foolish individuals had no idea that he had previously used the three talents formless array. Upon hearing this, Fuxi immediately pulled his sister Nuwa into the depths of space. Once inside, the two immediately set up the three talents formless array with Dijun, which was formless and shapeless, impossible to grasp. In an instant, a terrifying aura rose from Dijun. This aura was so powerful that it had already surpassed that of quasi-saints. The countless powerful beings outside were shaken and immediately recalled. This is the array used by the Heavenly Emperor during the battle with the Witch Clan last time. What a formidable array! Even if it is not inferior to the great celestial array, the key is that it only requires 3 people to form. I said, how could the Heavenly Emperor possibly be defeated? They are merely a few jumping clowns. The discussions among the powerful beings caused Tai Yi and the others' expressions to turn ashen. What kind of array was this? How did Dijun possess such an array? Now, although Dijun had not yet obtained the power of Huan Yuan, his strength had already surpassed that of quasi-saints. Tai Yi and the others felt their scalps tingle in fear. They were filled with anger, certain that this was a gift from the heavenly Tao to Dijun to enable him to contend against them. Dijun's expression was calm, but a murderous intent filled his eyes. He wished to take this opportunity to eliminate these several individuals. After they had been causing trouble for so long, it was time to put an end to it. Dijun looked at Tai Yi and pointed directly with a finger. Under this single finger, space collapsed and time twisted the terrifying power, leaving all beings astonished. This was a level beyond a quasi-saint, infinitely close to the primordial level. Countless powerful beings outside were horrified, as if they were back in the scene under the great Joestar array. Hidden in the shadows, the Qin Emperor and others turned pale. This Dijun truly was the protagonist of the calamity. Zhuan and Jia Yin gazed with envy. If this was not the primordial Deluo golden immortal, how powerful would a true saint be when they acted? Fortunately, they had shamelessly obtained the Hongming purple chi back then. Even Laozi and the others were filled with longing. Yuan Shi curled his lips, muttering, without becoming a saint, one will remain an ant. He could only comfort himself in this way. Tai Yi was furious, feeling a tingling on his scalp. He wanted to resist, to evade, but felt as though he had already been locked onto by Dijun with no way to escape. Clang! The chaos flag fluttered, and Tai Yi, utilizing the power of this chaos spiritual treasure, finally managed to break free for a moment, instantly reaching the side of several ancestral witches. He shouted angrily, block him, or we will all die. It wasn't yet time for the battle between the witches and demons. If these ancestral witches were to die, the two sides wouldn't be able to suffer mutual destruction. Thus Tai Yi was also wagering that the heavenly Tao or Hongjun would intervene to stop Dijun. However, seeing this, the pollution god couldn't help but explode in anger. Damn, that scruffy bird actually leading disaster eastward. This Tai Yi is truly not a good thing. The strongest among them was only in the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. The pollution god immediately began to curse, but at that moment Dijun's descending finger had already arrived. The speed of a level beyond a quasi-saint was terrifying. It was only because Tai Yi possessed the chaos flag that he could dodge a bit. Feeling the life and death crisis descending from above, the pollution god and the other ancestral witches turned pale. Great heavenly god killing formation, activate. Without hesitation, the pollution god and the other 7 ancestral witches directly arranged the great heavenly god killing formation. In an instant, a vast aura swept across and the phantom of Pango reappeared in the world. Father God, Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches were overjoyed. After the Pango phantom appeared, it pointed at Dijun and directly swung a heavy axe. The Pango phantom had no sentience, it merely followed the will of the ancestral witches. Yet, even if it was just the Pango phantom summoned by the 8 ancestral witches, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Dijun's finger that twisted time and space was unexpectedly shattered. Upon seeing this, Dijun was startled. Could the 8 ancestral witches also summon the Pengu Phantom? Wasn't it said that only with the gathering of the 12 ancestral witches could the great heavenly god-killing formation be deployed? Not only Dijun but the other traversers were also filled with doubt. They couldn't figure it out, so they directly shifted the blame to the Heavenly Tao. That's right, it must be the Heavenly Tao scheme. The Heavenly Tao did not want the 12 ancestral witches to fall prematurely, so it provided them with this simplified version of the great heavenly god-killing formation as a precaution. The Pengu Phantom struck and shattered Dijun's finger, then once again gathered its great axe to strike at Dijun. Seeing this, Tai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, he almost got killed by that Dijun. His speculation was indeed correct. The Heavenly Tao would not allow Dijun to annihilate the ancestral witches. Though Dijun was surprised that the witch clan could summon the great heavenly god-killing formation, he dared not be careless in the face of that axe from the Pengu Phantom. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Emperor sword directly sliced out streaks of sword light. As the saying goes, returning to simplicity, this seemingly ordinary sword strike obliterated laws and twisted time and space, leaving countless powerful beings trembling in fear. Streaks of sword light struck towards the Pengu Phantom, each sword making the phantom's form more ethereal. After 12 consecutive strikes, the Pengu Phantom, whose power exceeded that of a quasi-saint, was ultimately annihilated into nothingness by Dijun's long sword. The pollution god and the other ancestral witches' faces turned pale, clearly exhausted and unable to summon a second time. Dijun's gaze was cold as he looked at the grim-faced Tai Yi and said indifferently, "I have said today no one can save you." As he spoke, Dijun once again swung his sword. Compared to the previous finger, the sword was even more terrifying. Dijun had already possessed power beyond a quasi-saint, let alone unleashing it with a congenital supreme treasure at full strength. Tai Yi's face turned ashen to the extreme. This strike was unavoidable and unresistible. Not only him, but the 8 ancestral witches behind him also had no chance of escape. Tai Yi felt despair in his heart. Why hadn't Hongjun made a move yet? To this, Hongjun, who had been silently observing the scene, could only say that he was waiting for you to explode with power. In fact, Hongjun had always been paying attention to this place. He was not afraid of traversers causing trouble, he was afraid that they would not create enough chaos. This time, making Shihi marry Dijun was precisely to force the traversers to go against the heavens. As he watched that sword light capable of killing him rapidly approach, Tai Yi thought he was certain to die, but at that moment his system spoke up. There was no choice. If it didn't speak up, Tai Yi would undoubtedly perish. This primordial realm was too dangerous. Even if it granted Tai Yi a boost, he was still repeatedly defeated. How frustrating. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a disaster-level choice mission. Option 1, plead for mercy from Dijun, reward a set of purple gold coffins. Option 2, fight to escape, reward a set of chaos purple gold coffins. Option 3, never submit, angrily curse the Heavenly Tao for being unjust, reward a Primordial de Luo Golden Immortal Experience card. The Primordial de Luo Golden Immortal Experience card lasts for 12 hours. Hearing this, Tai Yi quickly said, I choose option 3. Such a simple choice, did he even need to think? At this moment, the sword energy from Dijun was less than 10,000 meters away from Tai Yi's body. Tai Yi could even feel that under the erosion of this sword energy his flesh was beginning to crack. But he was not the least bit flustered. His gaze seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens as he shouted, the Heavenly Tao is unjust. Tai Yi refused to accept. Why is Dijun the Heavenly Emperor? Why can Dijun marry Shihi? Why does Dijun also possess a congenital supreme treasure? Damn you heavens. You fool all beings and scheme against Shihi if you dare strike me down. Tai Yi's curses grew increasingly fervent, not only cursing, but also provoking, directly stunning countless powerful beings. Wow. This Tai Yi clearly knew he was bound to die, so he decided to go all out. In the sky, Hongjun had been watching the show, but upon hearing this his expression suddenly darkened. The next moment Hongjun's face appeared. In an instant, time and space froze and all beings were terrified. Even Dijun's sword strike was halted. Everything seemed to have completely stilled except for their thoughts. Under Hongjun's gaze from above, he said softly, young man, you are quite brave. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi's face turned pale, his heart sinking. He wanted to explain that he was cursing the Heavenly Tao and it had nothing to do with you, Hongjun. But at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Tai Yi, shaking the fate of time and space, breaking free from Hongjun's primordial level, though only temporarily. Even so, Tai Yi's confidence swelled tremendously. Hongjun merely achieved sainthood by severing 3 corpses, while he was the law severing corpses to reach the primordial. He also possessed a chaos spiritual treasure, so there was no need to fear Hongjun. In the face of Hongjun, he no longer felt inferior. Tai Yi smiled and said, Tao ancestor, you jest, I have always been quite brave. Upon hearing this, Hongjun raised an eyebrow, realizing the young man had surprised him. Initially, he had only intended to strike this boy down, but unexpectedly Tai Yi's system had provided him with a delightful surprise. Little did he know the cultivation of Tai Yi was only temporary. With a thought, the fabric of time and space shifted. Tai Yi, now possessing primordial strength, immediately sensed the anomaly. Those around him were already in a different time and space. Yet he remained fearless, with a thought of vast shadow of a great path manifested behind him. Hongjun shook his head, looking at the confidently smiling Tai Yi, and said, weak, you are so weak it's almost laughable. Is this the confidence you have to insult me? As he spoke, Hongjun casually slapped towards Tai. Seeing this, Tai's face flushed with anger. It was a blatant act of disrespect. He was about to retaliate, but felt as if he were carrying the weight of countless sacred mountains, the immense pressure, making it arduous to move. Then, slap. Tai's face swelled visibly from the impact. You hit me. Tai was stunned, then instantly erupted in fury. Tai, a dignified traveler from another world who had just attained the Tao of the Primordial Golden Immortal, was unexpectedly slapped by the villain Hongjun. He wanted to retaliate, to press Hongjun down and rub him into the ground. But after the rage came a deep sense of fear. He found himself unable to resist. How could this be? He was a Primordial Golden Immortal. Shouldn't he be stronger than a saint? He possessed a chaos spirit treasure. Why was he utterly defenseless? A flurry of question marks filled Tai's mind. Hongjun smiled and said, "Young man, are you feeling confused?" Tai instinctively nodded in response. Hongjun chuckled, "You are still too young, and the depths of this world are beyond your—" While speaking, Hongjun directly reached for the spirit of the system within Tai. Inside Tai, the system spirit was shocked and angry, realizing Hongjun was targeting it. Tai's system immediately took over his body, exclaiming in anger, "Hongjun, you are playing with fire." As it spoke, numerous shadows of great paths emerged behind Tai. These great paths pierced through the fabric of time and destiny, suppressing all beings in the wilderness. Even in this realm, it could hardly withstand such a terrifying aura. Yet upon witnessing this, Hongjun was not alarmed, but rather pleased. 1, 2, 3. 7. There were a full 7 solidified great paths. With a thought, 3,000 shadows of great paths appeared behind him, silencing the system that was about to make a boastful remark. You have completely merged with the Tao." The system was shocked and frightened, wanting to escape the wilderness immediately. Regardless of how Hongjun achieved complete Tao merging, it was clear that it was not something it could oppose. Although the 3,000 great paths had yet to reach the ultimate state, the quantitative change had already caused a qualitative shift. Seeing this, Hongjun merely waved his hand and countless great paths descended, suppressing Tai, making it difficult for him to escape this place. To be precise, Hongjun was also at the primordial realm, but there were still distinctions within the primordial state. Tai's system, feeling angered, quickly spoke up, "Hongjun, let me go, otherwise my system empire will surely track down your location in the wilderness, and then you will find it hard to avoid downfall." System empire. Hongjun paused upon hearing this, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. From the name alone, one could tell it was an empire formed of systems. Seeing Hongjun's reaction, Tai's system quickly added, "Indeed, the system empire consists of countless systems. A system like mine is merely ordinary. There are system emperors who can easily create great path saints. Let me go, and I can pretend nothing ever happened." Hongjun, hands behind his back, pondered deeply. With the current essence of the wilderness and his strength suppressing, even a single great path saint seemed unlikely, let alone a group. However, just when the system thought it had successfully deceived him, a cold glimmer flashed in Hongjun's eyes, and he struck, forcibly extracting Tai's system and erasing it. To let it go was out of the question. Having come this far, how could his Tao heart be so easily swayed by threats? Who knew if letting this system leave would attract even more powerful systems to harvest the essence of the wilderness? Moreover, since it was just an ordinary system with no status, would the so-called system empire truly pay attention to this place? Hongjun's expression remained unchanged. After erasing the system spirit, he turned to the terrified Tai. At this moment, Tai was remarkably powerful. Without the system, his strength transformed from temporary to permanent. However, facing Hongjun, he still felt a chill run down his spine. With his own system obliterated, would he also meet the same fate at Hongjun's hands? "Tao ancestor, I know nothing. It was the system that brought me to the wilderness. I am just a puppet. As long as you spare me, I will obey your every command." Without the system, Tai immediately surrendered. After all, with his current strength, even if he were expelled from the wilderness, he could still create a world similar to the Hongjun glanced at the submissive Tai and said lightly, "Rest assured, I will not kill you." He casually collected the treasures on Tai, leaving him with only a single chaos spirit treasure before exiling him to the wilderness barrier. Watching the familiar faces laboring to cultivate the chaos, Tai was taken aback. Damn, Hongjun intended for them to do hard labor. Tai quickly exclaimed, "Tao ancestor, you could completely expel me from the wilderness." Hongjun glanced at him indifferently and replied, "If you speak again, I will kill you." Tai, with a face full of resentment, he thought, "Farewell, my goddess, Shihia, farewell, you bastard Dijun." Wait a minute, could Dijun also be a traveler? Thinking of Dijun, Tai shuddered. He suddenly realized that the abnormalities in the wilderness seemed to be far more than ordinary. Could it be that those fellows are also travelers? Hongjun ignored Tai and the others, instead returning to the Purple Cloud Palace, staring blankly at the gains from this time. This time, spoils included 7 complete great paths and hundreds of incomplete great paths. Once these incomplete paths merged with the great paths of the wilderness, validating and perfecting each other, many more complete great paths could emerge. In addition, there were numerous innate supreme treasures and chaos spiritual roots, not much less than the systems of the Eastern King. Moreover, the essence of the wilderness had increased by another percentage point, yet Hongjun could not feel joy. The unknown is the most terrifying. He had no idea whether the Emperor of the System Empire surpassed the Great Path Saints. While perfecting the 3,000 Great Paths, Hongjun contemplated his strategy. Meanwhile, in the wilderness world, countless beings in the wilderness saw a vastly different scenario from the reality. In their eyes, Tai had been obliterated by Di Jun's sword, leaving nothing behind. If Tai could not hold firm, they certainly would not be able to withstand it either. Hu Ting's heart filled with resentment, and in a fit of rage, he quickly gathered the remaining Great Luo, and if Tai could not hold firm, they certainly would not be able to withstand it either. Hu Ting's heart filled with resentment, and in a fit of rage, he quickly gathered the remaining Great Luo and fled with the help of the system. He was unwilling, secretly vowing that one day he would personally slay Di Jun. Yet the thought of Shihi made him feel green with envy. But he knew that staying would only lead to downfall. As long as the Blue Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Hu Ting chose to flee as the best course of action. In an instant, one death and one escape cast a huge shadow over the hearts of the several ancestral witches of the polluted deity. Zhu Rong and the others were filled with regret, realizing they should never have come here. And the polluted deity too felt regret, but it was directed at Qinlang. If it weren't for Qinlang's intervention, he would have surely brought the 12 ancestral witches. If the 12 ancestral witches had arrived, would Di Jun, without the Zhoutian starry array, not be at their mercy? Hu Ting's escape took Di Jun by surprise. Logically, Hu Ting shouldn't have been able to flee from his subordinates. Could it be the Tao of Heaven intervening again? Di Jun felt extremely displeased and immediately glanced at the pollution god and others, his eyes glinting coldly as he suddenly struck at the pollution god with his sword. Among the 8 ancestral witches, the pollution god should not have existed. Di Jun believed that the pollution god was a scheme of the Tao of Heaven born to prevent him from unifying the wilderness. The pollution god, witnessing this, couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it, why kill me first? There are clearly 8 ancestral witches, why was he singled out? The pollution god felt indignant, but was utterly powerless at that moment. Di Jun's strength far surpassed theirs, not even in the same league. Even if they summoned the Phantom of Pangu, it wouldn't hold back his sword, let alone now. In the blink of an eye, Di Jun's sword light had reached the pollution god's face. His proud defense was as fragile as paper before Di Jun's sword light. However, at that moment, the pollution god's system suddenly spoke. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the bloodlock state lasting for 1 hour. In the bloodlock state, the host cannot be killed. Each injury significantly enhances the host's defense. Hearing this, the pollution god was overjoyed as the system finally proved reliable this time. Facing Di Jun's sword light, the pollution god did not budge an inch, his face showing a hint of mockery. Of course, he had no chance to move. As the sword cut through, a transparent slit appeared in the pollution god's chest. His face turned pale, but he did not perish. He looked at Di Jun and mocked, "Is this the power that surpasses the Quasi-Saint? It's nothing more than this." Seeing this, Di Jun's expression darkened as he looked at the still lively pollution god. He did not waste words and directly struck again with his sword. But this sword, apart from adding another slit to the pollution god's body, accomplished nothing else. The other great powers felt their minds spinning. In the past, Di Jun could die and revive, and now the pollution god could not be killed at all. This world is too insane. Could it be they were still not awake? The pollution god provocatively said, "Muddled bird, keep going, come on, if I dodge, am your grandson." He was in high school. In the past, he fought desperately and his defense was merely 10. Now, after being struck by Di Jun's sword, his defense skyrocketed to 10,086. If one sword increased his defense by 10,086, wouldn't that mean Di Jun could strike for an entire day and night without even breaking his defense against a saint? Upon hearing this, Di Jun narrowed his eyes, but did not continue to attack. He had some speculations in his heart, yet he wasn't certain. His strength had already surpassed the Quasi-Saint. Even if Tai had a chaotic spirit treasure, he could eliminate him with a single sword strike, let alone the pollution god in the midstage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The only reason he couldn't kill the pollution god was that the Tao of Heaven was meddling. In an instant, Di Jun's heart was filled with exclamations. How could he fight like this? With a thought, Di Jun swung his sword at the Tian Wu beside the pollution god. Tian Wu was not the pollution god. How could he withstand Di Jun's sword light? Tian Wu's body was instantly cut in half under Di Jun's sword light. In a single strike, all life was extinguished and Tian Wu died with unclosed eyes. The pollution god was stunned upon seeing this. Zhu Rong, furious, instantly transformed into an enormous form and charged at Di Jun. Having lived countless years, how could he not be angry when his brother was killed? The other ancestral witches were similar, transforming into their true forms, their faces frenzied, ready to fight Di Jun to the death. Di Jun's expression remained indifferent, and he simply struck one sword at a time. The Tao of Heaven did not stop him from killing Tian Wu, so it certainly wouldn't stop him from killing the other ancestral witches. In a brief moment, among the ancestral witches present, apart from Gonggong Zhu Rong and the pollution god in the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, all other ancestral witches fell. The pollution god was filled with a mix of shock and anger, but he had no means to retaliate. He could not die, but the other ancestral witches did not have his bloodlock state. At that moment, as Di Jun slaughtered the ancestral witches. In the heavenly court, Xiangba finally dared not delay and quietly approached Shihi. Di Jun was too ruthless. How could he possibly allow both sides to suffer? Don't resist, I have a magical power that can directly transport people to another place. Besides, Shihi Xiangba, transformed into a heavenly soldier, quietly spoke. Shihi was taken aback upon hearing this, looking at the vigilant heavenly soldier beside him, and immediately understood. This was one of his supreme sycophants, Xiangba. However, why would he want to wander in chaos when he was doing perfectly well? Looking at Xiangba with disdain, Shihi said, "No need, I willingly marry Dijun." Xiangba, upon hearing this, did not believe it at all and was unwilling to accept it. Sierra must love him, she just didn't want him to be pursued by Dijun. He said excitedly, "Sierra, I know you are being controlled by the Tao of Heaven. Don't worry, I will take you away from the wilderness and free you from the Tao's control." Saying this, Xiangba reached for Shihi's arm, wanting to forcibly take her away. But Shihi would not agree. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly shook off Xiangba's entanglement. Shihi, with a cold expression, said, "Xiangba, you should leave by yourself. I will not go with you." Unfortunately, Xiangba would not believe it. In his view, Shihi must have been controlled by the Tao of Heaven. What he needed to do now was save Shihi from suffering. Looking at Shihi, who had a cold demeanor, Xiangba said softly, "I know you are being controlled by the Tao of Heaven, but I do not blame you." With a wave of his hand, a rope of innate treasure level appeared, binding towards Shihi. Even if Shihi was unwilling, he would forcibly take her away. He believed that Shihi loved him, and once they reached chaos, Shihi would return to normal. At that time, he could have a bunch of little pandas with Sierra. However, Shihi, being in the midst of Kwasa Saint, was a level higher than Xiangba. How could she be restrained by him? With a swift motion, Shihi knocked the innate treasure away and increased the distance from Xiangba. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, Dijun sensed this and became furious, no longer caring about the ancestral witches. How could he allow someone to try to abduct his wife while he dealt with the witch clan? Dijun instantly left the depths of space, appearing in the heavenly court, and with a single slap, sent the still approaching Xiangba flying. With his current strength, Xiangba, who was only at the initial stage of Kwasa Saint, had no chance to evade. Bang! Xiangba's body was sent flying. Even with that one slap, Dijun left 5 deep marks on his face without even using Kwasa Saint power. Xiangba was terrified, his face changing as he looked at Shihi, who had an indifferent expression, feeling bitterly disappointed. No, why is this happening? Why, as a time traveler, can he not change Sierra's fate? Xiangba's heart roared with anger, resenting heaven, earth, and the system. Other people's systems are defying heaven and earth, yet how come he couldn't even protect his wife? Even if he wanted to replicate a treasure, he had to lick it with his tongue first. What a broken system is this? Is he the protagonist of a tragedy? But damn it, Shihi was about to have little golden crows with Dijun. Could it be that he, the tragic protagonist, was still reluctantly looking at Shihi? Xiangba, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and activated the great teleportation technique, disappearing without a trace. Dijun initially planned to capture and demote the bear-like figure to a beast, but to his surprise, the creature managed. He quickly disregarded the Wu clan and hurriedly approached Changxi, gently inquiring, "Shihi, are you all right?" Shihi shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, let's continue with the wedding." Meanwhile, on the side of the pollution god, seeing Dijun leave, the pollution god and his companions quickly grabbed the corpses of several ancestral witches and prepared to flee. Damn, the Wu clan is escaping again. This time, it's a major embarrassment with heavy casualties. Zhu Rong's heart bled, and he even contemplated self-detonation to destroy the 33 heavens of the heavenly court. However, the pollution god forcefully restrained him and took him away through the void. This was the best opportunity to leave. If they lingered any longer, even if Dijun couldn't kill him, he could still annihilate Zhu Rong and his companions. What would the Wu clan have left to fight the monster clan then? Dijun didn't take the pollution god's departure to heart. Since he couldn't kill the pollution god, he would refrain from doing so for now. After all, the inevitable battle between the Wu and the demon clans would come after the Yuan meeting. With the loss of 5 ancestral witches, how much power would remain in the grand array of the heavenly gods? Moreover, he still had time until the Yuan meeting. He didn't believe he couldn't attain the Tao of Hunyuan. If he succeeded in attaining Hunyuan, even the heavenly Tao wouldn't dare to scheme against him. A group of powerful beings was causing chaos in the heavenly court, with 3,000 De Luo chaotic spiritual treasures and 8 ancestral witches of the Wu clan. Moreover, even the demon god who had arranged the heavenly star array had over 30 of his kind killed beforehand. Yet despite this, Dijun along with Fu Shi and Nu Hua easily overwhelmed the invading enemies with their triad array. In an instant, the great powers of the primordial world felt that this fruit was truly sweet. Dijun truly deserved to be the heavenly emperor, under the protection of the heavenly Tao, with no saints emerging from the primordial world who could withstand Dijun's divine might. Your Majesty, the heavenly emperor is indeed an invincible powerhouse, the true orthodoxy of the primordial world. Indeed, I have long heard of the heavenly emperor's fame, and today, I am fortunate to witness it in person. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the heavenly emperor, on your grand wedding. The attainment of Hunyuan is to be expected from now on. Dijun laughed heartily, declaring, "Today I, Dijun, am willing to take Shihi and Changxi as my wives, even if the heavens and earth crumble and the seas dry up. This love shall remain unwavering throughout my life." Shihi, though her face stiffened upon hearing this, forced out a reply for the sake of her cultivation and merits, saying, "Today, I, Shihi, am willing to marry Dijun. Even if the heavens and earth crumble and the seas dry up, this love shall remain unwavering throughout my life." Changxi also softly said, "Today I Changxi am willing to marry Dijun, even if the heavens and earth crumble and the seas dry up, this love shall remain unwavering throughout my life." The three of them collectively swore, reporting to the heavens. In an instant the world felt the sensation, and the great Tao resonated as the rules of the primordial world became even more complete. Good. A mysterious voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, spreading throughout the primordial world, formalizing the heavenly marriage. A joyous resonance filled the air, a bird sang harmoniously, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and spiritual energy wafted like fine rain. This was the blessing of the heavenly Tao for the participants of the heavenly marriage, celebrating together under the skies. Above the firmament vast merits fell like rain, with 30% entering Dijun, 30% into Shihi and Changxi, 30% merging into the red embroidered ball, and the final 10% entering Nuwa. Although Dijun received the most merits, his true cultivation was already at the late stage of Quasi Saint, having completely eliminated his 3 corpses. To merge the 3 corpses, one must possess immense willpower, wisdom, and magical power. Even with boundless merits, it would generally be difficult to achieve. However, Dijun was clearly not normal, he was playing on easy mode. With the help of the system, these 30% of merits allowed him to merge with the good corpse. With the good corpse fully integrated, Dijun felt his divine soul truly become more complete, and his Tao cultivation rose with countless insights flooding his mind. At that moment, with the system's assistance, he had advanced to the pinnacle of Quasi Saint due to the merits from the heavenly marriage. Coupled with the support of the celestial emperor throne, he attained the full power of a Quasi Saint. Meanwhile, Shihi's aura surged as well. Originally at the midstage of Quasi Saint with the merits from the heavenly marriage, and after severing a corpse, she became a powerful being at the late stage of Quasi Saint. Not only that, but a multitude of insights, the comprehension of laws flooded into her mind, knowledge that countless primordial powers yearned for but could not grasp. However, Shihi was not pleased, but rather angry, immediately asking in her heart, "Xiao Meng, what's going on? Why am I still at the late stage of Quasi Saint?" Xiao Meng replied, "This isn't my fault. Didn't I say that once the heavenly marriage was established you would advance a small realm? The insights from just now should have been enough to elevate you from the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal." Upon hearing this, Shihi's face darkened in an instant. The paths of comprehending laws and severing 3 corpses seemed like 2 separate roads. It was clear that the system Xiao Meng was referring to the path of laws. Now not only did her gap with Dijun not close, but it widened. If this guy Dijun forced her, should she resist or just submit? As for Changxi, she successfully severed a corpse and became a powerful being at the early stage of Quasi Saint thanks to the merits from the heavenly marriage. Naturally, Changxi had no such thoughts. Just thinking about becoming a Quasi Saint made her heart swell with joy. The merits from this heavenly marriage were well worth it. However, what made countless primordial powers envious was red embroidered ball. The red embroidered ball was originally just a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, but with 30% of the merits from the heavenly marriage infused, it instantly upgraded to a treasure of merits. At this moment, the red embroidered ball could be said to be on par with the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda of the 3 pure ones. Nuwa was overjoyed. She knew Wa finally possessed a supreme treasure. Moreover, after merging that 10% of merits, Nuwa also severed a corpse, becoming a 2 corpses Quasi Saint. Of course, she was originally at the midstage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal due to her previous comprehension of laws. Now she was cultivating both paths simultaneously, advancing side by side. A group of powerful beings watched as the 3 severed corpses and improved their cultivation, almost making their teeth ache with envy. The merits of the heavenly marriage were abundant, allowing each participant to sever a corpse. Unfortunately, the heavenly marriage was bestowed by the Tao ancestor, and they could only watch helplessly. The old man stroked his beard and sighed, "If Sister Nuwa severs another corpse, she will completely surpass us." As disciples of the Tao ancestor, they could guess some things that the others certainly had laws bestowed by their teachers as well. Yet, even if they had the imprint of the laws, completely transforming them into their own laws would take quite a bit of time. As for severing 3 corpses, unfortunately, they had only managed to sever 1 corpse. After all, the accumulation of magical power is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yuanshi, feeling sour, pouted and remained silent. The teacher has been teaching the path of Quasi Saints for almost 10,000 years, and he didn't know how these guys practiced. 10,000 years. What a joke. Even though he constantly refined the spiritual substances of heaven and earth, he had only severed 1 corpse. Severing 3 corpses becomes increasingly difficult, he truly couldn't understand. Meanwhile, in the northernmost part of the primordial world, Hu Ting, who had completely severed his 3 corpses, was now twisting his face, nearly going mad. Dijun and Shihi had formalized their heavenly marriage, and Shihi had become Dijun's empress. At that moment, every creature in the primordial world sensed it. Hu Ting was lost in despair, his eyes void of spirit, feeling an empty hollowness in his heart. He, a dignified transmigrator with a system, had still lost to the native Dijun. Why? The heavenly Tao is unjust. I cannot accept this. I, Hu Ting, must pierce through the heavens of this primordial world. I want to make this sky unable to cover my eyes and this earth unable to bury my heart. Hu Ting roared in anguish, his voice piercingly sharp. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him when he saw the 10 little Just as his words fell, a bolt of thunder struck down from the 9 heavens. This thunder did not kill Hu Ting but merely left him half dead, rendering him unable to shout anymore. In front of the Panga Hall, the Wushan had a numb expression. He failed to retrieve his wife, and his brothers were lost as well. A sense of desolation filled his heart. Was he merely a false protagonist? It seemed that ever since Hongjun delivered his teachings, nothing had gone right for him. Behind him stood Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, both equally expressionless. When they set off, the 8 great ancestors were full of vigor, but upon returning, only 3 remained miserable and forlorn. Even with the Wushan's thick skin, he now dreaded stepping into the Panga Hall. He was at a loss as to how to explain to the few ancestors inside the Panga Hall. However, what was meant to come eventually arrived. A great shaman quickly discovered the whereabouts of the 3 Wushan. Soon Di Jiang and his companions left the Panga Hall and found the 3 Wushan. Upon seeing their expressions, the ancestors felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Di Jiang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly inquired, "Where are the other brothers?" The 3 Wushan, upon hearing this, had stiffened expressions, unsure of how to respond. The 3 remained silent, but Di Jiang and the others were not fools. They immediately understood. Given the situation, the other brothers were surely in grave danger. Di Jiang's eyes turned red with fury, and he slapped the Wushan, sending him flying. He roared, "Speak. Why are you silent? Have you gone mute?" If the Wushan were not his brother, he would have even considered tearing him apart. The intense murderous aura surged into the sky, startling countless beings. Beside him, Zhu Rong lamented, "The other brothers are dead, killed by that bastard Emperor Jun." Woo-woo. Zhu Rong, a 3-meter-tall man, was now in tears, regret and sorrow intertwining in his heart. At the same time, the Wushan quietly took out the corpses of the 5 fallen ancestors from the system space and laid them before everyone. "They're dead. Really dead." The moment they saw the ancestors' corpses, Di Jiang and the others felt the world spinning around them. It was a tragedy, a dreadful tragedy. Each ancestor had died instantly beyond any chance of revival. The 12 ancestors had always shared a deep bond, and with 5 suddenly dead, how could they not mourn? In the next moment, the 3 Wushan were met with an unending barrage of fists. The ancestors vented their pent-up rage through repeated punches directed at the 3. Though the Wushan wanted to resist, the more he fought back, the harder Di Jiang and others struck. It wasn't until 3 days later that the ancestors finally calmed down and ceased their assault. Qin Lang looked coldly at the Wushan, his murderous intent unabated. This guy was undoubtedly a pawn of the heavenly Tao, using the opportunity of Emperor Jun's heavenly wedding to cause the demise of 5 ancestors. Looking at Di Jiang, Qin Lang directly spoke, "Elder brother, the Wushan has caused the fall of 5 brothers. I believe we should abolish his shaman lineage." Hearing this, the Wushan immediately exploded in fury. What did Qin Lang mean? Wasn't it the 9 turns mystic art I bestowed upon you that allowed you to become an ancestor? The Wushan quickly defended, "This was beyond my foresight. Who knew that Emperor Jun would be so formidable? Without the Zhoutian Divine Array, he still had the 3 talents formation." Qin Lang sneered, "You didn't know. Have you forgotten how Emperor Jun escaped from our Zhoutian Divine Array last time?" The Wushan retorted, "Last time his 3 talents formation clearly couldn't deal with the illusion of the Father God. This time the 3 of us are all mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortals. Oh, we shouldn't have lost to him." Qin Lang shot back, "Shouldn't we? Is this your justification for causing the death of 5 brothers over a demoness? Didn't we try to stop you from going? You caused the death of 5 brothers, and instead of repenting you evade responsibility. I see you as a spy of the demon race." The Wushan stammered, "You don't speak nonsense." The Wushan, hearing this, spat blood in anger. He had devoted himself to the development of the shaman clan, devising strategies. How could he possibly be a spy? However, Di Jiang's anger had subsided considerably at this point. Looking at the quarreling pair, he bellowed, "Enough. Stop the noise. Wushan, you will kneel before the statue of the Father God and repent. You shall not rise without my permission." Hearing this, the Wushan felt as if he had received a great reprieve and quickly fled into the Panga Hall. Qin Lang opened his mouth but ultimately let out a sigh. He also understood that the bond between the Wushan and Di Jiang was beyond what he could compare to, and no matter how much he said, it would be in vain. Di Jiang and the others looked at the corpses of the 5 ancestors, their expressions filled with sorrow and tears streaming down. Had they known it would come to this, they should have gone together. Qin Lang, seeing this, thought about facing Emperor Jun in the future, and thus inquired within his heart system, "Can you resurrect the 5 ancestors?" They say the system is omnipotent, but at this moment the system replied helplessly, "No, their true spirits have returned to the heavens and earth. Unless we obtain their true spirits from the heavenly Tao. Of course, it could also seize them, but that would surely alert the heavenly Tao, resulting in a greater loss than gain. The ancestors are not ordinary beings. A once resurrected, a calamity from the heavenly Tao is inevitable. The true spirit is the fundamental mark of a being's existence in this realm, indelible and unfathomable by Hunyuan. As long as the true spirit exists, even if the soul is scattered, there remains a possibility of rebirth." Qin Lang's eyes flickered as he asked, "So only the heavenly Tao can resurrect them?" The system replied, "Correct. If the host truly wishes to resurrect them, you can try seeking Hongjun. If Hongjun wants to scheme against the heavenly Tao, he will surely want to see the shaman and the demon race suffer mutual destruction. This is your opportunity." Hearing this, Qin Lang immediately understood. If he could resurrect the 5 ancestors, his status in the shaman clan would surely surpass that of the Wushan. He looked at the sorrowful faces of the ancestors and said, brothers and sister, there is actually another way to resurrect a few brothers. Huta hearing this quickly inquired, Qinlang, what do you mean? The Dao ancestor. Qinlang then recounted the system. Hongjun. Di Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Their shaman clan did not revere the heavens or worship saints. They only had enmity with Hongjun, not friendship. Moreover, Hongjun being a saint of the heavenly Dao, how could he disrupt the order of the primordial chaos? Indeed, although Hongjun does not intervene in the struggle between the shaman and the demon races, how could he resurrect Tianwu and the others? Zhu Jiuyin also shook his head in disappointment. But Qinlang shook his head and said, everything is possible. How do we know it won't work if we don't try? In his view, since the heavenly Dao could continuously resurrect Emperor Jun, there was no reason for Hongjun not to resurrect the ancestors. After all, without the 5 ancestors, the shaman clan could not possibly defeat the demon clan, which was inconsistent with the outcome of the shaman-demon calamity. Huta took a deep breath and said, Qinlang is right. The Dao ancestor Hongjun preaches in the primordial chaos, and to supplement the heavenly Dao for the sake of all beings, we must try no matter what. Hearing this, the other ancestors looked at the corpses of their 5 brothers and nodded in agreement. If Hongjun could resurrect their brothers, they would be willing to kneel and bow before him. Thus the 6 ancestors, including Qinlang, knelt before the Panga Hall, pleading, shaman clan Dijun Hutu. Qinlang, please reveal yourself, Dao ancestor. They all knew that Hongjun, being one with the heavenly Dao, would surely hear their pleas. In the Zishu Palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. He had long been aware of the prayers from the shaman clan. With a thought, an ethereal figure of heavenly Dao power materialized before the shaman clan. Looking at the astonished shaman clan, Hongjun said lightly, you did not heed the warnings and recklessly stormed the heavenly court, leading to your downfall. Why should I resurrect them? The members of the witch clan prayed for Hongjun to resurrect Tianwu and the others, which would indeed be a trivial matter for Hongjun. But why would he help the witch clan bring back Tianwu for no reason? If everyone who dies asks for resurrection, will the wilderness still be playable? Qinlang bowed and said, Dao ancestor, the witch clan is now without 5 ancestral witches, and we cannot intimidate the demon clan. If the 2 clans go to war, the witch clan will surely perish and billions of lives of the witch clan will be lost. I implore you, Dao ancestor, to show great mercy and save my countless witch clan sons. Hotu also tearfully bowed and said, please, Dao ancestor, be merciful and save my 5 brothers once more. Although Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches were reluctant in their hearts, they still spoke up, as long as the Dao ancestor saves my 5 younger brothers, we the witch clan will not frown at any request you may have. Hongjun remained expressionless, looking at the pleading faces of the witches, and said lightly, you the witch clan are descendants of Pangu and have inherited his legacy, but what have you done for the wilderness over the years? You dug up spiritual veins, slaughtered countless beings, acted arrogantly and without restraint, causing numerous lives in the wilderness to be extinguished and many blessed lands turned into cursed grounds. As he spoke, scenes began to emerge behind Hongjun, showing countless tribes being annihilated, countless beings becoming blood food for the witch clan, and numerous blessed lands being recklessly destroyed. Zhu Jiuyin whispered, but the wilderness has always been like this. The weak are prey to the strong, and our witch clan needs to eat as well. Hongjun glanced at him and said, yesterday's cause leads to today's effect. Your oppression of the myriad tribes has caused them to transform into demons. This is the cycle of cause and effect, the source of great calamity. However, the witches were all confused. What cycle of cause and effect? Isn't it only natural to eat? Only Hotu and Qinlang seemed to ponder and faintly grasp something. Hotu hurriedly said, Dao ancestor, we will definitely restrain the sons of the witch clan in the future and not recklessly destroy the wilderness. Hongjun, with his hands behind his back, said lightly, the path of the witch clan is chosen by you. The so-called great calamity is also caused by you. I will help you this once, but after this calamity your witch clan must govern the wilderness and contribute to its development. The several ancestral witches were immediately overjoyed. Hongjun had truly agreed to resurrect their brothers. As for what contributions to the wilderness's development after this calamity that was directly overlooked, how difficult could it be to govern the wilderness? Although the witch clan lacked a nascent soul, they were naturally gifted with great powers, easily capable of moving mountains and seas. Hongjun nodded, not wasting any more words, and directly reached out, grabbing 5 differently colored seals, which he then infused into the bodies of Tianwu and the others. At the same time reversed the wounds on Tianwu, and the others instantly healed, and their vitality revived. I will fight you to the death. Fight. As soon as Tianwu was resurrected, he was about to self-destruct. He was quickly subdued by Di Jiang and could not move. Di Jiang roared, shut up. Quickly wake up and thank the Dao ancestor for saving your lives. Hearing this, Tianwu and the others looked dazed. Only then did they realize their surroundings. Weren't they just fighting against Di Jun? No, didn't they die? Di Jiang hurriedly explained what had happened earlier, and only then did Tianwu and the others fully comprehend. Although they were quite unhappy with Hongjun, they still bowed and said, Tianwu, Xian Liang, we sincerely thank the Dao ancestor for saving our lives. Zhu Rong quickly expressed gratitude. Dao ancestor, I had some misunderstandings towards you before, and I apologize here. Gong Gong also nodded, saying, so do I. Dao ancestor is truly compassionate. Hongjun had resurrected Tianwu and the others, and looking at the excited witches, he said lightly, you all Just after saying that, his figure directly dissipated. He didn't resurrect these few individuals to gain gratitude from the witch clan. The main reason was still to cultivate a few who could work. The 12 ancestral witches originally had no chance to attain the Tao of Primordial Unity, but now with Qianlang and the polluted god as two traversers, it might not be impossible. Qianlang watched Hongjun disappear and secretly speculated. Hongjun had indeed resurrected a few brothers, which meant he needed the witch clan and the demon clan to suffer mutually. Unfortunately, he had long known about Hongjun's scheme, so how could he let it succeed? After nearly a yuan hui, he did not believe he could not attain the Tao of Primordial Unity. Even the 12 ancestral witches could attain the Tao of Primordial Unity. Tianwu looked at Qianlang feeling somewhat guilty and said, "Brother Qianlang, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we would have really died." Qianlang shook his head and smiled. "Brother, you are being too serious. Just be careful in the future and don't act." Di Jiang also approached and said solemnly, "Now that the Heavenly Court is at its peak, seemingly unstoppable, how should our witch clan respond if they come to attack?" Qianlang replied, "Do not worry about the Heavenly Court. Our ancestral witches should focus on contemplating the principles. With the Tao ancestors' decree, Di Jun will not attack our witch clan within a yuan hui. After a yuan hui, as long as we are strong enough, we can naturally break through all laws." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement without any rebuttals. If they could summon the true body of Panga, not to mention a mere Di Jun, what could the Heavenly Tao do to them? After experiencing this calamity, they had also seen through some things. Compared to Di Jun and other great powers, their own strength was indeed too weak, being mid-stage golden immortals several small realms behind. Moreover, the ancestral witches did not possess a nascent soul. If Di Jun quietly picked them off one by one, the others might not even know how they died. They would temporarily remember today's enmity, and after a yuan hui, they would surely make Di Jun regret it. Heavenly Court. After the heavenly marriage, it was naturally time for the bridal chamber. Di Jun looked at his two beautiful wives before him, feeling that he had no regrets in this life. Drunkenly resting on the lap of beauty, waking to hold the power of the world. Changshi was blushing, but he seemed hesitant to speak. At this moment, he was truly in a state of emotional turmoil. He felt that Di Jun's gaze seemed capable of stripping him bare. But the problem was he couldn't defeat Di Jun right now. Damn the little cute system. This is a sin. Just as he was hesitating about how to speak, Di Jun spoke first. "I know it's hard for you to adapt all at once. Don't worry, I won't force you. I will give you time to adjust." His voice was gentle and understanding, making him undeniably a good husband. For a moment, he was inexplicably moved. But when he thought about having to bear little golden crows with Di Jun, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. Damn, he was a mana, how could he share a room with Di Jun? Being able to wed him was entirely because of plotting for the merits of the Heavenly Tao. Now that the merits of the Heavenly Tao were secured, he should leave. With this in mind, he hurriedly said, "Little sister, you and your husband have fun. I will take my leave now." After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he had already vanished. Di Jun watched leave, but did not pursue. He believed that as time passed, he would surely come to accept him.